1. The very last one. As a freelance listener, Eolh had 3 unbreakable rules. This was the only way to get by in a place as lawless as Lowtown. The first rule was practical: Eolh never took a job unless he got to choose the listener's roost. You have to be the master of your own self-preservation. That's just the way it was. Number 2, no blood contracts. This rule was born of hard-earned experience. People who hire assassins always fall into one of 2 groups: either they have no money, or they have no qualms about murdering said assassin once the job was done. Besides, he hated wet work. Number 3, Eolh only did his share, no less and never more, because nobody ever got paid extra for overachieving. And if a job went south, as they frequently did, he wanted the least amount of blame possible. Horace knew about Eolh's 3 rules. He also knew that Eolh never broke his rules, and once a job began, Eolh always did his part. That's why we need you, Eolh, Horace said. Horace was the boss of the Black Feather Gang. A huge corviny who only seemed to grow larger with age, Horace never started a fight he didn't intend to finish. He was sitting on a stool, one winged elbow on the high-top bar. A copper pitcher of ale, sweating and half-empty, sat between them. This job is different, Horace said. I need someone who will see it through, no matter what. Why not one of your own? Or one of the new beaks? Eolh asked. They'd be cheaper. Money isn't the problem. Money is always the problem. Not on this job. Listen, Eolh, the old boss said, leaning closer, I need you on this one. It's too important. Too big. You're the best in Lowtown. In the whole city. We both know it's true. The Black Feather boss reached out a feathered hand, and if Eolh had been sitting any closer, Horace might have clapped him on the shoulder. But Eolh never let anyone get that close anymore. And, Horace leaned over the table, almost knocking over his own mug as he did, his breath ripe with ale, all you have to do is follow and listen. And if something goes wrong? Extra pay, depending on the situation. How much scrap? You? Ha. You're too old for that. Besides, I've got plenty of muscle already. Eolh narrowed his eyes. Who? Eolh, my old friend. You know I can't name them. Who? Horace sighed, a huge, cawing sound rattling through his old beak. Sanvosh is in, of course. Bosmir, too. Eolh made a croaking sound in the back of his throat. Not because he was refusing the job, but because he hated working with bruisers like Bosmir. Bosmir fancied himself a bloodwing, though he was too stupid to strike out on his own. No tact. Too stupid and too proud. I don't trust Bosmir, Eolh said. Who does? Horace squawked out a laugh. Not paying you to trust him. As I said, he's muscle. Nothing else. Eolh absently traced lines on the bar, feeling the old, ale-soaked wood under his feathered finger. Horace must have felt like he was losing him, because the Black Feather boss threw his hands up and said, all right, fine. Double rate, that's what I'm willing to pay you. Come on, Eolh. It's one night, one job. A quick in and a quick out, and I promise you'll be set for months. Years, maybe. That was the first sign that Eolh should have backed out. Horace never negotiated, especially not with himself. Eolh could sense it. He could hear it in the way Horace spoke. The old boss rarely took no for an answer, but today he was hungry. Horace was leaning forward, and even his black crest feathers, normally smooth even under the tensest situations, were pricked up along the back of his skull. Yes, Eolh thought, there's something very different about this job. It's an artifact? Okay. So, who found it? He'd already asked the question once, and Horace gave him the same answer now. You know my sources don't like to be named. That's why they're mine. Eolh, this is a rare opportunity. I need someone dependable. Someone I've worked with before. Someone who knows how to stay easy in case the job gets hard. Eolh pulled away from Horace. He looked down the bar, where the barkeep was wiping down the counters carefully out of earshot. And then up, where 2 greasy chandeliers lit the bar with foggy light. Gas quietly hissed from the fixtures. The wall behind the counter was lined with glass bottles, most of them empty. The truth was, Eolh had already made up his mind. It wasn't every day an artifact showed up in the cauldron, let alone in Lowtown. And when the Imperials caught wind of it, they would take it before anyone else had a chance. Eolh always wanted to see one firsthand. A relic from the old gods. But Eolh wasn't about to show his hand. That's not how he played the game. Better to let the old Black Feather boss think he was interested only in the money. Triple rate, Eolh said, expecting Horace to balk. But Horace shouted, deal, with so much excitement that Eolh suddenly had the nagging sensation that he had just cheated himself. This is bigger than I thought. He hadn't agreed to anything yet. He could still back out. Eolh held out his hand. "Deal," he said, and the black feather boss shook it vigorously. They drank until the morning light. And for one last night, it was just like old times. On the evening everything changed. Eolh was listening to the music of avian kind. Brief snatches of song, the sleepy hoots and clucks and coos flitting from tower to tower, echoing through the streets of the cauldron, a city nestled in the remains of a long-extinct caldera. Talons scraping on stone roosts, and wings fluttering into window-lit apartments high above the city's narrow, winding streets. A lone rig, held aloft by an envelope filled with gas, sailed over the high roofs and reaching towers. As the sun sank below the rim of the cauldron, a mournful song rose and fell from the closest tower. Echoing in the alleys, calling the faithful to their evening prayer. Eolh was 5 or 6 stories above the street, depending on how one counted the floors. The streets in Lowtown weren't exactly level. Or planned. They weren't even streets, in many cases. He sank his talons into the wooden beam of the apartment rooftop, holding his body steady so he could focus on watching. On catching every sound. The creaking of a door opening into a tavern, or the rustling of leaves from the vines climbing up the bricks. The swaying of sheets hung on a line. And the 3 hooded figures turning into the alley. 2 of them were obviously Imperials. They strutted down the alleys as if they owned the place. Despite the cloaks covering their uniforms, Eolh could tell they were soldiers by the way their polished boots echoed on the cobblestones. One of them, the younger one, even had badges gleaming through the gap in the front of his cloak. But it was the other figure that caught Eolh's eye. At first, he didn't recognize what she was for 2 reasons. First, she had a humanoid shape. Constructs usually weren't humanoid, which meant she was old tech. Specifically, an android. Older than the city itself. Second, she carried a massive chest in her arms, which made her silhouette look awkward. The chest was a huge thing, made of hardy black wood. It must have been heavy with coin because the construct was struggling under its weight, and her footsteps clanked loudly through the alleyways. Foolish to carry something like that into Lowtown. Even the lowest cut purse would come sniffing at this opportunity. Eolh scanned the nearby rooftops, checking for signs of other thieves. If anyone were following them, this could get ugly before it even began. The Imperials and their android didn't seem to notice the noise they made, or they didn't care. They thought they were untouchable. Imperials weren't stupid. Which means they're armed. Heavily. As they came under Eolh's listening roost, he could hear them speaking in that posh, liquid tongue of theirs. He could even pick out the words. "You think they know what they have? The birds." The other Imperial chuckled. "Absolutely not. They have no idea what it's worth. Then why did we bring so much? Extra grease. We're going to pay them twice the asking price. Make them feel like they cheated us so they won't ask any questions. You know how they are. Stupid birds see something shiny, and all they can think about is how to get their greedy little talons on it." The android interrupted them. Her voice was a polite, mechanical sound that seemed not to belong in this world. "I offer a suggestion. Lower your voices." The younger Imperial spun around, his voice quavering with the indignant rage of his assumed superiority. "Who told you to speak, machine?" "Eyes are watching," the android's voice clicked. "Ears, listening. You're here to carry the money, not talk," he said, shoving the blackwood chest hard enough to make any other construct tip over. Only this android didn't. There was an odd precision to her stumbling, something Eolh had never seen before in a construct. Honestly, the younger one sniffed, why did they send this thing with us? A Portofex or Drudge would have done the same job without the back talk. The older Imperial shrugged and said a single word. Verification. That's ridiculous. Anybody can tell an artifact from a fake. I mean, it's old tech. There's nothing else like it. You know what? If you ever get an audience with the historians, you can ask them. They're the ones who sent her. Why do they get to make demands? Because they're historians. Don't ask me. The older Imperial stopped and motioned for his compatriot to stop with him. Eolh held his breath. Did they see me? He held perfectly still. They were both staring at the door in front of them. I think this is the place. All these rundown hovels look the same to me. A sign hung above the door, a simple chunk of wood with a beak carved into it and painted white. To any Lowtown resident, it was an advertisement as clear as the sunrise, the back door to the Bonebeaks Tavern. The black feathers and the Bonebeaks went way back, and not in a good way. Which was another reason Horace was so excited about this job. Stealing from the Bonebeaks and the Imperials was a dream job. At this point, it almost wasn't about the money. Almost. But Eolh wasn't here to get caught up in Lowtown politics. He was only here to watch. To listen. So when the 3 figures knocked, and the door to the Bonebeaks Tavern opened, Eolh moved back across the rooftop, slow as mist, over to the cast iron gutter that wrapped all around the tavern. He wrapped the gutter with the back of his talon, 3 short taps. After a pause, 2 more taps answered his call, message received. And just like that, Eolh earned the first half of his pay. But the first half was the easy part, and nobody got paid until the job was done. His vital responsibility was to stay put and watch. If the job went easy, well, then it went easy. But if the job went south, then he was supposed to follow and listen for information. Of course, Eolh was not just a listener. He was the best. And good listeners aren't passive, they follow the story of the job. They think about where the job is headed, and they try to be there before anyone else. Never do more than your part. And never less. That was one of his rules. But he always did the job right. So he wasn't exactly breaking any of his rules when he slipped off his perch and hopped down to the cobbled street, pulling his talons up so they barely clicked against the uneven stones. And he wasn't breaking any of his rules when he pressed his fingers against the tavern door and pushed it open. That was just being a good listener. The back room of the tavern was crowded. Mean-looking Corvini and other passerine muscles stood around the walls, all their arms folded, all their beaks dusted with the same bone-white powder. Horace's double agent was in the crowd, but Eolh couldn't guess who it was. The center of the room was dominated with a regal old oaken table. Once, it had been smooth and lacquered, fine enough to sit in the high city's manors. For all Eolh knew, it had been stolen from one of those manors. Now, it was covered in blood and liquor stains. Not to mention the knife marks. The android dropped the black wood chest on the table, making all the coins inside jingle at once. Not a single avian in the room was immune to that sound, not even Eolh. Both of the Imperials were already seated with the android standing quietly behind them, and the Bonebeak boss, a fat, old Corvini with white feathers around his neck, was trying his hand at hospitality. "Gentlemen." He sounded jollier than a reed-night tinker with a new set of tools. "Please, make yourselves easy. What can we get for you? Everything is on the house." Everything about the Imperial's posture suggested they were anything but comfortable. The younger one waved him off. "We are here on orders from the magistrate. We are not here to drink. Show us what we came for." Imperials Kirans, as they called themselves, were humanoid. Most of this one's scales were blue in the lamplight, though Eolh could see glittering silver along his neck and cheeks and the ridged fins that ran down the back of his head. "Gentlemen, please," the Bonebeak boss protested. His old beak was chalked with white powder, except at the tip, where, presumably, the chalk had been wetted by ale. "A drink before every deal. It is our custom." "Then let it stay your custom," the older Imperial said. "We will make the deal. You can drink when we're gone." This Imperial had one arm under the table. He was touching something inside his cloak, and his posture was rigid. Well, more rigid than usual for a pompous Kiran. "Yes, well. About the deal, then," the Bonebeak crooned, the rolls of fat and muscle and feathers becoming more pronounced as he leaned forward. "My associates and I have come to a sudden revelation, you see. We think this package of ours might be worth more than we first thought." All the heads in the room turned to look at the two Imperials. "The Empire will give you full value for the trade. What is your number?" All the heads returned to the Bonebeak boss. 10,000, the boss said, and the corners of his beak crooked up in a sly, shit-eating grin. 10,000. The young Imperial shouted, but the older one put a hand on his shoulder, his face revealing nothing. "Yes. That's 50 times what we agreed upon. Like I said. We had a revelation." Even Eolh balked at the price. No way will they go for it. With that kind of money, one could buy an estate in the high city. Several estates, if it was spent wisely. The younger Imperial's eyes bulged, his scalp ridges blushed a deep blue, and he looked like he wanted to jump across the table at the boss. Fortunately, the older Imperial was still holding him down. "I have the authority to make this deal," the older Imperial said. "That is, if we can prove the validity of the artifact." The Bonebeak boss leaned back from the table. A few of his companions detached from the wall and dipped their heads together. After a few moments of quiet cawing, they returned their attention to the table. "It will cost you to look." This time, the young Imperial did stand up. He thrust a scaled finger at the boss and shouted, "You feather-faced thief!" The room bristled. Blades slid up their sheaths. Fists wrapped around clubs. Even Eolh's heart was pounding, though he was on the other side of the door. The older Imperial grabbed the young one again and pulled him back into his seat. "Sit down," he whispered harshly. "Please forgive my compatriot. He's never been to Lowtown before. He has not yet learned how things work here." The boss's black eyes flashed brightly in the dim tavern light. Laughing. His bruisers eased back against the wall but kept their hands on their weapons. "How much?" the older Imperial asked. "How much to look?" The boss seemed to consider this for a moment, though Eolh was certain the Bonebeaks had planned all this ahead of time. The Bonebeaks never played a straight deal. For any other gang, that would cause problems. But the Bonebeaks had plenty of muscle and most of the upper wash in their pocket. This was their game, on their table, in their house. 1,000. 1,000? That was insane. Eolh couldn't remember the last job he'd been on that had paid more than 250. Sure, this was a human artifact. But what could possibly be so important that they could charge 1,000 just for a look? And for that matter, why did the Imperials want to see it so badly? The young Imperial looked like he wanted to shove a bayonet into the boss's face. He's wound up, Eolh thought. Far too tight. The whole room was tense while they waited for the answer. Android, the older Imperial turned his head without taking his eyes off the Bonebeak boss. Count it out. Eolh had been sitting on a feeling, deep in his gut. He should have known it would happen from the moment Horus came to him. It had started in his talons and wriggled all the way up to the pit of his stomach. This job was about to go south. The android unlocked the chest with a twist of her hand. Her joints creaked as she lifted the massive wooden lid and let it fall open. Eolh was not sure what was brighter, the glow of all those coins or the twinkle in the boss's eye. She began to pull out piles of coins, the mechanisms in her limbs whispering as she moved. Eolh could see the smooth, contoured metal of her arms slipping out of their sleeves. Her metal almost looked like muscle, though dark orange stains of rust highlighted the cut of her joints. The android's face was empty except for two machine eyes glowing in her eye sockets, casting their own weak light on the coins. No mouth, no nose. No features at all except for the hundreds of faint scratches that dulled the sheen of her mask. At times, she moved as fluidly as a living thing. At others, her arms seemed to jerk and catch unnaturally. And when the coins were piled before her, the android's metallic voice clicked strangely in the confined space of the back room. 1,000 centarum. 1,000 pristine imperial coins stacked into perfect towers. The Bonebeak boss crowed with pleasure. Unable to tear his eyes off the piles of coins, he gestured at one of his guards. Go get it. While they waited, the boss started counting the coins. Eolh pulled away from the door and checked the street. Still empty. No sign of movement on the rooftops either. But the sky was dark, and he could have missed something. The guard came back, hauling a small handcart filled with ice into the already cramped back room. Half buried in the ice was a metal cylinder larger than the blackwood chest. Large enough to fit a young pack dragon calf. Why the ice? And where did they get so much of it, anyway? The Bonebeaks looked impressed with themselves. Even the Imperials were intrigued. They whispered to each other, nodding excitedly. Eolh paid special attention to their hands, the way they worked under the table. What weapons do they have? Only the android was silent and unmoving, still standing over the coins and the chest. Despite the rust, her chassis gleamed in the candlelight. With a few strained grunts, the Bonebeaks hoisted the huge cylinder onto the table, careful not to disturb the coins. It was dripping and left a pool of water that darkened the wood. Wisps of condensation still lifted off the metal. But it was beautiful because it was undeniably human-made. That perfect contoured metal still glistened as if it had been forged yesterday. Its semi-chromatic surface was pristine, untouched except for the small nicks at the top, where someone had gouged the metal with a crowbar. Eolh almost couldn't see the seam that ran down the side of the cylinder. Why did you freeze it? The old Imperial asked. You'll see. The boss's grin deepened. Go on, open it. Eolh's heart was hammering in his chest. He could feel it thundering in his ears as he held his breath, watching a bruiser slowly dig his fingers into the gouged metal and pry open the egg-shaped container. A white vapor poured out, flooding the table, running through the coins, and falling down to the floor, where it pooled around their talons. The older Imperial sucked in his breath. The Bonebeak boss was nodding, his smug smile as wide as the ocean. The other Imperial shook his head, his wet mouth hanging open, his gills opening and closing. Even the avian bruisers leaned in to get a better look. This is impossible, the young Imperial said. How can this be? The historians spoke of this. The older one shook his head, his brow wrinkled in disbelief. They said we would find a body. Where did you find this? Even Eolh wanted a better look, but that damned android was standing in the way. He ached to catch a glimpse. What is it? What did they find? Eolh couldn't help himself. He pushed the door open a little wider. One of the Imperials pointed at a few glowing digits inside the container. What are those numbers in there? The boss spoke first. We have no idea. The android interrupted him, vital signs. It's alive, the old Imperial asked, looking around the room, directing the question at anyone who might answer. It's a living human. Before anyone could answer the question, three things happened. One of the Corvini bruisers, Horus's agent, smacked the back of another bruiser's head, dropping him to the ground. And the young Imperial pulled his hands out from under the table, brandishing a firearm that was aimed at the Corvini boss. But before the Imperial could shoot, the android extended her arm out in a quick, smooth movement. Her fist collided with the young Imperial's cheek, making a wet crunch as the Imperial's face caved inward. With her other hand, the android hooked the chest of coins and flipped it at the wall with such force that the wood smashed into pieces and scattered shining silver centaurum around the room. Before the coins could fall, the android turned to the old Imperial. Wrapped her hand around the Imperial's chin. No. One word. That was all the Imperial uttered before the android snapped his neck. The room erupted in feathers and clubs and gleaming metal shanks as the avians fell upon each other and the scattered coins. One of the hired muscles leapt for the table, clutching at the pile. A dagger seemed to sprout from his neck, and he died with a fortune under his wings. The others were heedless of the corpse, smashing and bucking each other as they clutched at the coins. But Eolh had eyes only for the android. Amid the chaos, she dove into the cylinder still leaking that white vapor and scooped out a dark, limp body. Then, she was running toward the back door of the tavern. Toward Eolh. He flapped his wings, propelling himself back out into the street, and grabbed onto the roof just as the door burst open below him. The android vaulted out of the tavern, and a cacophony of shrieks and squawks and clashing metal erupted into the alley after her before the door swung shut. The android looked to the left, then to the right, and seemed to make a decision. Eolh caught only a glimpse of the body in the android's arms. It was fragile and thin and dripping wet. She darted down a narrow alleyway, far too fast for such an ancient construct. The rules were clear. The job was not done. What choice did Eolh have but to follow? 2. Followed. That night, Eolh was not the only shadow on the rooftops. They gathered on the rooftops and balconies hungry thieves and honest robbers and other lowborn. They came cautiously, at first. Scraggly feathers and scarred beaks, watching out for Imperials. And when they saw none, the shadows grew brave. The good people of Lowtown were opportunists, all of them. And right now, one of the loudest opportunities ever to come to the cauldron was running through the alleys, her metal feet clanging like the mad bells of the mid-city priests. Despite the coppery rust eating at her joints, she was swift, much swifter than a construct of her age should be. More than one feathered thief detached from some roost or hiding place up in the crooked eaves and slanted spires of Lowtown. They began to trickle after the android in ones and twos. Curious avians, not yet ready to strike. Uncertain of the prey or its value. From up here, Eolh could only hope none of them understood what she carried. Yet the android saw none of them. Perhaps her eyes were too old, like Mother Ongsa, who runs one of the orphan clutches. Or perhaps the android simply doesn't know about Lowtown. The human was slung over her shoulders, its small, slender body still dripping with a slick liquid. Its head bounced with every step. The android needed no breath, she stopped only to catch her bearings, so she moved with great speed through the alleys. But the shadows were born of Lowtown. They knew the streets better than her, and they could flutter over the rooftops. Fortunately, so could Eolh. Every few steps, he thrust his wings back, launching himself over the dark alleys and the half-paths between the stack houses. He kept his body as low as his old joints would let him. If the other shadows saw him, if they knew how interested he was in this particular android, well, that would only fuel their interests too. Wouldn't it? The android stopped in front of a reed-night machine shop squeezed between a cluster of tenement housing. The roof of the shop was haphazardly lined with smokestacks of every size, some of them pouring streams of smog into the night sky. Someone had hung their laundry from a line that wrapped around one of the smokestacks, trailing old, patchy sheets down to a window on the ground floor. The android looked to her left, to her right. But not up. She ripped off a long piece of brown fabric from the line and used it to gently wipe the liquid from the human's dark, slender frame. Is that really what they look like? Smaller than I thought it would be. Like an overgrown fledgling. There was a cut on the thing's head, a gouge of black crusted blood. The android wrapped the human in another torn sheet, covering its shivering body. A sound. One of the rooftop shadows had come too close to the smokestacks and inhaled the greasy fumes. Whoever it was started coughing loud enough to wake the whole block. The android threw the human over her shoulders and started sprinting even faster than before. Eolh counted 5 separate shadows from 5 separate buildings flapping after her. Then, when he was sure no one was watching him, he followed. The android's trail was an uneven line moving toward the mid-city ramps. Toward the gate. Lights flickered on in her wake, and faces appeared in the windows. A reed knight, one of the rodent-faced creatures native to Gaum, was standing under a balcony, tar smoke curling up its whiskers, when she stomped past. The reed knight barely had time to step back before she smashed across the stones where he had been. And then she was gone. Soon, the whole cauldron would hear her coming. The trickle of shadows had turned into a stream. So how do I grab the human before anyone else? It wouldn't be long before a fight broke out. Up on the rooftops, Eolh could cut corners where the android could not. It gave him time to think. Why is she running toward the gate, anyway? Even this late at night, the gate would be swarming with traders, crafters, nighthawks. Not to mention the watch. Maybe she has a safe house? But that didn't seem likely. None of the gangs roosted so deep into the mid-city. Too many guards. Too many Imperials. Eolh thrust his wings down, pushing himself to the next perch in the shadow of a chimney stack, his black feathers disappearing into the darkness. The android was standing still. No, she was turning in circles. Searching the alley for something. She threw herself behind a heap of old ale barrels that had powdery white mold growing up their sides. A string of half-drunken Reed Knights stumbled together down the alley, huddled together despite the humidity of the night. Masks and machinist goggles and sleeveless uniforms were covered in grime from the factories. They were followed by a two-legged chicroid, one of the smaller constructs found in the cauldron. It had a white lamp on the front of its head and a red one shining out of the back. The chicroid stopped and swiveled its hammer-shaped head. It pointed its front lamp at the ale barrels and chirped once. One of the Reed Knights barked. The chicroid did not move. Its lamp was growing brighter as it focused on the android's hiding spot. The Reed Knight barked again, and the chicroid tore itself away from the barrels and hopped after the Reed Knights. Eolh let out his breath. If the android kept this up, she was going to get caught before he had a chance to do something. When the android emerged from the shadows of the barrels, her joints creaking as she stood straight, Eolh caught a glimpse of the human cradled in her arms. It was half as big as Eolh, but still the ancient construct carried it as though it were light as a hatchling. Old tech, he thought again. Eolh put no stake with the gods. It had been ages since he'd been in a temple, but the power of old tech was something else. The human was making sounds, groaning, or choking, he could not tell which, and the android was shushing it. And then the human's body heaved, and Eolh heard a wet splattering sound. Let it out, the android whispered to it. It's not good to keep it in after so long. Eolh was struck by her tone. So tender. Since when could constructs show such kindness? And when the human was finished emptying its guts, she hefted him back over her shoulders and jogged away, her clanging footsteps bouncing off the uneven walls of homes and craft houses and run-down storefronts. Eolh did not follow. Not yet. A notion tickled at the back of his mind. He spread his feathers, trying to cool his body in the humid Gaiam air. And just when he was starting to doubt that notion, he saw movement on the rooftop across the street. A large shadow peeled itself away from a disused balcony. A big, grey shadow with blue and black feathers ringed around his neck. The shadow unfolded his wings and followed the android. So Eolh followed the shadow. The android stopped at the mouth of the last alley on this side of the low road, or, as the Imperials called it, the Viam Siruum. To the right, the low road split Lowtown in half, widening as it funneled out of the city through the cleft in the cauldron's mountain wall and wandered down to the old farms and new factories of the wash. But the android was looking the other way. Toward the mid-city. Toward the stone-hewn steps and steep cargo ramps that marked the steep passage up to the next tier. Eolh hooked his talons into the brick of a chimney. From his vantage, he could see the arms of the gate, two semicircles of solid metal gleaming in the moonlight at the center of the mid-city. One semicircle floated impossibly several yards above the ground, with just enough space to slide over its twin. This early in the night, it was still crawling with people, mid-citizens in their clean, colorful clothes and ragged Lowtoners hauling their wares home for the evening. Traders and crews and guards from the watch. Imperial soldiers patrolled in twos and threes in all the cauldron's sweltering humidity, sweating in their half-kit blues and blacks. The android paused, standing in the center of the alley. It was thinking. Eolh's stomach tightened. If the android tried to cross the low road, she would be caught. If she tried to run up those steps, she would be caught. If she came anywhere near the gate. There were far too many Kirin soldiers. Eolh would lose any chance of claiming the human. A patrol of Imperials crossed in front of the alley's mouth, their vicious-looking long-stock rifles leaning against their shoulders, the bayonets daggering proudly at the starry sky. The android backed away from the alley's exit. She found another branch and started running that way. That was a mistake. This branch ended in a cul-de-sac, where a cluster of 4- and 5-story houses leaned over a small drinking well, roofs with missing tiles and thatch repairs. A tower, one of the gargantuan human relics, made a black shadow over the whole alley, blotting out the stars. Eolh could see the android's eyes, two orange-white lights. He could see her recognize her mistake as she came to the end of the cul-de-sac. Well, he thought. This is my chance. He crouched, preparing to fling himself down into the alley. But another shadow beat him to it. It dropped from the rooftops and landed heavily on its talons, blocking the android's exit. Torchlights from the houses illuminated the shadow's grey feathers, and when it rose to its full height, the shadow's shoulder feathers brushed against the walls of the cramped buildings. Eolh knew those feathers. One of Horus's hired bruisers. Bosmir. But he was out of line. Bruisers were not meant to chase, they were supposed to stay near the boss. Which meant Bosmir had gone off contract. Can't blame him, Eolh thought. The reward for cutting out on this contract was unimaginable. The only human being in existence. If he could sell it for even half its worth, Bosmir would have more money than the coward queen herself. More money than all the nobles combined. Bosmir's iron-coated talons scraped the cobbles as he approached the android. He was larger than most passerine. Like all avians, he was humanoid, except where the knees bent backward. Better for perching. Feathers covered every inch of his body, and his black beak was carved with a latticework of tattoos. It was incredible how nimble such a huge, muscle-bound avian could be. Bosmir had cornered the android, and even from above, Eolh could see the smile playing at the corner of his beak. "Give me the cargo," Bosmir growled at the android, "and I'll leave you alone." "Please reconsider," the android's voice clicked over the cobbles. "You may not understand the gravity of the situation." "I don't think you do." He had a small hammer in his hand, the kind meant for driving in roofing nails, and he was weighing it effortlessly in his hand. "The cargo is mine now. Drop it, or die. Either is fine by me." Bosmir was grinning like a fool now. His muscles were tense. All his attention was focused on the android. "The air is full of mistakes tonight." Eolh let himself drop off the rooftop. In a single motion, he slipped his own weapon out, a long-bladed knife, and dove, knife first, into Bosmir's exposed back. The blade plunged through feathers into flesh, striking against Bosmir's spine, and the larger avian crumpled to the ground with barely a squawk. Eolh gripped Bosmir's torso with his talons as he pulled his knife free. He stood on top of the other avian's corpse. The android looked up at Eolh. Down at the corpse. And back at Eolh. "What about you?" she asked. Her voice came out in mechanical tones, though Eolh saw no mouth on her smooth, metal face. "What do you want?" What he said. Eolh pointed at Bosmir's corpse with the tip of his knife, more or less. "Please, bird thing. You do not understand the gravity of this situation. I'm not a bird. Please, witness him. Open your mind and see." She was holding the human in both arms, its legs spilling out over her arm, its head lolling against her shoulder. Not yet an adult, but not a child either. At least, Eolh didn't think so. The human skin was smooth and so black and shiny it almost looked violet in the torchlight, except where a nasty wound was carved into his hairline, still glistening with melted ice and blood. "He is the future," the android said, voice full of reverence. He was foretold. The cauldron was brimming with believers. Followers of the old ways and followers of the new. Some avians followed both. Strangely enough, when the Imperials came, they only encouraged the priest castes. Eolh didn't follow any religion, but from what he understood, the gods were worshipped on many worlds. But an android? Since when did constructs believe in anything? "Look, machine. The only thing I know is someone's going to pay me for that thing. Don't make me ask twice." "No," the android cut him off, "you must listen to me. The human is dying." Eolh shrugged. "Dead or alive, I'm sure they'll pay me all the same. You don't comprehend. This is the last one. It was written. There may never be another. Even better." He took a step forward, flexing his fingers over the blade. "Means I'll get paid a lot." "By whom?" The android's eyes flashed white. "Imperials will pay you, then kill you." Eolh hadn't thought that far. He shifted uncomfortably. "I know a few chop shops." "A chop shop," the android said. "You would pawn the last living human being off at a parts butcher. Money is money. The Imperials will find out. They will find you. No matter where you turn, your results will be the same." She was right, though he hated to admit it. If the Imperials had one thing, it was access to the resources necessary to turn the city upside down. They had done it before. And if this thing truly was a human, well, where would they stop? "It's too hot," Eolh thought. Maybe he could take the thing and stash it somewhere. Sell it when things had cooled down. As if reading his thoughts, the android said, "To hold the human is to be hunted. Anyone who touches the human will be hunted. What good is money when you are caught?" "If I'm caught," he said. But the truth was heavy. It leaned on him like a crushing weight. "They are Imperials. They never stop." The android squeezed the human to her chest. Its body was shivering, and it was so much smaller than Eolh thought it should be. From all the stories, all the myths, he thought it would be 8 feet tall. Or more. "If you attempt to take this human from me," the android's voice clicked mechanically, "it will cost you everything." One of the doors opened to Eolh's right. A ruddy red night face poked out, goggles flashing in the torchlight. It looked at the android. At Eolh. At the knife. And the door slammed shut. The light in the window went out. Eolh took a careful step toward the android. He had never seen a humanoid construct this close. Unlike most constructs, androids were made only of the old tech. No modern tinkerer could replicate those complicated, near-organic movements. And all that human-made metal, not even the artisans could come close. She looked so alive. The metal components of her wrist slid over each other as the android lifted her hand. Dull brown stained the shining steel of her wrist, and yet she moved with such grace. Not at all like the slow-moving drudges or the jerking movements of sentry constructs Eolh was used to. How strong is her arm, anyway? Back in the Bonebeak Tavern, she had killed 2 Imperial soldiers in seconds, but they were both caught unaware. Still. Eolh lowered his knife. Where are you taking it? The android hesitated. Her flashlight eyes dropped to the human, illuminating his face. Instead of a beak, he had lips almost like Imperials themselves, and they were starting to turn an ashen grey. Eolh could almost see the android processing his question. Debating whether she should tell him. And who knows what else she's thinking. To the gate. To Seer. But it's harvest. The gate doesn't open for a few more days yet. I will charter a rig. I will steal one if I have to. Eolh shook his head. They'll have guards all up and down the towers. She paused. Her eyes were 2 white coals burning deep in her featureless metal face. Then what should I do? Eolh lifted his knife, using the tip to scratch the feathers on his brow. All the best routes would be watched. And even if they could find a place to hide in Lowtown, the black feathers had ears all over. If they didn't get to her first, it would be the Bonebeaks. Or the Stone Eaters. Or even the Gear clans. Hells, with this much money at stake, everyone would be looking for her. Shouts rang out in the alley behind them. Metal clashed on metal. Someone cawed loudly, followed by the unmistakable thunder of a gunshot. Please. It was the android's turn to step toward Eolh. The lights of her eyes narrowed, boring into Eolh's. Help me. Help him. Why? He took a step back. What will I get out of it? This job was already ruined. If Horace had been honest if he'd told him what the cargo was, Eolh never would have signed on. Or he would have been much more careful. Now, he would be lucky if he got away without the Imperials catching his scent. Would they burn it all down again? I was mistaken. You are the wrong one, the android said. She almost sounded sad. Defeated, even. Look at your hands. Feathers. Not metal. They said so, but it cannot be you. What are you talking about? Who is they? Nothing, she said. No one. I have nothing to give you. Eolh looked at his dagger. He looked down at the dead avian by his feet. What a waste of a night. Eolh tensed his thighs and stretched out his arms, reaching his fingers and his feathers to the walls of the alley. He angled his beak toward the nearest rooftop, but before he could leap up, the android held out a hand to stop him. Wait, she said. Name a body part. It's yours. Eolh cocked his head. What? You may not sell the human, but my parts are valuable. Eolh dragged his eyes along her arms, up the scratched, muscular metal of her shoulders. Pieces of her armor, her chassis, once forged by human hands if the stories were true, all discolored with age. But she was old tech. And old tech always fetched a price. A hand, she said, her mechanical voice coming from somewhere behind the mask of her face. An arm. An eye. Anything you wish. Please, help us flee. The fighting in the streets was growing louder. Eolh could see more than one shadow on the distant rooftops, though no wings or rigs circling overhead. Not yet. Last chance, he thought. Walk away from this night. Walk away clean, Eolh. Nobody had to know he'd killed Bosmir. Nobody had to know he'd left his post. And who knows? Maybe he could sell information on the android. Where she ran, what she'd taken with her. Behind them and only a few alleys over, Eolh heard more shouting. He could just make out the marching of Imperial boots. And gunshots. And a scream. The Imperials want it that badly, he asked. Nothing could be more valuable to them. Good. It had been a long time since anyone had crossed the Imperials. A long time. The human gave a pitiful, feverish cough. I know someone who can help, Eolh said. We'll figure out my price when we get there. He held out his feathered hand, and the android took it. 3. The Cranes of Midcity. 19 years ago, the gate opened for the first time. A narrow ribbon of light appeared in the center of the cauldron, rising out of that ancient human artifact and extending all the way up to the stars. The avians, the Reed Knights, and all the people living in the cauldron believed the gods had finally returned. Instead, the Kirin Empire poured into the city. The Imperials, with their gunpowder weapons and their military discipline, had come to conquer their world. The cauldron was unprepared for war. They rolled effortlessly through the higher tiers of the city. Any mid-city militia or vocal naysayers were shot on sight. The nobles who refused to recognize the Everlord's eternal sovereignty were publicly beheaded. The priest castes were quick to accept their new Kirin masters and urged the faithful to do the same. But when they came to Lowtown, it was the Imperials who were unprepared. The narrow alleys, the high roosts and leaning stack houses. Tenement blocks with collapsing roofs, slum gardens filled with ancient refuse, burras, and nesting houses and vine hedges so overgrown it was nearly impossible to enter the deeper courts on foot, let alone conquer them. Several ambushes deep, the Imperials found not only that their advanced weaponry, fast-loading firearms and long-range rifles were useless in the narrow alleyways, but that the more soldiers they sent, the better equipped the avian rebels became. The Imperials finally brought their airships through the gate. 8 fangs, black, wingless war machines that could hang impossibly in the air. Their hulls, twin cones curved around a spherical fuselage like a vicious claw trying to crack a black pearl, were made of that unparalleled human metal. No weapon could touch them. And with the blistering light that sprang forth from their fanged tips, it took the Imperials less than an hour to set the whole of Lowtown on fire. But the resistance refused to let go. They limped along for 3 years until the coward queen rooted out the rebellious leaders and signed her people over to the Empire. It was not possible, Eolh had learned, to defeat the Imperials. Their resources were near limitless. They had old tech like nothing Eolh had ever seen. And most of all, they viewed war as a kind of transaction. Kill one of them, and they would kill 10 of you. After the war died, the Imperials kept their prisoners alive and healthy at great expense to the Kirin Empire. Sometimes, they were shoved from the tops of the towers with their wings bound. Other prisoners were chain-ganged, made to tear down the old crosses along the low road and build new ones. And crucified on them. How many begged for death? How many nights had Eolh sat on the half-ruined rooftops of Lowtown listening to their cries echo down the cauldron slope? Each morning, when the sun rose over the cauldron walls, they could be seen hanging. Wings outstretched, feathers molting. Not dead, but not moving. Some said the magistrate saw personally to these executions. Some said he liked to drag avians to the top of a tower, one of the 7 impossible relics left by the humans that still stood proud over the cauldron. There, he would bind their wings and personally shove them over the edge. So when Eolh saw the Imperial fang floating above the city, those 2 black tusks against the dusk-ridden sky, his stomach clenched with old fear. These days, the Imperials only brought out the fangs for ceremonial purposes on days when the gate opened. And it was still the middle of harvest. Most of Lowtown would keep their heads down. Lock their doors, close the windows, hide everything precious to them as deep underground as they possibly could. And here he was, sitting in an empty alley with an android and a living human. Change of plans, Eolh said. This place is crawling. We need to hide first. Get to my healer later. No, the construct clicked. His medical need is immediate. What's more important, your life or his? The android answered without hesitation, his. Eolh clicked his beak in frustration. He didn't owe this android anything. The only thing that mattered was that he got paid, and then he could melt away into the night. The sooner, the better. Fine. But we can't take the low road. Eolh looked her body up and down. She was shorter than Eolh by a few inches, but with that shapeless linen robe, he could only guess what her chassis looked like. How much do you weigh? 445, she said. Again, no hesitation. Eolh whistled. Heavy, he thought. But some cranes were made to carry far more than that. Can you carry it a while longer? Eolh nodded at the human, if that's what it really was. How could anyone know for sure? Nobody had ever seen one alive. All the statues made them look huge, and this one was barely the size of a fledgling avian. The joints in the android's neck whispered as she lifted her chin. A proud show of defiance. I will carry him until my limbs fall from my body and my core has gone dark. The human was a bundle of limbs in her arms, drowning in that makeshift cloak. He was small even by Gaiam standards. Maybe 5 feet, maybe less. The android seemed to carry it easily enough. It hadn't made a sound since they'd been standing here. I wonder if he can talk. Some species on Gaiam communicated only through silent means. Body signals, or scent language, or crude grunts and barks. He couldn't remember what the priests said about the humans, it had been so long since he'd gone to a temple. His face was so smooth. No feather nor fur, except for the tight curls on the top of his skull. The android squeezed the human to her chest. He fades. If you want your payment, let us be on our way. Eolh shrugged. They started off through the back alleys, toward the sheer cliffs of the midcity. They passed shuttered windows, dark doorways, and walls covered in dead vines. Eolh could hear patrols of Imperials stomping through the alleys in their regimental boots. Making their sweeps. A patrol of soldiers blocked one alley, their brass helmets gleaming. But their backs were turned, so Eolh and the android hid in the nook of a stone doorway and watched. An officer was shouting orders, and Eolh could hear the grunting, squeaking speech of a lone reed knight caught in the street. The officer lifted his arm, and a crack of thunder erupted from his pistol. Eolh held back the sickness rising in the back of his throat. He tapped the android's shoulder and motioned that they should run back the other way. The squealing of that poor, dying reed knight echoed after them. The cauldron was divided into 3 tiers, like the steps of some gargantuan staircase. Lowtown was on the bottom, and all the rainwater and filth that ran off the mid-city cliff collected down there before being swallowed by the gutters and sewerways that drained into God's knew where. The mid-city cliff towered over Lowtown, and other than the low road, only a few hand-carved stairways zigzagged up the cliff. Too steep, and too long of a climb. Better to take the cranes. Hundreds of lifts dotted the mid-city cliff, some small enough to be powered by clever hand cranks. Others were meant for serious cargo, and on any other night, crane operators would stand around, barking their prices at passers-by. But tonight, it was empty. The ragged edge of the cliff loomed above the alleyways and the clay roofs, a giant curtain of jagged stone. The ramshackle stack houses crowded away from the cliffs because nobody wanted to live in that shadow. If something fell from above. Eolh's talons clicked on the cobbles, and the android's footsteps clanked softly behind. They had passed dozens of elevators already, mostly broad wooden platforms with sturdy railings attached to wrought iron cranes far above. He was looking for something small, something that wouldn't attract attention, but many of those were frayed. When he grabbed at the ropes, he found the fibers too soft and rotted for his liking, or the cranks were disused and locked up when he tried to turn them. They finally found one hidden in a crook in the cliff, a simple thatched basket that could fit the three of them if they pressed close together. 3 ropes ascended up the cliff, and a simple hand crank connected them to the basket. Rust covered the hand crank, and part of the basket looked like it had been sitting in a puddle for too long. Any other night, he would have turned his beak up at this crane, but a warbling cry caught his ear. 2 more fangs joined the first, and the trio hung suspended over the rooftops, their tusks angled down toward the city. Eolh saw lights at the top of the northeastern tower. Spotlights, sliding over the rooftops. Then, they began to move as one, strafing over Lowtown. Whatever was about to happen had already begun. Eolh tested the crank, grinding it against the rust that had built up in its gears. It was stuck. "Help me with this," Eolh said. The android refused to put down the human, but she shifted him over her shoulder and tugged on the crank with her free hand. Her body was like the heavy armor that the Falker warriors used to wear at the godful ceremonies. Before the magistrate came. Even her legs were protected by smoothly interlocking plates of metal that almost moved like muscles exposed to the air. He had never seen a construct whose parts looked like that. Eolh held the ropes in place while she pulled, and the metal screeched painfully. There was a dry crack, and then the crank started to turn easily, though it still scraped at every revolution. This was how they made their ascent, the android pulling the crank, Eolh balancing against the basket handles with the cliff wall so close he could reach out and touch those slick, jagged rocks. And despite the hot, humid warmth of the cauldron, the human was shivering so hard Eolh thought he could hear its bones rattling. The android was fixated on her task. And Eolh thought about it. He could swipe his knife across her spinal wiring, just like he used to do on the Imperial's war constructs. But what if she'd been built differently? What if her parts were different? And now that he was this close to her, he couldn't even see her wiring through all that shifting, sculpted metal. So many moving pieces, and not a single joint exposed. Old tech. Built by the gods themselves, so they said. Parts of her metal almost seemed to bend as she moved. Eolh turned his gaze from the android to the shivering human. "You might want to put him down." "Why?" "The wind is only going to get stronger the higher we go. The basket will keep him from the worst." She nodded, her glowing eyes bobbing in the darkness. Eolh held the crank while she laid him gently at their feet and carefully tucked the rags over the human. What a small, slender thing for a god. Perhaps it was a fledgling. Or perhaps they were all that small. Nobody had ever seen a human before, except for the statues. "Where are you taking us?" the android asked. "There's a doctor. He lives at the bottom of the leaning tower because nobody else will." Eolh pointed behind the android, and she turned her head to follow his finger. At the top of the cliff stood one of the massive, ancient towers that watched over the city. A column of that strange human-made metal, it leaned heavily over Lowtown, and the cliff bulged dangerously at its base. "Don't worry. It's been like that for centuries. You were born here." "I was. Back when it was still our city." Eolh looked over the edge of the basket. Soldiers, Imperials, and local guards, all lined up on the main roads. It looked like they were getting ready to sweep Lowtown. "Do you miss it?" Eolh stared at her. Constructs didn't ask questions, except to clarify their orders. "What kind of android are you?" he asked. "I am called Lakes of Tython," the android said. "What are you called?" "You want my name?" "Bird thing, if we are to travel together, I must call you something." Eolh shook his head. "I'm getting you to the doctor, and then you pay up. You don't need my name. Then I shall call you Bird thing." "I am not a bird. I am Corvini." "Then I will call you Corvini." The android bowed her head as if he were one of the royal caste. "It is good to know you. I am in your debt." "Yes," he thought. "You certainly are." They were halfway up the cliff when the hot winds started to push their basket around, knocking it against the cliff wall. Eolh used his hand to steady them as best he could, but the whole basket was shaking. It was the human. Those bones in its mouth were chattering, and even with the cloak wrapped around its body, it was shivering like mad. What's wrong with it? Eolh asked. It is him, and... The android shook her head grimly. I don't know. Eolh bent down to inspect the human, peeling the cloak away from its face. Blood stuck to the fabric. Everyone had seen the statues of the gods, up in the midcity or lining the Mother Ridge, but they were carved of stone and marble. Even the metal statue that stood guard in front of the gate seemed lifeless. His skin was so dark, almost as black as Eolh's feathers, which made his mouth full of bone-white teeth almost glow in the dark. Though the human's eyes were closed, Eolh could see them moving wildly underneath those lids. At least he's quiet. Eolh nudged him. The android, Lakis, tensed when he touched the human, but she did not tell him to stop. His skin is soft. So vulnerable. Somehow, he expected the human to be firmer. Like marble or metal. But he was flesh and blood. Eolh prodded the human's cheek again. Hey! Are you awake? The eyes shot open. They were glowing as bright as blue flame. The human's mouth stretched wide, and a piercing scream echoed down the cliffs. Eolh jumped back, making the basket bump and ride against the cliff. Lakis stopped cranking and bent down to touch the human to silence him, to keep him from screaming. But the human was writhing and thrashing and twisting in his makeshift cloak, and the whole basket was starting to tip. Help me! Lakis said. She couldn't leave the crank lest they plummet back to the ground. How do you shut this thing up? Eolh said, not daring to touch his writhing form. Do something. Eolh knelt over the human and pinned him by the shoulders. Stop it. Relax, gods damn you. The human's eyes were like twin suns blazing with blue-white light. But his eyes were not the only lights in the city. The leaning tower was ablaze with that same light, a kind of naked energy spiraling over the stonework like electrified serpents wrapped around the trunk of a tree. And all over the city, a strange blue-white light began to glow. There was a rumbling sound like a distant avalanche beginning to flow. If Eolh had been on the ground, he might have felt the vibrations of ancient life in his talons. The human thrashed again, making awful choking sounds in the back of his throat. Eolh grabbed the linen sheet, tightening it around the human as he could. Take it easy. You're safe now. Go back to sleep. For a blind moment, the fledgling human seemed to hear him. Then, he gasped and threw his head back, and his eyes rolled up into his skull. His body was a sudden limp weight in all that linen. The lights writhing up the leaning tower reversed their flow, disappearing back down below the ground. Suddenly, the whole city felt empty and dark. What the hells was that? The human, Lakis said simply. The Green Doctor. Some said the Green Doctor's roots grew so deep, if they ever left the leaning tower, the tower would fall. In truth, nobody knew how deep their roots went. Eolh and Lakis came in through the underway. Though this path was drier than most, climbing through sewer pipes was not something Eolh liked to do. Give me the open skies over this dark, disgusting drainpipe. The air was ripe with the smell of decomposing vegetation, and in some places, Eolh could make out the bricks and debris of half-buried buildings from long ago. Brown, brackish water trickled down the center of the pipe, making the stone slippery beneath his talons. But at least there were never any guards down here. Only the bones of a few unfortunate vermin. And some larger bones too. Piles of dirt, glistening with moisture, were pushed against the curved stone walls, and stiff, muddy roots reached down through the cracks in the stonework. Some belonged to trees, some to the doctor. Eolh beckoned Lakis over to a set of handholds and missing bricks in the stonework, the closest thing this place had to a ladder. It had been well used back when the resistance needed a way to travel hidden from Imperial eyes. Corvini, the android said, how much do you trust this doctor? They're good enough, for the right price. They? Yes. They? Then where did they study? Lakis asked. Where did they attain their medical license? License? Eolh cocked his head. Oh, Lakis said, wrapping her arms more tightly around the human. I see. Look, we don't exactly have a lot of options right now. Just let me take the lead. And be ready. Ready for what? Just be ready. Eolh hoisted himself up the ladder and pushed hard against the iron grate that separated the sewers from the tower's lowest levels. A slash of light poured down into the sewer, and the sweltering heat came soon after. The basement of the leaning tower was lit up, bright as day. Dozens of heat lamps hung from the wooden ceiling, shedding their hot, orange light on every corner of the room. Wooden struts held up the sagging ceiling. The struts were so overgrown with roots they almost looked like trees. Wires and plant tendrils stretched across the ceilings and the floors, some of them wrapped around each other, some submerged in pools of standing water. All of them disappeared into the ramshackle maze of the basement. Cabinets and cupboards and baskets lined the walls, each one filled with bones or lined with vials and powders and herbs. Wrist-sized roots grew down into the floor, splitting open the foundations even further. And where the lamps shed their light, dark green leaves grew in thick clusters. The air was so hot and humid it was like trying to breathe in steam. This was why Eolh avoided seeing the doctor. This and the fact that the doctor wasn't exactly thrilled with Eolh's debts. Fortunately, Eolh had an idea. Eolh motioned for the android to follow. "Don't step on the leaves," he said, pointing at the budding pods that were only just beginning to unfurl on those gnarled limbs. They went into a hall, where the roots on the floor and the walls joined together, growing wider and thicker until they dipped back below the floorboards or disappeared up into the ceiling. Eolh brought them to a trunk so vast it had swallowed the stone wall it was growing out of. Its bark was hard and gnarled with age, and there were deep, dark gaps in the wood which were so spacious Eolh could almost climb inside. Eolh knocked on the bark. A vine descended from the ceiling. One great yellow eye hung on the end of the vine, its veins as green as a sapling, and when it saw Eolh, it blinked sideways. A single vertical pupil stared back, surrounded by an iris as emerald as the forest sunlight. "Doctor." Eolh bowed slyly, hoping his charm would help him carry the conversation. A scratchy, whispery voice filled the room. "You are not welcome here." Eolh of Crowcast. The voice was a hot wind pumped through a hollow stump. It seemed to come from the trunk and from the gaps of the thickest roots, groaning and ponderous. "Look, if this is about last time." "No." It spoke slowly, a gust of wind between every phrase. "This is about every time. Every time you come to me. You have some excuse to escape my payment. This time is different. The cauldron is in lockdown. The Imperials march. And my tower feels strange. But you are still an unwelcome thief." With a wet squelching sound, the stalk started to retreat back into the ceiling. "Wait. Leave my premises." The voice whistled from the trunk growing over the stone wall. "I will summon the authorities." "No, you won't." "Oh." The eye stalk stopped. Blinked. "And why is that?" Eolh beckoned the android forward with a gentle flap of his wing. "I am no tinker," the doctor said. "I do not heal constructs." "Show them," Eolh said. Lakes peeled the cloak away from the human's face. He looked worse than before. Deep, dark creases underlined his closed eyes, and his lips were cracked and dry, the skin turning ashen white. The wound carved a black line through his short, curled hair. "What?" the voice from the trunk said. "What species is this?" The eye stalk stretched forward, the rays of its pupil swelling and refocusing with each blink. "This is a human being," Lakes said. "The very last one." "Oh. Oh." The trunk groaned in a language that Eolh had heard before but did not understand. "Achin. Won." Then, the eye stalk whipped around and thrust toward Eolh's face. "Crowcast. What have you done?" But it was Lakes who intervened. She lifted the human child toward the trunk and spoke with a great need clicking in her voice. "Please, healer. Can you help him?" A wind rushed out of their trunk, a humming, harmonic sound. One long vine wriggled up from the floor, slowly winding its way toward the human's face. Another dropped from the ceiling. When the vines touched the human's skin, they recoiled. "It's hot," the doctor said. "Should it be so hot?" "You're the doctor," Eolh said. "Never seen one of these. The last. Gone long before my germination. But, perhaps." Vines began to emerge from gaps in the wall. Their tips were sharp as thorns, made to slice open flesh. Eolh slapped the vines away, and Lakes pulled the human back, cradling it in her arms, shielding it with her body. It had stopped shivering, which probably wasn't a good sign. "No surgery," Eolh warned. "This isn't one of your experiments, doctor. How to help this creature? If I can't open it." Eolh raised his eyebrows knowingly. The eye stalk shook back and forth. "No. Crowcast." It came as a scratchy whisper, more like the breath of a bellows than a word. "Absolutely not. It's the only way." The doctor was an ancient being. Some said they were older than the cauldron itself. Eolh didn't know if he believed that. But he did believe the rumors about the doctor's supply of nanite. An ancient human healing technology said to cure any disease. Incredible stuff. Incredible and rare. What one poor soul could buy with a single tube. All the doctor's vines began to retreat into the walls and the floors and the ceilings. Eolh grabbed the eye stalk before it could escape. "Remove your appendage. Crowcast. The nanite is not for sale." "Good, because I'm not paying for it. I'm a thief, remember? Isn't that what you called me?" The eye stalk wriggled in his grip, and Eolh whipped out his blade, holding it an inch from the eye stalk's pupil, forcing the doctor to focus on the jagged edge of Eolh's knife. "You know I don't want to hurt you, doctor." The doctor hissed like a dozen gas bladders filling up all at once. From somewhere across the room, Eolh heard the scuffing of footsteps on the stairs leading down into the basement. One of the doctor's attendees, a small amphibious thing with a fat, colorful tail, had come down to investigate. Its eyes bulged with fear, its sticky hands clasped to its chest. "Get back upstairs," Eolh said without taking his eyes from the doctor's stalk. It squeaked and retreated with the scampering slap of wet footsteps. "You know what this means, don't you? Crowcast? You will never repay this debt. The Nanite, doctor. Come on. We don't have all day." Numerous vines crawled back up the walls, disappearing into the dark pockets and cracks of the foundation. Then they came back, snaking down the ceiling. One was wrapped gently around a glass and metal tube as long as Eolh's hand and as thin as his finger. There was a red symbol on the white metal and tiny black writing along the side. "How do I know you haven't opened it?" Eolh asked, still holding the knife tip to the eye. "How do I know that's real Nanite?" "It is real," Lakey said. "How would she know?" Eolh wondered. But she was looking at it with a kind of reverent intensity, and before Eolh could say anything, she reached out and grabbed the tube. In a single motion, Lakey's clicked open the tube, though Eolh couldn't quite see how. She pulled the human's lips apart with those smooth, silvery fingers of hers and started to pour. "A drop," the voice from the trunk whispered. "He should need only a drop." Lakey's ignored him, tipping all the silvery, metallic liquid into the human's mouth. She smeared it into the wound on his scalp too. The trunk sighed. "Do you have any idea how expensive that was?" Lakey shot a glance at the great yellow eye. Despite the smooth, featureless mask of her face, even Eolh could feel the righteous fury boiling inside the android. The doctor was quiet. Silvery strands, almost invisible to the naked eye, began to stitch themselves over the human's gouged forehead. But the human did not move. They waited. Eolh slackened his grip on the doctor's eye stalk, and the eye immediately moved out of his reach. But nobody left. All of them watched the human as Lakey's wiped the dribble of nanite fluid off the human's chin and smeared it over his lips. "What if he's already lost?" Eolh asked. The human coughed. He rolled slightly in Lakey's arms, unconsciously adjusting his position. He did not wake, but there was movement beneath his thin, dark eyelids. "I hear something," the doctor said. Eolh listened. Heard nothing. "Imperials. They're coming. You're just trying to get us out of here." "No. Then why would you tell us that? Why would you help us? You can't pay me back. Thief. If you're dead." "Ah," Eolh said as understanding dawned. "Thanks for that, then. Guess I owe you one." "You owe me many. Which way are they coming from? Where should we go?" "Above. The ground end. The tower." They were surrounded, and every way out was being watched. Even if Eolh could somehow fly the human out, every gang's safe house would already be closed. Nobody wanted to get raided, and the Empire loved their raids. There was only one obvious answer. "Where else can you go?" The doctor's eye stared at him, expectantly. "No," Eolh groaned, dropping his head into his hands. "Yes." The doctor breathed. "The underway is not done with you yet." 5. The Coward Queen. Avirika, Queen of Avian kind, youngest grandchild of the last free king, was not born to rule. Once, more than 20 cousins, sisters, and brothers stood in line for the throne before her. Then came the Kirin Empire. They did what no one else could. They used the gate. 19 years ago, the Empire activated that ancient, human artifact. A light pierced the cauldron, and through the miraculous power of the old gods, a swarm of soldiers and war machines appeared on this world. The Empire flooded the cauldron. They stormed up the high city's steps, crashing through the noble estates, trampling the royal gardens. The militia and the king's own Falker warriors were no match for the Imperial's gunpowder. The royals and all their servants took shelter in the great hanging palace nestled high in the cauldron's sheer cliff walls. Among them, Reich could only watch as hundreds of Kirins crawled up the steep servant ways or stormed over the bridge from the northern tower using those gunpowder rifles to slaughter her people. The grand balcony, the palace's promenade that overlooked the cauldron, was covered in avian blood. It dripped through the railings, raining down on the gardens and estates far below. That was when her grandfather, King Rajan and Avirika, surrendered. They did not accept his surrender. He died with his wings outstretched, his body riddled with bullets. Of the royals who were left, the lucky ones fled into exile. The rest served the Kirins or lost their heads. But because certain elements in Lowtown refused to lay down their arms, the Kirans were never pleased with the royals. Reich's cousins and siblings were punished for failing to control the rebellious Lowtoners. Feathers were plucked. Heads removed. In the years that followed, Reich grew up watching her family killed in this way, one by one. Some tried to resist. Some did everything they could to appease the Imperials. But it never seemed to matter. Slowly, the ancient Achillean line was cut to shreds. Until it came to Reich. She did not bow, nor did she break. Like a feather, she bent in the wind. That was how the coward queen survived. There was no doubt in her mind. There were more Achillean among the nobles, many lesser relatives who could take her place. Which meant, to the Imperials, she was expendable. The queen tried to remember that as she stepped onto the bridge that connected the hanging palace to Asayam's tower. They called it a flying bridge because of how it soared over the high city. The bridge was also old, older even than the Achillean dynasty. Some said it was built by the gods, but its simple, rough-hewn arch was too crude for their handiwork. And where the tower stood proud and unyielding to time, the bridge was cracking. Its stony guardrails crumbled in places, and no one had bothered in these last 19 years to mend it. Hot winds roared up from the city below, shoving and testing her balance, tugging at the tails of her ceremonial scarf, the feathers of her ancestors woven together and whipping in the wind. She could almost see the lush, rippling green of the broadleaf lilies and the water palms and the kapok trees, so far below. The flowers and fruit, brilliant blues and reds and yellows and whites, just specks of colors from up here. It was a long way down. But no avian was afraid of falling. Even the guards that dogged her footsteps did not frighten her anymore. Two huge black-breasted falcor dogged her footsteps, their yellow eyes and yellow beaks following her every move. But even these did not frighten her, not anymore. Reich Avirika had long since grown used to the traitors in her court. There were no loyal avians in the cauldron. How could there be? Dozens of Imperials lined the span of the bridge. The magistrate's century, their crimson cloaks whipping around statuesque forms. Each one wore a mask of burnished brass, aren't they sweating in there, and each one held a rifle, not the endeloders that the other Kirans used. No, the centurions carried only the best. None of them moved as she walked past. As rigid as stone. Their scales, mostly dark azures and ocean greens speckled with golds and silvers, seemed to glitter in the sunlight. The bridge ended in a stone archway halfway up Asayam's tower. Neither of her falcor guards entered after her. She turned to face them. That's it. That's all I get? Why did you even follow me here? One of them almost looked ashamed. The other stared straight ahead, his face a careful mask. Yahuro, she thought his name was. Your Majesty, Yahuro said, his voice deep and stoic. We're not allowed to enter. The magistrate has instructed us. I am the queen. Not him. Both the falcor shuffled uncomfortably. But it was fruitless. They were just as captive as she was. Do your duty, avian, or we'll find someone who can. Fine, she sighed. Are you at least allowed to wait outside? Of course, Your Majesty. Yahuro puffed out his chest feathers. In another life, he might have been a proud member of the royal guard. Instead, he was little more than an imperial prison warden. And she, his prisoner. Thus, Reich crossed from the light of the morning sun to the shadow under the archway. Inside, cold stonework rose all around her, a cathedral built on the skeleton of that human-made tower. Long ago, this place had been something else, one of 7 metal spires, 8, if you believed the stories of the fallen tower reaching into the sky. Why had the gods built them? Some believers thought the towers were like thrones, where the humans once ruled from on high, casting down their godly judgments on the first beings of this world. So little was known about the gods. How they had lived. Why they had left. The High Chapel, Asayam's chapel, was the ultimate dedication to humanity. Rich stone balconies and steps and polished floors all swirled together in a spiraling octagon, surrounding the metal spire. 8 points, one for each of the Gaemic gods. A shrine in each corner, adorned with gifts and tokens and fragrant offerings. Asayam the wise lord ruler. Kenya of the iron grin. And the foul-faced man. And, of course, the fallen one, of whom there was no statue, only an empty dais. In a strange twist, the Imperials embraced the Gaemic gods. They folded them into their own pantheon on Seir. They enforced only one change on the priests, in Asayam's chapel and all the temples besides, they added a new god. His statue was placed at the very center of the octum, on the altar at the center of the temple. The Everlord, the Emperor Almighty. The peace who will be made whole, as the Kiran's own priests declared. When Reich prayed, as she so often did, she did not pray to this last god. At the entrance of the chapel, she knelt and pressed her forehead to the ground so that the top of her beak rested against the polished sea stone floor, hard and cold. She ignored the dozens of silent centurions spaced around the pews and shrines of the chapel. Reich was still whispering her prayers, thanking the gods for each day that she drew breath, when she heard a crunching sound. She looked up. Long, delicate-looking archways cascaded down from the highest walls, becoming pillars that held the floor aloft. Priests of the divine, with their colorful ornamental feathers, meandered through the smoky shadows, tending to the candles and cleaning the shrines. And then there was the magistrate. He was sitting in a pew in front of the shrine to the fallen one. A growing pile of shells littered the floor next to him. The scales on his neck twinkled in the candlelight, illuminating the sunken lines of his face. Bored eyes scanned the grandeur of Asayam's chapel with idle dissatisfaction. He wore the same gloves he always wore, a crisp white fabric, threaded through with an intricate silver design. A young priest was slumped on the floor in front of him. His wings were spread out on the ground, his beak pressed flat against the sea stone, his white robe spread in disarray around him. On her approach, Reich could hear the avian priest's heavy, pained breathing. The magistrate was looking at the fallen one's empty altar as if he hadn't even noticed the priest's agony. "Magistrate," Reich said, trying to hold back the anger rising in her voice. "What is the meaning of this?" In one gloved hand, the magistrate held a cluster of pistol nuts. He made a slight gesture with the other hand, and one of the pistol nuts picked itself up and hovered in midair. Another gesture, and the shell cracked itself open. With a flick of his finger, the kernel floated into his mouth. He chewed and crunched on it, the fins running down the back of his humanoid head flexing as he did. "Ah, my queen," he said. "Magistrate, this is a priest of the gods." "Yes, well, this priest tried to command me. Does he not know who I am?" "Please." The young priest struggled to move his head. It was as if there were a great, invisible weight pressing his body against the floor. "Please, magistrate, I meant no offense." The magistrate's face twisted with disgust, his scales crinkling into deep wrinkles. Even in the dim candlelight, Reich could see that some of his brighter blues were graying with age. A true believer would never need to grovel. Pathetic. He made a motion with one gloved hand, and something under the priest cracked sickeningly. The priest emitted an agonized shriek. The other priests in the chapel watched from the corners of their eyes, none daring to interfere. "Magistrate." Reich had to raise her voice to be heard over the sound. "Oh, don't tell me you think I should show mercy. The Empire does not take its laws lightly." She wanted to say, what law could he have possibly broken? But that would only provoke his ire. So she tried to distract him. "Magistrate," Reich said, "we have dire news to discuss. Private matters, not meant for prying ears." "Yes, very well," the magistrate sighed. "I suppose you are correct." For a moment, she thought it had worked. Then, the magistrate dropped his hand delicately, as if he were only playing some brittle, invisible harp. The priest let out another strangled scream. His body made a meaty crunch as it was crushed too flat against the floor. "There," the magistrate said, pleased with himself. Reich wanted to scream. The blood was pumping hard in her ears, and it was all she could do to hold herself steady. "I will not break." "Come now, Queen Reich," the magistrate tugged. "How can you expect a tree to grow straight if you refuse to cut away the dead branches? These pious fools will never let go of their gods, but even they might learn from this one's mistake." He tipped the pistonut shells onto the ground, letting them scatter across sea stone and corpse alike. "Now." The magistrate wiped his hand on the nearest pew and turned to her. "What news of last night's mission?" Reich swallowed hard. There was no sense in waiting. She would not cower from the consequences. "Both of our agents were found dead." The magistrate's face was unreadable. His face was a grey ocean blue, though the scales around his eyes and lips glittered like silver. Proud cheekbones, hollow cheeks, and his nose sculpted to look almost like a human's, something many Kirans prided themselves on. Even the fins atop his head were short and curled, almost like human hair. "And the artifact?" he asked. "Everything was stolen." "Magistrate, there's something. You lost it." "I told you to send more soldiers," she wanted to say. "But you said, no Kiran worth his water would ever suffer a gang of thieves." "The android," Reich said. "My reports say she killed both our agents, and then she ran off with the artifact." "But magistrate." "The android." The magistrate snorted his disbelief. The historian's machine was so old she could barely walk, let alone run. It could have been an act. If you think the historians could muster such deceit, you are either naive or as stupid as the rest of your kind. Though she was more than a head taller than him, the magistrate somehow found a way to look down at her. He turned away, flexing his gloved hands. Traces of metal lined that strange, flexible material. "No," he said, "far more likely that some Lowtown thugs caught wind of our exchange." "But how, I wonder?" Reich knew from experience that the magistrate had already made up his mind. To him, all avians were the same, savage and motivated only by selfish interests. "Traitors, all." "The historians," Reich said. Their book said that this would come to pass. Don't quote those fools at me. The magistrate cut her off with a brusque wave of his hand. An unseen force tugged at her, rippling through her feathers. Those feeble-minded Gashites couldn't predict their next meal. Queen Reich, if you value your life, then you had better say something I actually want to hear. She closed her beak and breathed heavily through her nostrils, trying to gather her patience. There is one thing, magistrate. Yes. The artifact was no artifact. Then what was it? Tell me why 2 of my soldiers lie dead in the gutters. They found a human. He blinked. When he spoke, his voice was dangerous and low. Say that again. It's a human being, she said, and no matter how many times she said it, the words still felt like music on her tongue. It's a living human being. The chapel was silent save for the distant scuffing of centurions' boots. The walls of the chapel rose all around them, carrying their secret conversation up to where only the gods could hear. How certain are you of this information? It's only a rumor, she said. We haven't confirmed it. It should be impossible. The gods were dead long before our first ancestors flew out of the deep jungles. No, Queen Reich. Tell me what you think. What Reich believed, what she desperately wanted to believe, was that this rumor was true. In all her years as queen, she had never been permitted to leave the cauldron, let alone the planet. She knew each of the known worlds had their own religions, their own beliefs. But all of them, even the historians, who lived above the skies of Seir, shared this one thing, this one golden truth. One day, from the depths of time, a human will return. One who would deliver us into the light of salvation. Salvation, of course, meant 1,000 different things to 1,000 different people. But if a living god had been discovered here on Gaum, then surely salvation must start with her own people. She hoped. But until she had more information, all the coward queen could do was guard herself so that she could guard her people. She tried not to look at the crushed body lying on the floor. Bloodstains crawling up his white robes. Dripping from his beak. I think, Reich said, this rumor is too strong to leave alone. I have already summoned the hunters. Spiderux, I hope. Spiderux were imperial hunter constructs, made for tracking through the vertical cityscape of the cauldron. Each one cost a fortune, they were that rare. And because of their record, they were the last things she wanted to use. But if she hadn't hired them, the magistrate would have seen right through her. Yes. A full clutch of them. Good. Spare no expense, Reich. I don't care if finding my prize bankrupts this entire kingdom. I don't care if you have to starve the entire city for a decade. I am leaving for Seir soon. Find this human if it exists before my return, or it will cost you dearly. Yes, magistrate. She bowed her head, her mouth tasting of bile and hatred. We will capture this human. He paused. And blinked at her. Pensive wrinkles formed around his mouth and eyes. I know what your kind thinks. And I will not have another revolution on my hands because of some backwater superstitions. If things go poorly, Reich, I expect you to handle them. The human will be far more useful alive, but I'm sure the Emperor would rather have a dead god than none at all. She had to grind her beak shut. His casual blasphemy, his utter disregard for the life of a god, made her sick. Even imperial soldiers were not so profane. One last thing, my queen. He wrapped her title in scathing sarcasm. To ensure your success, I will assign one of my own agents. I suggest you give him everything he needs. The magistrate crooked his golden scales into a dark smile. Because if I find that this assignment has been impeded in any way, my agent's next target will be you. Yes, magistrate. Her face was more rigid than any centurion's mask. Good. Go, then. For the glory of the Empire, the magistrate said, clapping his closed fist over his chest. For the Empire, Reich saluted him back. She would not break. She would never give him the satisfaction. 6. Most faithful construct. The cauldron's underway was an incomprehensible maze of caved-in tunnels, dead ends, and ancient drainage pipes. By Kiran law, it was illegal to enter them without permits, though Eolh doubted the Imperials enforced this law. Most people refused to even speak of this place, let alone venture into them. Not even the maintenance crews serviced the underway. Only the mad and the desperate came down here, and at the moment, Eolh wasn't sure which group he belonged to. Both. Slow-moving sludge frothed and belched a stench so vile it stung Eolh's eyes. The air was rank with humidity, and water dripped from the cracks in the stonework. Torn fabrics and glass bottles and clumps of decayed plant matter clogged up the tunnels or drifted slowly down the stream. The android's eyes, brighter than any high-city gas lamp, lit their way. Things with claws and clumps of diseased fur, things with white scales or pale, chitinous bodies and too many legs skittered out of their path. They walked the thin, mud-slick ledges above the stream, following the tunnel for hours as it turned and branched and twisted deeper below the city. The arch at the end of the tunnel was half collapsed, so Eolh had to crouch to get through. Another tunnel. This one was so tall it could fit a Lowtown terrace house, gutter roosts and all. We should camp here, Eolh said. Lakis did not protest, though he doubted she needed to rest. Old roots pushed through cracks in the stonework, trailing over the ledge and drinking from the fetid water of the sewer's stream. Water gurgled down the ancient underground tunnel, echoing into the darkness. A thought occurred to him then. A torch. I should have brought a torch. If the android runs now. He doubted he would be able to find her. He would lose his prize, let alone his way back up. Does she know that? But the android was more concerned with the human than anything else. She was tucking him into the nook of a root, careful not to wake him. His chest rose and fell as he inhaled the sewer air. Peaceful. Somehow, Eolh had always imagined them as giants. Proud, and muscled, and huge. Not at all like this one. The human's dark eyelids twitched as he slept, and Eolh tried to guess what a god must dream about. Probably not even the oracle's own priests would know. Lakis settled into a cross-legged position, her back to the human. Eolh, please watch the human. What? Where are you going? I must reprocess my memory before. The clicks of her voice went silent. It does not matter. There are artifacts. Please stand by, this should only take a few hours. Wait. His whisper echoed back to him like a knife slicing through the dark. But she was already gone. At least her eyes remained illuminated. Two blazing torches, casting a steady, orange light out onto the sludge and the glistening walls. So Eolh sat alone. Listening to the human breathe. Grinding his beak in frustration. Listening to the sounds of the underway, the dripping echoes of water, a moaning rush from some sewage pipe, scuffling and scrabbling of unseen vermin. Once or twice, Eolh heard a distant shriek, though he never found out what it was. He nodded off. And woke with a start. The android was still sitting there, as still as a statue. And the human, still deep asleep. Hey! He rapped his knuckle against the smooth contour of her shoulder. How much longer? No answer. His eyes wandered down the construct's body, down the leafed metal that curved like real muscle separated by razor-thin gaps. Rusted with age. Protecting the more delicate, complicated inner workings of her machinery. He wondered which part of her would fetch the best price. Or which would be the easiest to sell. Legs were always in demand. But hands like hers were rare, weren't they? Fully articulated. And then, Eolh realized something. He could walk off with the human, right now. If only you had remembered to grab a torch. Eolh cursed himself again. If only. Where would he take the human? For that matter, what did the android want with it? Or him, or whatever it is. Eolh crouched over the human sleeping form nestled in all those rags. The human was thin but not malnourished. The structure of his face was elegantly simple, almost regal. Sharp cheekbones, and instead of a beak, he had lips. Just like the Kiran's. Only where theirs were glittering gold or aquatic azures, the humans were a simple, red bark brown. Not a child. Not an adult. A god? This didn't look like a god. What are you? He whispered. In the stories he had heard as a child, listening to the other hatchlings and the older fledglings who still lurked around Mother Ongsa's roost, the humans were legendary people. Powerful beyond Eolh's wildest imagination. Eolh reached out one feathered finger. Some said that their skin was poisonous, and the slightest touch would kill you. Is it true? He tapped the human's cheek with his finger. Recoiled at the human's warmth. Yet his finger did not decay or fall off. He felt nothing save the hammering of his heart in his own chest. Is anything they say about you true? The human's skin was so strange. Smooth as silk, though he could see tiny hairs protruding out of tiny bumps in the grain of his skin. It reminded Eolh of the skin of a fledgling corvini before their feathers came in. A voice made him jump. Are you a believer? Eolh fell back into a crouch, balancing with his tail feathers. Ready to leap at the voice. The android was staring at him, the lights in her eyes shedding a dim red glow across the stone floor. Gods! Eolh said. You scared me, machine. Corvini, she said slowly. Are you a believer? Believer in what? Her head swiveled, turning her eyes to the human, making his dark skin glow a deep brown. Worlds known and unknown I have traveled, many of them now lost. And the peoples I have seen each pray to different gods. But no matter where I went, no matter who I met, their gods were always human. Do you find that strange? Sure, Eolh crowed, his heart still hammering in his chest. He felt like he'd been caught doing something he wasn't supposed to. Strange? Even the priests in your cauldron worship their own human gods. What else would they worship? I mean, there's old tech scattered across the worlds. If I were a superstitious fool, I'd probably call it a miracle, too. He crowed a laugh. Do not, her eyes flashed a bright blue and dimmed back to red. Do not insult the divine ones in his presence. Ugh, Eolh thought, here we go. Leave it to him to find the only android in the existence who was also a religious fanatic. Since when did constructs even have beliefs? The unfinished book, Lakis continued, her clicking voice rising in pitch as she began to preach, speaks of our salvation. The historians prophesied the return of the old gods, beginning with our Savior divine. If it were the historians alone, one might call the prophecy foolish. But it isn't. It is found on Seir, on Ion, on Farsome, and even, so I have heard, on the forgotten stations of the Khyam consortium now crumbled into dust. Even here, many of your world's oldest traditions speak of the return. There are thousands of peoples who know that a savior is coming. And now her eyes settled on the human glowing a brilliant, white light. He has come. Eolh could almost hear the echo of the dawn song. The holy prayers that the priests of the divine sang each morning. Salvation is coming, the prayers said. See and sing. Redemption is nigh. Yet, through the centuries, how many holy prophets had claimed to be the savior? Eolh's face soured at the thought. How many naive idiots had they duped and misled and stolen from? All to meet the same senseless end. A savior. What was he supposed to save them from? The empire? A half-grown fledgling, bringing down the scaleskins. Sure. So, Corvini. Are you a believer? Eolh blew air through his beak. All he wanted was to get out of this conversation. To claim his payment and leave this nonsense behind. Let fate do what it will. Life is full of coincidence, Eolh said. Look at something long enough, and you can make yourself believe anything. Lakis's eyes seemed to twist in place as they scanned him. What does she see? What is she looking for? Then her eyes dimmed. I was mistaken, then. Mistaken about what? He wondered. The old construct's joints creaked as she rose to her feet. These tunnels. Do they lead to a city? Eolh cocked his head at her, trying to comprehend. If you go back up, you'll find the cauldron. Eventually. Maybe. Underground, I mean. The unfinished book speaks of a city below a city. An old human domicile, once bright, now wreathed in darkness. Often, the historians do not speak literally, or they take gentle liberties. But I thought perhaps you might know something. No, Eolh shook his head. Never heard of anything like that. Oh, she said. Her eyes fell on the human. She bent at the waist and scooped his slender form into her arms. Her movement was a symphony of jerking motions and that unique hydraulic grace. The human was small, yes, but not that small. And yet the android hefted him as if he weighed nothing more than a clutch of eggs. His legs hung off one arm, and his head nestled into the crook of her shoulder, and Lakis started to turn. Then again, Eolh said, tapping the underside of his beak with one feathered finger. Then again. Lakis clicked. It depends on how you define a city. The Sajahin have their sleds, and... Well. People say a lot of things. They tell stories. Just stories, keep in mind. Please, she said, her eyes twisting through their colors again. Rings of orange, turning into a dim white. Tell me this one. Well, where do the Sajahin come from? You won't find them on the surface. Never seen one in the daylight. People say they've got a camp somewhere deep in the tunnels. Massive. Tents that go for miles in the dark, dank places underground. The Grand Sahate. The Grand Sahate, she echoed. Where is it? That's the thing. Supposedly, it's always moving. That's why nobody's ever seen it. Or if they have, they can't prove it. So if you can believe in a city that moves. The android was nodding along rhythmically, the joints in her neck squeaking softly. Her voice clicked with excitement. Corvini, perhaps our meeting was no mistake. Machine, it's only a story. There's nothing actually below the cauldron. You won't find anything but more pipes and worse things besides. Vol and behold, in that dark city below, the android said as if she were quoting something. Where a great sun once shone, dreaming in the remnants. It walks. What walks? What the hells are you talking about? It was foretold. All of this. She was almost shouting now, her voice echoing crashing through the tunnels. Every gesture jerked with new intensity. Too much for such an ancient machine. You have upheld your end of the deal. Please, name your price so that I may continue my journey. No, listen to me. You can't go down there. I must. You will be destroyed. Her eyes flashed. Then went momentarily dark, so that Eolh felt as if he were blind. And then, her eyes were brilliant embers once more. Lakis bowed her head, speaking with that special reverence of priests and prophets. It made Eolh's skin crawl, his feathers prickle. I am in service of the makers. No. Your part is complete. What concern is this of yours, non-believer? Eolh didn't know why he was arguing. He could leave. He could take his prize and go. But there was just something about this machine and her madness that held him in place. It is certain death. I did not risk my life just for some machine to get killed because of stupid, blind faith. If there was ever anything down there, it's gone. There is no city. The only story you need to know is this one: people who go too deep never come back. Do not call me a machine. Her eyes flashed, blinking off and on. Corvini, name your body part. And do not attempt to stop me. Eolh was about to argue when a distant sound pricked his ears. A slow, measured pulse. He held up his hand, motioning for silence. What is it? Lakis asked. Drums, he said. And the clashing of bells. The Sajahin. Follow me, he said. We'll ask them about the city. Then you'll see. Nobody really knew how deep the underway went. Not even the Sajahin, those wretched scavengers who scraped and scratched their living in the sewers and crumbling tunnels below the cauldron. Sometimes, like now, it seemed like they wanted to be found, though who would go looking for the Sajahin, Eolh didn't know. Poor gruesome creatures. They shuffled down one of the intersections, a whole troop of them. 20 or so hunchbacked creatures, jingling their bells and dragging their lantern-covered sleighs behind them. The sleighs were weighed down with scavenged goods, rusted bits of metal, old machine parts, pieces of clothing stitched together from rags and plant debris. A drum was tied to the back of one sled, where an elderly Sajahin hammered a slow heartbeat as the rest of the troop slid their scavenged haul over the muck-slick stones. His clothes were covered in bells that jingled with beat. The flames from the lanterns illuminated his ghastly, disfigured body so that every movement made him look like some burning, writhing monstrosity. But they were not murderers, these Sajahin. At least not today. Today, the stooped, half-sized scavengers gathered excitedly around Eolh and Lakis, touching and tugging at their clothes. They babbled in that slobbering, hissing language of theirs, and a few of them held up trinkets, eager to trade. We're looking for a city, Lakis tried talking over their noise. Please don't touch that. Please. They were swarming her, some of them testing the contours of her metal plating, rubbing appreciatively at the nascent rust around her joints. They were mesmerized by her. She spoke louder, enunciating each word. Do you know where we might find a city underground? They don't speak common, Eolh said. It won't help. One of the Sajahin was trying to press a bundle of mushrooms into Eolh's arms. Eolh swatted away its bony fingers. So long, and so white. He caught a glimpse of its face and saw one pale cheek. The skin was like melted candle wax. He tried not to look again. Corvini. Lakis lifted her mechanical clicks over the babbling, insistent voices. You said it's called the Grand Sahate. All at once, they stopped their sniveling and pointed their hooded faces at Lakis. Sahate, one of them asked. And suddenly, Eolh had a sinking feeling in his stomach. Sahate, another Sajahin agreed, savoring the last syllable. They were all saying it now, over and over, until it became a kind of chant. If he hadn't been there to see it himself, Eolh wouldn't have believed it. Yes, Sahate, Lakis said with them. Where is it? How do we get there? 3 of the Sajahin held out their empty hands, each one competing for the android's attention. I don't have anything to pay them with, Lakis said. Eolh fished in his pouches and pulled out a fistful of dried meat sticks. They grabbed them, and Eolh couldn't see what the Sajahin did with them, only that they were suddenly gone. Sahate, they chanted. Sahate. The elder with the drum was barking orders at the others. One Sajahin muscled its way through the crowd. It unfurled a piece of leather, holding it up like the priests held up their ancient scrolls. There was a symbol on it, painted with black tar. It looked like a child's crude drawing of a flower with 8 petals, only 2 of the petals were broken off. Sahate, the creature said, tapping at the center of the symbol with one bony finger. I think it's supposed to be a map, Eolh said. But I have no idea where this is. The Sajahin pressed the leather into Eolh's hands. Then all the Sajahin held their empty hands out again. Their voices were curious, as if to say, anything else to trade. One of the Sajahin tugged at the human still cradled in Lakis's arms. She squeezed the human closer to her chest, trying to lift his dangling feet out of their reach. No. Not for a trade. No. At the back of the crowd, the elder Sajahin barked and made a lazy slap on the drum. And just like that, the Sajahin ran back to their heavy sleds. They picked up their cords and tugged in unison, sliding away from the android and the Corvini. The heartbeat of drum slowly disappeared down the tunnel. Soon, Lakis and Eolh were once more standing in the dark. Eolh let out a soft crow of disbelief. Who knew? The android had spoken of the historians. It was said they lived in a library that floated in the sky overseer. But how could they know? Not even the Imperials came down here, and Eolh had never heard of a historian coming to the cauldron before. We would have heard about that. Have you decided on your price? Lakey's mechanical voice interrupted his thoughts. Eolh stroked a hand along the underside of his beak, trying to hide the twinge of shame that rippled through him. Here she was, this ancient construct, throwing away her life and limb to save someone else. And he was here for what? The money? Is this really what you've become, Eolh? He looked at the human sound asleep in the android's arms. What do the historians say about him? The human almost looked peaceful with his eyes closed. Wonder what he dreams about. When you get down there, if you get down there, Eolh said, what comes next? What does it say in that unfinished book of yours? I only know pieces. The historians guard their work well, she said acidly. It was the harshest tone Eolh had heard from her. Well, our bargain was to get you to safety. And I doubt the sewers get any safer the deeper they go. The android cocked her head. It was such a natural reaction. Almost avian. Why, Corvini, are you saying you wish to travel with us? Sometimes she sounded so real. Don't get excited. I'm just doing the job. No more. No less. But right now, I would consider us in the less part of things. And I don't think this map is much help, do you? Answers will arise. I have faith in the future. Lakey's looked down at the human. Then back at Eolh. But I cannot offer you more payment. Say we find this underground city of yours. If it's really there, it might be filled with old tech. I'm sure I'll find something of worth. Eolh shrugged. So. Lakey's shifted the human to one arm and offered her hand. He took it. Then we will serve a higher purpose together, Corvini. Eolh wasn't sure about that. It had been a long time since he had served anyone but himself. 7. What lies below? The human's eyes were open but glazed over. His chin was wet with drool, and his head lolled against Lakey's shoulder. Gazing back at Eolh. Gazing at nothing. Maybe his mind is broken? Eolh crowed a chuckling laugh at the thought. Some god. Some savior. Come all this way, through all the ages, only to wake up dead. Why do you laugh? The android asked. Her voice was muffled by the low, curving ceiling. Is something funny? No. Nothing. But it was funny, in a grim sort of way. Here he was, in the foulest, darkest sewer he had ever seen. Miles below the surface of the city. Lost. All because he thought he felt a glimmer of something about this android and her madness. You're the mad one, Eolh. You're the one who keeps falling for hope. Down here, where the stone arches marched into the darkness and every step was the same as the last, there was no escape from his thoughts. How many hours had they been walking now? Or has it been days? Each step took them further away from the surface. Each step further from life. Is that what you think you were doing? A voice not his own sloshed in his head. The same old questions, the same old poison run off from the past. You ran safe, easy jobs, and only when the money ran out. To pay for your next drink and nothing else. Is that what you call life? You God's damned coward. A while back, they had stumbled on a pile of bodies piled against a rusted iron grate. Avian corpses and reed knights and some other species, each with their hands bound and throats slit. The bodies were bloated, probably drifted down with the sludge, and now they swarmed with tiny black insects, and their eyes and tongues had been eaten out. Other than that, it had been nothing but cold stones and long, dark tunnels. Water dripped, and shadowy things fled before them. Crawling, or writhing, or ducking into the slow-moving stream. The water that trickled through the cracks in the walls made the stone walkway slick, and slimy mold grew in patches of crimson and black and milk-pale white. In one tunnel, the floors were covered with piles of shaggy, fur-like growth as tall as beach grass. Eolh made the mistake of stepping on it, and the whole room lurched, shooting out spores that fogged the air. They hurried past that tunnel, trying not to think about it. Lakey's always went first, for her eyes lit the path ahead. Two dim lights rising and falling with each step. She could have increased the brightness of her eyes, but Eolh told her not to. We don't want attention. From who? From what? He corrected. She seemed to understand. Unlike most constructs, Lakey's didn't need everything spelled out for her. Not for the first time, Eolh wondered who made her. The Kirans didn't have tinkers capable enough, or else they'd have an army of androids. The historians? Here, the stone floor had sunken away. Black water collected in the collapsed pockets of stone, and the two of them were careful to skirt the edges of the pools. There was no telling how deep that water went. Lakey's never complained. Even though she carried the human in both arms, even though he was all skin and bone, she never once showed any sign of frustration or exhaustion. Eolh, on the other hand, was losing his patience. There was no sign of the Sajahin. No moving city. Of course there's nothing down here. Why did we listen to a pack of filthy scavengers? Even the sewer sludge had dried up. In one tunnel, the ceiling had collapsed. Eolh was muttering to himself, cursing as he tried to climb over the rubble, when Lakey's pulled on the back of his old vest, almost tearing the cotton. "Look up," she said. The hole in the ceiling went so high up that not even Lakey's eyes could penetrate its darkness. Lakey's held the human out to Eolh, saying, "Hold him." "What are you doing?" She pushed the human into his arms, and Eolh gasped and sagged under the human's weight, far heavier than any fledgling of his size should be. Lakey's tested the rubble with the armor plating of her foot, kicking at the loose stones. The floor started to shift as a sinkhole formed in the middle of the tunnel. Mud and ancient filth and fist-sized rocks slid down, pulling more of the floor with it. Debris clattered and crashed down into the new abyss. The sounds only grew quieter and never seemed to reach the bottom. The hole was wide enough to reach across the tunnel. Before Eolh could suggest that they turn back and search for another way down, the android pulled the limp form of the human out of his arms and turned toward the hole. For a mad second, he thought she was going to throw his body down the well. Then she crouched, metal joints shrieking as she went low, and launched herself over the gap. The sandy loam slid under the stones, dropping more of the floor into the hole, but her feet held steady. Eolh spread his arms out, his wing feathers almost touching the sides of the tunnel. He flapped his wings, feeling a brief gust of air as cold as mountain ice as he passed over the depths below. His talons caught the ragged edge of the gap, sliding on the crumbling grit. "Good," she asked. "Fine. But what about him?" He nodded at the human, whose head lolled with the android's every movement. "The nanite should have worked days ago." "Cold sleep is not natural," Lakey said. "Even in optimal circumstances, it can take a long time for the brain to regain all its functions. I fear this one was under for a very long time. You sure you can keep carrying him?" "He is light enough. He does not tax my strength." All this time, Eolh had been eating the dried scraps he kept in a pouch and the honey treats he had stolen while the doctor wasn't looking. But what keeps her going? Sentry constructs and chikroids could wander the city for hours, but they always needed to charge. Heavy drudges and some drones could go longer, but only if they went slow. Even the prosthetics that the Reed Knights so loved to use fed off the energy from their warm bodies. "Android," he said. "Don't you need to rest? Do you?" Eolh sighed. Without the day and night cycles, his inner rhythm was thrown off. But he wouldn't say no to sleep. They found a spot at the far end of the gently sloping tunnel where two crumbling columns still supported an open archway. Who had built all this? The masonry was ancient, but somehow he doubted it was human-made. Some prehistoric people who had lived in the cauldron long before the avians, maybe. Eolh tucked himself into the corner and was about to fall asleep when he felt something soft and itchy pressed against him. Lakey's was attempting to tuck the human against Eolh's huddled form. "What?" "Warmth," she answered. "I believe he needs warmth, and your body gives off more than mine." Eolh's first instinct was to protest. How long since he had been this close to anyone? Then again, the human didn't count. He was just a cold, unconscious body wrapped in a tattered linen sheet. "Fine," Eolh said, rearranging himself so that his side was pressed against the human's. "But would you quit messing with him?" She was kneeling and fussing with the ends of the blanket, doing her best to clean the grime off the human's slack face. "Look at him." She sat back on her heels. Her eyes scanned down his forehead, where the scar was now a pale pink, half covered by the tight, short curls of his hair. Down the dark, shining skin of his closed eyelids. His lips were parted, and soft breaths lifted his chest, which was covered in an alien skin-tight fabric blacker than corviny feathers. Her rapturous gaze never wavered from the human's face. The flexible, almost organic metal of her fingers bent as she stroked his cheek. "He may look like an alien," she said. "He may look like he comes from another world. But there is nothing in this life that compares to him." "Nothing. You sound worse than our priests." "Perhaps your priests know more than you think." "Yeah," Eolh crowed derisively. "Like how to steal from fools both rich and poor." "There are no gods, Eolh, but the gods themselves." "You're half right. There are no gods. Only thieves and fools. Doubt not, O seer, when the truth has been given. Deny not, O listener, for even the lowest tide sunders the highest mountain. So it is written." "Listener." The word caught his ear. He had never told Lakey's what he was. "What is that?" he asked. "A passage from the unfinished book. Passed down by the gods themselves to the first children." Nonsense, Eolh thought. But he had learned a long time ago that arguing with the faithful was a waste of effort. They didn't listen to reason. Whatever this alien body next to him was, it definitely didn't belong to a god. Or anything close to one. So he pulled his cloak tighter around himself and nodded off. In a way, it was peaceful. Up in Lowtown, he had to be careful where he lay his head. Territory changed hands day to day, and not all the gangs were kind to roost squatters. Something woke him. At first, he thought he had dreamed it. He opened his eyes and listened. The android had the human curled in her lap, and she was stroking his hair, whispering to him. Not that the human was listening. Dim your lights, Eolh whispered. Now. She looked like she was about to argue when the floor rumbled. Her eyes went dark. Down the tunnel, there was a scuffling sound. Lakis turned her head, flicking her eyes back on. Illuminating the tunnel in a dull, almost invisible red. Look. I see a Sajaheen, Lakis asked. Alone? Eolh thought. It was standing at the end of the tunnel. No, not standing. It was floating. Pale, disfigured feet simply drifted over the sinkhole, robes quivering as it crept closer. Android. You have to run. The disheveled rags paused. Just out of reach. Eolh could see the Sajaheen's hands turned black with rot. Then, 3 milky white orbs appeared in the dark. The orbs blinked. Run. Eolh threw himself down the dark tunnel, using his wings to push himself away from it. Lakis was right behind him, the clanging echoes of her feet crashing in his ears. The walls began to vibrate. Whatever it was growled so low he could feel it in the pit of his stomach. He heard the wet clap of jaws behind them, followed by a gust of putrid-smelling wind. Eolh made the mistake of looking back. 3 fangs, each one as long as his arm and sharp as needles. The thing made another guttural sound behind them, and Eolh could hear its massive scales sliding against the stone walls. They sprinted, heedless of their direction. Lakis splashed through the puddles, while Eolh flew over them. And then the floor fell into a sharp, stone ramp slick with algae and black polyps of fungus and running water. Eolh thrust his wings down, rolling in the air and pushing himself out of reach of those snapping jaws. But Lakis could not fly. When her feet hit the ramp, she slipped. She clutched the human to her chest as the metal of her heel scraped on stone, grating and sending sparks all the way down into a long, black lake. She could not stop. The android smashed into the still water, breaking apart the layer of white algae. Construct and human disappeared below the black surface, leaving only ripples and a hole in the algae. Eolh speared down toward the lake's edge. One metal hand burst out of the water and scrabbled at the slick edge of the stone ramp, fingers digging into the algae-covered bricks. She pulled herself halfway up, and with her other hand, she shoved the human out of the water. He was soaked, and his linen rags had fallen off him. And his eyes were open. Glowing that white-blue glow. Take him, she said, struggling to hold herself above the water. Guard him. Grab my hand. It has to be you. On the Guardian's wings, the Savior finds the city below. It has to be you. What? Just grab my hand. I've got you. The beast was sitting at the top of the ramp. It inhaled their scent and let out another rumbling, pendulous growl that seemed to warp the air. Her digital voice rippled with burning urgency. Shut up and take him. Eolh had never heard a construct command anyone before. He reached out and let Lakis push the human into his hands. Behind, Eolh could hear the wet, leathery slithering as the beast slid down the ramp, bony claws tearing at the stones. Lakis's eyes flashed, brilliant white, illuminating every rock and every slime-covered brick in this cavernous place. Eolh could see the fangs of the beast in full glass-colored things as slender as spears, though he had no doubts they would rip through flesh and metal all the same. Lakis cupped her newly freed hand to her eye socket. She plucked her eye out, still glowing brighter than any lantern, and handed it to Eolh. My debt. Use it to light your way. Go. He needed his arms to fly, so he picked up the eye with his beak. Then, Eolh sank his talons into the human's cloak, trying not to dig too deeply. The human was fleshy and soft, and Eolh was afraid of piercing his skin. When he had him, Eolh flapped his winged arms and launched them over the black lake. The beast hurtled down the ramp, all momentum and muscle. Lakis screamed a challenge at it, trying to hold its focus. A sound like 100 horns emitted from her, loud and haunting. The beast collided with her, its mouth open and dripping, ready to swallow her whole. Together, beast and machine crashed into that black water, leaving a rippling hole in the pale algae. And then, the water was still. He had nowhere to fly but forward. Later, Eolh's mind would run through that moment again and again. He would think about all the ways the android might have escaped. But she had not been thinking of herself. Only of saving the human. And me. When they were running, she could have grabbed his tail feathers and thrown him back into the beast's mouth. When they were falling down the ramp, she could have clung to his talons. She could have left him in the dark. It's what he would have done. You God's damned coward. But Eolh was out of time. And out of breath. And the only thing he could think about right now was keeping them above the water. The human was getting heavy. Every flap of Eolh's wings brought them another inch closer to the water's surface. The lake of algae seemed to go on forever, and the android's eye could only pierce so much darkness. It was all Eolh could do to keep flying. He did not dare to think. He refused to question, what if I can't make it? Eolh's lungs were screaming for air. All he could do was throw his wings down, his body up, again and again, until by the gods he saw a platform rising out of the water. He threw the human forward and then skidded on the smooth concrete after him. Pristine. Uncracked. Eolh collapsed on his back, his wings pressed against the cold stone as he gasped for breath, desperate to fill his lungs with air. Something was wrong with the walls. They're glowing. He blinked. Why are they glowing? When Eolh finally had the strength to sit up, he found himself eye to eye with a human, whose eyes shone bright, the same blue-white as the walls. And when the human spoke, his voice was pure and effortless, as if this was what all voices were meant to sound like. The human said, "What are you?" 8. The end of all things. A long time ago. It was like a hive of hornets burrowed into his wrist, making his whole arm buzz. Poir's implant screamed at him to slow down. To stop and breathe. Not to mention the blood dripping down his face where a chunk of falling stone had grazed his scalp. But his cultivar refused to let go of him, refused to let him stop and catch his breath, even though his lungs were on fire, and each bounding step sent daggers of pain shooting up his thighs. His head wound burned. Spots formed in the edges of his vision. Xiaoun, the only cultivar who ever tried with Poir, dragged him along. Her fingernails dug into Poir's skin, cutting crescents of blood into the pale brown of his wrist. All he wanted to do was collapse against a wall and gasp for breath. The ceiling of the conclave was cracking into pieces and the air was thick with dust, but Xiaoun didn't stop. When Poir asked, "Where is everyone else?" she responded only with one word. "Gone." "Where?" Poir wondered. "And what about the other conclaves?" But Xiaoun gave him no time to think. She looked exhausted like the adults always did, but she had centuries of conditioning, and her legs were longer. Poir, at 16 years old, was barely a newborn. Barely had the strength to keep up. The walls were vibrating, which was wrong. The floors, too. And the lights in all the hallways were an emergency blue, bathing everything in a deep ocean glow. Bright white signs appeared on the walls, outlining their evacuation route. So why was Xiaoun taking them the wrong way? Back into the conclave? They burst out into that cavernous space. High above, numerous pieces of the artificial sun were flickering, all out of rhythm with each other, so the shadows of the towers danced over the walls and the flat city circle that surrounded the rising spiral plaza. Carved into the walls of the cavern, the houses and offices and terraced parks began to crumble and crack away. Gravity ripped glass and concrete and lush foliage all the same, tearing down the high places around the cavern. Smashing the homes of all the people Poir had ever known against the conclave's floor. The high cavern ceiling shuddered, and Poir only kept his feet because of Xiaoun. How could this happen? From what Poir had learned in his classes, they were nowhere near a fault line. And the planetary architects had revived the planet's core long before Poir was born. The sound was deafening. With each shuddering heave, more of the cavern walls crumbled, and chunks of rock and reinforced concrete exploded on the ground, spraying the air with gravel and splinters of stone. One huge crack had carved its way through the steps leading up to the infirmary, splitting each step in half. Xiaoun dragged Poir behind her as she took the steps two at a time. They slammed against the smooth concrete wall of the spiral plaza, where Poir's cultivar finally let go of him. He collapsed against the cold surface, sucking down the air. His arm still stung where her fingernails had bitten into his skin, and his wrist, smeared with blood, was vibrating like mad, throwing words into his mind: emergency. Evacuate immediately. High overhead, the metal braces that held up the sun made a low, dangerous groan. Open it. Xiaoun slammed her fist on the thick glass of a door. Open it. The door chimed, saying one word over and over again: error. Error. Override, she screamed. A red light flashed, but the doors did part, and Xiaoun pulled Poir inside before the doors could change their mind. A medical construct was resting in front of the main desk. Its body was slumped down, all four of its arms tucked into its vaguely humanoid torso. The contoured carbon fiber mask of its face was sterile and white and motionless. Its eyes, blank. Wake up! Wake up! The assistant's head jerked up. Its eyes glowed red, then orange, then white as it moved through its waking states. Cultivar. Xiaoun, its mechanical voice clicked. Unusually slow and slurred. How may I help today? Xiaoun grabbed Poir and thrust him forward. Help him. The medical construct's gaze fell on him, eyes blinding white. Not blinking. Far too focused on Poir. Help. It echoed her, as if it had never heard the word before. Help. Poir looked back at Xiaoun, but she looked just as confused. What's wrong with it? Poir heard himself saying. His words came out like honey, like he was living through a dream. Or maybe that was only the warm trickle of blood running down his temple, his cheek. The construct rolled around the desk. Two of its arms unfolded from its body, and its four-fingered grippers twitched hesitantly. The construct reached for Poyer, and he could hear those metal fingers clamping at the air. Too hard. Help, it said. Xiaoun. Poyer backed into her. What's wrong with it? Get back outside, she said, pulling Poyer back to the door, never taking her eyes from the construct. Her face tight with fear. Get back outside now. Don't move. Outside, she shouted, shoving him outside. They were running again, across the spiral plaza. Xiaoun only stopped to tear a strip of cloth from her shirt and press it to Poyer's head. What was wrong with the construct, he asked, but she wouldn't answer. High above, a flock of repair drones was desperately, pointlessly trying to reinforce the cavern walls while the whole city shook. They ran past a construct that had been smashed by falling debris. Cal, its name had been. Watcher Cal, who had never said no to playing with Poyer and the others, back when they still wanted to do things like that. Another construct had lost its head and was limping in a circle. Something huge dislodged from the ceiling. One of the sun's lanterns. It sang as it fell, spinning through the air before smashing onto the limping machine and exploding. Xiaoun covered Poyer's body with her own. She collapsed against him with a strangled gasp as glass shards shattered against her. Tears streamed down her face, and glass blades as large as Poyer's hand stuck out of the skin of her back. Go, she shouted at him. The air felt as thick as water. His fingers were numb, like they belonged to someone else and he was only borrowing them. He saw himself crawl to her side, and he heard himself say, "Don't move," as he started to pull the glittering shards out of her skin. Stay still. Each one elicited a cry of pain from Xiaoun. She tried to push him away, saying, "Get to the cold chambers. Now." But the pain made her weak. "I'm not leaving you. Na night," she said. She begged. Poyer pulled on the satchel tied to her waist. The one all cultivars wore. 4 nanite syringes were still intact, despite what they had been through. How many? He asked, holding the satchel open. Xiaoun plunged her hand into the satchel, grabbed them all, and started jamming the syringes into her skin. Far across the cavern, something metal screeched against something else. Poyer turned around, but the other half of the cavern was growing dark as all the lights went out. Xiaoun struggled to stand. Through the new tears in her suit, he could see the blood clotting her wounds. White threads of pseudoskin crawled over the torn flesh, trying to stitch her cuts back together. But as she moved, the threads snapped and were split open. Poyer tried to tell her, but she growled at him through gritted teeth, "Go. I'm right behind you." She pushed Poyer onward, and together they stumbled across the city circle. Behind them, one of the office high-rises began to lean, twisting and turning as it fell in slow motion down the plaza. As its foundations ripped out of that wide spiral structure, it took a chunk of the first trees with it. Glassy tree trunks cracked and shattered as they were lifted by their roots, their crystal boughs rising almost as high as the director's spire. How many afternoons had he spent reading and playing games under those branches? Roots tore free of the plaza's foundation, and trees snapped at their trunks, smashing down the spiral ramp and rolling out into the circle. 100 different alarms screamed like birds of every color, the cacophony echoing in circles around the conclave's cavern. They seemed to fly through the emergency-lit tunnels that led to Xiaoun's lab. He could feel the rumbling of the rock above and below them, and it made his legs feel weak and out of step. Xiaoun stopped at the monitor mounted on the wall. She waved away the dozens of alerts and emergency signals and summoned the view of the caldera on the surface above. A smoldering wedge had blackened the caldera, turning hundreds of acres of painfully cultivated forest and wildlife into ash. It had blasted out through the caldera's stone cliff and had even vaporized one of the towers. Another tower was leaning heavily over a newly formed ledge. The basin of the caldera had cracked, as if something huge had exploded underneath the ground, turning the whole basin into 3 giant steps of land. Herds of animals ran through the trees. Flocks of birds wheeled overhead in fluttering clouds. And high above it all, the dome itself was flickering. Dying. How? Xiaoun said. How did it find us? What is it? Poyer asked. But he knew she wouldn't tell him. They never told him anything. We needed more time, she said. And then she looked down at him with a strange look in her eyes. Like he was the most important thing in the world to her. He almost believed it, too. Suddenly, Poyer felt the urge to hug her. To tell her it would be okay. Just like she used to tell him, before he gave up. He hated the thought the moment it arose and shoved it back down. Come on, she said. We're almost there. Where? Where are you going? It must have been something in his tone, though Poyer didn't mean for it to sound like he was arguing. Either way, she whirled on him. Her eyes, normally so calm and focused, were wide and wild. This is not the time, Poyer. Please. He swallowed the thoughts that came to his lips and let her drag him through the doors and airlocks and hallways lined with blank, error-ridden screens. Deeper and deeper into the lab, where half the lights were flickering and the other half had gone out. The air was so cold he could see his breath in front of him. The very last room at the end of the hall refused to open for her. She screamed and cursed at it as she tried frantically to claw it open with her fingers. Finally, she took a few steps back and stared at the door. She's in the admin console, Poyer thought. But Xiaoyun wasn't supposed to do that. She was only a cultivar. The ceiling above rumbled. He thought he heard an explosion in the distance, but this deep in the conclave, it was hard to hear anything. The door slid open. A low ceiling. Cold chambers lined one wall. Each had its own core, and each core had two backups. Get in the suit, she said, pointing at the lockers on the other wall. He wanted to protest. They always made him strip for the tests, and he didn't want to do that now. But her face brooked no argument, so he grabbed a suit out of the locker, turned around, and tried to ignore the sting of shame as he took off his clothes and stepped into the form-fitting fabric. By the time he was done pulling the last of that stiff yet flexible fabric over his arms and up his neck, Xiaoyun had the cold chamber primed. Frost formed on the glass, and the hiss of invisible gases filled the cramped compartment. She held out a hand, and he took it. Her fingers were like ice, and her hands were shaking. And when he stepped inside, she clung to him longer than she needed to. Like she didn't want to let go. But, with a sharp intake of breath, she did. Her jaw was clenched as she hooked up the dozens of wires to his skin, to his suit, and to the chamber itself. Double-checked the syringe alignment so they would all enter at the same time. That part wasn't necessary, Poyer knew. It would work either way. But she was doing it so he wouldn't have to feel a dozen separate pinpricks. How long will we be under? Poyer thought to ask as she flipped the final switch. The hissing of gas increased, and he felt the chill begin to flood his veins. Instead of answering, she reached out and stroked his face. Now, her fingers felt hot as the blood in his veins was traded out for something colder. Xiaoyun, he said, feeling the panic surge in his chest. Rising faster than the chill could take him under. You're coming too, right? He could see his own blood draining into the vials of the cold chamber. Flash frozen, so it would be ready to transfer back into him when he woke up. Don't worry, sweet one. Remember everything I taught you. And don't ever give up. Hope is all we ever have. No, he said, and he sounded so childish. He didn't care. Xiaoyun, don't leave me. Be brave, Poyer, she choked. Shook her head. The dark part of his mind, the part that had been growing, drinking in his every thought over the last few months and years, was glad he was going to sleep. Isn't this what you wanted? To leave? For everything, to just go away? No, he thought. His lips were too heavy to move. Xiaoyun, stay with me. Please. The last thing he remembered, before falling asleep, was looking into Xiaoyun's dark, worried eyes. And the way her voice broke when she said, "It's all up to you now, Poyer." Poyer woke 3 times. The first time, it was to the sound of a single, wailing alarm, low power. Low power. The cut on his head burned with a white-hot fire. How long had it been? It felt like minutes since he had fallen asleep. Hours, maybe. The glass of his chamber was frosted over, and he could just barely make out the room beyond. A mountain of dirt and cavern gravel and boulders had caved in through the ceiling and blocked the hallway. There was a chiming sound, so clear it had to have come from his own cold chamber. A voice said, "Connecting to emergency reserves." Clouds of gas erupted from nozzles inside the cramped cold chamber. His thoughts dulled. The blissful oblivion of sleep rose up to meet him. There. His eyes shot open. It was her. She was lying under the rubble, her head bent too far to the left, so her eyes were facing his chamber. But she had no eyes. No skin at all. He could recognize her only by the shape of her hair, because something had eaten her face down to the bone. Poyer fell asleep screaming. The second time he woke, he was shivering and covered in sweat. There was frozen blood on his face. Something was very wrong with him, and with the air. It felt like 100 wooden nails were digging into his back, and he was freezing, and his whole body was maddeningly itchy. But his body wouldn't move. Where am I? Where is? He remembered nothing. He knew only that he was dying. A voice floated into his mind, unbidden. There is a plan, it said. He tried to focus on his wrist implant. Tried to summon the last of his energy and send up an emergency signal. Poyer felt the familiar surge of energy riding through his body. Only there was no answer. And when the surging energy failed to connect, it ran out. His wrist didn't respond, nor did anything else. Poyer collapsed once more into darkness. The last time he woke, Poyer found himself face to face with a bird. No, not a bird. It was a creature that looked a lot like a bird, but it was huge. Taller than he was. And it had a humanoid body, clothed in leather and iron buckles and crude linen, thoroughly soiled with dirt and grime. Blue-black feathers covered every inch of its skin. Ridged feathers carved the outline of its face, and layers of wing feathers ran down from its shoulders to the tips of its near-human fingers. The question tumbled out of Poyer's mouth before he could think. What are you? And to his immense surprise, the bird thing opened its beak and answered, I was going to ask you the same thing. 9. Awake. Whatever this place was, it couldn't be the underway. The underway was a cramped and narrow and maddening sewerscape. This cavernous place, however, was neither narrow nor twisting. Eolh was perched atop a long concrete platform suspended over the black lake, right down the center. The water was only a few feet below that smooth concrete. A bulky handrail, made of some metal Eolh had never seen before, jutted up from the platform at shoulder height and followed the platform all the way into the darkness beyond. He could see no ceiling nor walls of any kind. No space should be this huge, not underground. Strangest of all, the concrete under their feet was glowing. Eolh could not see where the light came from, but it was that same dull blue hue he had seen snaking up the leaning tower only days ago. At least the black lake was still. There was no movement down here, except for Eolh. And the human. He was staring up at Eolh, wide-eyed, as if he didn't believe the Corvini was really there at all. You can talk, the human said. Of course I can talk. Shouldn't someone like you already know that? Weren't gods supposed to be all-knowing? Eolh thought. He couldn't remember. But it looks so real. The human reached out his fingers, stretching to touch Eolh's beak. How did you make that? Make what? Eolh furrowed his crest feathers in confusion. What the hells was this thing talking about? Oh, I get it. It's a sim. How do I get out of this? Exit, the human barked the command. Off. Hello? Get me out of this. Eolh could only stare, his beak hanging open like a fool, as he watched the human attempt to do something. He was touching his temples and those ridiculous earholes on the side of his head, feeling for something that wasn't there. It looked like he was trying to peel an invisible mask off his face. Where is it? How do I take this thing off? Hello? Anyone? I'm stuck in here. Eolh swallowed the lump in his throat. Were all the gods this mad, or just this one? Perhaps this one had been sealed in that icy container for a reason. And if the myths of their power had even a hint of truth. The human was growing more frantic by the moment. Touching at his face, at his wrists. Turning in circles and shouting single-word commands to the air. Depart. And. Leave. His feet, which appeared to be wrapped in an exotic kind of leather, were moving dangerously close to the edge of the platform. Keep your voice down, Eolh said, reaching out one winged arm, meaning to hold him back. But the human saw it coming and flinched, literally jumped backward. And yelped as he crashed into that unknowable lake. And then, the human began to scream for real. The concrete platform surged with light, blue turning to grey to white. Suddenly, Eolh could see the ceiling, 100 feet above, and the walls, even farther. And the black lake, littered with huge chunks of cavern, and tubes made of metal, half submerged and rusting in the water. And the shapes that wriggled around them. The light dimmed, becoming a fraction darker than it was before. The human was trying to jump out of the water, so Eolh leaned down and offered his black feathered hand. When the human grabbed it, Eolh's talons slipped on the smooth concrete, almost pulling them both back into the water. The human splashed and scrabbled with his featherless fingers on the platform's edge, and together they hauled him up. Something might have splashed in the distance. Or maybe Eolh was hearing things. But after that, there was no sound save the human's quivering breath. He was sitting with his knees tucked into his chest and his arms wrapped around himself. This isn't real, the human said. This isn't real at all. Why is there water here? Eolh cleared his throat with a guttural croak. He had never spoken to a god before, except maybe a prayer or two when he was a young fledgling. How are you supposed to address them again? What had the android said? Divine human, Eolh said awkwardly. It already sounded wrong. He shook his feathers and tried again. Listen to me. You've been asleep for a very long time. You just woke up, and you need to calm down. The human blinked at him. What an odd creature he was, with his fur drawn in shapes over his eyes and more on the top of his head buzzed so low it was almost not there at all. The statues had made them look so perfect and untouchable. Yet here he was, simple flesh and blood. The worry lines on the human's face bordered on horror. Please, the human said. I don't know what's happening. I can't get out of here. Do you know how to get out of here? Take it slow, Eolh said, holding his hands out. Spreading his fingers wide. Just breathe. I can't help you if you don't breathe. No, you've got to breathe slower. But the human wasn't listening. Instead, his dark brown fingers were tapping insistently at the paler skin on the inside of his forearm. What is he doing? The human lifted his wrist to his ear as if he were listening to his own blood. It's not working. Why isn't it working? He was hyperventilating now, casting his head about wildly. Why is it so dark in here? Lights! Lights! The echo of his shout died somewhere across the dark waters. Far across the wide open waters, something splashed. Keep your voice down, Eolh said. But the human wasn't listening. His hands were clawed and pressing into his scalp, and his voice was rising again. It's not working. None of it's working. Easy, Eolh said, taking a step forward. His talons clicked on the concrete, and the human's head jerked. No, get back. The human threw his hands up. Eolh couldn't help it. Like all avians, he had been raised on the myths of the old gods. The unreal powers they wielded. He flinched backward, and his crest feathers went low. But nothing happened. The human was still lying on the ground, panting. And Eolh was still alive. He hadn't been turned into a pillar of fire. He hadn't crumbled to ash. And he certainly hadn't split open and spilled his innards all over the floor. Gods damn it, Eolh thought. I knew it. Whatever this creature was, this human, he clearly had no powers of any kind, legendary or otherwise. Down here, in this dark, infested place, he was more helpless than Eolh. The human was still holding his hands out. His brow was furrowed with confusion, his eyebrows knitted together. I was asleep. That's what I said. I was running. We were running. I was holding her hand, and she. No. The human scrambled to his feet. The leather, or was it some kind of fabric, that covered his entire body, up to his hairless neck, whispered as he moved. He was gangly and thin and several inches shorter than Eolh. How could I ever have thought this was a god? The Corvini could have laughed. But the human was looking up and down the platform as if he were trying to take his bearings. He peered out into the darkness at one of those large metal tubes half sunken in the water. What are you doing? The trains will know, the human said. The trains will know what? What does that even mean? But the human was already moving. He ran to the edge of the platform and hopped into the water with a splash, gasping as it came up to his chest. Come back! Eolh shouted. The human ignored him, wading deeper and scooping fistfuls of water as he lumbered toward one of the rusting hulks of metal. The glow that lived in the concrete followed him as he moved away from the platform, leaving Eolh in darkness. There were ripples in the water, not from the human. Long, slender bodies pale as moonlight slid under the dark surface. Wriggling toward the human. Get out of the water! Eolh crowed. The ripples became a torrent of splashes as whatever they were surged toward the human, each one fighting to be first. What is that? The human shouted. What is that? And then he screamed. The whole cavern blossomed with radiant blue light. It poured down from the ceiling, out from the walls, up from the platform, so blue it was almost white. For a split second, he could see buildings in the yawning distance. Domes and pyramids and towers rusting and falling to pieces, glittering windows fogged with some white, algae-like growth. Marching up and out of this endless black lake. Lightning surged out from the submerged hulks of metal, streaming out across the water. White, jagged arcs split around the struggling human, making a vicious buzz. A mechanical voice boomed out, critical error. Then, all went dark. Eolh pulled the android's eye from his pocket and aimed it across the water, focusing its narrow beam on the water where the human had been. Steam was coming off the surface. Dozens of pale, eel-shaped bodies floated belly up in the black water. But the human was not there. He had somehow managed to pull himself on top of one of those metal tubes and was lying on his back, his limp fingers trailing in the water. For the 100th time, Eolh asked himself why he was doing this. Why do you care if he lives or dies? But even as the thought formed, his wings were already carrying him over the lake. The human was bleeding. There were circular bite marks on the exposed skin of his neck, dark red against all that deep brown. But already, glistening, silvery threads were stitching him shut. Night. His eyes had rolled back into his skull. But at least he was still breathing. Eolh's shoulders burned. His stomach was empty, and he could feel the weakness of hunger spreading. Eolh wrapped his talons around the human's shoulders and heaved him into the air. The Corvini's shoulders burned from the effort, and the days, or was it weeks, of wandering the sewers were taking their toll. At least there was plenty of room to fly. He laid the human out on the platform. Crouched over his still unconscious form. Waited for him to wake up. What if he's in deep sleep again? Eolh didn't think he'd have the strength to carry him. Not for long, anyway. Human. Eolh brushed the human's cheek with his index feather. Nothing. He poked him harder. The human's cheek was weirdly squishy. Hey, wake up. The human's eyes shot open. At least they weren't glowing this time. His shallow chest was heaving, and he was making his own croaking sounds as he gasped for air. Take it easy, Eolh said. Breathe. Like this. Eolh made his own exaggerated breaths. Take it in. Hold it. And let it out. See? You're doing fine. Say it with me. Everything is going to be okay. The human nodded slowly, his eyes not leaving Eolh's face. Okay, the human said, calming himself. Okay. Easy, isn't it? Eolh tried to smile. After all, we can't have the last human alive hyperventilate to death, now can we? The what? The human jerked up, his eyes shot open. What did you say? Eolh clapped his beak shut. Damn it. So close. 10, wrong. No, Poyer said. That's not possible. His words came out slurred. The cold still clung to his thoughts, fogging his mind. Making it hard to understand. He knew the bird thing was wrong, but he couldn't say how. And when the bird thing opened its beak to answer, Poyer could only hear a muffled, distant speech. The whole world felt like it was pulling away from him. He touched the marks on his neck. The eels, or leeches, or whatever they were, had sawed through the fabric of his cold suit with tiny razor teeth. And when those teeth sank into his skin. Was that me, screaming? But now the skin on his neck was scabbed over. The nanite had done a poor job of sealing his wounds. Odd. That bird thing was looking down at him, its beak opening and closing rhythmically. He's talking to me. But he couldn't hear a word. Even his hand, his fingers were numb. It felt like he was floating, like the air was made of water. He stared at his fingers, holding them in front of his face. Spread them apart to look at them. He couldn't feel them. As if these were someone else's hands, made to look exactly like his. Is this real? Is any of this real? Are you there? The bird thing said, but his voice came out muffled. He made a clicking, croaking sound in the back of his feathered throat. Raven black feathers tipped with grey covered every inch of his body. And when the Corvini tilted his head, all the feathers around his neck flattened and moved independently of each other. No. Not a simulation. Usually, they aimed for perfection. And this being standing over him was ruffled and ragged and muddy, and the creases and wrinkles in his bird-like face belied an old exhaustion. Then what? Ooh, Poyer gasped as realization crashed over him, followed by a wave of flushing relief. Everything was so clear. This is a test. They put me in another one of their stupid tests. But I thought. He looked back at his hands. I told them I was done. I quit. Poyer had quit 100 times over. Each time, they pushed him harder. Threatening him, making promises to him, ignoring him. When he starved himself, they fed him with tubes. When he hurt himself, they dripped nanite into him. He never stopped fighting. Doing everything they didn't want him to do. That's when Director Jovan declared him reckless. Violent. Unfit for their program. The most important thing we've ever done, and you're throwing it all away? And then what? I don't care, Poyer had said. I don't care. Until all his cultivars moved on to new children. All except one. Xiaoun. It was like watching someone else's memories crowd into his own. He felt the ground, shuddering beneath his feet, even as the ceiling caved in. Felt Xiaoun's fingers digging into his wrist as she dragged Poyer. Shoved him into a cold chamber. And somehow, he'd ended up here. In an abandoned metro tunnel, in the dark. Poyer's suit was wet and tight and choking him. Xiaoun, he said. He tried to pull his collar away from his neck, but still he couldn't breathe. I said I quit. I quit. The bird thing the Corvini held his hands out. Urging Poyer to calm down. Urging him with those huge black eyes and feathers and muscles that looked too real. Look at me, the Corvini was saying. Just look at me. That's all you have to do. So Poyer looked. He was humanoid enough. Small, tough shoulders with arms that ended in wings, legs bent the wrong way with powerful black talons instead of feet. Despite the massive, leathery beak planted where his mouth and nose should have been, the Corvini's face was strikingly expressive. A touch of sadness in the eyes, a twist of long-held grief. It was a hard face, the kind that had grown bitter with age. Not a costume. And not a sim either. Where are we? Poyer heard himself ask. Underground, the Corvini croaked. Maybe a few miles below the cauldron. His voice was raspy and not quite human. But neither did he sound like a bird trying to mimic human speech. When Poyer was younger, when he had been as bright and cooperative as any of the others, the cultivars used to take his whole cohort to visit the labs. They had all kinds of animals there in their glass and metal terrariums. Birds and insects and reptiles, and sometimes fish or other water creatures. Not to mention the plants and protists and fungi. Now, looking at this Corvini, he couldn't stop thinking of the clutch of blackbirds they had in those huge, walk-through cages. A dark, knowing feeling sank in his gut. Keep breathing. That's it. Just stay calm. Okay. Okay, Poyer said. Hundreds of questions poured through his mind. He reached out and caught one. How come you speak my language? What other language would I speak? No one speaks the old tongue anymore. They outlawed that. I mean, who taught you? Someone had to teach you. Eolh pulled his head back at that, confused. Other avians, I guess. Mother Ongsa, maybe. There are others like you. Eolh let out a long, low caw. It almost sounded like a sigh. I can see this is going to take some time. Listen to me, human. You were asleep. That's how we found you. They had you in, I don't know, a barrel made of metal. The cold chamber, Poyer said. His body remembered the icy fluid sliding into his veins, putting him under. How long did I sleep? Yet. The Corvini scratched the back of his head, where his crest feathers ended. About that. I don't really know. What month is it? Month? What season is it? Harvest is about to start. Or maybe it already has. We've been down here for a few days. Days. That wasn't so bad. But that didn't explain why the metro tunnel was flooded, why the labs were rusting, and why the trains were in ruins. And how long was I asleep? Poyer asked again. What year is it? The Corvini grumbled. Depends on who you ask. According to the Imperials, the year is 1055. But that's the Emperor's calendar. Imperials? Emperor? Every question only sprouted more, like grass in the dirt, threatening to choke out his path. No. He would untangle it all later. Right now, only one answer mattered. It doesn't make sense. Poyer shook his head. If you can speak my language, then there must be others. Don't think so. How can you be so sure? When was the last time you saw one of my people? My people? It felt so strange to say that, as if he were the alien, and this Corvini had any right to be standing there. Acting like the world wasn't all wrong. That's the thing, the Corvini answered. You're the first. You've never met a human before. No one has. Waves of emotion crashed upon the shores of his mind. But they did not wash back out, instead, they kept coming. Disbelief. Confusion. Doubt. Fear. All layering on top of each other. Threatening to pull him under. His suit was too tight and too cold. He couldn't pull it away, couldn't get enough air to breathe. Everything was too tight. His wrist implant should have been buzzing at him, sending him messages about his oxygen, his heart rate. Should have been warning him and trying to calm him down. But it was dead. Why is it so hard to breathe in here? Hey. The Corvini reached out again. Focus on me. Tell me your name. You have a name, don't you? He nodded. I'm Poyer. My name is Poyer. I haven't changed it yet. You don't like your name? Poyer looked up at the Corvini. What kind of question is that? No, it's just my birth name. Everyone gets one. You're supposed to change it when you start your first life. Though, with the way things were going, I'm not sure I ever would have made it. First life. The Corvini cocked his head, blinking twice. So you are immortal. What? No. No one lives forever, Poyer said. He was about to explain longevity treatments, rejuvenation therapy, cellular replacement, but the Corvini seemed less than interested after Poyer's answer. Ah, he cawed, groaning as he sat beside Poyer, his talons scraping across the cold concrete. So is any of it true, then? Is any of what true? You know. The Corvini gestured vaguely. What they say about you? What do they say about me? There was something in the Corvini's eye. The way he looked at him, like he needed something from Poyer. Like he was hoping to hear something specific. They say you were powerful. All the humans. That you could create worlds. Or destroy them. They say the humans were gods. Were. The way the Corvini spoke of humanity as if all humanity was in the past. Absurd. Poyer shook his head. All of this, absolutely absurd. I'm not a god, Poyer said. His voice cracked, and he tried again. None of us are. We're just people. Oh. The Corvini seemed to deflate at his response. Then what was that lightning I saw? Out in the lake. I didn't do that, Poyer said. At least, I don't think I did. It was probably a short in the train system. Oh. It was the heaviest oh that Poyer had ever heard. As if, somehow, this creature was just as lost as Poyer. So, Poyer said, what's your name? The Corvini made a sound with his beak. Poyer couldn't tell if it was a name or a word that meant leave me alone. Eolh? What kind of name is Eolh? What kind of name is Poyer? Fair enough, Poyer said. He wrapped his arms around himself. The cold suit was drying out, but the air in the metro was chiller than it should have been. He couldn't hear any air conditioning, neither the hum of the pumps nor the steadily blasting air of the vents. Just a quiet dripping echoing in the distance. Xiaoyun's voice floated into his mind. It's all up to you now. Something had happened to her. To the conclave. Impossible. They were miles underground. And the shield. And Marsim was there, always watching. A true soldier. No. Something very wrong was going on here. The tests were painful. Agonizing in a way that made time seem to stand still. But if this was a test, it was like no test he had ever taken. He tried his wrist implant again. It should have been charged, since he'd been moving, but the device wouldn't register even the simplest command. Dead? Or did I break it? Despite the emergency glow of the lights, it was too dark to see. Here, Eolh said, pulling something out of his pocket. A bright orb that he used as a flashlight. What is that? The android gave me her eye. What android? We don't use androids. Yet, well, she seemed to know you damn well. Eolh sighed, and once more, Poyer was struck by how real he sounded. She was the one who pulled you out. You were asleep. I don't know what I was doing with her. She was protecting you, and I guess. I just wanted the money. She died to save me. Stupid. It's always like this, isn't it? Eolh clenched his fist tight around the eye, separating the light with the shadows of his fingers. She died. That was a strange way to talk about a machine as if it had a life to give. But the Corvini only nodded. She was one of those. You know. A believer. She claimed to have read the unfinished book. Look, it's too much to explain. All I know is I'm supposed to take you to the Sahate because someone is. Stop. He said it so suddenly the Corvini's head jerked. His feathers were ruffled up. Just stop, okay. Poyer said. Every time you talk, I only have more questions. None of this matters. I have to go back home. Home. Yes, home. The Corvini caught his frustration. I'm telling you, there's nothing there. There is no home for you to go to. Stop. Poyer shouted. Poyer. Listen, I'm not trying to hurt you. But this is the truth. No, it's not. Poyer stood up, both hands clenched at his sides. I don't care what some half-bird says. I am not a bird, Eolh said sharply. Listen to me, and listen well. She died for you. For no god's damned reason, she gave her life so that you whatever the hells you are could do whatever the hells you're supposed to do. No, Poyer said again. It was as if he were back in the conclave. Screaming and pounding his fists on the door. Refusing to work with them. Cultivar Heller or Bui or any of them shouting back, telling him to go back and do as he was told. I am going home, Poyer said slowly. The Corvini reached into his back pocket and pulled out a strip of moldy, cracked leather. He unfurled it and held it in front of Poyer's face. A design like 8 petals of a flower, with 2 of them broken. Well, unless your home is right here, I'm not taking you home. Because this is where we're going. Eolh jabbed a feathered finger at the center of the design. It is. Eolh blinked at him. Cocked his head. It is what? That's the conclave. That's where I live. Again, Poyer felt that surge of relief riding through his body. But this time, it prickled at the back of his neck too. Why do you have a map of my home? 11. Flight of the Coward. For the last 500 years, the Coward Queen's ancestors had ruled the cauldron and the wash and the skies above. Some of them, like her grandfather, were even beloved by the people. Reich's ancestors built the Hanging Palace, a shining castle with sweeping balconies, perched along the mountain ridge that surrounded the cauldron itself. Pure sea stone columns and sweeping balconies overlooked the city below. And they had carved the grand steps, rolling down from the high city to the mid and from the mid-city to Lowtown. They had even rebuilt the old temples and lavished the gods' 7 towers with beautiful casings of stone brickwork so the faithful could live and pray hundreds of feet above the city. But that was before the Kirin Empire opened the gate and ripped through the cauldron like a northern storm. Now, the Coward Queen was only a servant of the Empire. As long as she was willing to do what they told her, she was allowed to live. She bowed to the whims of Kirin politicians and nobles who now infested the high city and the cliff palaces. Always, their desires came at the expense of her people. The key to sabotage the way to do it right was to make them think you weren't doing it at all. When the magistrate told her to hire bounty hunters, she hired the best money could buy. Reich hired a Kirin tinker who owned a clutch of Spiderix 4-legged constructs specifically manufactured to scale the heights of the cauldron and subdue targets at range. Then, the magistrate added his own agent, a vile, hobbled, slimy creature from the deep jungles. Even then, Reich offered the agent full access to her staff, as it was. That had been hard. To look at that nameless, slimy creature, with its slit eyes protruding from its face and a mouth large enough to swallow her head, and pretend it didn't make her skin crawl. And when the magistrate told Reich to capture the human and bring it to him when he returned from Seir, Reich had to hide her smile. Oh, I intend to, she thought. Bet your life on it, magistrate. Never, in all her days, did Reich think she would get this chance. For the last human had been found on Gaum, of all planets. In her city. Truly, the gods must have been listening. The queen they called a coward stood on her personal balcony, looking out over her city. The somber breeze danced through her feathers in the light, flowing fabric of her evening dress. A warm sun set over the mountains, igniting the rooftops with an orange hue and the streets with a deep violet. Down below, the streets were already alive with festival lights. Snatches of song and music escaped the gathering crowds and wandered up even to her palace. And there are the priests. Twin lines of light, snaking out of the midcity and forming a slow circle around the gate. They would be preened and heavy with jewels and decked out in their holiest robes tonight, the kind that accentuated their glorious tail feathers and vivacious crown feathers. A rustle of fabric caught the queen's ear. The curtain wall that separated her chambers from the balcony was pulled apart, and talons clicked on stone. Reich could tell who it was without even looking. Your Highness. Talia said. One of her wing maidens. No, she isn't yours, Reich reminded herself. The Empire owns her, just like they own you. Begging your pardon, Highness. The other maidens and I were talking, and I thought you might. No. Your Highness? You don't even know what I'm going to. I'm not allowed to speak of the tower or why it lit up. Nor the human. How did you know? Talia's beak, the color of a blood orange, worked at the empty air. Her smooth, white feathers lay flat against her scalp. Talia, you are not the first wing maiden to ask, though you are certainly the least subtle. I'll tell you what I told the others, I am not permitted to speak about the human. The magistrate decreed it. I understand, Your Highness. Talia bowed. But she did not leave. Her talons scratched timidly at the sea stone balcony. As if an innocent question were burning her up from the inside, but she was afraid to let it out. Nothing but an act to slip past Reich's defenses. But for a moment, Reich could almost believe her. When had her own wing maidens learned to deceive her so deftly? Reich sighed. She should have Talia whipped for disobedience. Or, at least, she should threaten to whip her. But there were some parts that even the coward queen couldn't play. What is it, Talia? Reich said roughly. Out with it. Talia bowed her head. Her voice was soft, barely audible above the slow-moving breeze. My mother was a believer. Your mother? Reich asked. Meaning, not you? Talia either missed her meaning or ignored it. My mother prayed in the old ways. She used to say that the royals were conduits to the past. That they were closer to the gods than the rest of us. I wanted to know, Your Highness. When the lights ran up the tower, did you feel it? Did I feel it? Reich said slowly, careful, lest her question give away too much. What is she trying to get from me, anyway? What should I have felt? Talia held her answer in her beak, as if she was afraid to speak, until it tumbled out all at once. Well, it's just that. My mother said the royals know the works of the gods. She said that you could feel them in your blood. That's how the royals found the gate in the first place, isn't it? So when I saw the tower light up, I thought of you. I wanted to know. Could you feel anything? So convincing. She played the shy wing maiden so well. It bothered Reich that she didn't know who Talia was reporting to. Who she was spying for. Not that Talia, or any of Reich's wing maidens, had a choice. When the Kirans called, you had to answer. Even Reich was only queen as long as she could keep her people in line. Any break, any crack at all, and the Imperials would seize her, kill her, and appoint a new monarch. They didn't care. But there was a glint of desperation in Talia's eyes. Or maybe Reich was just seeing what she wanted to see. Someone else like her. What should she say? She could start with the truth, Talia, I don't feel a damn thing when the gate opens. None of the royals ever have. That was only a story the priests used to tell the lower castes to keep them in line. And what about the other truth? She had felt something, though it had nothing to do with her royal blood. When that strange lightning wrapped itself around the leaning tower and washed the midcity and part of Lowtown in a lightning blue glow, it sent a quiet, desperate wish fluttering into her thoughts. Please, let this be a sign. Reich knew the Imperials were acting strange. The magistrate had arrived almost a year ago and declared he wanted to spend more time governing my favorite planet. He hadn't been on Gaum since the war ended. He brought more Imperials with him, more soldiers. The Kirans started patrolling Lowtown, which they had never done before. She knew they were looking for something. But she never dreamed they would find him. The one who was foretold. I did feel something, Reich said. Something I haven't felt in a long time, Talia. Reich's answer seemed to satisfy Talia. And though the wing maiden was supposed to be preparing Reich's chambers for the night's rest, the two of them stood at the balcony a while longer, watching the last of Harvest's festivities unfolding far below. Despite the spying, Talia still made pleasant company. And there was no better view of the gate than right here, on the balcony of the Hanging Palace. There, now, was the magistrate's procession. His great black box floated on nothing at all while four-legged drudges pulled it through the city. His centurion guard marched in perfect formation ahead and behind the box. Firelight reflected off the gold in their armor and the steel in their guns, making them gleam and sparkle like metallic stars in a sea of torches. As the magistrate's procession approached the center of the mid-city, the cheers and shouting began to grow. They were counting down his steps to the gate. The priests and their torches, standing in a circle around the gate, parted to allow the magistrate through. The gate had two armed semicircular rings that floated motionlessly above the main platform. The magistrate's black box passed underneath one of the arms and hovered to the center of the gate. An imperial horn sounded. And then, to the cheers of the masses, hundreds of merchants pulled, pushed, and crowded their way onto the gate. Pack dragons lowed as they dragged huge carts piled high with fruits and redonite-made constructs and deep-sea fish and jungle-grown tobaccos and everything else Gayam had to offer onto the circular platform until the gate was almost overflowing. "Here we go," Talia whispered breathlessly as the crowd began roaring their countdown. It was the priests who led them, encouraging the crowd to sing and screech and crow and shout louder. Even Reich found her heart beating faster than usual. There was nothing like watching the gate open. The twin metal semicircles began to move, beginning their slow, heavy rotation around the gate. Each time they passed each other, they added to their momentum until those massive slabs of metal were spinning so rapidly they made a moaning hoop 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 sound that echoed all through the cauldron. Faster, until they were a blur of light and motion. Faster, until the gate was a solid cylinder of metal. Faster, until the metal became invisible to the naked eye. And the gate began to sing its song, a high, keening sound that was not quite music. And there was that unmistakable light. A blue lightning crackled across the gate, blossoming into an explosion of blinding whiteness. The gate's song reached its last climactic note. A flash. Brighter than the sun. A streak of light appeared, a pillar that reached from the ground to the stars unseen above. It was gone in a blink. The keening dropped to a moan, to a rhythmic hooping, to a grinding sound. To a stop. The cauldron roared with joy. Gone were the traitors. Gone were the magistrate and his centurion guard. In their place, a whole new crop of merchants and tourists and crafters seeking a new life on Gayam, a better deal. How many of them had come from planets that Reich had never even heard of? Even Reich could not disguise her awe. The gate, this bridge to another world, was the new lifeblood of her city. Opening it was the only good thing the Empire had done for her people. And it was the reason she wanted her people to stay with the Empire. The crowd surged toward the new arrivals, not even letting them get off the gate as they rushed to barter and trade or just gawk at the alien peoples of which they had never dreamed. Music and bursts of fireworks, saved just for this moment, echoed up to the palace balconies. Next to Reich, Talia gave a wistful sigh. "Talia," Reich said. "Yes, Your Highness. They're starting without you. But I'm on duty tonight. I drew shortest straw. I won't tell if you won't." Reich winked. Talia bowed and thanked the Queen profusely before running off. She stopped halfway to the chamber's curtain wall. "You should come down, too, Your Highness. There's food, and dancing, and... Not tonight, I think. I've got one last thing to attend to." Talia bowed and promised to bring Reich something called a Koron cake. And then, Reich was alone. Finally. She unlaced her dress, revealing the dark blue leathers underneath. She pulled out a bag of black powder and began to coat the pristine whites and mahogany browns of her feathers with coal dust. Reich slipped her grandfather's goggles over her forehead, careful not to smudge the dust. She had rescued them from her grandfather's personal armory the very night they hauled him away. The last time she ever saw him. She stepped up onto the railing, wrapping her talons around the smooth sea stone. Reich spread her arms, letting that warm, slow breeze languish in her long wing feathers. It beckoned her, begging her to fly out into the city. Into her city. Because if anyone was going to find the last living human, the savior himself, it should not be that blaspheming magistrate. Nor some gang of Lowtown thieves. It should be her. And so, the last true monarch of Gayam dropped off the balcony and thrust herself into the night. The monarchs of Gayam do not fly. Such violent forms of travel were undignified, unbecoming a royal-born princess. What would the people say if they saw their great ruler using her own wings to travel? When Reich was young, she always thought it was desperately unfair that everyone, from the lowest crow caste to the noble falcor warriors, were trained to spread their wings and leap into the air. But she was expected to forever remain chained to the ground. Even the avians in the far cities and the uncivilized jungle-born flew. Reich remembered how she used to hate her wings. At least, until she figured out how to escape her servants, the perks of being only a minor royal, and taught herself how to flap and float and fly through the night skies. You don't know what life is until the only thing between you and death is the air and the strength of your wings. Nobody else can keep you in the air. It's you and you alone. Tonight, each breath was sweeter than the last. Humid sweat turned cool as the winds rippled over her and under her until it felt as though she were swimming through a thick, airy current of resistance, her wings slicing and pumping against the unseen liquid sky. She tucked her wings against herself, turning her body into an arrow. Reich fell and laughed as she fell, as the city below rose up to meet her. She unfurled her great wings and threw them down, pulling her body back up into the sky. Her dark shape cast a silhouette across the brick and shingle roofs, the ornate domes and steeples, the merchant shops and twisting avenues of the mid-city. She tasted the acrid sweetness of incense as she passed over the holy quarter. She soared over the gate, listening to the songs and the music of her people below as they celebrated Gayam's newest arrivals. Traders, and carts stacked high with goods and avians returned from that new world called Seer, and her heart sank. So many Imperials. So many soldiers. Where were they supposed to house them all? How many of her own people would be displaced just to make space for these invaders? Reich shook the thought out of her mind. There was nothing she could do about that right now. Tonight, she had one purpose and one alone. The southeastern tower loomed on the mid-city cliffs, the ancient brickwork leaning dangerously over the Lowtown cliff. That tower always threatened to fall. Each year, there was gossip that more bricks fell from its mortared heights. But it never did. Reich circled around the tower once, just dipping her wings into Lowtown. There were guards, mostly avian, but a few Imperials at work too, stationed on the wide granite parapets. More than usual tonight, but their eyes were cast downward to the festivities. None of them were watching for a lone royal, flying high above the city. Spearing down to the center of the tower's angled roof. She dropped as close to the stairs as she could manage. Her talons barely scraped the granite. One guard was inhaling a twist of tobacco, the cigar clamped softly in his beak, the smoke curling up to the twinkling stars above. The others had a casket of wine or ale or something and were passing it around. All of them had their backs turned to her, listening to the music from the city below. Reich lifted the trapdoor that led down to the stairway and closed it quietly behind her. No sense in sounding the alarm this early. If she was successful tonight, well, it was only a matter of time before the magistrate heard. Gods, save us. Kenya, watch over me. In the darkness below the trapdoor, she slid the goggles over her eyes. The eyepieces formed a seal against her eye sockets and her beak. Whatever material they were made from, it felt like rubber and silk at the same time. The goggles clicked on, and suddenly everything was awash in a green light that only she could see. Unlike the other 6 towers that ringed the cauldron, the Leaning Tower was never made into a temple. Instead, the denizens of the mid-city had turned it into an enormous living complex rising hundreds of feet above the city. Each slanted floor held a dozen or so apartments according to no one's plan. The hallways turned and twisted, ending at random. The stairs down were always hard to find, and once, in simpler times, Reich's grandfather hired builders to fireproof the interiors. But for now, many poorer avians and a sprawling family of green-scaled gasgals made their homes here. But there was only one person she cared to see right now. And the Green Doctor lived all the way down in the basement. Reich plunged soundlessly through the hallways. She peeked around the corners or stopped to listen to passers-by. At one intersection, a sound stopped her. A patrol of 3 guards were walking up the hallway. One of them held a lantern that almost blinded her until the strength of her goggles adjusted and dampened the light. Reich opened the nearest door. A stairwell, darkened by shadows. The voices grew louder as they thumped closer. Closer. And started to fade. Only then did she notice the chair at the top of the cramped steps, and the guard who was sitting in it. A heavy-set passerine whose dark blue feathers were fringed with grey. Reich held her breath. Dared not to move. He snorted, almost jolting himself awake, and kept snoring. Praise be to the gods. She was about to step past him when she heard a shout from down the stairs. Kasim, the voice called. Kasim, wake up. The old blue avian grunted awake, his eyes coming slowly open as he leaned over the spiral stairwell, without getting up from his chair. Reich was standing 2 inches behind him, holding a hand up to her beak, trying to cover her nose holes. What? Kasim shouted back, pretending that he had been awake this whole time. You were snoring. Kasim cleared the sleep from his throat with a guttural croak. You think I was snoring? Don't act like you weren't. The whole city can hear you. Fledgling brat. I've been on duty since before you were born. I never sleep. So, when Sergeant Vasil caught you curled up in the closet last week. What was that? I should come down there and put you to sleep. Kasim jostled on his chair, and for a moment, Reich thought he might actually get up. But Kasim, apparently, was the kind of guard who threatened action but never actually took it. Pa, the other guard said. Go back to sleep, you old rook. Pa, Kasim said, lazily flapping a wing out over the stairwell. He grumbled to himself about overexcited youths and sleeping with both eyes open. And then he let his head fall back against the wall, his feathers very nearly touching. Reich closed his eyes, and began to snore. Reich squeezed past him, holding in her breath so her feathers wouldn't brush against him. Then she crept down the spiral stairs. Between the cracked bricks and ancient mortar, long, dark vines grew up the walls. With each floor she descended, the vines thickened, becoming roots, becoming a thick, sturdy trunk that rose up from the depths of the tower. The rest of the floors were blessedly empty. No sign of that heckling guard or the Imperials, not even the reed knights that often skirt in the lower dens. Reich had been seeing the doctor ever since the Imperials came through the gate 19 years ago, and Reich found that she could no longer trust the royal physicians. The ancient, plant-like sapient had been living in the basement of the leaning tower for generations and had an uncanny mastery over the herbal and healing arts. Always, the doctor was surrounded by light, dozens of old-tech sun panels that never seemed to shut off and hundreds of gas lamps that made the basement feel like a furnace. But not tonight. Tonight, the basement was dark. The floors were barren of all but the largest roots, and not a leaf was in sight. Even the air was chill, despite the thick humidity. Without the goggles, Reich might not have seen the gashes in the main bulk of the doctor's trunk. 6 deep slashes gouged their ancient bark. "Doctor!" Reich whispered, tapping tentatively on their trunk. "It's me. What happened?" Then she noticed the wet, sticky fluid oozing out of the gashes. She was reaching out to touch it when 3 vines dropped from the ceiling and lashed at her. And went limp. "Don't," a whispering voice said. "Poison." "Who did this?" she demanded, as if she could undo this heinous act with anger alone. The doctor always spoke slowly. But tonight, their words were weak and breathless. "The human came. It was dying." Reich inhaled sharply. "I helped. As much as I could. They left. Before. The assassins. The Kirin machines did this," she said, feeling the deep gulf of guilt sucking at her heart. She had hired them. This was her fault. No. The doctor sighed. Kirin machines. And one who wears poison on his skin. The nameless assassin, then. But why would he harm the doctor? "My queen. If you hurry, you may catch them." The doctor gestured with its vines toward the open sewer grate in the middle of the floor. But their vines were weak and straining to hold themselves up, like stems left too long in the sun. She stared into that darkness, her goggles illuminating the dark in green and grey. And the doctor's wounds, where the sticky globs of fluid were hardening into amber scabs. "What about you?" "I will take care of myself. I will." But the doctor's vines slumped, falling limp to the floor. An anemic rush of air passed out of the trunk. That was answer enough. Reich found a set of scalpels and gloves in one of the basement's many rooms, and over the next hour, she pried every dried drop of poison out of the doctor's mutilated bark, careful not to get it on her skin. She splashed as much water as she dared into the wounds, letting it drain down into the sewer grate. Then, she singed off the dead plant tissue with a torch and cauterized the rest. Burns were better than poisoned blood. This bounty hunter. Reich knew its kind all too well. During her grandfather's reign, the vile, barbaric creatures were not allowed in the cauldron. But the Imperials saw them as useful tools. They trained them to hunt down Reich's kin after the war, as swift as it was. She had seen the bodies of her own brothers and sisters covered in those webbed handprints. The skin rotting to blackness. A knot of panic tightened in her chest. "It's going to kill the human. Didn't the magistrate know what would happen when he hired that nameless thing? Does he not care?" "My queen." The doctor's voice was still husky and frail. But their vines pushed at her. "I will live. You must go. Tell me where to find them." Weakened, their words were split between common and the old tongue. "The Androfex and the avian. They take the Akenwoan. To ACH Kodal Ba." It was a name Reich had not heard in a long time. ACH Kodal Ba. Her grandfather had told her stories of that mythical, long-lost place. The undermost city. 12. The scar in the sky. They say good things come to those who wait. But Floritien Locutus Sekehus did not want to settle for good. And as conqueror, venerate, and now magistrate of Gaiam, one of the newest and most populous planets in his eternal empire, he certainly hadn't built his illustrious career by listening to the reasonable advice of others. No. Magistrate Sekehus was destined for greater things. For instance, the newly uncovered god. He would claim this prize and the emperor's gaze would fall upon him. "Only if I'm quick enough," he thought. But first, he needed to taste home. Sekehus opened the slats of his carriage and inhaled. There was nothing like that first breath of home. Sekehus breathed it in as long as he could, letting its sweetness turn to cold fire in his lungs. It had been too many months since he'd last stepped foot in Seir. The gate's arms were coming to a stop, which meant it was time to go. And, while the primitive xenos of Gaium were awed by old tech. In crowded Seer, his floating carriage would only slow him down. And a rig would move too slowly. The magistrate needed to find a drudge. He threw open the door, barely noting the centurions standing on the gate around his carriage. The soldiers were laughing, and brilliant smiles cracked their dull-scaled faces. I suppose this is their home too. Then it is only right that they smile. This world was, after all, paradise. Zacchaeus should know. He had been on so many others, all disgustingly inferior to this one. The emperor, in his infinite wisdom, had chosen well. When the magistrate's boots touched the gate's surface, his heels froze to the metal. He would have to wait a minute longer. But he didn't mind. It meant he would get to relish the beauty of his city just a while longer. Around him, beyond the neat square of his centurions, were hundreds of carts loaded down with wares and trade goods from Gaium. Merchants of all species, though most of them were those wretched avians, of course, looked up at the glorious city around them. He could tell which ones had never traveled off-world before by the blank wonderment in their faces. Seer smelled of freshly poured concrete and chiseled marble, of sweet olives and ripe citrus, of incense and mollusks and the salty sting of the ocean breeze. Local traders had come to barter and buy from the Gaium merchants. They set up their own tents and pavilions in a vast, colorful circle around the disk of the gate. Constructs and alien beasts hauled carts loaded down with goods from every known world. There were the menu berries and melons and all those fruits in their jagged, neon patterns. Here were the bones and furs of animals from Dastine and from Dioch's outpost. And there were the piles of Kirin olives that the magistrate did so love. There were luxury perfumes, clothes of every dye and make, and the finest tradecraft that new tech could create. Tinkers paraded their constructs down the paths between the tents, and buskers and street artists made whatever noise they were making these days. Ah, Zacchaeus breathed once more, to be home again. The last of the gate's humming energy softened into silence, and the cold metal released his boots. Traffic guards directed the traders off the gate, but when they saw Zacchaeus approach, they stepped back and bowed deeply before him. He did not nod back, nor was he expected to. He was magistrate and venerate. There was no higher power in Seer. Almost. Even the merchants parted before him, though that might have had more to do with the horde of black-armored centurions following him in perfect step. He was on the Via Meldeem within minutes, where a retinue of house guards and attendants were waiting for him. Two of them held the dark blue flags emblazoned with his sigil high above the throngs of people. Magistrate Ossifor, his senior servant, bowed low. How good to see you again. The old dull-scale Kirin held a careful, practiced smile on his face, almost as if he were truly pleased to see his master. Despite his age, Ossifor still walked with a kind of wizened grace, using a driftwood cane to help him stand straight. Ossifor. Zacchaeus honored his servant in front of the others simply by speaking his name. Ossifor's chest swelled at the attention. Tell me, when does the Veneration convene next? Tomorrow at noon, magistrate. Another day of speeches. Ossifor's voice was low and scratchy, but it did not carry far. The scales which covered his face and every inch of his body were a dull blue and lifeless green, marking him as one of Seer's lesser people. Good. Will Dioch and Vorpi be there? Oh, magistrate, it is certain they will. Vorpi returned from her Thracian campaign only 2 months ago, and she hasn't left the Veneration floor since, it seems. Every day, she has a new speech to drum up support. The campaign has stalled, and she needs more soldiers. And then there's Dioch. Ossifor raised his eye scales, letting the insinuation hang in the air. The two consuls, Dioch and Vorpi, were old rivals and the highest authorities in the Veneration. When Vorpi came to the city, Dioch was never far behind. Theirs was the kind of relationship that was begging to be exploited given the right opportunity. And Magistrate Zacchaeus believed he had found such an opportunity. Send a message and tell them I will be there. Make sure I get primacy on the floor, for I have a matter of the highest import to discuss. He saw the flicker in Ossifor's gaze. A question burned on his servant's dull lips. So news of the human has already reached Seer. Dangerous. Do they know I haven't captured the human yet? That would be even worse. Time was wasting. As much as it hurt him to admit it, Zacchaeus needed help. One more thing, Zacchaeus said. He looked up at the sky, where the scar was reaching its zenith. A pale crack, as if someone had taken a hammer to the sky. Even in the daytime, the scar's edges glowed with a faint light. He could not wait another day for this opportunity. Yes, magistrate. Get me an audience with the historians. How soon, magistrate? Zacchaeus shot a scathing look at his servant as if to say, what kind of fool are you? Ossifor bowed. For you, I will bring you the swiftest drudge in the city. Nearby, his other servants were pretending not to eavesdrop, but Zacchaeus was not blind. He could feel their questions, that invisible force of yearning. Unlike true Kirins, the dull scales were still a superstitious folk. True Kirans paid their respects, but Dull Scales and the other provincials actually believed it all. The return of the gods. The prophecies of salvation, whatever that was. Even Ossifor, who came to him from eastern Kiproch, was leaning forward on his cane with an eager ear. Well? Sekheus said. The drudge, Ossifor. Yes, magistrate. It's only that we heard rumors, but we could not believe them. Is it true? Ossifor at least had the sense to lower his voice to a scratchy whisper when he asked, did you really find a living human? You cross a line, Ossifor. If I did not so value your tongue, I would have it cut out. Maybe I should cut his tongue out anyway. Sekheus's gloved hands twitched at the thought. It has been a long year. Perhaps the old servant has outlived his purpose. Perhaps this was a good time to make some changes. But then Ossifor was bowing his spotted, mottled head, and his cane clacked on the cobblestones as he backed away. Yes, magistrate. Forgive me. You are as merciful as you are wise. Ossifor turned and barked orders at the other servants, and they snapped to attention, offering him wineskins and peeled fruits and other fare. The old servant hurried away to complete his errands, the dark green scales on his neck and shoulders glinting dully in the sun. Sekheus took a wineskin, tipped it up, and took 3 long gulps, relishing the sweet nectar that only the fertile hills of Seir could produce. Relishing the cool breeze, the sunshine on his face. The sounds of people walking and working and talking in the paved streets. Ossifor returned not long after, and Sekheus remembered why he tolerated the old Kiran servant, how swiftly he could find a drudge. Had to fight for it, the old servant said. A woman and a child. Said she didn't care if it was the emperor himself, they were both tired. So I pulled them both out. I hope it pleases you, magistrate. Sekheus beamed at the machine-drawn cart. It was tied to a 4-legged drudge, quietly awaiting its next command. Its joints were well oiled, and its curving metal carapace was polished to a shine. Even the cart's seat was fitted with good, strong leather. Good, was all Sekheus said before climbing in and spurring the machine into motion. The scar in the sky never moved, they said. It only looks like that because we're down here and the whole planet is rolling over like a great ball. They were wrong. Not about orbits and rotations around the sun, all that made sense. But Sekheus was all but certain that the scar did move, in patterns that lasted centuries. Old hand-drawn records dating back to the founding of Seir and beyond showed the shape of the scar. Every 100 years, a new hairline crack appeared, while another disappeared. Never growing, just changing. If the imperial aestheticians could explain it, they would have by now. Not even the historians had an answer. What is it? Today, the thin, white line of the scar hung directly over the city, an uneven arrow that pointed toward the hills of Seir and the Everthrone. And the drudge was moving too slowly. It was on automatic travel, which meant it waited for others to pass and had to weave through the scattered throngs of people. Sekheus wrapped his hands around the controller, taking manual control, and pushed the drudge forward. His cart, a floating 2-person chariot, was jerked forward as the drudge took up a gallop. He plowed through the Vium so that people had to rush out of his way. Those who didn't recognize him shouted at him, but Sekheus ignored them. If they are too invalid to walk swiftly and too poor to hire a construct, then they should find somewhere else to stroll. Simple as that. He passed by temples and fountains and lush gardens. Middle roads opened on either side, full of common folk and public parks and tiered apartments with those red, clay roofs. The olive trees were in full bloom, and all the avenues were littered with white petals and ripe lemons that had fallen from the branches. A sweeper construct was in his path, but Sekheus took no notice. It crunched under the hooves of his drudge. He made a straight dash up the Vium Primus, the only road that went up to his Everthrone. The Vium rose into the high hills, becoming a paved switchback that crawled above the city. The statue of Seir's founding god stared down at him, an austere frown etched into his face. May he rest just a while longer. White laurels hung on the lanterns along the Vium, but it was all a blur. Ossifor had chosen a good drudge. A brisk breeze nipped at his nose and the crested fins on his face, but it was a good feeling. The kind that invigorates your spirit and makes you want to breathe a little deeper. Now, this was the Seir he knew and loved. A truly immortal paradise, the crowning jewel of this grand empire. Yet the emperor frowned upon this jewel. His stone-carved lips, glittering with that unmistakable metal, pressed together in a tight, dissatisfied frown as if the whole city were lacking. As if the city were a serious problem that needed to be solved. Well, the founding god of Seir could keep his austere thoughts to himself. Nothing could dampen Sekheus's resolve. I found a god's damned human. On my planet. If the human had been dead, that would have been a miracle. But the fact that his sources said it was still living. How was that possible? Sekheus's drudge climbed and climbed, and the grade was so steep he had to hold tightly to the reins to stay in the chariot. At last, the incline of the hill leveled out into a flat, circular expanse chiseled out of the rock itself. Dozens of statues lined the circle. statues of Kiran heroes, and saints, and a few impressions of the old gods. But his eye was drawn up, toward the immense stone feet of the emperor. And higher still, to the columns of temples carved into his chair, his cloak, his royal armor. The tips of his fingers could just be seen from here, gripping the arms of his great throne. Guards were scattered around the base of the Ever-Throne, though their posts were purely ceremonial. Nobody would ever dare profane the Ever-Throne, and even if they did, nothing could scratch that human-forged metal. It laced through the statue, glinting out from the cracks in the stone or binding together the heaviest joints. It traced and trimmed his arms, his clothes, his neck and chest, deceptively delicate. Only the gods could have forged it, they said, and there was no harder substance in the universe. But the emperor's face was covered in it, a mask of metal that extended from the bridge of his nose to the back of his skull. The metal changed with the light, and with the observer's direction from the light. Sometimes it was a white silver, sometimes a red gold, and sometimes it hinted at metallic emerald and azure. Such a beautiful material, Sakeyus always thought. And so much of it wasted on this statue. But when one is the emperor of all the known worlds, made by the gods themselves, well, why not waste it? Magistrate Sakeyus. A guard caught his attention with a salute. Sakeyus looked up, squinting at the sky and the scar. There, in the middle of that white, jagged line, was a black speck. The home of the historians. The Ebon Library. Be swift, Sakeyus said. My errand is urgent. Of course, she said, her face as emotionless as stone. The gate is almost ready for your departure. The guard gestured to the gate, the smallest one in existence, sitting in the center of that flat expanse. A small metal disc, with 10 semicircular rings stacked on top of each other floating on top of each other while several crimson-robed priests knelt around the gate making the proper appeals and rites to the old ones. Speaking the holy numbers aloud, one by one. Is this really necessary? But he would not say it out loud. Not so close to the emperor, in case he was listening. 2 more priests approached, carrying an insulated suit that would cover his entire body. Another held a helmet with a faceplate made of flawless, polished glass clear enough to see through. On the back of the suit were 2 canisters filled with air, and on the front, a motor where strips of shiny, flexible metal ran in lines around the suit to conduct the heat out from the motor. Sakeyus held his arms out, and the priests helped him into the suit. It fit as if it had been made just for him. Your gloves, one of the priests said. I need them. Please, magistrate. The gloves stay. The priest looked like he was about to argue, but another stepped in, gently shaking his head. You are lucky, Sakeyus thought. He just saved your life. The second priest said, please refrain from using them inside the library. Sakeyus exhaled through his nose, agreeing to nothing. Don't they know how important this is? Don't they understand what hangs in the balance? The gate was humming now, and the priests formed a kneeling circle around it. He took one last sigh of the sweet, Kiran air. Tasting the salt on the breeze, the sweetness of the fresh flowers. Letting his nerves melt away. Then he allowed the priests to put the helmet over his head, growling at them when they scraped the metal rim against his scales until it was fastened in place. The lead guard motioned for him to step onto the plate. Sakeyus had been to the Ebon Library several times throughout his life. But there was something about this gate. It was so small. Unlike the other planetary gates, this one did not go far. Instead, it seemed only to link with the library, and only when it was directly overhead. Perhaps it bothered Sakeyus because he was going up, alone. If something did happen up there, it would happen to him and only him. Magistrate Sakeyus held his head high as he stepped onto the gate. He nodded, and the kneeling priests began their final prayer. The metal disc began to chill, and a cold crawled into his boots, freezing them in place. The metal rings began their slow, gyrating dance until they were spinning and whistling and moving so fast the naked eye could not see their path. There was a light. Even through the glass of his helmet, it was blinding. And then, he was gone. 13. The Ebon Library. The Ebon Library contained only a single book, and none but the historians were allowed to read it. The chill was already creeping into his suit. Everything inside the floors, the walls, even the columns that held up the vaulted ceilings was made of the same lusterless black metal. Gas lanterns struggled to bring light into the cramped waiting chamber, but even their foggy, fiery lights were swallowed by the shadows of this place. Why the historians would want to live in such a dark, frozen hell was beyond him. No Kiran scholar really understood them nor why the emperor permitted them to abide in this ancient human relic. Some suggested the emperor was not in control of them at all, but such blasphemy was a good way to be excluded from politics and polite company. At least the androids broke up the bleak interior with their chrome and rust-covered limbs and white masks. 4 of the aged machines stood against the wall, their heads bowed, their eyes dark. None of them responded to his demands. Sakeyus hammered his fist on the reception bar again. Wake up, damn you! Nothing. He was about to skirt around the edge of the bar when one of them finally activated. The android lifted his head, and his eyes began to glow. His voice wasn't quite gravelly, instead, it clicked over the vowels and consonants, surprisingly clear for a machine that had no mouth. "Ah, Magistrate Zacchaeus. We've been expecting you. You always say that. That is because we always know when our guests are coming. Of course you do." He looked over the android's shoulder at the 3 other humanoid constructs still asleep along the wall. Or maybe they're dead. Well, there was no point in arguing with a construct who was half covered in metalrit. Its skull was corroded so badly Zacchaeus could see the wires underneath. The historians should at least have the decency to cover it up. "I'm here to see the speaker," the magistrate said. The android's eyes dimmed, just for a moment. "I'm sorry, honorable guest, but the speaker is in the upper archives and may not be disturbed. If you'd like, I can ask her to come down here as soon as she's available." "I don't care what may or may not be," Zacchaeus hissed. The android did not react in the slightest. He hated everything about dealing with the historians. They're insufferable android servants. The historians' holier-than-thou attitude. As if they were the chosen people. And then there was this bone-chilling cold. The motor on Zacchaeus's chest was already tuned to its highest setting, so that heat radiated from the device, making the frigid air of the ebon library waver. Still, Zacchaeus had never felt colder in all his life. The sooner he was done here, the better. "I am a magistrate of the Kiran Empire, and I demand to see the speaker." "Our deepest apologies, magistrate." The android bowed. Zacchaeus thought he could detect a hint of sarcasm in the machine's voice, but he was, after all, only a machine. "Perhaps if I could take a message." Zacchaeus exhaled sharply. The fog from his breath froze on his glass mask. "Take me to the speaker," the magistrate said slowly. "Now." The android seized, and his hands froze mid-gesture. Though his eyes still glowed, they stared at empty space. Then the machine seemed to wake up again. "Very well. Please, follow me." The android made a clunky turn and guided Zacchaeus out of the waiting chamber. Every other step, the android twitched as if a deep arthritis had settled into his hip. The elevator was waiting for them at the end of yet another black hallway. When they stepped inside, the doors closed with a hollow, two-tone chime. If he was being honest, this was the only part of the historian's home that Zacchaeus enjoyed. The elevator was an incredible piece of old tech. It was a perfectly sealed room that could carry passengers up thousands of flights of steps in a matter of moments. On Seer, they had cranes and dirigibles, but those were slow-moving things, unsteady at best and deadly at their worst. When the elevator started, Zacchaeus felt as if all his weight were balled into his stomach. His organs were pressed downward, giving him that exhilarating feeling of something greater than flight. No living being could ascend with this much speed. And then, the metal wall slid away like water off a river stone, revealing the perfect glass underneath. Pure magic. This was not like the glass of his suit's faceplate. This glass was so flawless as to be invisible. He could see the whole expanse of the ebon library yawning below him. An empty city made of sheer, windowless towers of gunmetal grey and obsidian black made its twisting way up into the void of space. They were made of both elegant curves and long, sharp angles. Veins, for lack of a better word, of pulsing light carved an endless geometry across all that metal. The higher they went, the more the towers split apart, twisting away into new towers or reconnecting to their neighbors in a hypnotic, alien pattern. The entire library was old tech, built by humans long before any of the known cities. And it was truly alien. Not even the overgrown ruins of Menua could compare with this site. 12 large segments served as the main foundation for the massive library, and many smaller ones radiated outward like fractals. From up here, he could see the linking structures that held all these segments together like the chains of an obsidian necklace. One of the largest segments was missing, the wires as large as roads, cut and hanging in the void. In the gap, Zacchaeus could see the glorious blue and green pearl of Seer, speckled with white and streaked with yellows and reds and browns. It shone so bright against the blackness of space. Then, he turned his attention upward, where another light shone, grim and grey and glowing. The scar was massive up here. Clouds of light drifted out of its hairline cracks, obscuring whatever lay inside. Every time he came here, the magistrate left with more questions. But today, all those questions were inconsequential. This time, he sought the answer to only one question: how do I take the human? Metal dripped over the glass walls of the elevator, cutting off his view of the scar. He felt another tug on his body as the elevator slowed to a stop, and then it gave another hollow chime. They had arrived. The elevator opened on a smooth, scaleless face. 2 ink-black eyes blinked at Zacchaeus. The speaker. Zacchaeus was used to seeing historians back on Seer, where they were sometimes consulted by the Veneratian and the more religious folk. Tall, frail creatures, when they came to the planet, they always wore atmos suits and dome-shaped helmets. But up here, where the historians made their home, he could see them for what they really were. Disgusting. The speaker's skin was an unearthly grey, and her eyes seemed to bulge out of her head, which was little more than a fluid-filled sack. Like the androids, she had no mouth, only a black medallion belted around her throat. Or his throat. He didn't know, and he didn't care. Her black, amorphous robes hung in tattered strips over her slender, towering body. A mass of tentacles acted as her feet, and the two longest ones, her arms. The historian curled her arms together and bowed deeply. Sekheus was tall for a Kirin, but even he had to look up to see her face. "High Magistrate," the speaker said, "how may we serve you?" The speaker did not have a mouth. Instead, as her throat muscles fluctuated, an electric voice clicked out of the medallion. It made him sound more machine-like than the androids themselves. "Speaker," Sekheus growled. His hands were clenched against the cold, and he had to grit his teeth to keep them from chattering. "You know why I'm here. I have questions about the human. We thought you might." Every word, every slight incline of her sack-like head, was infused with an insufferable air of superiority. "Where shall we begin?" Sekheus moved to leave the elevator, but the historian blocked the hallway with her body. Her tentacles curled pensively in the air. "Apologies, High Magistrate, but we must speak here. The upper library is closed to the uninitiated." Sekheus's nostrils flared. He wondered what it would feel like to wrap his hands around the historian's throat. If he squeezed hard enough, would the speaker's eyes pop out of his head? He pushed the thought away. Answers, first. Behind the historian, the dark hallway was lit by glowing orbs. Not torches, not gas lamps, but old tech orbs that shone a dull blue. Their weak light was not bright enough to illuminate the ceilings high above. "You told me I would find an artifact, speaker. But that's not what I found, was it? I found a living human being. Magistrate, our work is delicate, it is neither a craft nor a science. We did, however, give you our best histories. Did you not uncover what you sought? All you ever give me are riddles, historian. Answer my questions, and speak clearly for once in your life. Are there any other humans out there?" "High Magistrate, I am surprised. I thought one of your position would be more familiar with the prophecy." "And which prophecy would that be?" the magistrate sneered. "I've lost count of all the times you've changed your minds. The amendments and additions to your prophecy outnumber the grains in the field." The speaker's eyes were covered in layers of thin, translucent membranes. It blinked all of them at him. "Magistrate. Surely, you didn't come here to blaspheme in the library of the makers. The unfinished book is ever growing, yes, and ever changing. But the book is never wrong." A dozen more insults sprung to mind, and Sekheus bit them all back. Hard as it was to admit, he needed the historians now more than ever. "Are there more of them?" the magistrate asked through gritted teeth. The historian closed the membranes over her eyes and bowed her head. When she spoke, it sounded more like a reverent prayer than speech. Wrapped in his cloak of ice and slumber, there lay the Savior. And Vol, did we weep, for he was alone. And he would be again. Always, and forever. Alone. Good. Yet, Sekheus could not help but feel that the historian was still holding on to something. Then, Sekheus said, "This is the last one? The very last of the humans. You think one savior is not enough? Answer the question," Sekheus spoke through gritted teeth. "The ages lap like waves against our walls, and once our eyes were opened, they are now always so. We see all that is, much of what was, and only a glimpse of what must be. But in all our time, we have only seen the one God. The last born of his kind. Never, Magistrate, have we seen another." Sekheus allowed himself a brief smile. It was exactly the answer he had been hoping for. If there was only one human, then his task was simple. And his reward, all but certain. The Everlord's gift. Immortality. But the one question still remained, how do I claim him? The magistrates would never answer so blunt a question. So Sekheus had to cut his way in from the outside. "This human. Tell me about him. What did you see? How strong is this god? One child among all the stars. Such a small vessel in which to place all our hope. A child." Sekheus grinned. "Even better. There were so many myths about the old gods, but if the human was only a child, where would a child hide in a city of birds? What does your prophecy say about this savior anyway?" All the membranes on the speaker's eyes folded back, and the black ink of her pupils fixated on Sekheus as if he were a piece of fresh, bloody meat fallen to the ocean floor. "Oh." Her medallion clicked almost seductively. "Oh, Magistrate. You wish to hear the written words spoken aloud? You wish to hear of our savior?" The tips of the speaker's tentacles twisted with excitement. "Sure." Sekheus had no room in his world for prophecies and dreams of salvation. Anyone can believe in anything, especially when belief is easier than the hard, bloody work needed to actually bring your dreams to fruition. His father, may he rot, had taught him that lesson many dark decades ago. If you want something, you must reach out and take it. Nobody will ever give you anything. Sakeius was only interested in one salvation, his own, through the Emperor's gift. But the historians did have an uncanny sense when it came to deciphering old tech and everything else the gods had left behind. This might be of value. I will hear your written word, historian. Give it to me. The speaker closed all of her eyelids and began to inhale. And kept inhaling. Her nostrils flared, slowly filling her thin, elongated torso with air. Her head swelled in size. And when the speaker exhaled, it was as if she had been holding this breath for a lifetime. As if she'd been waiting for someone to ask her this very question. In the beginning, the speaker started with a grand unfurling of her tentacle arm. Light was not light. Time was not time. And there was but one world, and but one star, and but one people who called themselves human. Rage filled his thoughts. By the gods, she's starting at the beginning. I hate historians. The speaker, oblivious to Sakeius' building frustration, continued to perform the preamble of the unfinished book. There was no telling how long this would go on. Her tentacles curled and uncurled euphorically as she languished in the ecstasy of the sacred words. A hard-knocking slam echoed down the hallway. A voice, shouting from the distance. Speaker. Another historian was rushing toward them, his foot tentacles slapping against the cold stone floor. A revelation. We have witnessed a new revelation. The speaker's tentacles went rigid. Her eyes folded open. And without turning her body, she twisted her head around to hiss at the newcomer, I am with a guest. But it's about the speaker hissed him into silence. A revelation? Sakeius asked. What is this? The speaker's head twisted back around to regard the magistrate. She bowed. Apologies and regrets, magistrate. Our time together has concluded, and I must exit this conversation. Please follow our android back to the welcoming gate. The speaker's foot tentacles flipped and rolled over each other, turning and carrying her across the floor. She and the other historian bowed their heads together, their voices clicking and whispering excitedly as they rushed down the hallway. Sakeius turned his head, trying to catch their voices as they disappeared around the corner. What could they be hiding? Magistrate, a voice said from over his shoulder. Sakeius had almost forgotten about the android. He held up a hand, demanding her silence. Magistrate, the android said firmly. I must insist that you follow me. He looked at the machine. The android's eyes were bright as candles, suggesting her core was healthy enough. The androids were rare constructs, and legendary in their deftness and agility. But those joints were in dire need of maintenance, and that metal rot was probably starting to affect her reasoning faculties. Perhaps I could simply. Sakeius started to follow the historians. An iron hand clapped him on the shoulder. Her metal fingers dug into his scales, making him gasp in pain. Unhand me, machine. Magistrate, I implore you to. She froze in mid-sentence. Sakeius threw out his gloved hand, feeling the telltale tug on his palm and fingers. His aimed at her torso, which creaked as the metal began to buckle and fold. Sakeius squeezed his fingers together, and he was rewarded with a muffled crunch. The android's eyes went dark. She collapsed in a heap of limbs and crumpled metal. Sakeius sniffed. It always makes them look so small. He followed the two historians as silently as he could given his cumbersome suit. There was plenty of air left in the tank, but the motor was starting to whine as its fuel ran low. The black hallway curved back on itself, guiding him into the entrance of a vast, open temple. No need for light orbs in here. Powerful columns held up an expansive glass ceiling, and the light of the scar shed poured in, casting grey, glowing shadows over every shape. He stopped at the entrance, his mouth falling open. What is this? Dozens of oddly shaped pools filled with solid ice. A figure, or sometimes several figures, frozen under that ice. Except for one, in which the ice had melted to water. It was surrounded by a mass of historians, each of them kneeling in their tattered robes at the water's edge. Their heads were down, and none of them moved. There were bodies in the water, pale grey and naked. Most of them were silent, their tentacles splayed around them, limply floating in the water. But one was thrashing violently and screaming in sheer agony. Yet the other historians merely knelt and watched. They hunched over glowing tablets, scribbling furiously, watching as steam roiled off the water's surface. And then, Sakeius's view was cut off. Historians emerged from the shadows. They gathered in a line in front of the magistrate, barricading him from the temple beyond. Magistrate, one of them said in that dry, mechanical voice. He thought it was the speaker, but with so many of them standing next to each other, he could not tell them apart. All of them stared down at him with those black, empty eyes. You will leave. Now. What is this place? Sakeius said. What are you xenos doing here? None of them spoke. None of them moved. In fact, they didn't even look at him. He was sick of their riddles. Sick of the way these arrogant xenos acted toward him, as if he were not a high magistrate of the Kiran Empire. But if they would not willingly bow before his demands, then he would make them. Answer me. Zacchaeus thrust his gloved hand toward one of the historians. Nothing. He felt nothing. Not even the barest hint of a change. Zacchaeus looked at his hand as if he might see the problem. He tried again. But it did not matter how hard he pushed, how much force he threw into his intent. The gloves did not work. What? One of the historians spoke over his head. I call a motion. The magistrate's actions were observed. One of the other historians answered the call. I will second. A gift from the makers has been used in discordance with the law, as it is written. The other historians echoed back the words, as it is written. Will there be a third? I will third, another historian answered. Behind the wall of black, tattered robes and grey faces, Zacchaeus could see more historians gathering. They were watching him, their tentacles scribbling at those glowing tablets. Here and now, the first historian said, Florentian Locutus Zacchaeus, High Magistrate of the First Empire after the fall, is banished from the Library of the Makers. Banished. Zacchaeus spat. You can't do this to me. As it is written, the first historian said. The rest bowed their heads and spoke in unison, judgment has been recorded. Now he heard the clanking echoes of footsteps. 4 androids marched behind him. Zacchaeus flexed his fingers. He thought about trying his gloves again. Magistrate Zacchaeus, one of the constructs said, its voice exactly the same as the one he had crushed earlier. Please, follow us. The Venerian will hear of this insult, he snarled. And when one of the androids reached for his arm, he jerked it away. Do not touch me, machine. He stomped toward the elevators, not bothering to look back at those vile, mindless xenos. This was a victory. His questions had been answered. And despite their insults, he'd gotten what he came for. Even the historians believed the human was the last of its kind. And it was only a child. How hard could it be to contain a child god? 14, the one who ate the others. The black waters spread around them forever, with ancient structures built for untold reasons rusting away into that abyssal lake. Eolh and Poyer followed the concrete path for hours. It glowed in the human's presence as if the ruins themselves needed to herald his return. Here he comes, the last of his kind. And when the concrete path left the black lake, and all those cavernous walls collapsed down into a cramped, circular tunnel, the human god put his hand on the wall, where a huge crack split the concrete like a lightning bolt, and the blue light flickered and went dim. Then, the god fell to pieces. It started with his breath. Too fast, in and out, as if the air had suddenly become too thin to breathe. He was shaking his head and saying, it's wrong. Where? Where? Before he slid down to the ground and put his head in his hands, all that blue light shining purple on his dark skin. To Eolh, he didn't look like a god. He looked like a fledgling avian who had wandered into the wrong part of the city with his life savings in his pockets only to find that stray hands had taken everything from him. What is it? Eolh said. The god looked up with bloodshot eyes. It's all wrong. There should be repair bots everywhere. Constructs fixing the walls. And where are the trains? Where is the guide? Where he choked and put his face in his hands again. Some god. The first sign of trouble, and already he was folding. And there were actually people who worshipped the gods. Millions of them, and not just on Gaum, but across the whole empire. Well, the android could talk about destiny and prophecy all she wanted, but Eolh knew weakness when he saw it. Terminal weakness. The kind that would get anyone shanked and left to die in some dark alley. Not for the first time, Eolh cursed himself for falling into this trap. Again. Hope, that's what did it to him, all those years ago. He had fallen in with Jury's crew because of hope. Because of those god's damned Kirans. And now, he had done it again. Why? Because he's human, that's why. Because he's supposed to be a god. Well, now the god was sobbing and choking down air and curled into a ball in a cramped tunnel miles below the surface of the cauldron, and Eolh was stuck with him because of his own damn choices. Only this time. This time, Eolh had learned his lesson. He could leave. Eolh had the whole thing planned out in his head. Leaving the human would be easy. Just walk away. Then he could fly back the way they had come, taking only the passages and tunnels that went up. From there, he only needed to follow the flow of water, and he'd be back in the cauldron, right? Back to safety. And he needn't feel an ounce of guilt this time either. If Poyer really was a god, then he should be able to take care of himself, right? Even if he was only a fledgling. And if he can't? Some small part of Eolh's mind clawed back at the thought. What if he dies because of you? Let him. Eolh didn't owe him anything. Thanks to his own rules, he didn't owe anyone anything. Never take on debt. Never do more or less than your part. Never join another crew, not ever again. Xiaoun, Poyer was whispering to himself, over and over. His voice was shaky and rough. Is he crying? Xiaoun, I don't understand. Is that a word or a name? It attacked her. Why would it do that? The medical construct tried to kill her. None of this makes any sense. You're telling me, Fledge, Eolh thought. Poyer wiped his nose. I have to go home. I have to find her. Eolh almost laughed. He turned it into a choking caw, saying, What are you talking about? There's nothing left for you, human. The human stared up at him. His eyes were dark, daggering things, and for a split moment, Eolh felt a prickle under his feathers. As if an electric current were running through the walls, and he just happened to be in the way. How do you know? He said. Eolh opened his mouth to answer, but too many thoughts crashed against each other. Because no one has seen a human in thousands of years? Because even the best working old tech is failing and breaking down? Because who in the eight hells would build a city this far underground? But then again, he had known just like everyone else had known that the gods were gone. So what was Poyer? The priest spoke of the great return. Of the savior of avian kind. And again, Eolh had to stifle a laugh at the thought of Gaim resting on the shoulders of this thin, bony, undergrown fledgling sitting in front of him. Better to leave him now before you waste any more time, Eolh thought. And another thought, if you leave him, he will die. Eolh was certain of that, as certain as he was that this whole damned enterprise was pointless. A third thought echoed through his mind, this one unwelcome. Unbidden. She saved your life, you ungrateful worm. The android saved your life. Don't you owe her this? Eolh shook his head. He already had his payment. And really, what was the point of doing a job that couldn't be done? I can't do this. Poyer was collapsed into a ball. His voice was muffled, and he was trying to hide it, but Eolh could hear the sobs racking his body anyway. I'm the wrong one. Xiaoun, why me? He's not even looking, Eolh thought. This is it, Eolh. You can just walk away. I know what you're thinking, Poyer said. He was looking up at Eolh, his dark brown eyes dull and hard. You think so? I know. I can tell you don't want me. I've seen that look too many times. They didn't want me either. Nobody does. Why not? I'm a failure. I'm useless. Harrison hated me. None of the cultivars liked me. Not even Matsuda. Xiaoun couldn't help me either because I'm useless. Eolh blew a breath through the nares in his beak. The human's words tugged on his heart in a way he didn't know it could be tugged anymore. Useless. Failure. That's what you are, Eolh. You liar. And now everything is wrong, and I don't know what any of this is. What happened? Why me? Eolh had been asking himself the same question for a while now. Ever since the android had shoved the human into his arms and said those words, it has to be you. The android had said something about a savior, but Eolh's choice had nothing to do with that. Who actually believed the priests and prophecies, anyway? And so what if the walls themselves glowed in his presence? Maybe they would do that for anyone. Leave me here, Poyer said. I'm nothing. I'm a waste of life. Just go and leave me. In every life, in every world, there are truths that make sense. They are true because they make sense. But here was one that didn't. Eolh couldn't leave. He could fly. He could simply walk away. He could go back to Lowtown and scrape through the rest of his life, just like he had for the last 19 years. And die in a gutter, useless and forgotten, like a good Corvinese should. Eolh loosed a sigh that lasted a whole lifetime, thinking, why not do something good for once in your God's damned life? The fledgling was curled in a ball and taking deep, shuddering breaths. Eolh put a feathered hand on his back and patted him awkwardly. Easy, human. It's been a long day. Take it easy. I'm not going anywhere. The one who ate the others could smell it. That undeniable scent. Tangy and metallic. Fresh and warm. Blood. He had to suck back the saliva pooling in his mouth. Below him, 3 spiderocks waded through the black lake, their jerky movements making dark splashes in the water. They almost looked like the water striders that his people feasted on, in their larval years, only these constructs sank into the lake. Their long, spidery legs trailed rust in the water, as their headlights swiveled and scanned the cavern. Twin self-loading rifles sat atop their bulbous heads, ready to fire rubberized pellets. The magistrate said he would pay double if the target lived. But there was more than one body down here. And the scent of blood was that avian blood he smelled? They had said nothing of avians. The one who ate the others inhaled deeply through the wet slits in his face. Yes. He was certain now. Delicious. While the 3 constructs waded through the black lake, the one who ate the others crawled along the tunnel walls, the pads of his fingers keeping him attached to the rock and broken stonework. His metal legs had their own pads, and these made a soft puck-puck sound as he crawled. Many are the nameless things that lurk below. And though they would die if they so much as tasted his flesh, the one who ate the others did not take chances. Best to stay out of the water. The constructs were talking to each other, beeping and chirping and grunting with their mechanical voices. Out loud. Stupid things. Do they not know how to hunt? Of course not. Machines could not taste their prey. Could not shiver with delight at the blood scent. No construct could ever experience the sheer ecstasy of stalking prey as it walked and breathed, completely unaware it was being watched. But he could. And right now, the one who ate the others could taste his quarry. It had been in this cavern not very long ago. One of the spideraks beeped, and the other two swiveled their heads, illuminating the water where a platform rose out of that long, black lake. The platform was covered in a slick, black growth that glistened in the false torchlight. And there was something else, lying in the water. A huge, metal thing. One of the constructs chirped twice, old tech. This was a good sign. But when their lights fell on the metal hulk half sunken in the black lake, he felt the cold rush of disappointment. It was junk metal, stripped bare by scavengers and eaten by water and time. True, old tech was powerful. It did not rust, unlike these spideraks. The Imperials who made them were clever and dangerous, but they could never compare to old tech. One of the constructs' spider walked through the black waters toward the hulk, dipping its legs around the bodies floating in the water, their pale bellies crisscrossed with black scars. Blood takers. All of them, dead. It looked like they had been electrocuted. Electrocuted. This was a strange word to the one who ate the others. In his spawning home, there had been no concept of electricity. But then that's why he had come all this way, wasn't it? More power meant better hunting. The old gods could capture the power of lightning storms. The avians and the Imperials rediscovered a fraction of that power, though he didn't understand how. But what he did know was that lightning could kill. Fur, feather, machine. It didn't matter. A single touch could liquefy a body's insides. He inhaled deeply, shivering at the thought. The one who ate the others dropped soundlessly to the platform below and hopped down to the water's edge. He could smell it, coming from one of the blood takers. Careful not to touch the water, there might yet be more blood takers here. He flexed his legs. Long ago, one of them had been severed in one of his earliest official jobs. Cut too short to grow back. So he cut the other one off and paid a tinker to build him new legs, who he ate, after the job was done. They were heavy, yes. But they were more powerful than his flesh and blood limbs, and their motors whispered as soft as the wind. He vaulted across the lake and landed as lightly as he could on the husk of metal. Still, it creaked dangerously under his weight. Which one was it? The transport was surrounded by hundreds of them, their pale, segmented bodies floating still in the water, each one covered in grime and spotted with disease. He could see their black veins just under their skin. He tasted the air through his skin. There. One of the blood takers was engorged, and the skin was a shade darker than its siblings. The one who ate the others opened his mouth, letting his tongue shoot out and stick to the engorged, dead thing. He sank his serrated lips into its flesh. Blood filled his mouth. Human blood. His eyes rolled to the back of his skull. His whole body tingled and pricked at the taste, and wave after wave of pleasure rolled through him. He almost didn't want to swallow. The blood was still warm, which meant his prey was close. The anticipation was excruciating. The constructs were still splashing around in the water. Obviously, he would have to destroy them later, but he still hoped they would make a good distraction first. And then, despite their splashing, the one who ate the others heard a sound. A drop of water. The scraping of a claw. No. A talon. We are followed. He swallowed the rest of the blood taker whole, letting the warmth fill his limbs. Then the one who ate the others jumped, his mechanical legs thrusting him all the way up to the dark ceiling, where he clung to the cold, rough surface hidden among the shadows. And he waited. Even as the constructs moved on, following the platform deeper into the cavern, he waited. Whoever was out there, whoever was following, knew what they were doing. They made no movement, no sound. But he could taste her scent. The one who ate the others couldn't stop from smiling. An Aquilon. A royal. It had been a long time since he'd eaten an avian queen. 15. Remains. Once, years before the Kirin Empire first opened the gate and stormed through the cauldron, Eolh was on the run. He had been caught stealing fruits and maybe a couple of bottles of finest fruit wine from a mid-city merchant. A Falker guard was on his tail. He flapped and flitted and scrambled through the grimy streets of Lowtown, weaving through ragged canopies and tangles of hanging clothes, ducking under crooked balconies and lamplit windows. The door to a basement, where an old herbalist made her potions and pastes, caught his eye. He ducked inside and slammed the door behind him. It took only a moment before the smell of death made him gag and cough. Something had killed the herbalist. He never found out what. But her body was covered in hundreds of small, white mushrooms that pushed out of her grey and white feathers. He could taste the bile rising in his throat. Eolh hid in that room for only a few minutes, but the smell never left his memory. Now, years later, and miles below the cauldron, Eolh felt as though he were walking right back into that death-choked basement. Down here in the muddy tunnel, the concrete walls and the ceiling and the floors were covered in fungal growths more numerous than the stars. Black tubers with fleshy bodies, white caps, and morels with spongy skin, and massive shelves of fungal rings that glistened wetly as they passed, backlit in blue from the old emergency lights. The smell was a mixture of stale water, old growth, and fresh rot. Life that feeds on death. It burned his throat and made his eyes water, and it was all he could do to keep himself from vomiting. If they ever made it back to the surface, he would have to burn his clothes. No way is this stench coming out. The human, on the other hand, seemed less affected. Perhaps his sense of smell is worse than mine? The human had been silent for the last hour or so. Even Poir's footsteps had slowed, though Eolh suspected it was less from exhaustion and more from despair. This cramped tunnel with barely enough room for them to walk single file was covered in filth and grime and death-eating fungus. And this was supposed to be the way to his home. He almost felt bad for the fledgling human. Sure, some Corvini had sprawling, vivacious families, but Eolh, except for his time with the old crew, had always been alone. In a way, Lowtown was kind to loners. Nobody cared about what you did. Not really. Which meant he didn't have to care about anyone else. It was so much easier that way. You lived, you did what you could get away with. And then you died. That was Lowtown. That was life. Not even the Imperials could take that away. But the human? If he had a family, they were gone. If he had friends. Well. Lowtown was full of loners. But none so alone as Poir. He was the last one. There were no other humans left, and there never would be again. Eolh opened and closed his beak a couple times, tasting the air. It made him gag, but now he was certain. It's getting stronger, he choked out. We must be close. Poir was crouched in the slow-moving trickle of water. His feet, covered in that strange, form-fitting fabric, sank into the black mud. He was pulling clumps of fungus off the curving wall of the tunnel, slowly revealing a drawing etched into the cracked concrete. Meaningless symbols and simple shapes dancing around a rough face with closed eyes. What is this? Poir asked, but instead of curiosity, his voice held only a quiet, shaking fury. Like something had been stolen from him. Maybe he's starting to accept the truth. Who did this? Poir asked again, pointing an accusing finger at the wall. Eolh held Lakey's eye out to inspect it. Sajaheen, maybe? Judging by the height and the, crudity. This is wrong. Look, nobody said they were great artists. No. Not that. I mean, all of this. The tunnel should be clean. Empty. The trains need to run through it. We should hear birds and the fountains and the trees. Trees? Eolh thought. Underground? If we're close, Poir continued, there should be sunlight. Sunlight? Eolh asked. How could there be sunlight? There was always sunlight. Except when we made it rain. You knew you were home when the tunnels started to glow bright as day, but this, he gestured wildly at the walls and the floors covered in crude drawings and forests of fungi. This is all wrong, Eolh. A sound. Eolh held out a hand to silence the human, but Poir didn't notice. Where are the constructs? The trains? Why is nobody fixing this? Where is? Shut up. Eolh hissed. Do you hear that? Hear what? Black water trickled through the tunnel, a weak stream going God's knew where. And beyond, a sound like some great, beating heart. Tha dum. Tha dum. The walls glowed in Poir's presence, illuminating their cramped pocket of the tunnel. Human, Eolh said. Can you darken your light? It's not mine, Poir said. It's the emergency system. What does that mean? Poir sighed as if his meaning should have been obvious. They're bio-automatic. But even if I had admin access, which I don't, my implant isn't working. I can't talk to the city. Talk. To the city? How does one? Eolh shook his head, clearing away the thought. Never mind. We'll do this the hard way. Stay behind me. The water carved a muddy channel through the filth and grime. Eolh's talons were coated with a slick slime so that he had to stretch out his wings and hold himself steady on the tunnel's narrow walls. Behind him, the human squelched with every step. Echoing booms thumped in the distance, the great heart of something, shaking the tunnel and rippling in the slow-moving stream. And then the tunnel dropped away. The stream trickled over the edge and misted away into a breeze. A breeze? Down here? Before he could guess, Eolh saw. Their tunnel ended at the top of some ancient avalanche. Stone and earth had collapsed a long time ago, and the rubble that had spilled out into the cavernous darkness had softened into a slippery, treacherous decline. Wind whipped at Eolh's feathers, and with it came the foul, swampy smell of the ruins below, nestled in the basin of some vast, dark cavern. Only, could he call this a cavern? He could only see the distant walls because they were lit up in a sea of twinkling lights. Torch lights, maybe. Or campfires. Or stars, for all he could tell. Eolh gripped the edge of the tunnel with his talons, holding himself steady in the dizzying scale of this place. A wind threatened to push him back or pull him forward. The cavern floor was dominated by a lone stone hill like some huge stalagmite reaching up toward the ceiling hundreds of yards above. On its peak, 3 spiraling towers made of that unmistakable human metal sat dark and empty, watching over all. Thousands of crude huts and hovels and mud burrows and broken chunks of masonry radiated around this lone hill, and more holes had been cut into the cavern walls, connected only by rough switchbacks and rotting rope bridges. Forests of towering fungi glowed in all the expanse below, some almost as tall as kapok trees. They grew on the walls, on the roofs of the hovels, and in the muddy black rivers. They grew everywhere but the metal tracks that crisscrossed the floor of the cavern, making patterns shaped like the petals of a flower. "My city," the human said. "My home. It's incredible. It's gone." The fledgling human made a sound in his throat. Eolh thought he was about to faint. Instead, he sank into the mud with a treacherous moan. How? Time comes for us all, Eolh thought. Even the immortal gods, it seems. Eolh knew not how long they stayed there staring out into that incredible space, at all those twinkling lights, listening to the sound of some great, beating heart. He knew not if he was supposed to do something. What am I supposed to say? He thought bitterly. Should I give comfort when none was ever given to me? A dim whiteness, fainter than the faintest mist, was growing from the farthest edge of the cavern, where the floor met the wall. All the firelights in all the hovels seemed to fade, but it was only the growing of that one light swallowing all the rest. As the whiteness grew, so did the beating of that great heart. Tha dum. Tha dum. Drums? Yes. He was sure of it now. The Sahate was drawing near. A slow, pale dawn began to break into the cavern, filling this impossible space with light. In the distance, Eolh caught movement. Some nameless creature by the gods, what is that thing, broke away from the huts and began to crawl with long, spindly limbs up the wall, slipping into some black crack as it fled from the sound of the drums. What the hells else could be down here? I didn't ask for this, Poyer said. This isn't what I wanted. But now, his voice didn't shake, nor were there any tears on his face. The human clenched his hands into muddy fists so that his knuckles turned a paler brown. I have to find her, he whispered. And before Eolh could do anything, the human pushed himself to his feet and started to climb down. Human! Eolh hissed. Wait! The human slipped in the mud, his feet skidding over rock and stone and wet dirt. But he did not stop. God's damn it! Eolh clicked his beak in frustration and flapped after him. All the while, the foul breeze blew and the light from the Sahate gained in brilliance. Eolh caught up to him at the base of the avalanche, where the floor leveled out and a cluster of disused huts rose out of the mud. Some of them were shattered and falling back into the mud. The distant clattering noise of instruments carried over the low-slung huts and the cupped canopy of giant fungus. Bright blue and green and pale white veins glowed through the mushrooms, casting strange shadows as they skirted the edge of the forest. Poyer seemed to see none of it. Human, wait. We don't know this place. I do, he said. I used to run all over this place. Up there, that's my home. That's where we live. I eat breakfast there, every morning, so I can look out over the conclave. And there are trees growing under the minarets. He pointed to the stone hill in the center of the cavern, where nothing but black fungus grew. Glass trees. Silver leaves and crystal bark that you can see right through. And the false suns overhead. This is where it fell. When? What happened to my home? There are moments in one's life where one wishes one hadn't said anything at all. As soon as he opened his beak, Eolh knew this was one of those moments. It could be worse, Eolh said. How? The human stopped so abruptly Eolh almost lost his footing. How could this be any worse? Easy, Eolh warned. Take it easy. Why? The human shouted even louder. Why does it matter what I do? Why does anything matter now? You were right, everything is gone. Everyone. What about you? I never wanted to be here. The human's eyes were wide and filled with white. He was grabbing at his chest, pulling the strange fabric of his suit away from his skin. Sweating and gasping for breath. I never wanted any of this. And all the while, the drums grew louder, and the dawn filled the cavern with light. Panic. He had seen it too many times. On the job, Panic always got someone killed. Or worse. He had to bring the human back down. Shouldn't have let him get this far in the first place. Calm down, Eolh hissed through his beak. You're losing your grip. It's gone. My home. My conclave. Xiaoun. I saw her, and she was nothing but bone, and there was hair sticking out of her skull, and... Eolh reached out to grab Poir's shoulder, meaning to ground him, to hold him steady. But the human was fast. Faster than Eolh expected. He jerked away from Eolh, stepped back toward the forest of mushrooms. Don't touch me. I'm here to help you, human. Why? Poir shouted. It was such a simple question. He could have said anything at all. But nothing came up. I don't know you. I don't even know what you are. I have to find someone. I have to see if anyone is left. Listen. Eolh cut him off. The android said. Crack. A gunshot ripped through the air, deafening the din of Sajahin instruments rising somewhere from the other side of the cavern. Far across the ruins of the human city, something heavy dislodged and crashed to the ground. Cracked a one. Another shot ricocheted on the dried mud hut to his left. The hut exploded in crumbling shards of caked dirt. Eolh ducked. Get down, he shouted, and the human actually listened. Together, they huddled against the remains of the hut, keeping their heads low. When he peeked out, another bullet screamed in front of his face and the wind streaked over his beak. He jolted back to cover. What is that? Poir whispered hoarsely. What is that? It was new tech. A long-range Eolh rifle, probably, if they were shooting from that distance. Kiran made. Eolh peeked out one more time. Another shot. No, he corrected himself. 2 Eolhs. At least 2. Are those guns? Poir asked. Are they shooting at us? No, they're shooting at me, Eolh said. Why? Because of you. That shut him up, which let Eolh focus on the problem at hand. How did they find us? And how many are there? He sank back against the mud hovel, trying to find an escape. Okay, he said breathlessly. I'll go that way. You run into the forest. I'll catch up with you after I've drawn them away. Ready? Before he could answer, the hut exploded. Gunshots whistled through shards of dirt and dried mud and dust, splattering Eolh and Poir both. In all that dust, Poir just stood there with his mouth open. Run! Eolh shoved the human toward the forest. Run! The human plunged into the fungal undergrowth, crashing and knocking the flesh caps off the smallest mushrooms. Eolh flexed his legs and threw himself in a different direction, hoping to draw their fire away from the fledgling human. He turned and juked and swiveled with each thrust of his wings, hoping to avoid the gunshots. 2 more sang past him. One clipped a feather but missed his arm. Eolh dove down into the undergrowth. A light split open the dark. It came from across the cavern, casting mad shadows over everything on the cavern floor. And then, a roar that shook the ceiling. Shouts and screaming ululations and the sound of bleeding horns crashed through the cavern. Echoing and echoing until it felt like they might bring down the ceiling through sound alone. The fungal trees shook with the noise, their skirts unfurling and dumping clouds of spores from their canopies. Through the dust, Eolh could see the source of all that light. An old human train, floating above the rails, surrounded by a sea of torches and hobbled, ragged people. The Grand Sahate had arrived, and the human was headed straight toward it. 16. The traitor and the thief. The human fled through the forest, and the Corvini followed. Gunshots slapped the meaty bark of the mushroom trees, exploding through the shelves of fungus, ripping at his wings and tails. They caught only his feathers. Imperial spiderucks. 3 of them, he guessed, by the rotation of their bullets. It had been a long time since he'd seen one of these constructs. The Kirans had come through the gate and dominated the avians with their firearms and war machines. How many avian rebels had died fighting those things? And how many innocents? No. No time to think about that. All that mattered was getting to the human. The Sajahin drums echoed all around the cavern, making the trees, the dirt, the puddles of water vibrate. Rumbling all the way up to the dark ceiling high above. Dust rained from above, mingling with the falling spores of the forest. The clouds choked him as he flew. Eolh ducked under the capped limbs of one tree and almost ran into some white, hard-skinned creature. It had too many bright red legs, and it hissed at him, raising milky white mandibles covered in hard bristles. Eolh threw himself backward with a strangled caw. The thing flinched at him, hissing again, and retreated back into its hiding place, whiter than white eyes glinting back at him. He slipped into the undergrowth and circled around. If he could fly, that would make this so much easier. But he had seen what those rifles could do. Ahead, a cluster of long, low hovels only about shoulder height were half sunken in the filthy forest mud. Windows and smoke holes and doorways had been cut into the hovels, though many of the long walls were caved in. Gunshot ripped through the forest behind him, splattering fungal debris across the hovel to his left. The shot came from the ground, which meant the constructs were closing in. Eolh dove into one of the mud hovels and immediately regretted his decision. Whatever had lived in here had abandoned it a long time ago. Bones and tools made of rock were scattered across the soggy dirt floors. Filthy puddles pooled in the corners, and Eolh had to crouch down just to walk without hitting his head. Skirts of fungus grew along the walls, glowing a bright, fluorescent green that made Eolh feel like he was inside the stomach of some massive beast. He stopped. Held his breath. Clanking footsteps marched along the side of the building. A construct's clicking voice was muffled by the mud walls. Negative sighting, it declared. A pause as it listened to some instruction. Affirmative. Returning to route. The clanking footsteps started away, then stopped. Possible heat signature detected. Eolh cursed to himself. Of course he couldn't hide. Even though the Spiderix were Kirin-made, they were built on top of old tech. That's what made them so rare. If he stayed where he was, he would die. Eolh grabbed one of the stone tools and hurled it out of the hut. As soon as he heard a gunshot, he heaved himself out of the sunken chimney hole and jumped at the construct, his knife drawn. It had been over a decade since he'd last fought one in the dark alleys of Lowtown. But killing a Spiderich was like flying, once you learn how, you never forget. 2 slices on the rotator wires where its head met its body. That disabled the gun pivot. Then 4 cuts, 1 under each knee. The construct sank heavily into the dirt. Just like old times. Crack. Crack. Gunshots ripped open the hovel ceiling, spraying him with splinters of ancient, dried mud. Eolh dropped to the ground and rolled behind the disabled Spiderich, using its body for cover. The next shot sang against metal, showering him with sparks. Another Spiderich, its long legs churning and squelching furiously at the mud, rushed toward him. Eolh started to run. Another Spiderich was waiting for him. Its twin barrels aimed at his head. But no gunshot. Instead, Eolh heard a deep thrumming buzz like the vibrating wings of some huge beetle. The lance of an energy beam sliced through the construct, cleaving it in half. Rusted metal turned to liquid. The buzzing started up again, followed by another vicious zap. A hole appeared in the last construct. Steam poured up from the fresh slag, and the Spiderich collapsed. An avian walked through the broken remains of the Spiderix, gloriously unafraid as if nothing could touch her. Her feathers were dusty and black and almost invisible against the cavern gloom. In her hands, she held an old tech carbine, which she aimed casually at Eolh. Eolh got to his feet. He held up his knife, as if that would do any good. "Where's the human?" she asked. "What human? Don't play games with me. I've been following you for 2 days now. Where is the human?" "Don't know." She was tall, taller than Eolh. She lifted the carbine to her goggles, sighting him down her beak. There was color on the tips of her fingers, where her feathers had gotten wet. A rich, regal brown. And her beak was not corviny at all but razor-sharp like one of the falcor. Or an Achillan. But why would a royal come down here? "The human," she said again. Commanding. Impatient. "Wait." Every muscle in his body tensed. He knew that voice. "It's you." Here was the coward who had sold the cauldron. The traitor who had let Lowtown and all those people burn. Eolh squeezed the hilt of his dagger. His chest went tight with a breathless rage. "But why would they send you?" he said. "Why has the coward queen come all this way?" Her regal crest feathers raised. "Good. She's angry." "One last time, Corviny," she said. "Where is the human?" "He's mine." In answer, the coward queen placed one feathered finger on the carbine's trigger. It was an ancient weapon, its sleek design unlike anything Eolh had ever seen, but there was no question in his mind, all she had to do was squeeze, and he would die. "You won't find him without me," Eolh said. "What do you want?" she said. She took a few steps toward him, towering over him as if she expected him to kneel and whimper. He would only get one chance. Gods, how he had dreamed of this chance. "That's it. Keep coming closer. I can pay you, Corviny. You will never need coin again. You think I would take money from you?" He spat. "You sold us out, you craven. You damned us all. Where is he?" Her voice was forced and emotionless. "Why would I tell you?" He was gripping his knife so tight his fingers were going numb. "So you can sell him to your imperial masters? What did they promise you this time, coward?" Eolh dared to take a step closer to her. He could see how the word coward cut into her. But then, the queen said something that didn't make any sense. "Call me what you want, Corviny. I'm here to save him." Eolh cocked his head, furrowing the feathers on his brow in confusion. "You? Save him?" Here was the queen who had sold out the rebellion. Here was the queen who had set avian against avian and let the Imperials burn Lowtown to the ground. The reason his already miserable life had gone to all 8 hells. And yet, she had just slagged 2 spiderucks. Why? He is the savior, she said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The Imperials care not about the prophecy. And if I don't get to him first, Corvini, then we will lose our last hope for salvation. Eolh looked down at his knife. Was this a game of hers? He wondered. Or did she actually believe what she was saying? It almost made sense, except for one thing. Long ago, the cauldron was ruled by Falker warlords, or priest kings of paradise, and once by a brave, young passerine. Short-lived monarchs, all. Then, came the royal Aquila. The fairest and noblest of avians. True leaders who gave more than they asked for. Even when the Kirans first opened the gate, and their soldiers poured through, the Aquilan line stood proud and stubborn against their new laws. The new magistrate threatened each one with a new kind of public death, but they remained steadfast. Until came the exception, the coward queen. The one who traded her city for a crown. She who sold her people to the Imperials, just to save her own life. Now, she lived in perfect comfort with all her Imperials and all her nobles, sneering down at the poor, suffering masses. But that image didn't match the avian before him, covered in sweat and blood and dust. Wouldn't a coward send someone else to do the dirty work? Please, she said, I don't want to harm you. I'm just here for the human. How strange, to be begged at gunpoint. Can I believe her? Eolh glanced at the twin flanges of the carbine still aimed at his chest. Did he have a choice? Listen, Eolh said, I think we might be on the same side here. No, we are not. Again, her words took him by surprise. She pulled the goggles off her face, letting them hang around her neck. Her hard stare made him feel like a piece of rotten meat. Unlike you, Corvini, I have no intention of selling the human. However, I will pay more than anyone. Gods above, I'll pay your buyer off, too, if that's what it takes. Name your price. Eolh crowed a dark laugh. You think I'm trying to sell him? Why else would you want him? He hated the way she looked down on him. Hated the way she assumed all he cared about was money. A few days ago, she would have been right. But things had changed. Things were still changing. And he had a job to finish. So Eolh squared his shoulders, unruffled his feathers, and lifted his beak until they were eye to eye. Listen, Your Royal Highness, I'm doing someone a favor. I made a promise to get him to safety. That's all. No less. Her eyes narrowed, disbelief plain on her face. For a favor, you're a long way from Lowtown. Look. Eolh showed her the knife in his hand, and then he laid it down in the dirt. This is a hard thing for me to ask, especially of you, but I could use some help. It was a stupid plan, he knew, sticking his neck out like this. 1,000 doubts crashed through his mind. What if he was wrong about her? Should he kill her now? Why was he down here, anyway? That damn android. She had told him to come down here, to find a city below. And she had been right, hadn't she? Tell me where he is, the queen said. Only this time, she lowered her carbine. Eolh felt something loosen in his chest. I lost him. Eolh's crest feathers flattened with shame. I told him to run. You left him alone. What was I supposed to do? This is his home, anyway. Or it used to be. Eolh looked around at the low mud huts. The fungal orchards glowed in the distance. At the huge spiral hill and the cavern walls far beyond, swallowing them whole. Everyone he knows is dead. We were traveling together, and then he. A shadow peeled itself off one of the mud huts. Its legs were clearly mechanical, but the rest of its body was slender muscle and covered in shining mucus. It aimed a rifle with 2 webbed hands. Get down. Eolh lunged at the queen. He tackled her before she could move. A piercing whistle sang through the air. A bullet. It bit into his wrist so hard he spun and fell into the dirt. At first, he felt nothing but the cold, wet mud on his back. Then, his wrist erupted in seething, white-hot pain. He remembered screaming. He remembered watching her squeeze off lances of energy from her carbine, slicing down the row of huts. The sound of pure light slicing white-hot lines through mud walls and fungal trees. Eolh remembered looking down at the stump of shredded meat where his hand had been. 2 small white shapes stuck out of his wrist. Blood pooled in the stump and started dripping down his forearm. My hand. His eyes rolled into the back of his head, and he fell into a velvet darkness. 17. The Grand Sahate. Poyer's home was in ruins. Enormous fractures had split the cavern walls, and chunks of rock had fallen from the ceiling, smashing into the parks and avenues he had once played in. Only a few buildings embedded in the walls still stood, crumbling houses and apartments of his conclave made unrecognizable by all that aged filth and muck. His own house was buried beneath a rubble avalanche. His city might be dead, but a new one had taken its place. A lone train sat at the top of a dirt hill, the polished metal untouched by age. Dozens of banners and muted, colorful sheets hung from its cars. Tied to the roof of its locomotive, a beacon as bright as a star filled the cavern with light. Somehow, they had salvaged a single bulb from the old sunlamp that had crashed to the cavern floor eons ago. Which meant there might be other things down here that still held a charge. Throngs of hobbled beings, Sajahin, Eolh had called them, walked toward this light. They poured down the crumbling ramps, out of their hovels carved high in the cavern walls. Out of the ruins of Poyar's home. They barked and coughed and argued with each other in that guttural half-language as they gathered and stumbled toward the train, where a whole city of tents pushed out of the dirt and filth like patchwork fungus. They carried alien goods or dragged them in carts, some of which were made of reclaimed wood, while others floated over the ground. Salvaged repulsor engines, Poyar thought. The Sajahin paid no attention to Poyar, as if he were nothing more than another denizen of this dark place. So he followed them. Followed them into their city. It grew, like a maze, all around him. Hunched alien bodies tugged at ropes and put up ragged tents or built stalls to vendor their scavenged rubbish. The tables sagged with rusted metal parts and dried fungus and the cured carcasses of rodents held together by strings. The longer he stared, the larger the maze grew. The musty, algae smell of the cavern was undercut by cooking meat and the rich earthiness of fresh mushrooms. Drums and howling instruments sang praise to the growing Grand Sahate. And the Sajahin. Anywhere else, they might have looked sickly with their pale skin and hard-boned, malnourished bodies. But down here, with only a single bright light coming from the hill, it was Poyar who felt like the alien. Their faces were hidden deep within their robes or by masks made of scavenged leathers and bark and bits of metal. Some of them were hunched and hobbled and wore so much jewelry they jingled with every step. Others were stout and carried heavy, rusted wrenches as tall as they were. They almost looked menacing except that the tallest among them only came up to Poyar's shoulder. Some of the older ones had bones sticking out of their joints, spiky growths jutting out of their arms, their elbows, their shoulders and knees. Piercing through their ragged cloaks. Is this a disease, or are their bodies meant to do that? What are these people, anyway? Where did they come from? Poyar had one theory, but his skin crawled to think of it. As he picked his way through the throngs of Sajahin, the Sajahin guards leaned on their wrenches, turning their heads to track him as he wandered through the sprawling camp. Other beings walked through here too, other aliens, drawn to the Sajahin's clamoring drums and to the ever-present light at the top of the hill, shining down on the whole Sahate. There were aliens with too many legs, or too many eyes, or no eyes at all. Most were weighed down with goods or surrounded by vendors who grunted aggressively, eager to trade with any passerby. Still the maze of tents grew. The deeper he walked, the more the stalls seemed to overflow with scavenged junk. Hunks of metal and replacement limbs and other construct parts seemed to cascade out of one tent. Poyar peered inside and saw many eyes most crusted over with dirt and rust staring back at him. They lit up and seemed to follow him as he rushed back out into the street. Around one corner, he found an open bazaar. The crowd was a dull roar as they bartered and traded in that incomprehensible tongue, the slobbering consonants and gasping vowels were muffled by their hoods and masks. They haggled over stalls or offered their wares while towing carts behind them. All those robes and sandal-covered feet squelching in the mud. Poyar felt out of place in his form-fitting cold suit. The Sajahin noticed. One vendor caught at his elbow, pinching the fabric of his suit between bone-white fingers. The fingers were cold and had too many knuckles. "No, thank you," Poyar said, trying to keep his voice from shaking. Trying not to scream. The Sajahin tugged again, coughing and slobbering and trying to press what Poyar hoped was a cluster of egg-shaped mushrooms into his hands and not actual eggs. "I said no," Poyar said, pushing the Sajahin's hand back. The Sajahin craned its hooded face up. A single dim eye looked up at Poyar. And the alien gasped. Poyar pushed past and almost tripped over a tiny creature that had scampered across his path. It looked up at him through thick goggles, cooing with awe. Then there were more of them, weaving around the legs of the adults. They touched at Poyar's clothes, chattering and sniffing excitedly at the fabric. "Please!" Poyar shouted. He pushed one away and two more took its place. "Get off me!" "Stop!" They did. And so did the rest of the bazaar. All the snuffling, coughing, bartering, and crude conversation went silent, leaving only the sound of the drums and the piercing whistle of reeds. They were staring at him. Hundreds of Sajahin. It wasn't the first time Poyar had felt so lost and so alone. The cultivars tests had made sure of that. Poyar pushed himself free of the Sajahin children, stumbling away through the bazaar toward the train. It was sitting at the top of a dirt hill that had grown over the old rails. Tattered sheets had been draped over the train's doors and windows. When they fluttered in the cavern breeze, it was as if they were beckoning him to come closer. The train had not stopped, only slowed to a crawl. It hovered a foot or so above the ground, its gleaming metal bulk floating over the rails an inch at a time. It would be hours, maybe days, before the train left the maze of tents behind. The tents stopped long before the foot of the hill. And when Poyer started climbing, one of the Sajaheen guards detached from the crowds and barked after him, waving a rod of sharpened, rusted metal like a spear, warning Poyer to get back. Get off the hill. Poyer looked back at the guard, looked up at the train, and kept climbing, using his hands to haul himself up one fistful of mud at a time. The guard took out a horn and blew on it. More emerged from the crowds below, and the fabric sheets of the train car lifted. More guards, holding their wrenches like shepherd's staffs. He knew he should stop. He could see what they wanted from him. But this was his city. That was his train. And if it had power, maybe there was a guide he could talk to. I have to see. Poyer shouted at the guards. They barked and jabbed the empty air, urging him to go back. He tried to keep climbing, but they reached out and pushed him off balance with those rusted, oversized wrenches and drivers, shoving him away from the train. He slid and squelched to a stop halfway down the hill, hearing only their barking cries. The crowds below were watching now. But he had seen his opening. The Sajaheen were short, stunted, malnourished things. Poyer might have still been a child among his kind, but he'd been raised on a biologist's diet, hormone streams and machine-induced growth and nutrients regulated down to the molecule. Just like everyone else in his cohort. Poyer growled and started climbing again, half crawling, half running diagonally up the hill. This time, when a guard thrust their weapon at him, he grabbed it. The guard and Poyer stared at each other, both in surprise. Then, Poyer pulled hard and found that the Sajaheen was light and easy to shove away. The creature went sprawling in the mud, and Poyer had the wrench now. He brandished it threateningly. They paused, unsure of him, giving him just enough room to rush up the hill. When he looked down, Poyer's eyes widened. It wasn't just the guards now. All the Sahate was coming after him. Thousands of Sajaheen, streaming and shambling in files up the hill. Thousands of fingers and feet squelching in the mud, the drums beating over an ocean of hissing, slobbering voices. Poyer swung the wrench in a wide circle, cutting the air with a hoop. The guard stepped back, and Poyer seized the opportunity to make his way to the front of the train. Not that he had a plan. He knew only that he had to go quickly. Poyer ran through the mud, his feet slapping at every step. The train rolled ever so slowly ahead. And when he put his hand on the cold, polished metal of the locomotive, it lurched. And stopped. And so did the gathering, shambling crowds. The light from that huge bulb, that piece of the sunlamp, went dark blue. A voice, beautiful and crystalline, rang out over the Sahate. It rolled down the hills and over the tents and out into the darkness of the greater cavern beyond. Caution! It spoke in a firm, digitized tone. This is a live rail and may cause fatal injury. It was the most beautiful sound Poyer had heard in days. A vocal fragment of the past. Of home. All around him and all throughout the Sahate, the Sajaheen fell to their knees, muddying their robes and gear and not caring at all. They gasped. They murmured and bowed until their faces were pressed into the dirt. Caution! This is a live rail and may cause fatal injury. Caution! Silence, Poyer said, and it was so. Out in the crowds, someone let out a cry of despair. Poyer looked down at them, saw hundreds of hoods and masks and goggles staring up at him. Waiting. And a low, groaning sound. 3 words, repeated over and over. Catching like fire across the crowd. ACH. In. 1. ACH. In. 1. They're praying to the train? Why? Thousands of them, worshipping a ruined machine that was nothing more than scrap metal. Poyer shook his head, turning his thoughts back to his mission. The train should have a simple, built-in guide AI. Nothing more than a pathfinding oracle with a rudimentary personality. But, like all the Conclave's systems, it was connected. Everything down here was supposed to be connected. Even the humans. Even Poyer, except his wrist implant wasn't working for some reason. Hello, he said, speaking into the metal hull. Hoping it would recognize him. The train was sluggish and slow to respond. He could almost hear it shaking off the digital cobwebs of its mind. Good afternoon, Poyer, the voice boomed out from the train. It has been a long time. Instead of relief, hearing his name spoken out loud in front of all these watching faces made him feel exposed. Uncomfortable. Where is everyone? Poyer asked. What happened to the city? There are no other signals in the subterranean sections of the conclave. Then where did they go? Error. An alarm blared, short and sharp, making Poyer jump back. And the voice returned, information unavailable. Is there something else I can help you with, Poyer? Poyer slammed a fist against the train. Below, the crowds gasped, surged back as one. Even the guards along the hilltop gripped their weapons tighter. He closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. What would Xiaoun say? He thought. Be in the center, Poyer. Let it all flow over you, not through you. He tried. Worry. And the harder he tried, the more his feelings welled up inside. Fear. Pressing against his skull. Darkness. Aching to get out. The train interrupted him, energy levels, critical. Charge required. This train is now entering standby mode. Wait. Poyer said. Are there any other signals anywhere? Can you find anyone else? Searching. Broadening search. Searching. Searching. The train let out an echoing chime. Signal found. Marsim Colette is 12 miles away. Marsim the soldier? That didn't make sense. Unless he was here on the director's request. Or maybe Oster sent him here, Poyer thought, though he had never met the founder of the scattered conclaves of Kaya. But why would Oster send a soldier to our conclave? The train said, forwarding coordinates to your personal console. You can't. My implant isn't working. You will find Marsim Colette in the east central sector of the caldera. 30 seconds until standby mode, the train added. The crowds of Sajahin stirred and rippled apart as two figures pushed through the kneeling, bowing creatures. Two feathered avians, one carrying the other. One hanging limp, covered in blood. Eolh. The avian who carried him was tall and well-muscled and had a vicious beak that might cut through bone. When the wrench guards tried to stop her from approaching the train, she withered their advances with a regal glare. Even with the extra weight of Eolh in her arms, the avian climbed up the slick, muddy cliff easily, every sliding step bringing her closer to Poyer. But she stopped halfway down the hill. As if she didn't want to come any closer. As if she's afraid of me. Divine One, she called out in a piercing voice. She bowed as deep as she could with Eolh in her arms. We beseech you. Will you help him? One of Eolh's arms was painted red with his own blood. His whole hand was gone. A sick feeling rose in Poyer's throat, followed by a rush of panic. We beseech you. What am I supposed to do? He thought, trying to breathe, trying to push away that feeling of drowning. His schooling had covered basic first aid, of course, but nothing close to actual medical training. The cultivars were far too focused on the other tests. The avian was frozen in her bow. Waiting for his answer. What's, Poyer fumbled. What's wrong with him? She raised her yellow beak. The tip was polished charcoal and as sharp as the crescent moon. Now, her muscles strained as she lifted Eolh higher, showing Poyer the Corvinese grisly wound. The Corvinese wound was dripping, and pieces of white bone stuck out of torn flesh. Eolh's chest sank deeper with every ragged breath. Please, O child of the stars. He doesn't have much time. Help him. How? Poyer said. And the tall avian furrowed her brow feathers, confused. I don't know how. Poyer shouted. Does not the blood of a god have the power to save lives? She asked. A single drop, Divine One. That is all I ask. What god? Poyer thought. Me? How is my blood supposed to help? Behind him, the train whispered, entering standby mode. Its lights began to dim. Wait, he said. The train lit back up. I can do better, he said. He turned to the train. Someone's been injured. I do not detect any injury, the train's AI said. Can you dispense medical supplies anyway? Error, the train blared. You do not have medical privileges. Poyer grimaced at the Eolh, unsure what to do but desperate to do something for him. He looked down at the sharpened rod in his hand. Its tip was covered in rust, and wet, filthy dirt streaked its length. A drop of my blood. He pressed the tip against his palm, feeling the jagged bite of rust. Poyer squeezed his eyes shut and ripped the weapon against his skin. Blood ran across his palm and dribbled down his wrist. How many times had he thought of doing this? He had always been too scared to try. The world started to spin, and Poyer held himself steady against the train. Injury detected. Error. Cannot establish medical connection. Dispensing emergency medical supplies. A hidden slot shot out of the train's hull. The slot was full of dozens of small, slender tubes filled with silvery liquid, each one perfectly laid in place. And before Poyer could do anything else, the train spoke one last time. Error. Energy level, critical. Entering standby mode. Good. Bye. And then, the sun lamp on top of the train went dark. The whole cavern was extinguished. The distant masses gasped and shuddered as one. For a long moment, all was black. Then, torches and headlights and other illuminants scavenged from Poyer's dead city twinkled to life. Thousands of faces looking up at him, chanting with renewed wonder. ACH. In. Won. They weren't praying to the train. They're praying to me. Even the tall avian was kneeling before him, cowering in awe beneath his gaze. So this is what it felt like to be a god. 18. Silver blood. The tent was overcrowded with decrepit, old Sajahin who wore beads and bracelets and necklaces made of clipped, scavenged metal. Rusted gears, door handles, pipe shafts, and construct parts clinked and clattered as they made their bobbing bows or prostrated themselves before Poyer. Some grabbed at his hands insistently, cooing and clucking and choking out words which Poyer could barely understand. Begging for his blessing. Poyer wasn't sure if the sour odor was their breath, their clothes, or just them. Either way, they were clawing up the air, and he was worried Eolh would die from suffocation before his wounds took him. Please, give us some space, he shouted over the clinking and bowing. They responded, in unison, with some barking chant that they all seemed to know. When he gestured at the tent flaps, as if to sweep them out, the hobbled little elders did open the tent. But instead of leaving, they simply invited more Sajahin to come huddle inside. The regal avian who was called Reich spoke above the crowds. May I be of assistance, Divine One? Poyer shrugged. Be my guest. She puffed up her chest, rising to her full height so that her head brushed against the ragged cloth ceiling, and loosed a piercing screech. Her majestic wings beat at the air, shoving and knocking over the nearest Sajahin in a fierce gust, forcing them out of the tent. And out there? Out there, it was so much worse. Thousands of Sajahin were gathered, chanting in unison, so that their prayers were like the waves crashing to shore. He could see them only by the candles and torches that lit the huddled masses. What did they want from him? What did they expect? Well, whatever it was, it would have to wait. Eolh was still unconscious in the tent, and the Nonite was doing what it could to knit new skin over his severed hand. If only they could find a bioprinter. Divine One, the regal avian said. My task is unfinished. You will be safe here for the moment. What task? There was another hunter out there. The one who took his hand. I shot it, but I didn't have time to confirm the kill. Do not worry, I will return before he wakes up. Thank you for saving him, Poyer said. He is the one who saved me, Divine One. I will return. She bowed so deeply he could see the reddish-brown crest feathers running down the back of her feathered head. Divine. The word needled at him as he watched her sweep out of the tent. What is she going to say when she realizes I'm not? A moan came from somewhere in the dark tent. Eolh was lying on a cot, his head rolling back and forth as if he were desperate for the pain to stop. His forehead burned at the touch. Poyer had already injected him with 3 tubes of nonite and was afraid to give him more. There was a limit to what those microscopic constructs could do and a limit to what a body would accept. Could nonite even work on a Corvini? On any of these aliens? As far as Poyer knew, nonite was made to rebind flesh and muscle and bone based on human genetics, not whatever Eolh was. The bandages on Eolh's wrist were soaked through with blood, and Poyer was pretty sure they needed to be changed. Where do you find clean rags in a place like this? Everything the Sajahin owned was covered in filth. The Corvini was staring at him. His eyes were 2 black glints of light in the shadows of the tent. Water, he croaked. Poyer fetched a bowl, but even the Sajahin's water was murky and brown. He fished out the larger specks of dirt and tilted the bowl up to the avian's beak. The bird gasped with every gulp. Poyer couldn't imagine the pain he was in. And when he was done, he tried to speak. Where is she, fledgling? His voice was ragged and terse. Where is the queen? Eolh, Poyer said gently, nodding at his severed hand. When the Corvini saw the stump, he swallowed hard and let his head fall back to the cot. At least the nonite numbed the pain. One of the Sajahin shamans had tried to put a cold, grey fungal paste on the wound, but Poyer had pushed him away. Where is she? Eolh asked, still squeezing his eyes shut. We need to leave. If the Empire sent Spiderux, then they know we're here. Eolh tried to sit up until a shock of pain made him fall back against the cot. Reich said you 2 were attacked. She wanted to make sure they were dead. Here, drink more water. And what if she's lying? Eolh's breathing was heavy and pained. He took the water but did not drink. What if she's bringing the Imperials down here right now? Do you think she would do that? She seemed grateful to you. And she worshipped me, Poyer didn't say. No, Eolh sighed and fell back against the cot. I don't know what to think anymore. All these years. The words died in his throat. Outside, the waves of Sajahin chants ebbed and flowed. Horns called and instruments made of bone and leather clattered and thumped. Can you tell them to shut up? Eolh said. I tried. And every time I go outside, they just get more excited. Some god you are, Eolh muttered. He started to unwind the bandage from his wrist and let out a caw of pain. Poyer got up to help, but Eolh shook his head. I'm fine. It's fine, he grunted in a tone that suggested he was anything but. Poyer sat on the edge of the cot and watched him work. Poyer had seen animals dissected before, he had even seen human bodies, though only in simulations. He didn't look away when the last strip of cloth fell loose, revealing the ruined stump of Eolh's wrist. Silver webs of nanite knitted over the gore and bone, becoming a kind of mercurial skin. Eolh started dabbing at the silver skin. Don't touch it, Poyer said. You're going to confuse it if you touch it. This stuff is alive. Eolh said, inspecting his wound from every angle. Sort of, Poyer said. Where the hells did you get so much of it? I found a train. Or the Sajahin did. It ran out of power, but that's how we got the nanite. I had to cut my hand open to get its attention. Poyer opened his palm to show him. I talked to it, Eolh. Yeah, well, I guess that makes us even, then, Eolh crowed. I saved you, you saved me. Wait, what do you mean you talked to a train? Trains don't talk. Ours do, Poyer said. Of course they do. Eolh's tone said he didn't believe Poyer in the slightest. It said there was another human. Up in the caldera. Poyer. His name is Marsim Colette. I remember him. He came to our conclave every few months. He was the director's nephew or something close. Poyer, no. Yes, Eolh. I have to go look. You were right, okay? You were right about my home. My city is gone. You were right about everyone being gone. But I have his signature. I know where he is. I have to get to him. I can't do anything on my own. I need his help. I don't care what you think you know. There's no one left, fledgling. You are the last. Listen, I'm not. He moved to sit up again and gasped with the pain. Eolh put his hand, the only hand he had left, to his chest to steady his breathing. I'm not telling you this to hurt you. The cauldron is my home, and I would know if there was a human being up there. I have his signature. You don't know what it's like up there, human. They're looking for you. And when they find you... Eolh held up his severed hand in warning. The Corvini might know things that Poyer didn't, but he didn't understand. My home. My people. Everyone. I have to find them. Eolh tore a strip of threadbare cloth off the cot and started to wrap it around his stump. After a long silence, Poyer said, I can hide. If we go up there, I can stay hidden. Can you? Eolh nodded at the tent flap. How's that working out for you? Outside, thousands of Sajahin were beating drums and rattling bones together and swaying with their torches as they bowed in great waves across the cavern floor. No, Eolh said. You have to stay down here. There's nothing for me down here. There's nothing for you up there either. Poyer wanted to say too many things that he didn't mean. He clenched his jaw, not trusting himself to speak. Eolh stopped wrapping his wrist. His clever black eyes stared into Poyer's. Human, he said gently. Look at me. Until I met you, I didn't believe your kind really existed. At least, not the way we're told to believe. Eh, God? I still don't believe it. But when I first laid my eyes on you, I don't know what I felt. Something. You did things, up there and down here. You made light unlike any light I have ever seen before. I followed that fool android down here because I'm a fool too. I've never met anyone like her, and I'm starting to wonder if somehow, her coming here was your doing. I don't know. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Maybe I'm just so goddamned desperate to do something about this world. But if there's a chance, even the slimmest hope that you have any power in you at all, well, fledgling, then maybe they're right. Maybe all the believers in all the worlds know something I don't. He closed his beak for a moment, thinking. Or feeling some kind of pain unrelated to the wound on his wrist. Eolh shook his head. If things can change, maybe it will be because of you. Poyer's cheeks were hot with guilt. And with anger. Change? It was like nothing had changed at all. The words were different, but the meaning was the same. How many cultivars had told him the same thing? You have to keep trying, Poyer. You have no idea how important this is. I didn't ask for this. I never wanted this. And now all his cultivars were gone or dead, and he was alone, surrounded by aliens who thought he was some kind of god. Well, if they're looking for a human, they couldn't have found a more useless one. All his tests, his cultivars, everyone in the conclave could attest to that. He was a failure. And the harder he tried, the more it hurt. Poyer clenched his hands so tightly his fingernails dug into his palms, reopening the scab that had only begun to dry. I didn't ask for this. He couldn't stop staring at Eolh's wounded wrist. Eolh tucked the bandage into itself with a grunt of pain. He looked up at Poyer. Fledge, can you be patient? That's all I'm asking. All you have to do is stay here and wait while we figure this out. For how long? And what if I can't do anything that you think I can? I don't have admin privileges, I've barely done any training. And nothing works down here. All the systems are dead. Everything is dead, Eolh. Everyone. There were the tears again. They choked him and burned his eyes and cheeks. It hurt. It hurt so much. He just wanted the pain to go away. Fledgling. Eolh crowed softly. You think I'm special, but I'm not. I've never been. Always the last. Always the worst. Sit down. Take it easy. Breathe in for me, okay? Breathe. There was something about the calm in Eolh's voice, as if the Corvini knew what he was going through, knew everything about him. As if everything was going to be just fine. It made Poir's blood boil. Before he could think, his fist smacked the clay bowl, still full of dirty water, off the cot. It smashed against the pole in the center of the tent. There were voices outside, and when a Sajahin pushed its hooded head in through the tent flap, it leveled a gnarled finger at Eolh and barked an accusation. Poir shouted, "Get out," and the Sajahin retreated, bowing and groveling. Poir didn't think of himself as a child. 16 years old, almost 17, but he was still the youngest in his cohort. In the whole conclave even. And when the cultivars were hundreds of years old, and Oster older than that, well, that made him practically an infant. He knew almost nothing about the universe beyond his home. The cultivars wouldn't let his cohort become distracted from their testing. And Poir had been awful at that too. So, he could think of only one way to help anyone. If you want a savior, you need a different human. A better one. There is one I know on the surface, right now, and if we don't get to him soon, someone else might get to him first. Eolh shook his head. One of the Corvini's hands was squeezing up and down his arm, gently massaging the pain around his wrist. The blood was already starting to spot through his fresh bandages. Fledge, Eolh said, his voice weary from the pain and from arguing. Wanting something to be true doesn't make it so. There's no one up there. And what about you? Poir snarled. What? What about your beliefs? Why are you so certain you're right? Eolh stuttered. Blinked. And opened his beak to speak again. Before he could speak, someone opened the tent flap, letting in the stench and the sound of chanting. I said leave us alone. But it wasn't the Sajahin. It was the queen. She was covered in mud, and when she entered the tent, her head whipped back and forth as she scanned the shadows. We have to go. When she spoke, her tone was brusque and commanding. Right now. Why? Eolh said. There wasn't a body. I hid it, but there was no body. Eolh said, this place is full of scavengers, Reich. One of them might have taken the body. No, she hissed far too forcefully. It's alive. I know it is. How? It's one of them. The ones that don't have names. At that, Eolh shut his beak. What does that mean? Poir asked. He could feel the tension in the room, and it made something in his stomach flutter. They sent an assassin, Eolh growled. God's damn it, are they trying to kill him? The magistrate, Reich said. That reckless imbecile. He'll kill us all. Her gaze fell upon Poir, a dark dread worrying at her golden eyes. I thought I would find you before it did. I'm sorry. We have to go. Death always had a taste. Today, the one who ate the others could taste his own death. Full of heat, like fire spreading through the jungle, curling and blackening everything in its wake. But the taste was also sweet. It called to memory the first days, when it had no limbs, and it still swam in the spawning pools. A taste it thought it had long forgotten. Always swimming. Never sleeping. Knowing that if it stopped, death would find it. Now, there was a gaping wound from that queen's burning weapon. What remained of his lung stuck to his own flesh, uselessly quivering every time it breathed. It was exhilarating. There was no other taste like it. But it was also a red, bitter taste. Today, his prey had escaped, and that had never happened before. This failure soured the scent of blood in the air. He knew exactly where the smell came from. Down there, at the center of that massive scavenger gathering. The filthy things were worshipping his prey. The one who ate the others held the imperial beacon in his webbed hand. The one who paid had told him, when you find your prey, activate this beacon. If you fail, the empire will still gain something from your loss. An insult. The one who ate the others did not fail. Not ever. Even this hunt was not a failure. It was simply unfinished. The one who ate the others crouched low and lifted the beacon high. It smashed the beacon against the ground, again and again. The wound on its torso split further open, but still the one who ate the others did not stop smashing until blood was oozing down its legs and the device was nothing more than fragments. It crushed them into the mud with one mechanical foot. And then the one who ate the others pulled another device out of its pouch. A new tech tool that could focus its heat into its iron point. Its wound might heal with time. The missing part of his lung might even grow back. But the one who ate the others was not going to wait. He clicked the iron on, testing the heat with his sticky fingertips. The one who ate the others did not wince, nor croak, nor cry out as it cauterized the gaping wound, permanently hardening the skin on its torso. As it burned, the one who ate the others inhaled deeply, inhaling the scent of his own charred flesh, sending shivers of intoxicated delight down its spine. The hunt must go on. 19. The way up. He was sitting up on the cot, unraveling the bandage of his severed limb. Internally, the Nanite was already performing a life-saving miracle. He could feel his ribs stitching together. And that joint that had always been out of place, where he'd broken his leg while roving the streets as a fledgling, felt better than he could ever remember. He could even breathe without wincing now. Now that I think about it, Eolh inhaled sharply. I don't know that I ever breathed this well. The leather on his waistcoat creaked as he doubled over, trying to pick up another, slightly cleaner rag. Seeing his apparent health, the queen stirred from her chair. It's time. He won't be safe up there, Eolh said. He's not safe down here. Her crest feathers were standing on end, adding to her height and brushing against the fabric ceiling. If you take him into the city, they will find him. You know they will. We are hunted. They know we are here. We have no choice but to start moving, and unless you know of any other underground cities, the only way out is up. The way the two avians argued, it was as if he weren't there at all. As if he were still back in the conclave, listening to his cultivars argue in the middle of the night. Xiaoun yelling at Matsuka. Matsuka muttering to himself and to Harrison. And Harrison rolling his eyes at both of them, saying, he's done. He's failed every single test. Every single one. Why are you so stuck on him? You can keep wasting your life, but I will not waste mine. He's done. As if he weren't there at all. Poyer was the last born of his cohort. One of 37 children born in the central conclave, Karam. One of the 37 chosen. Unfortunately, he didn't know what he had been chosen for. He wasn't old enough to have earned any of those permissions. And even if he was, he probably wouldn't earn them. Not only was Poyer last, he was also the least of his cohort. Every year, his test scores seemed to get lower. Even last year, he thought. I tried my hardest. I gave it everything. Even then, I failed. Well, fine. The tests were hard. But he knew where Marsim was. He even knew how to get to him. They were only 10 minutes away at best. I know a few quiet spots in Lowtown, Eolh said. Reich's voice quivered with rage. We are not taking the Savior Divine to Lowtown. Well, he's not going to the high city. They'll sell him out, same as they do to each other. If only they would stop fighting. Now the queen was staring icy daggers into the Corvini, and Eolh was pretending that his own crest feathers weren't rising up. Why do you hate each other? Poyer asked. Reich and Eolh looked at Poyer, then at each other. It was the same look his cultivars used to make when they realized he had been listening the whole time. That always made Harrison mad. Matsuka, ashamed. He is a thief, she said. Better a thief than a coward, my queen. Reich's golden eyes flashed. She took a dangerous step forward and raised herself a full 2 heads higher than Eolh. Only now did Poyer notice how much larger her wings were than Eolh's, and the muscles, too, where her wings attached to her arms. And the talons on her feet. We should go to the middle biome, Poyer said. The second step. Both turned their heads. You mean the mid-city? Eolh asked. Yeah, that one. Good, Eolh said. Yes, Reich said at the same time. They looked at each other again, and Poyer thought he saw something else pass between them. Are all avians like this? Who do you know in the mid-city? Reich eyed Eolh with suspicion. A good doctor. A green doctor. How do you know them? I told you, Corvini. You don't know anything about me. I was going to suggest taking Poyer to the very same. He owes me a favor. Funny, Eolh grunted. I owe him one too. Eolh held his wrist in front of his face as if he could bring back his hand by staring at it. Bitterness edged grim lines through his feathers and the corners of his beak, and Poyer felt a pang of guilt run through him. If Marsim can help, maybe we can grow him a new limb. It wasn't the most common procedure, but Poyer had heard it had been done several times while they were building the conclaves. Well. Eolh caught out a sigh. How do we get back to the surface? I'd wager the hunter is waiting for us in the tunnels. What choice do we have? Reich asked. We'll have to risk it. No, Poyer said. There's another way. Divine One. Reich bowed before she spoke to him. Like he was some revered being who had fallen from the heavens. He didn't know why, but that bow made his chest squeeze with discomfort. I am not what you think I am. The elevators, Poyer said. Elevators. Reich said as if she'd never heard the word. There's 8 of them, Poyer said. Or there were. But I saw one that looked like it might still work. If it has power. Elevators, Reich said again, looking at Eolh. Eolh shrugged. Well, what about them? How do we get through all the Sajahin? Outside, the chants still came and went in long, moaning waves. Drums thumped regularly, though the horns had ceased their racket. But Poyer was certain, as soon as he stepped outside, the noise would resume at peak volume. If they're so convinced I'm a god. I have an idea, he said. Follow me. He opened the tent upon a sea of torches and dark, huddled shapes. The hordes lifted their voices in raucous jubilation. The drums and clattering instruments shook the caverns, and the sea of bodies began to sway in waves, singing their guttural song. Evolutionary mutants. That's what they are. He was certain of it. But left to live on in these tunneled-out caverns for who knew how long. Thankfully, long enough to have developed a belief system. Poyer held his hands up, and a stillness fell over the crowds. When he was convinced all the eyes were on him, he held his hands pressed together, out in front of him, and slowly spread them apart as if opening the heaviest doors in existence. At first, nothing happened. All the Sajahin stood still. Then, a few of them started to grunt and cough and bark at their neighbors. The crowds shuffled, beginning to split apart. I can't believe that worked, Eolh said behind Poyer. Of course it worked, Reich said, her voice tinged with pride. Where the savior walks, the way opens. Right, Eolh croaked doubtfully. As they walked through the parted crowd, the hooded heads turned as he passed like leaves following the light of the sun. It was eerie but not quite uncomfortable. He felt safe here, like an esteemed guest in some great house. Director Yovin's house, maybe. As Poyer passed the crowds, they whispered and sighed at him. One old Sajahin broke the spell by falling to the ground, wailing before him. Her bony limbs stuck out of her ragged shawls, her knuckles cracking like dried branches as she clutched at the dirt in front of his feet. Not daring to touch him but unable to let him pass. She was begging him. But for what? Just keep walking, Eolh said over his shoulder. I can't just ignore her. Sure you can. Gods have been ignoring people for thousands of years. Why change that now? Poyer ignored him and reached into the flexible pocket of his suit, where half of the nanite tubes were safely nestled. He crouched down in front of the old Sajahin and gathered her hands in his. Her fingers were desperately cold and painfully brittle, and his stomach squirmed at the feeling of so many knuckles, but he pushed the weirdness away. Her face was hidden in the shadows of her hood, and he had the feeling it was better that way. Even for a Sajahin, she looked frail. You shouldn't worship me, Poyer said calmly. I am not a god. She clucked gently at him, her voice full of awe. He had no idea if she understood him or not. The avian spoke his tongue, albeit with strange accents, maybe the Sajahin did too. I don't know who you are or what you are but I don't want you to hurt. Please, take this. She clutched the tube in both hands, her whole body trembling. Under her hood, she made a gasping, gulping sound that Poyer couldn't interpret. Go on. If you need it, use it. Poyer mimed an injection. Do you understand? In answer, she reached into the layers of her ragged shawls and pulled out a string from which hung the plastic shell of a mechanical switch. Its letters were faded but still legible, OVRD. A key for a manual override, probably from one of the massive air filters or power exchangers on the surface. She urged him to take it, pressing it into his hands. He thanked her and looped the twine around his neck. The coarse fiber itched, but even if it was made of thorns, he wouldn't take it off. To Poyer, this was no broken piece of plastic. It was a piece of home. They reached the edge of the crowd, all the twinkling torches of the Sahate spread behind them. Before they left, Poyer took one last look. At the hordes of hooded aliens, draped in rags and rusted bits of metal. At their tents and the vendor stalls, and the train sitting high above the Sahate, gleaming chrome on a mound of black dirt. His home was in ruins. His friends, his family. All gone. But a new people lived here now. He hoped this place would serve them well. And as he stared, Poyer felt a breeze. It sounded like wind rushing through the leaves of an ancient forest. But the wind didn't reach down here, not this far down the cavern floor. Snatches of conversation blew through the wind. He could hear voices but not their words. Here? Are you serious? It must be. Poyer strained to listen. Those were human voices. But he could see neither of the speakers. It's blind. No, it can hear. It's listening to us, the elder voice said, suddenly hushed. Right now. Talk to it. What do you want? The elder voice shouted. Why are you doing this to us? The wind howled over them, turning and twisting and carrying the voices away so that he could only hear the roaring gale as it rushed over him and under him, and when he looked down at his hands, he thought he could see steam or mist or something coming off his fingers. No, it was as if the mist were drawn to him but could not touch him, and... Divine One! Reich said. Poyer gasped as the wind, the voices, all of it disappeared. As if they were sucked out of the cavern and down some distant tunnel. Are you well? Reich asked. I thought I heard something. His hands were shaking, as if he were weak from hunger. Maybe he was still waking up from the cold chamber. They said sometimes people had waking dreams after they got out, especially if they had been under for a while. And how long had he been under? 50 years? 100? More? Come on, Poyer said. The elevator is close. They trekked across the expanse, Eolh showing Poyer how to move low and fast. Reich took to the air, watching over them from above. Once, this city was beautiful. 8 columns supported a vast, semi-natural cavern that had been hollowed out by nature, then by terraforming machines. The columns faced inward, toward that solitary spiral hill at the center of the conclave, where the remains of one tower still stood. Once, that tower had been glass and carved stone leafed in gorgeous, liquid metal that reflected all the blue fountains and red brick avenues. And, of course, the greenery that grew from every surface. Trees and grasses grew in pockets around every home, and hanging lichens dripped down the cavern walls, and ivies wound around the stone banisters of the crisscrossing stone steps. Now, all the metal was stripped and scarred and corroded. All the plants in all the homes, long gone. The broad avenues where Poyer and his friends used to play when he was younger were submerged beneath hills of dirt and crude hovels and debris. Yet even in these wastes, new kinds of life blossomed. In the conclave, they had lab-grown mushrooms, but they were nothing like the forests down here. Some of these gargantuan mushrooms even glowed an eerie white, like the ghosts of trees. Somehow, it made him feel better. If only a little. Poyer led Eolh through one of these patches of the forest to a column that dominated a corner of the cavern. There should be an elevator shaft inside. There's supposed to be a door there, but I guess something happened to it. Instead of a door, there was nothing more than a door-shaped gap leading into darkness. Eolh used the android's eye to illuminate the inside. There was the floor of the elevator, but something had made its nest in here, and the remains of eggs and molted skins and other decaying matter littered the floor. Black streaks of dried-up something stained the place where the control panel had been. Worst of all, most of the elevator car was missing. What do you mean it's missing? Eolh asked. It's supposed to have walls, Poyer said. Elevators have to have walls, don't they? Don't even know what an elevator is, he grumbled back. Poyer craned his neck up, seeing only darkness. Even the ceiling was gone. Well, Poyer said, as long as no one touches the walls, it should be fine. If it still works. Normally, all Poyer had to do was step inside and impulse his destination to his implant. The implant would carry the signal into the conclave system, and the elevator would do the rest. But his wrist implant was still dead. And with the control panel like that, there was no chance for manual input. He focused all his concentration. Maybe I can skip the implant and impulse directly. He closed his eyes and willed the elevator to wake up. But it was like shouting into a wall. He felt like a young child again, learning how to summon the most basic impulse and failing. Always failing. Hey, Eolh whispered. His crest feathers were raised, alert. You hear that? Before Poyer could open his eyes, Reich shoved him against the back wall of the elevator. His foot smashed into a clutch of empty eggs, cracking their desiccated shells. Reich put herself between him and the doors and unslung her carbine, pointing it out into the darkness beyond. There was a quiet crunch, like a single footstep on loose soil. Both of the avian's feathers were raised. Both of them froze in place. And Poyer could barely hear anything over the beating of his own heart. See anything? Eolh's voice was softer than silence. What is it? Poyer said. What's out there? Eolh held his good hand up, silencing him. He slid a knife out of his belt and held it at the ready. It's toying with us. It knows we're cornered. Damn it. Eolh's crest feathers flattened. Fledge, your thing. Elevator. Does it work? I can't. The Corvini didn't wait for him to finish. Reich, carry him. Are you sure, Corvini? The Queen's voice was low. Dangerous. Poyer felt a spike of concern. What are you doing? Eolh, don't. The Corvini cocked his head, a sad smile playing at the corners of his beak. Finishing the job, Fledge. His smile soured when he turned to Reich. I always thought you sold us out. Everyone did. Hope they were wrong about you. Reich's feathers flared. But she nodded at Eolh, and he nodded back. What is he doing? Poyer asked. And when Eolh took a step out of the elevator, out where that thing was waiting for him, Poyer shouted, no. He threw his hands out, meaning only to grab Eolh and pull him back in. There was a flash of light. An electronic voice announced, destination confirmed, and the elevator jolted under their feet, throwing the three of them to the floor. It scraped against the column walls as it jostled and started to rise. A wretched croak echoed out from the darkness. A webbed hand slapped at the elevator floor, a wet body emerging from below. Reich reached for her carbine. Eolh threw his knife at the webbed hand. But the assassin was too quick. It sprang into the elevator, sailing over Eolh. Over Reich. Eolh's knife missed and clattered against the wall. The assassin smashed into Poyer with a force that knocked the breath out of his lungs. Their bodies made a wet smack as they slammed into the wall. The killer's body was cold and slathered in mucus that stuck to every inch of Poyer's body. Reich loosed a piercing scream, filled with utter despair. As if she could undo this moment with her primal might. And then, the heat of an energy lance sliced through the assassin's body with a clean, diagonal cut that narrowly missed Poyer, too. The killer's body began to separate into halves. It died, croaking with laughter. Reich unfolded her wings, meaning to pull the killer off Poyer, but Eolh threw himself at her and wrapped his arms around her. Don't touch it! Eolh shouted, Reich's wings beating at him. Don't! She was screaming now, and straining against his grip, and it was all Eolh could do to hold on as she fought her way toward Poyer's collapsed body. But Poyer didn't understand why they were screaming. They had killed it, hadn't they? And when he pushed the wet body off himself, dropping its innards onto the elevator floor, and both Eolh and Reich were staring at him, he still didn't understand. Poyer tried to wipe away the slime covering his skin, but it stuck to everything. Some of it had gotten into his mouth, and he spat out the taste sewer water and rancid mucus and too much salt. How? Eolh furrowed his brow feathers in confusion. How are you standing there? It just crawled on me, Poyer said, still trying to wipe the gunk off his cold suit. The water-repellent material made the mucus bead off in globs. I'm fine. You killed it before it could do anything. Reich. Divine One, she was on the ground in front of him, kneeling, her beak pressed to the floor. We are not worthy of your presence. Poyer looked at Eolh. What is she talking about? That thing. A single drop of its mucus should have killed you. It eats flesh down to the bones. Oh. That was all Poyer could muster. Dazed. Reich was whispering something at the floor that sounded like a prayer. Eolh shook his head in disbelief. Fledge. What are you? 20, the lords of the Veneritien. The old family villa was empty, except for the servants, and they were only dull scales. When Magistrate Sakheuz's drudge trotted up through the front gardens, he saw the flurry of movement in the windows. Servants, bustling and tidying and sweeping in anticipation of his judgment. 5 of them stood out front on the marble steps, awaiting his presence. He ignored them all, even as they offered to help him off his drudge. They read his sharp movements, how he unsaddled his leg with a kick, the way he jerked his clothes back into place with fear on their faces. As it should be. But unless they did something special to invoke his ire, Sakheuz would continue to ignore the dull scales. They were already afraid of him, no point in taking out his anger on them. The gloves were not dead, thank the gods. Only out of power. He walked up the sweeping steps and into his chambers and threw open the doors to his sanctuary, a sunlit roof terrace that faced the ocean in all the sunset's crimson gold. There, in the center of the terrace, was a glass box sitting on a pedestal. The glass was not cloudy, rather it was almost perfectly transparent, like a set of spectacles used by lawyers and some of the elder Kirans. It was also perfectly positioned to catch the sunlight almost every hour of the day. He undid the locks, lifted the lid, and laid his gloves inside, one at a time, the white fabric resting perfectly against the perfect silver-leafed base. At their wrists, a ring of lights lit up, indicating they were gathering power. Magistrate Sakheuz felt a knot between his shoulders unclench. He'd been worried that those disgusting tentacled xenos, the historians, had ruined them. But no, they had only drained their power somehow. He would have to remember that when he came back to visit. Sakheuz leaned over the railing, letting the sun warm his scales. From here, he could see the great harbors, a lighthouse fixed between. He could see the other villas and their lush grape gardens and statue parks rolling down the nearby hills. He could even see the smudged stain of the slums that littered the outskirts of Seir, where all the dull scales made their wretched homes. Not to mention xenos, he thought acidly. The human. The human was everything. Bring him to the Emperor, and the gift of immortality will be yours. Then, he could focus on cleaning up this once great city. Another thought occurred to him then. The Emperor was still asleep, wasn't he? For all Sakheuz knew, he would slumber for another century or 2. What if I took the human myself? What if I could become immortal without the Emperor's help? A traitorous thought. He was surprised by how much it tempted him. What might I learn from the human? Even a dead one would yield so much. But if I can find him alive. A throat cleared politely behind him, pulling him out of his reverie. Sakheuz turned in time to see Ossifor push another servant out the doors onto the sunlit terrace. The servant was shaking with nerves. He stuttered when he spoke. Magistrate. What news? One of your beacons has gone out. The one on Gaium. Once, this news would have shaken the magistrate. In his younger days, when he first burned for the power of rule, Any slight backstep would send him into a spiral of rage. But here, rage would not serve him. In fact, he had expected this. Everything on Gaium always went wrong. Almost 2 decades ago, when the Astraticians first opened the gate to Gaium, Xenos had walked in with his first legion barely 2,000 soldiers strong. And the whole city, millions of primitive xenos had crumbled before him. They had spears and arrows, while he had guns and artillery. And a single borrowed fang. The cauldron had fallen so easily. Too easily. Rogue elements in the city fought for 15 years before he finally squashed the final vestiges of their movement. Public crucifixions were a simple way to fix most any xeno problem, Xenos found. But still, the more money and time he poured into that supposedly profitable planet, the more he learned that nothing on Gaium ever went according to plan. Yes, there was something wrong with that planet. He had planned for his assassins to fail. They were only a distraction, something to prevent any one faction from laying claim to the human before he did. Well, the servant couldn't know all this. This dull scale knew the news he was delivering and probably thought these were his last moments in life. Which meant Xenos had complete power over this poor, lesser creature. Something like that took time to create. No sense in wasting that. Where was the beacon last? Underground, magistrate. The servant took a shuddering breath. Almost 20 miles. And nothing of the human. No, magistrate. Xenos stroked the scales on his chin, feeling their smoothness and their slightest imperfections. The servant flinched at the movement. That's what I get for hoping, he said. He hoped he wouldn't have to go back to that sweltering planet and all its rotten, vegetal smells. Not to mention the stink of birds. Gods, did they reek? What does the Queen say about all this? Xenos asked. The Queen is. Ah. Magistrate. Well, he said, making the servant shrink back and speak all at once. The Queen is missing. Nobody knows where she is. One of her servants said she must have gone to the day markets, but we have no confirmation. Ah. Missing. Of course she is. Very well, leave me. Magistrate. The servant blinked up at him as if he couldn't believe the magistrate would simply let him walk out of here. His scales were an ugly green color, like the ocean covered in shadow. Only the barest trace of shine, tracing the very corners of his scales, suggested any true Kiran blood in this one at all. A born servant. Yes, no sense in wasting this one. Right now, he needed every hand at his disposal. Especially the ones that feared him. I said you can go now. I have work to do. Make sure I am not bothered for the rest of the night. Oh, and bring me wine. And that scholars drink, from the roasted seeds. Cavean or whatever it's called. That night, the magistrate locked himself in his study with the demand that he should not be disturbed for any reason and went to work. When the morning sun rose over the Kiran hills, crowning the emperor's stony head with a halo of light and peeking through the windows of his study, it found the magistrate still at work. Command came naturally to him. It was all about confidence. Give the right assurances to your subordinates, and they would die for you, by the thousands, millions of miles from home. And you barely had to pay them for it. But that was the dull-scale mind for you. But politics and command were two very different beasts. In politics, everyone was rich, and everyone was confident. No amount of money or bluster could secure victory. In politics, your friends were also enemies in waiting. And throughout his years campaigning in the Veneration, the High Magistrate had made many, many friends. Today, he would speak to them. He would listen to all their questions. What do you know of the human, they would ask. What should we do? If he gave away too much, they might pursue this human prize on their own. Consuls for Pi and Eolh or any of their contenders might seize the stage and proclaim a plan to move forward. He could not abide a threat to his position. But if he gave them too little, they would know how weak his position was. Magistrate Xenos had not wanted to ask for help. But he was only a governor. His legions were for occupying, not for mobilizing. And there was a human in his city. Without help from the other Venerate, he would lose any chance of capturing the human for himself. Spider eggs. As if they would ever capture a human. Fortunately, the magistrate had the only weapon keen enough to hold the Veneration's attention, the promise of power. Birds were singing outside of his window, fluttering in and out of the sunlight. Proper birds, small creatures with emerald wings and citrus bodies that could fit in the palm of your hand. Not those disgusting avians one found on Gaium. There was a knock on his door. Ossifor peered inside. Your Honor, I waited until the last possible minute. The Veneration will convene on the hour. Bring me a chariot, Ossifor. One is already waiting for you, Your Honor. Xenos sighed happily. Yes, Ossifor had truly found his calling. The perfect servant. I have also summoned a retinue of your guards, Your Honor. Oh, send them away. Xenos waved a hand. Magistrate. Why should I need protection? I am home. Zacchaeus left Ossifor so he could ride through the streets of Seir blessedly alone. His gloves were back on his hands and sitting at a good 12% power. More than enough for his needs today. Cool ocean breezes and the baking heat of the sun followed him as he hovered down the Via Meldeim, the way of the elders. Along the broad avenue, lush bushes had been trimmed into waves of leaves that seemed to beckon him forward. Sculptures dedicated to figures from the first faith gleamed in the sunlight, and fountains babbled in the gardens. At one fork in the Viam, a statue of the twins stood triumphant before the white-domed temples and lived in row houses. In the first faith, the twins were the ones who had discovered the first gate buried under these ancient Kiran hills. 1,000 years ago, by the priest's count. And here was another statue. Lethanian, first to go forth, wielding her lightning spear. Over there sat Sculpus, with those angular lines running in parallel along his scalp, his head propped in his hand as he contemplated the civil laws that would forever abolish the old monarchies and cement the Kiran people together in one united republic. All this, while the one they called emperor yet slept. The first faith was rich with legends like these. And one day, Zacchaeus knew his own likeness would be immortalized upon the elder way. Greater than Sculpus, surely. Perhaps I will tower over the twins themselves. Sparse cotton clouds sailed across the sky, covering up most of the scar. Sea-birds and grain birds and travelers from a far world in flocks, flying from the rafters of one noble house to roost under the marble eaves of another. A sweeper construct moved methodically around the avenue, spraying its leavings into the gutters. There were xenos scattered among the street vendors and day workers, but the xenos looked properly destitute, beggars maybe, which was the only fitting profession for them. A line of priests walked and made their acrid, smoky offerings to an open-air temple. At the end of the Via Meldeim, the Veneratian sat huge and heavy. A massive onion-shaped dome made of purest marble, leafed in shining bronze. White flags lined the highest buttresses and jambs, billowing like the sails of an old war frigate. Massive olive trees lined the Viam, spreading their speckled shade over the approach to this grand building. As he stepped under the white stone eaves of the Veneratian, inhaling the smell of wine, the sweat and the centuries-old marble dust, he could not help but smile. Until he heard the shouting. Had they already begun? The Veneratian was large enough to seat all 800 of its lords plus 4,000 citizens, more if they crowded in. Not to mention the maze of underground service tunnels. Today, the Veneratian was full. Even those occupied off-world sent their representatives, and the citizen seats were overflowing. A middle-aged Kiran noble was standing on the stage, sunken at the center of the Veneratian. His voice was full of fire and passion, but it was obvious to Zacchaeus that none of the crowd was here to listen to him. This lowly tribune, by the looks of him had seized the opportunity to preach. Seir is not defined by her borders. Seir is not a question of tongues, or species, or creed, Seir is a dream. To reach the highest peak of civilization. What better path than to invite all who are willing, all who are worthy? Why should we guard this dream like jealous crabs clinging to a piece of flotsam? Most of the venerate sat in clusters, idly flapping their fans as they talked and whispered to each other about this war or that trade. Some of them took great fun in heckling the speaker, throwing food and insults at him. But he plowed on with his speech. Worse, a few citizens up in the high seats appeared to actually be listening to him. We all worship the same gods. You cannot deny this. Pandering to the lowborns. Dull scales were born to believe, but only a few venerate offered devotion to the faith. And those that did so quietly. How many xenos pray to the divine, just like us? You have only to look out upon our city and see. Many belong to our faith. They outnumber Kirans 10 to 1, as they hailed from far-flung worlds across his glorious empire. If we would but bring them into our ranks, would they not live and die to lift up our magnificent empire? No, someone shouted from the venerate seats. The tribune continued as though the whole crowd were cheering with him. Who shall deny their right to follow in the footsteps of our eternal emperor? Who shall deny their right to citizenship? I shall, someone in the audience said, which drew a round of laughter. Me too, another voice said. More joined in, until all the venerate were mocking the young noble. A familiar voice cleared the air, amplified by a glittering piece of old tech she wore around her throat. Lords, please, Consul Vor Pi boomed. She nodded at the young Kiran noble, whose scales were blushing a deep blue with furious passion. Tribune Kyrene, you've had your time. I think we've all heard enough of your righteous preaching for one day. The people of the worlds will not stand for this treatment. This cannot last. People, she said. You call those things people? Laughter from the other venerate. The sound of it warmed Zacchaeus's heart. Kyrene was about to start shouting again when Vorpi's voice quieted him. Tribune, your time is done. Her tone was anything but kind. The upstart venerate shut his mouth. Reluctantly, he bowed his head and swept off the stage. The jeers and mocking laughter of the others followed him out of the Veneratian. Then, someone spotted the high magistrate standing at the top of the marble steps. He's here. A thunderous wave of whispers rolled around the Veneration. Sakheus basked in the attention, letting it fill him with the pride he had rightfully earned. The human had been found on his planet, under his discretion. Never mind that I don't have him yet. Ah! Magistrate Sakheus. Vorpi gave an echoing clap, the scales of her hands glittering in the light. What news from our newest province? It's good to see you, Consul. Sakheus bowed his head, but not so deeply that his respectful manner might be mistaken for subservience. A throat cleared from across the auditorium. Consul Eolh, a black and silver-scaled Kirin who always wore that grim, silver mask over his face, which gleamed in the afternoon sunlight. He thinks he's the Emperor's chosen, doesn't he? Today, Eolh was surrounded by droves of sycophants and other venerate who no doubt owed him vast sums of money. Sakheus bowed to Eolh, showing the same deference he had to Vorpi. He let the silence linger a while longer as he strolled over to the flat, marble stage at the center of the Veneration's private forum. Pulled back his shoulders, letting his gaze pass over all the venerate gathered here. Savoring. This is the moment upon which everything shall follow. 1,000 years from now, I will remember this day. Honored ones, he said. My fellow lords. I come from Gaiam with, and I do not exaggerate, news that will forever change the fate of all Kirinkind. A child of the stars, a living, breathing human has been discovered on the planet entrusted to me by the Emperor's law. They name him Savior, and I pray that it may be so. But the denizens of Gaiam are a vile, abominable force. The Savior has been taken. He could see the questions threatening to burst from their lips. If they did, they might slow his speech and confuse it. Or worse. Sakheus raised his hands, silencing them before anyone could shout out, how did you let this happen? Do not ask how. The power of the gods is beyond us all. Know only this, my comrades, this Savior lies in the palm of my hand, and I have only to close my fingers. But I want to share this historic moment with you, O esteemed ones. Lend me your wealth. Lend me your force of arms, and I swear to you, this victory will be ours. The Emperor who sleeps is watching us all. I promise you this, your funds will return to you multiplied tenfold. Your forces will march home in hands to 100. Hear me and hear well, venerate. Those who support me will share in the Emperor's recognition. The human must be delivered by any means necessary. The Emperor wills it. Sakheus, the magistrate of Gaiam, wore a smile wide enough to swallow the sea. The other venerate should have eaten him alive for failing to capture the human. Instead, he was now the richest Kirin in all the empire. After teasing the venerate with answers, stringing them along the path he had so carefully constructed, he had every lord, from the lowly tribunes to the consuls themselves, eating out of the palm of his hand. Instead of reprimanding him for his failure, instead of stripping him of his post, they clamored for his favor and offered supplies, troops, and coin in delightful amounts. My compatriots, he said, what I need most of all is your vote, today. Vote to open the gate immediately, and I will put a swift end to all our fears. In exchange, he offered the implications of legally held promises. Of course, Sakheus had no intention of following through on these promises. The glory was his. The human would be his. Why should he share the Emperor's gift with anyone? The vote was swift and unanimous. Even Vorpi and Eolh cast in his favor, a rare vote for the two rivals. Thus, the magistrate was walking out of the Veneration, his eyes bright and his shoulders straight, already planning his return to Gaiam, when a large, dominating shape peeled off from the wall. A dull-scale Kirin blocked his path. His scales were the color of wet mud, and long whiskers trailed from his face. Why doesn't he cut those off? Muscles and fat and a tall stature, though not as tall as Sakheus's. If he didn't have his gloves, she could probably snap him like a pine branch. Magistrate Sakheus, a voice said from behind him. A word, if you have the time. Vorpi was still sitting in the benches, surrounded by her loyals and the other leeches. She waved them off, and they scattered with great reluctance and many hateful glances at Sakheus. But it was the hungering gleam in Vorpi's eye that gave him pause. Obviously this was a trap. But what kind? How may I serve, Consul? Sakheus said, keeping his voice cool. Floritian, we are so proud of what you've become. To gain such heights, when your father was, well. Vorpi did not finish the sentence, though the insult was clear. His father's house was once known for churning out esteemed governors and renowned consuls. But that line had long since withered, begetting only weak wills and muddy jewels of which his father was widely regarded as the muddiest. Sakheus only smiled at her words. Thank you, Consul. It is a pleasure to serve the people of Seir, and I plan to do so for many years to come. Of course you do. She weighed him with her eyes, taking him in from head to heel. But you are doing such a fine job with Gaiam. If a bit bloody for my tastes. Bloody? How many cities burned during your last campaign? Vorpi gave a shark's tooth grin. Too few. But blood is the coin of war. And the cauldron lost its war a long time ago. Xenos did not let his smile slip. He could stand the insults until the world ended as long as, in the end, he had his way. Forgive me. Vorpi clapped her hands. As consul, I have so little time to govern, like you. But one phrase you said leaped out at me. You said the human was in the palm of your hand. Did I hear that correctly? He blinked, but he kept his face a perfect mask. A figure of speech, consul. I see, she said, nodding her great head. She never blinked. I see exactly what you did. But do not worry, I do not wish to salt your waters. No, I find life is easier if we help those who help themselves. Thus, I come to you with an offer. You are too kind, consul, Xenos said, inclining his head in a slight nod. But what is your price? You must capture the human. It cannot be killed. This thing, this gift, is far too precious to be squandered. Think of all we could learn from it. Think of all we could take. I have said as much already, he said impatiently. What do you want? She laughed, a booming guffaw that echoed through the Veneratian. Oh, you must think me so simple. You already know what I want. You will cut out the others. We will share this prize alone, Xenos. In exchange for what, exactly? She sucked in her breath. Her scales shone like amethysts and opals in the sunlight filtering in through the windows along the domed ceiling. Shadows of doves fluttered above. I long for war, Vorpi said. The smell of battle. The hunt for victory. Perhaps you understand, Xenos, though I heard you had quite a time gathering Gaium under your control. Yes, well, I do not plan to be consul forever. Share the human with me, alive, and I will recommend your name for the consul's chair. Next to immortality, what was consulship? But there was no reason he could not have both. Still, he hated the tone in her voice. She spoke as if he had already accepted her offer. Nothing is binding, he reminded himself. She will break her agreement as soon as it suits her, and so will you. But I am the better of us, he thought. And he truly believed it. And the rest? Xenos asked. I would be willing to contribute half my own fleet to your efforts to prove our new alliance. Yes, even that ship. Naturally, you would be in command, since Gaium is your planet. The magistrate's heart stuck in his throat. He had one ship to his name, and it was little more than a personal shuttle that only worked in the brightest sunlight. The conquerors needed their fleets, not to take more planets from more primitive xenos but to maintain control over each other. There was nothing more dangerous to Seer than a Kirin. And while this was a living god come back from the dead, he expected the Veneratian to clutch their ships all the tighter. But here was Vorpi offering half of her entire fleet. Half of her military might. He swallowed, hard. Trying not to sound too eager. What will Eolh say? Do you really care? She grinned, her lips spreading to show her dyed black teeth. Xenos returned her smile. They shook hands, and Xenos' smile did not falter an inch under her crushing grip. 21. Into the cauldron. Thanks to the hundreds of years of forgotten infrastructure and crumbling buildings, filled in with layers of rock and soil and mud, the human's elevator no longer reached the surface. Instead, much to Eolh's annoyance, the elevator stopped somewhere in the sewers. The exit was blocked by chunks of stone and wet, filthy dirt. They had to dig their way out. Well, Eolh didn't. He stood and watched, nursing the dull ache in his arm as Reich and the fledgling human flung dirt and stones out of their way. Once they cleared it, Eolh insisted that Poyer wash the assassin's toxic mucus off with sewer water. The queen muttered something about blasphemy, asking a god to bathe in waste, and Poyer protested that he was fine. But Eolh said, you might be immune, but we're not. Scrub harder. So the fledgling did as he was told, gagging the whole time as he used brown water to rinse the sticky substance off, until his black skin shone in the dim light. To his credit, the fledgling only emptied his stomach once before he was clean. You all right? Eolh said. Poyer wiped the sick off his mouth and nodded. The queen tore off part of her dress shirt, and Poyer used it to dry himself off. She wouldn't stop apologizing to the human divine one, our deepest apologies, our foul city is not worthy of your presence, but Poyer shrugged her off. I'm fine, he said quietly. Thank you. Together, the three of them sloshed through the sewers, following the flow of the current up. They didn't have to go far to find a hatch hole. The queen went first, pushing open the rusted iron cover just an inch. It's dark, she whispered down at them. We won't get a better chance. Eolh went after the human. Climbing was difficult with only one hand, and his feathered fingers scrabbled to fit into the ancient stone holds. Up on the surface, the human's eyes were wide with wonder. Is this real? He kept saying. Is all of this real? What else would it be? Eolh asked. The light of dawn had not yet broken over the cauldron's steep cliff walls, but the city was already shrouded in the early morning mist. Water dripped from every roof and every balcony, and even the heaviest footstep was dampened by a jungle fog. The fledgling human touched the dew on the lantern poles as if he had never seen water before. He dragged his fingers across the bricks of a row house, and when he started climbing through a vine hedge to look into someone's window, Eolh grabbed the back of his shirt and held him back. "What are you doing?" Eolh snarled. "Do you want to be seen?" "Corviny!" Reich whispered sharply, clapping her hand on Eolh's. "Have you no respect? Do you not know how precious he is?" "I'm not a child," the fledgling said, abashed and annoyed at the same time. "I was just curious." "Bad time to be curious," Eolh muttered, but he loosened his grip. "We've got a lot of ground to cover, and it's almost daybreak. Do people really live like this, right on top of each other?" Poyer asked. "How many people live here?" "In the mid-city," Reich said, "there are perhaps 1 million people." "That many?" She lifted her beak, and her chest filled with pride. "If you count each tier and the palace above, the cauldron sprawls to almost 3 million. This is Gayam's greatest city." "Was?" Eolh cawed bitterly. "It was Gayam's greatest city." That earned him a dark look from the queen, but she offered no argument. Despite the mist, they could see glimpses of Lowtown down the steeper streets and over the lowest rooftops. Down there, the street lamps were weak, greasy lights that outlined a jumbled maze of alleys and nooks and unplanned streets. Far beyond, the Viam ran through a huge cleft in the cauldron's walls and out toward the wash, where the first factories were already at work. Distant, isolated pillars of smoke poured silently toward the sky, only to be erased by the ocean winds. Eolh stopped them at the bottom of the street. "Into the alley. Now." The three of them pressed into a nook between two row houses, listening. Out on the street, a group of uniformed Imperials were gathered in front of a house, whose windows were all dark. One of them was hammering on the door. Behind them, a woman with a short, white beak and red plumage was on her knees in the street, sobbing, begging for them to leave the house alone. The Imperials ignored her until she tugged at one of their cloaks. An Imperial slammed the stock of his endeloader into her chest. She crumpled to the ground with a squawk. When the Imperial kicked her in the stomach, two of the others laughed and egged him on. The Kirin kicked her again. It wasn't anything new, not to Eolh. Maybe not such a common sight up here in the mid-city, but this was every day in Lowtown. The Imperials regularly took their boredom and frustration out on the cauldron's poorest citizens. He scanned the alley, seeking a way around their squadron. But this early in the morning, the streets were too empty. Reich was standing right behind him, so close that he could hear the enraged grinding of her beak. Her crest feathers were fully raised, making her almost a head taller than normal. "As if she actually cares about what happens to us little folk." "Distract them," she said. "I'll get her out of their end." Eolh grabbed her arm before she could step out of the alley. He could feel her flight muscles straining against him. "No," he whispered. "I must." "And how does that work, exactly? And what about him?" Poyer was still crouched several paces back, hiding by a statue half covered in lichen. His eyes were wide, soaking in every sight. "What matters most?" Eolh asked. Reich exhaled her frustration, letting her crest feathers fall. So they went back down the alley, away from the laughing guards and those awful, squawking cries for help. They crossed no other patrols until they reached the Viam Siruum, the main avenue that fed into each of the 3 tiers and intersected the gate. The gate was nothing more than a flat disc of metal embedded in the cobblestones. 2 semicircular rings of metal floated, perfectly still, over the disc. Usually, the gate was watched only by skeleton patrols. Usually. Today, there were dozens of guards, Imperial soldiers and even a cadre of enlisted avian militia walking up and down the avenue. Compared to the Kirin soldiers, the local guards looked like peasant rabble in their ill-fitting gear and carrying their old long-bore muskets. The Kirin's gear gleamed, their endeloaders tucked tight against their shoulders so the bayonets daggered up at the sky as they marched in watchful squadrons. "Look at them," Eolh crowed. "Soon, there'll be more of them than us." And here he was, working with the Queen. The very same avian who had let all this happen. "Why? How do we cross?" Reich asked. The avenue wrapped around the statue of the sentinel, standing in his eternal pose in the middle of the avenue, dimly gleaming hands held in front of him as if pushing against some invisible force. Pots and urns of perfume and fresh floral offerings lay at his feet. Beyond the statue, the gate itself sat empty. And it should remain that way for many weeks, until the next day of opening. Above, the first bright light of the sun peeked over the cauldron cliffs and began to burn away the mists. Somewhere in the mid-city, a temple bell clanged heavy and slow, and the first crooning notes of the morning song lifted over the rooftops, calling the people to waken and praise the old ones for a new, blessed day. All this while a dozen patrols of Kirin troops traded shifts. "Why are so damn many of them out today?" Streams of them were marching up from the mid-city steps now, passing their compatriots headed down. I've got nothing, Eolh said. There was a temple a few streets back. We can ask the priests to hide us. The priests? Eolh scoffed. They will sell him out in a heartbeat. Watch your tongue, Corvini. And you think I'm a thief? How many people pay alms to the faith, and where does it all go? I said watch your tongue. A shrieking, desperate yell pierced the mists. It came from a nearby rooftop and echoed through the avenue. Hail! Hail the return! Salvation is at hand! The patrols in the street stuttered and stopped as the soldiers looked around for the source of the voice. Another voice, this one from across the avenue, answered. Freedom or fire! Long live the cauldron! A glass bottle spun in the sky. It caught the sunlight as it fell a glint of clear liquid, and when it smashed against the ground, a pool of fire erupted over the cobblestones. 2 Kirans were swallowed by the flames, flailing and screaming as they ran out of the blaze. More glass bottles were hurled from the rooftops, creating instant bonfires in the middle of the Vyam. Eolh saw 3 silhouettes on the rooftops across the way, their arms cocked back. Ready to throw more. A sudden memory stung him, pulling him into a moment he had long forgotten. Running on the rooftops, chasing down the Imperials with his blood crew. Talons slapping against the wooden shingles, toward the enemy. Toward victory. The others had been too blind to see the trap. Glass shattered on the road in front of them, and the heat from the flames snapped him back. Idiots, Eolh thought. They're going to get themselves killed. The Imperials were already forming into squares, shouting and aiming their endeloders at the rooftops. A crackling round of gunfire, and one of the silhouettes on the rooftop jerked and fell, the feathered body smacking on the ground. But there were more silhouettes, hiding behind chimneys or leaning out of windows. They had their own guns. They shot back until gun smoke filled the alleys and drifted over the Vyam in a white haze. Those damned, blessed idiots. It's time, Eolh said. Reich nodded, grabbed Poyer by the arm, and started to run. They dashed across the Vyam as far from the chaos as they could. Shouts echoed and gunshots crackled, and the clouds of smoke kept growing. Every footstep sent pain lancing through his arm, and it was all he could do to ignore it. Kiran soldiers barked orders at the militia to stand your ground. Shoot them. At one point, he heard the rebels screaming about cutting off the coward queen's head. After that, it was too loud to hear anything at all. Once, a bullet scraped the cobblestone street right in front of them, but Eolh couldn't tell where it had come from. He threw himself across the street, skidding to a stop behind the sentinel's statue, cradling his wounded wrist, which throbbed with pain. New blood speckled his filthy grey bandages. Poyer and Reich fell in behind him, all 3 catching their breaths. Fire climbed up one of the row houses, pouring a cloud of thick, oily smoke into the air. Just like old times. Ready? Eolh asked Reich. She nodded. He took off first. Shots whipped past Eolh through the haze, going wide of their mark. Eolh was almost across the avenue, he could just see the alley when he heard a shout from behind. Corvini. He turned around. Reich was flapping nervously, trying to coax the human to run, but Poyer was ignoring her. The fledgling was standing at the base of the sentinel. His mouth was hanging open as he stared up into the statue's face. What's he doing? Eolh whispered hoarsely at the queen. Grab him. But she wouldn't. She couldn't lay hands on the fledgling, and she dared not touch him, as if he were made of holy fire. Eolh cursed her for being so devout, and he cursed Poyer for being such a naive little fool, almost a full-grown fledgling and no survival instincts at all, and Eolh thrust his wings back, running and flying across the Vyam toward them. Fledge. Eolh said. Come on. It's him. His eyes were glued to the statue. What in the burning hells are you talking about? Move. But Poyer was transfixed. The statue was made of that human-forged metal, which meant it was both absurdly rare and as flawless as the day it was made. None dared to profane it, and even if they wanted to, no mortal tools could touch that metal. The sentinel's face was a simple, featureless mask. Its body was hidden under folds of metal masterfully forged to look like fabric. But everyone knew the statue was undeniably human. Divine One, please, Reich begged. Her hands hovered over him, inches from the strange form-fitting fabric of his suit. Fledge, it's just a statue. Poyer spoke so quietly that Eolh almost didn't hear him over the sounds of battle. No. It's him. But Eolh wasn't listening anymore. He pushed Reich out of the way and grabbed the human by the arm, almost tugging him off his feet as they ran through gun smoke and fire. Every gunshot, every cry of sedition, was another distraction that kept the Imperials away from them. Eolh did not know why they chose today to start a fight, but it kept the Imperials occupied. Thank the gods, Eolh thought, though he doubted they had any hand in this. They did not stop running until they reached the base of the leaning tower. All the apartments and windows carved into the cracked stonework exterior were dark. No sign of guards at all. Good. The tower, more than 100 feet taller than any other building in the midcity, leaned dangerously over the Lowtown cliff. Poyers eyed it, not with simple interest, but with something like recognition. You know this place? Eolh asked. No, Poyers said. Not as a place. There was no time to puzzle out the humans' latest obscurity. They had been lucky so far, but the patrols couldn't be far off. When they took the first steps into the basement and there was still no light, Eolh felt a twinge of nervousness. Doctor, he called out, hesitant. No response. Eolh clicked on the android's eye as he headed deeper into the basement. Hallways overgrown with roots, wires threaded around branches running across the ceiling. Dozens of gas lanterns, all of them dark. Doctor. Eolh whispered a little louder. A voice rushed through the dark hallway. I told you. Corviny. Vines descended from the ceiling, intertwining in a living wall that blocked their path. You are not welcome. Here. What is that? Poyer whispered. He pressed against Reich like a scared hatchling hugging its mother, which made Reich flinch back, still afraid to touch the godling, or whatever he was. Doctor, Eolh said, I'm here to clear my debts. Liar. The voice made of wind whispered up through the wood, and something deep under the floor groaned and stretched. What you stole is beyond your reckoning. You sure about that? He said. Eolh pulled 3 nanite tubes from his pouch. Though they were made of glass, all of them were free of scratches. Flawless. Hey. Poyer said, checking his own pockets and finding them lighter than before. Consider us even, Fledge, Eolh muttered under his breath. He turned back to the unfurling vines, one of which was capped with a single green eye as large as a fist. Tiny black roots spidered over the iris, securing it to the vine, and eyelids made of fleshy leaves allowed it to blink and focus on the 3 vials. How is this possible? Where did you get these? Figured I owe you a bit of interest, so the first 2 should make us square. And the third. Eolh lifted his severed wrist wrapped in muddy linens. The vine twisted in an arc over his wrist, letting the green eye view the wound from another angle. I'm afraid I do not work miracles. But I will see if I can help. The eye swiveled around the room, fixing first on the queen. Your Majesty. They breathed, and she bowed back. My life is a gift to my city, she finished the thought for him. Please, you owe me nothing, Doctor. Something unspoken passed between them, Eolh was sure of it. How did they know each other? He would have to ask her about that later. And then, the doctor's eye fell on the human. Ah. Akenwoan, the doctor breathed, using the old speech. Eolh didn't know exactly what it meant. He had never been one for worship, even before the Empire opened the gate. You bless me with your light. Once more. What are you? Poyer asked. What is this thing? Fledge, Eolh hissed. Mind yourself. The doctor saved your life. You owe them your thanks. Hardly, the floors breathed out the doctor's words. I merely used the tools made by the Achinchal. Which reminds me. Where is she? The eye twisted around on the vine, searching the dark hallways. Where is the Androfex? Eolh swallowed the lump in his throat and cast his eyes down to the dusty floorboards. The android didn't make it. It stung. It hurt worse than he thought it should. Worse, even, than the pain burning from his wrist, lancing down his arm. The words came unbidden to his mind. How many times will you escape? How many will die while you keep living? You should be dead, Eolh. Not her. You. She gave her life to save the human. Eolh's beak clenched around the lie. No, Eolh, his own thoughts clawed back, she gave her life to save you. You miserable worm. But why? No part of him that could answer. Why? The doctor breathed out, a great sadness. To lose the child of a maker. Eolh couldn't tear his gaze away from his own feet. He shook the feathers of his head as if he could shake off the thorns that wrapped around his heart. You would have left her there. He deserved this pain. He deserved so much worse. 22. The test. A long time ago. 12 months before his conclave was destroyed, Poyer was sitting in the lobby of the testing facility, staring at his shoes and bouncing his legs so hard that his whole body shook. A current from the air vent jostled the leaves of the Dracaena and Monstera plants that burst their green foliage over the whitewashed room. The lights, the floors, even the seats were white, as if all this sterile emptiness would somehow help him relax. It didn't. The windows were filled with midday light from the fall sun, the main source of lumens this far underground. Outside, he could see the others in his cohort playing down in the circle. There were 2 teams of them and a cluster of cultivars watching from afar. Constructs roamed the borders of their makeshift playing field. He wanted to be out there. Or anywhere but here. He moved his feet, and his shoes squeaked on the hard tile floor. Soon, he'd have to take his shoes off, along with everything else. They'd make him stand for a full 10 minutes in the cold, wearing nothing. Because that's how the test always started. He could still remember his first test 5 years ago, how nervous and excited he'd been, his body racked by shivers. If only he'd known how bad it could get. Poyer. Harrison's voice snapped his attention away from the windows. His hard jaw was dusted with just the right amount of facial hair. It's time. Poyer's heart dropped through his stomach. It only got worse from here. But he stood up anyway, clenching and unclenching his fists. This is the year, he told himself. This is the one. Harrison led him back through the hallways with the confidence all adults seemed to have. Hundreds of years of life would give that to a person. A silver line, embedded in his skin, ran across the back of his neck and shone in the overhead lights. All the adults, even Director Jovan, had it. Of course, they never told him what that implant was for. Inside the testing lab, Xiaoun greeted Poyer with a warm smile, though Poyer thought he could see the sadness in her eyes. Matsuka, who was sitting at the controls, didn't even bother to look up from his console. All three of them were wearing full gear, face masks, gloves, and suits that protected every inch of their skin. Get ready, Harrison said tersely. A flimsy screen blocked off the corner of the room, a pathetic excuse for privacy. But Poyer went behind it anyway and began to strip. Are you done? Yes, Poyer answered. Okay, 10 minutes, Harrison said. Starting now. Breathe, Xiaoun said. And don't stop. In. And out. Maybe it was the tone in her voice. Soft and caring, like he was still a child. That, more than anything else, set his resolve. We don't have to wait, Poyer said with all the insulted swagger a 15-year-old can muster. I'm ready now. Poyer, I can hear you shivering. So? It's not like it changes anything. Harrison raised his eyebrows at the others. Matsuka shrugged. Xiaoun hesitated. I said I'm ready. Poyer stepped out from the screen, covering himself with his hands. It didn't really matter, these were his cultivars. They had seen every inch of him since before he was born, and they were responsible for monitoring every minute change of his physiology. But still, it was hard to overcome the feeling of vulnerability. In the center of the lab, a table floated. Pure, cold, liquid metal. Dozens of semicircular rings hovered underneath it, perfectly still and aligned with each other. These were modified versions of the rings that surrounded the off-world gate. These were patchwork metal edged with extremely complicated algorithmically generated designs, all infused with light. The designs glowed and slowly leaked a grey, shimmering mist. Poyer lay down on the table, gasping as the cold metal sank into his back. Because it was liquid, it flexed under his body, conforming to his figure. Remember to let go, Poyer, Xiaoun said. Be brave and let go. He nodded as if he understood. But like everything else about the test, it was easier said than done. Okay, Matsuka said, still not looking up from his console screen spread before him. Today, we're looking for something round. The size of a golf ball. You know what that is? Golf? Poyer asked. He was still tensing his muscles against the cold, but his body was starting to warm the metal. You don't know golf? What about table tennis? Sure, Poyer nodded. An ancient sport, he'd seen it a few times in their history lessons, those virtual tours of humanity's past. I know it. Okay. Bring it back. That's all you have to do. Poyer pressed his lips together, nodding to show he understood. Good luck, Harrison said. And maybe he even meant it. Harrison had always been the most intense of Poyer's cultivars. Always pushing, always asking for more. But after last year's failure, Harrison had grown distant. Poyer had heard him talking to the directors about getting a new ward, one that actually has a chance. Countdown has begun. The rings around the bed hummed as they spread and began to slowly spiral around the table. He could feel his heart racing, and his wrist implant vibrated its warning, pulse level elevated. Breathe slowly, Matsuka warned. As if a simple breathing exercise was enough to overcome the magnificent pain he was about to endure. It wasn't fair. Poyer had heard some in his cohort didn't feel anything when they went through. It wasn't fair. Remember your walls, Poyer. Remember how safe you are, Xiaoun said. Maybe she still treated him like a child, and maybe that made him mad. But she was only trying to help. And loath as he was to admit it, thinking of his mind like a fortress with impenetrable walls really did seem to help. For a moment, at least. The rings were spinning so quickly he couldn't see them. He only felt the crawling, prickling on his skin, deep in his bones, and in his screaming throat as he was taken apart, atom by atom. If there was ground, his feet could not find it. One dragged through the air, which felt like a torrential stream of burning water. The other was stuck in a thick substance that his brain told him was mud. There is no pain, he told himself. And as long as he said it, it was true. But then Poyer made the mistake of looking down at his body, and he could not make sense of the gaping void where his chest should be. And his arms. What is that? Millions of cube-shaped bubbles were growing and frothing and bursting their refracted light across his skin, moving in ways his mind couldn't interpret. Walls, Poyer thought. All this is outside the walls. That's all. But he was already slipping. His mantra became a nonsense rhyme that he couldn't stop himself from singing, walls, so tall. A ball. Bouncing off the wall. And as he sang it inside his head, so the world answered. A sphere that he thought was a sun fell from the sky and crashed to the unfathomable ground. It was like his thoughts were spilling out of his head. And don't you dare touch your head. Poyer tried to take a step forward. Now, one of his legs had changed into a skittering mass of jointed lines while he wasn't looking, and the other was cemented in place. Poyer fell, face forward, his arms wheeling, and all this incomprehensible landscape turned with him. He fell. Remember your walls. Remember. And fell. And so the world changed shape. Towering structures at first looked like trees became monolithic bridges that touched the horizon. The farther he fell, the more they stretched, until they intersected the glittering mountains and twisted oceans that should have been dozens of miles away. Pain. It ripped at his mental walls, claws tearing through his thoughts. Trying to rip chunks out of his mind. He grabbed at shadows with both hands, trying to hold himself in place. Trying to latch on to anything that would stop this world from moving. He saw the fizzing cubes froth around his skin, and suddenly all his fingers and joints became straight lines that ran into infinity. When he blinked, the lines multiplied and vibrated with all the colors he had not known existed. This was how Poyer crawled through the test, refusing to blink, screaming through what was left of his mouth. Making a sound that was nowhere near human. His hands got in each other's way, pulling at shapes that squirmed and squished until they became dry and hard and biting. A wall. A ball. That's all. A wall. A ball. That's. His arms split open, becoming a part of the nonsensical scenery. It felt like his skin was rupturing open and melting at the same time. Light and shapes and sizes and distance all flickered and warped wildly around him. And there it was. A ball. He couldn't tell if it was floating in space or resting on the ground. He reached out and grabbed at it. Only the ball was thousands of miles away. But his fingers touched infinity, so he reached for it. Touched it. It was cool, not cold. Firm, but too smooth for his fingers to grip. The ball rolled down a hill. Or up a hill. Or through the thing that was not really a hill but a prismatic wave whose colors crashed into themselves and split into millions more waves, each one larger than the first. Poyer tried to run after it. His footsteps made the universe shudder. His bones became spears that pierced through his skin, and all those cube-shaped bubbles were like teeth, ripping his body open. There was no word for this agony, and if he didn't get the ball soon. The ball hit a foot. The only still thing in the whole world. A shining, lattice pattern crisscrossed the foot and the leg it was attached to. And the cloak that billowed behind the figure who bent down to pick up the ball. All the world seemed to bend around this figure. As if there was no world, only this being, hidden by its own shapeless cloak made of light. As the figure moved, the mutant dreams of this impossible landscape shifted around its movement. It dropped the ball in Poyer's open hand. But he was nothing now. Nothing but an endless scream. A wall. He tried. The ball. He tried so damn hard to take it. His body was frothing and convulsing and making all the world froth and convulse with it. Only the figure remained unmoved. His fingers closed around something, and his mind froze on a single phrase, "Don't let go. Don't let go. Don't. Let." Ear-piercing sirens brought him back to life. Matsuko was standing up at the console, furiously refreshing and shutting things down and whispering, "Come on, come on." Xiaoun had the defib in both hands, her eyes wide with fear. Ready to throw herself into the action. In the corner, Harrison was leaning casually against the wall, shaking his head. Poyer gasped and coughed until he vomited off the table. No, he had already vomited, and now he was churning up the last of his bile. Tears stung his eyes, and his whole body shivered violently enough to knock his skull against the metal table. "He's back!" Matsuka announced triumphantly, and Xiaoun dropped the defib and rushed to Poyer's side. Even through the tinted face mask of her pressurized suit, he could see the terrified concern on her face. She wiped the vomit from his mouth, whispering softly to him. "Did you do it?" she asked. "Don't let go." It took everything he had to unclench his hand. A pile of black, glittering dust poured through his fingers. "I told you," Harrison said. "This one's a failure." 23. Respite. The human. Eolh's eyes shot open. He pushed himself up or started to when a sunburst of pain shot through his severed wrist, making him gasp. "Gods damn it! Even the touch of soft linens and cotton pillows was enough to make stars explode across his vision. Every muscle was dead weight fighting against him, pulling him back down into the bed. Get up. Where is the human? Get up. He clamped his beak shut, and with a croaking growl, he forced himself to rise. To pull his long legs out of the warmth of the sheets. Eolh stumbled to the wall while he waited for the world to stop spinning. The last thing he remembered was the doctor coaxing him into one of the many infirmary rooms. And then they gave me something to make me sleep. How long ago? How long until it wore off? Easy. Eolh. An ancient voice whispered through the room. You might rupture. All my work. It came from both the ceiling and somewhere under the floorboards. Where is he? Soft, leafy vines extended out of the wall. One of them had an eye, which blinked before focusing on Eolh. Do not fear. I am watching. Both of them. Both. They are. Upstairs. Upstairs meant exposed. The whole world could see them, if they were watching. But Eolh found he didn't have the strength to care. He sagged against the wall, still trying to exhale all his pent-up exhaustion. A gleam of metal caught his eye. His wrist was capped with a circular plate of copper-colored steel. Somehow, it had been embedded in his skin, and already his scarred gooseflesh was scabbing around it. What the hells is this? Smart metal. Scavenged long ago. Old tech. He looked at it again. There was a whole tiny city of geometric patterns inscribed on the plate. Hundreds of parallel lines ran like rivers through mazes of dots and circles and hexagons. You gave me old tech. Our branches are no longer tangled. That was the doctor's way of saying we're even. Got any implants to go with it? Only. I'm afraid. New tech. One of the doctor's vines pointed at the examination table, where 3 hand pieces sat on the wood. One was a 2-pronged gripper made of brass, another a simple hook with a sharpened end. The last was a false hand carved of wood and wrapped in a leather glove. Eolh could feel his fingers moving. But when he looked down at his wrist, there was nothing there to move. Just the coppery chrome plate. With his other hand, he tested the tips of the gripper. The prongs bent too easily and would probably break within a day of heavy use. And why would he need a false hand? Who was he going to fool with wooden fingers? The hook, then. At least it looks like a talon. The hook was fitted to a leather sleeve, and rawhide laces tied the sleeve to his forearm. Inside the sleeve were 2 clips that secured the prosthetic to Eolh's wrist plate. Magnetic, or something stronger. The hook had a good weight to it. And at least with this, he could. No. Eolh crowed a sigh. Nothing about this is good. Be not anguished. You have done well. Eolh. Have I? Eolh said flatly. I didn't exactly come out ahead, did I? A hand. For the Akinwoan. Is no price at all. Yet, well, Eolh thought, unlike you, doctor, my limbs don't grow back. But it was a stupid, childish thing to think, so he kept his beak shut. His first steps out of the basement were careful, but there were no guards on duty down here, neither Avian nor Kiran. Evening light filtered through the ground floor windows. How long was I asleep? Above, the higher apartments were mostly quiet. 2 Reed Knights were having a hushed, chattering conversation in the corner of a stairwell, but when they heard him approach, they scurried down the hallway. Reich and Poyer were in a cramped apartment about halfway up the tower. They were sitting on the edge of the balcony, where the wooden railing had rotted and fallen away, leaving only 3 splintered stumps. Poyer fidgeted with the twine and the plastic relic that hung around his neck. An orange sun hung heavy over the western peaks of the cauldron. The smell of spices and meats cooking in the taverns and brew hives wafted up to the tower, and he could hear the soft hiss of gas lamps far below. 2 rigs floated silently across the rooftops, the larger following the smaller. Black balloons against the fiery orange sky. He could hear the Queen's soft, reverent tones as she whispered to the fledgling human. If you look up there, Reich was pointing to the cliff walls, you can see the hanging palace. The home of my ancestors. Can you see the bridge there that connects with Asayam's tower? But the fledgling made no response. Did not even nod his head. He was closed up, sitting with his arms wrapped around his legs. Still, Reich kept talking, trying to get him out of his shell. He really is just a fledgling, isn't he? We built a chapel in Asayam's tower, the most beautiful temple in all of Gayam. One day, I'll show it to you. And over there, you can see the high city, up those steps. Mostly royals and nobles live up there, or they did. Before. Well, never mind. If you follow those steps down, they flow back into the mid-city and to the gate. Poyer shifted at that last word. Looked like he was about to say something and then didn't. Reich continued, all roads in the cauldron lead to the gate. Except maybe for that maze down there. They don't plan ahead in Lowtown. Eolh's feathers bristled. He could hear the regal judgment in her voice. As if she could sweep all of Lowtown away with a flick of her wing. Eolh's from Lowtown, Poyer said, and Eolh smirked. You're God's damned right I am. The rest of the cauldron is lit up. Why is Lowtown so dark? Well, the Queen said carefully, the people of Lowtown lack the means to care for their tier like the other castes do. Why? It's complicated. Eolh scoffed, no it isn't. Both Reich and the Fledge turned their heads as he stepped out of the shadows and onto the balcony. Even though this tower leaned to the south, whoever built the apartments had accounted for the tilt, so all the floors were flat. Relatively. Lowtown lacks the means because someone let the Imperials burn Lowtown to the ground. That was years ago. The whole city was ransacked, and Lowtown has been given an equal chance to recover. Equal? What do you know about equal? I'm sure everything looks great from up in your palace, your majesty. But the truth is, if you're born in Lowtown, you die in Lowtown. Doesn't matter what you do with your life or how hard you work. You never get out. Thievery does not count as hard work, Reich said. Eolh opened his beak to say something and shut it. Shook his head. What? Reich said, all her crest feathers standing on end. What were you going to say? For a queen, you know an awful little about your city. Then enlighten me. There was the mid-city, sprawled below them. All its twinkling lanterns, the pack beasts and night shift workers trundling along toward their business. Patrols moved through the streets that wound around temples and sea stone houses and timber frame storefronts. Old towering trees hung with ivy swayed in every street, and vines climbed up the venerable walls of manors and close-knit row houses. The mid-city ended in a cliff. All along the edge, dozens of cranes sat vacant, their long, wooden beams spiked like a fringe of thorns, 100 feet above Lowtown. Far below, a black, burned smudge on the cliff wall kept a record of the fire. You ever watch someone die in the streets? Eolh asked. Watch him stumble blindly toward you, choking on the blood in his throat? When he falls, you have to step over his body like he's not even there. His eyes passed over the rundown hovels, the new timber buildings that were already starting to slant. The apartment blocks built on top of apartment blocks, which were built on top of more. Every day, Eolh said, the fledglings go begging. Scarred and malnourished and dying before they get to live. One of them has a crutch, and he begs you, he begs for a bite. That's all he wants, a single beakful of food. You know how I know he's hungry? Because I'm hungry. We all are. I need to eat too, but he's so small, and the feathers are falling out of his pelt, and his parents probably got killed in the fire, or maybe the Kirans murdered them later. Just because they could. Eolh closed his eyes, trying to black out the vision. But it wouldn't stop playing in his mind. You know you should give him something. That little one-legged fledgling. Anything. But instead, you shove him. You call him a thief, and you kick him. And when he gets back up and he's still begging you, please, mister, just a coin, what do? You kick him harder. Because you never know who's watching. You can't ever let your guard down. And you step over him. Like he's not even there. Like it wasn't your fault he's lying there. He hated how they looked at him now. Their faces were wide with shock as if he were some horror story come to life. He turned his back on both of them. Couldn't bear to weather their judgment. Eolh, Reich said. But she was a royal. What could she possibly know about his world? Eolh, there is always a chance to change. Change? He whirled on her. You want to talk about change? We tried change. When all your royal cousins and sniveling nobles gave in to the Kirans, we stood strong. My crew and a dozen other gangs fought and bled and died to make a change. And where did that get them? So much ash. You let the Imperials have our city. We tried to change. And the coward herself sold us all out. Didn't you? The Queen didn't answer. Didn't meet his gaze. Didn't you? Yes, she shrieked, her voice tearing at the warm, wet winds of the evening. Piercing even through the dull tolling of a temple bell. I had to. While you and your thugs tore through the city, the magistrate came to me, and he gave me a choice. I could serve, or I could watch my city burn. I chose to serve. They burned the city anyway. No. Only Lowtown. Only Lowtown, Eolh echoed acidly. But Reich didn't care. Her shoulders were squared up, her feathers rigid with righteous fury. I would make the same choice again 1,000 times more. Why? The magistrate would have killed us all. Better to die standing than to live on your knees. You would say that, Corvini. What life matters to you except your own? You have no idea how heavy the burden is. I carry that with me every day. Do you think I wanted to work with the Kirans? Do you think I wanted my city to burn? Call me a coward all you like, I did what nobody else could do. I saved my people. Saved? They enslaved us in our own city. Every time that damned gate opens, 1,000 more Kirans pour in, and 1,000 more avians are pushed out. Tell me, what is next in this brilliant plan of yours, your majesty? Should we just torch the city ourselves? There was a wild defiance in her eyes. One day, the emperor will awaken, and we will make him see that we are worthy of joining his empire. Eolh almost choked. You want to join the empire? There is no other way, she said far too calmly. What is wrong with you? They burned the city. Unlike you, I have studied them for the last 19 years, Corvini. I know how their government works. The magistrate is a monster, Eolh, but he is not the empire. And now that our savior has come, we will bring him before the consuls and show them the truth. The truth of what? Eolh gave a cruel laugh. That he's a living, breathing god? They're going to love that. Or did you think they would fall to their knees before him? He is a god, Eolh. The one who was foretold. The queen believed. She believed with every feather and every bone in her body. But behind her, Eolh caught a slight movement. There was Poyer, his head between his hands, quietly shaking it. Are you insane? Eolh cawed. If they find him, they will flay him alive. They'll do worse. The Kirans worship too. Do they? The soldiers might, but the magistrate couldn't give a shit about your precious gods. It was written, Reich said, taking a step forward. He has come to save us. Look at him. Look at what you're asking of him. He's just a fledgling, Reich. This isn't his world. And you know the empire doesn't share its power with anyone, much less a god. The queen's eyes were narrow and angry, as bright as a lantern's flame. Eolh could hear her grinding her beak from where he was standing. Then what, Corvini? Shall I hide him under a pile of rubble? In one of your dark, filthy murder holes? The magistrate knows he's here. He will tear this city apart. And this time, there will be nothing left to rebuild. Reich held up one feathered finger. One reason. That's all the magistrate ever needed. One reason to burn this city. Last time, the laws of the empire stopped him. But now, he has his reason, which means we are almost out of time. Eolh crossed his arms. He had no answer. For the first time in 19 years, they had the power. Not the Imperials. It should be so simple. If Poyer really was a god, he should be able to save them all. But the Fledge was as silent as the sun. He was sitting on the edge of the balcony with his back to the city, following their conversation, his face sinking with every word. At the impossibility of the task that lay before him. This isn't his mess, Eolh thought. If I were him, I'd run. As the sun dipped below the cauldron walls, the first notes of the passing prayer lifted from a street-side temple. Groups of lights marched down the streets, marking the movements of the Imperial patrols. Now only the gas lanterns on the main avenues were lit, and even the mid-city was unusually dark for this time of year. Lowtown looked like it was already dead. Reich's talons made a sharp thunk in the wood as she turned to Poyer. She bowed deeply. Divine One, I must take my leave. I have risked much by being away this long. Reich. Poyer said. Yes, Divine One. The human opened his mouth, then seemed to change his mind. Reich cocked her head, waiting for him. Finally, he said, will you come back? As soon as I am able. She bowed again. The magistrate will return when the gate opens again, but that's weeks away. We have time. She said this last to Eolh. And then she did something that he didn't expect. I never did thank you, Corvini. Me? For what? For what you tried to do, back in the elevator. You stood in the face of death. Yeah, well. Eolh grunted and held up his hook. I couldn't exactly carry him out. Eolh, she said, holding his gaze with her own. Her eyes were a fierce golden yellow. Thank you. The coward queen bowed before the Eolh the listener. And he stood there, dumb, like a first-time thief caught in a trap. The queen fixed a pair of goggles over her beak. They formed themselves around her eyes, and when she turned her head just right, they glared with a dull green light. She stood on the ruined edge of the balcony and held out her arms, spreading her wings. Her feathers ruffled lightly in the breeze. When she threw her arms down, the wind was almost strong enough to knock Eolh over. By the time he regained his balance, she was only a shadow in the night. Poyer and the Corvini dangled their legs over the balcony, watching the sparse lights twinkling up and down the tiers of the city. The pressure was building in his head, and the rasping waves of insect song ground his thoughts into a pulp. What do they want from me? Below, the city twinkled with yellow and orange lights. It was so complicated, so full of life. And all the roads here, all the alleys and avenues, and even those broad steps from one tier to another, they all led toward the gate. It's all up to you now. But it wasn't all bad. Poyer even thought he knew how to help. You only have to do one thing. 7 pylons, including the one they were sitting on, ringed the city. Cold stone brickwork covered the metal pylons he knew were underneath. They must have used the pylons as scaffolding to build their temples. But there were only 7 pylons. What happened to the 8th pylon? What? The tower. There were 8. One of them is missing. Is it? Eolh said distractedly. The Corvini was rolling that android eye in his hand, pushing it around his palm with his thumb, as if it were nothing more than an old coin. Before Poyer could press the issue, Eolh spat his anger. Join the Empire, she says. Doesn't make any damn sense. Does she think they'll just bow down before you? The Sajahin did. The Sajahin are nothing like the Empire. Kirans are smart, wicked people. They make promises. But no matter what we say, or what we do, it always ends the same, with a knife in the gut. She doesn't get it. She looks at you and sees the savior of our people. It's a god's damned story, and it's going to get someone killed. Someone like you, Fledge. That is, if they don't find a worse use for you. Poyer said nothing. What should he say? What was inside him so worth taking? This world was huge and new and wrong. These people were so different to the ones he had known all his life. Messy and regal, cruel and kind, all at the same time. And they wanted so much from him. Why me? It could have been anyone else. Why did I have to be the one who woke up? It could have been anyone else. The cultivars. The directors. Even someone else in his cohort like Nepeta or Chrysanto or anyone but him. Where were they? Poyer shook the thought from his head. If he was patient. If he waited a while longer. He would have his answers. And if these people needed help, he would help them the only way he knew how. The breeze warmed his bare skin. They had given him a loose-fitting cloak with a hood to hide his face, and a pair of leather gloves hid his hands. He couldn't pass for an avian, but Reich had said, in between her deep apologies, that if he kept his head down, he almost looked like a malnourished reed knight or a taller Gaskell. Whatever that is. Finally, the Corvini pushed himself up with a groan and held out his good hand. Come on, fledgling. Let's go below before someone sees us. Can I stay here? I'm not tired. That much was true. He couldn't read his hormone balance without his wrist implant, but he knew from experience that he could keep going. Absolutely not, Eolh said. Poyer didn't want to tip his hand, so he let Eolh lead them both down the steps. The Corvini went first, and when he crowed all clear, Poyer followed. Down in the basement, Eolh showed him to his room. Get some rest. Maybe we'll figure this out tomorrow. But Poyer had no intention of sleeping. Instead, he lay on the scratchy linens of his bed and waited until he heard slow, even breaths coming from Eolh's open door. He'd been shot at 1,000,000 times before in the virtual games he loved to play. It was different in real life. Running away from bullets was easy enough, but running toward them. Be brave, Poyer. Poyer waited still to make sure the Corvini wasn't testing him. When he was certain the croaking snores coming from Eolh's room were real, Poyer pulled the hood of his cloak low over his head and slipped out of the pylon. The alleys and jungle hedges were an incomprehensible maze. But it didn't matter. All the roads here led toward the gate. Toward the statue of a human man. 24, Marsim. The rattling of insects was a storm that would not end. It rained down from the trees, rose up from the hidden nooks and rooftops, and rushed off the bricks and balconies of the midcity. Thousands of cicadas, singing in an endlessly crashing vibration. They were joined by countless other croaks, cries, and screeching things besides. The songs of the animals only made it easier for Poyer to hide. He pressed his slender body against the sea-stone wall of a temple. The pock-marked building was old, older than any of the row houses that had grown around it, cramping the whole street with overhangs and doors and windows that would never get any light. There was movement in the alley. The quiet squawk of conversation as someone stepped out onto a balcony. But nobody was looking at him. Poyer hurried around the corner, hiding in the darkness of the next alley over. Trying to walk softly, the way Eolh had showed him. There was glass in the street, and not just from the broken windows. Most of the houses were barred or boarded up by now, but one wedge-shaped block had completely burned down. Only the disheveled remains of brick and smoldering timbers remained. The neighboring houses were stained black from the flames. He hugged the shadow as he stalked through the midcity, a lone cloaked figure picking uncertainly through the ivy-grown alleys and hiding behind the gnarled kapok trees. He came to one of the broad streets cut through the alleys as if completely ignorant of their existence. He was about to step out when a huge bulk shifted in the darkness at the end of the street. A pack beast plodded up the avenue, its massive hooves thudding on the cobbles. Poyer threw himself under a nearby vine hedge. His movement made the huge heart-shaped leaves, heavy under their own vital weight, shake and shower him with rainwater. The beast's face was covered in black fur and tan stripes. A set of slack reins had been secured around its long, snuffling snout. A bulky leather shell formed a kind of armor over its back. And as it plodded forward, the beast's snout snuffled and searched the ground, grabbing at anything it could find, leaves, garbage, a brick that had fallen loose. The pack beast dragged an open cart behind it laden with some kind of fruit. A driver with a fat, scaly tail sat at the perch, lazily slapping the reins, urging her monstrous pack animal to keep walking. The beast slowed near Poyer's hiding place and made a chuffing sound as it sniffed the hedge. Poyer sucked in his breath as two huge, dull tusks pierced through the leaves, wrenched the hedge out of the ground, and swallowed it in a few branch-crushing bites. Poyer stood, exposed. Fortunately, the driver was barely paying attention. She made a clicking sound with her tongue and flipped the reins twice. The beast's trunk sniffed at Poyer's cold suit before begrudgingly tearing itself away. Its thumping footsteps shook the ground, and the cart rumbled after it. Poyer dove into the next hedge, or what remained of it, just as a miniature procession of constructs came tottering after the cart and into view. They looked like crude imitations of the service drones that crawled through the ventilation and other life support systems of the conclave, always checking for damage. Most of these drones were no taller than his knee, and they walked in crooked lines, barely able to hold themselves up on those jerky, unstable legs. 2 or 3 of them were leashed to their siblings with rawhide strings as if they couldn't be trusted to follow a simple route. They looked so unwell. One of the drones stopped as it passed Poyer's hedge. It was little more than a head with sensors sitting atop 4 crooked legs. It blinked its camera at him as if it couldn't believe what it was seeing. The construct pressed its glowing eye forward, struggling to stand on the tips of its metal toes to get a better look at Poyer. The longer it stared, the brighter its light grew. "Go away," Poyer whispered. He tried to shrink back into the bushes, but all he felt was the wet brick of a row house digging into his spine. "Get out of here." The construct bounced on its legs, making its tiny knees creak and squeak. A few of the other drones stopped, bumping into each other. They gathered hesitantly around him, dragging their leash-bound companions. All of them, even one that was stuck facing backward, focused their lights on Poyer. "I said get out of here," Poyer said, shielding his face from the glow. A slithering voice called out. "The driver. You there. Get away from them. Those bots are marked and paid for." But the drones didn't seem to know that. They shuffled and knocked into each other until they were standing in an uneven half-circle around Poyer. The driver held up a lantern with one reptilian arm, the slits of her eyes narrowing. "How'd you get them to do that?" "I didn't do anything," Poyer said, which was true. Even if he wanted to impulse them, his implants were still broken. "Can you call them off? What fool's game is this? You're the one bothering them. Stop it, whatever you're doing, or I'll call the guards." Poyer tried to shoo the drones away, but his movements only encouraged them to step closer, to bob their bodies and blink their lights at him. "Right, I warned you." The driver pulled out a small, curved horn and blew, the reedy sound echoing through the streets. Above, a light was snuffed out in a window. At the far end of a street, a patrol of Imperials stepped smartly around the shadowed corners. "Guards," the driver shouted. "Thief. I'm not a thief. I didn't do anything." But the patrol was already marching toward him. Their sharpened bayonets swayed, catching the light from the gas lanterns and the moon above. Poyer ran. He stepped over the ring of drones and ducked into the nearest alley, not caring where it led. The machines never took their eyes off him. He squeezed through the narrow brickways where 2 buildings almost touched. He scrambled over a stack of half-forgotten crates, splinters biting into his palms. He could hear the Imperials' bootsteps and shouts behind him, but the echoes and the buzzing song of the insects made it hard to tell where they were going. Houses and windows blurred together. Here was a garden with statues clustered around a fountain. And here, a vine hedge 3 stories high was beginning to swallow the street lamps. When he could run no longer, Poyer dove under the brush that surrounded a towering kapok tree, whose branches rose high above the rooftops, dripping with old rainwater that pattered heavily on his cloak. But at least he had lost the guards. Their footsteps and shouting faded away into the background of the city. The shield wall of the caldera, high black mountains that blotted out the lowest stars, rose all around him. Only then did he realize how close he was to the main biome. After many long minutes, Poyer dared to emerge from the underbrush. He crept around the huge base of the tree, toward the gap where the houses fell away and a broad avenue cut the city in half. And there he saw it. The gate. It looked like it always looked. A vast, flat, metal disc for the base, with twin semicircular arms floating in midair. Unmoving. Reich had said it would be weeks before they opened the gate again, but that made no sense. Why wouldn't they just leave the gate on? Beyond the gate, before the Viam reached the cliff of the high city, stood a figure encased in shining, perfect metal. His armor. They had built a shrine around him. Candles and clay bowls filled with incense. Pieces of fruit with clouds of tiny insects buzzing around them. All laid at his feet. Marsim. Poyer's heart crawled into his throat. Is it the armor that lets him stand, frozen? If anyone could make things right, it was Marsim. The soldier was known to all the conclaves of Karam, and many were the days when Poyer and his friends had pretended to be warriors, like him, roving across the galaxies, fighting for justice or whatever soldiers fought for. How long has he been standing there? If they had built a shrine around him. Poyer shut off the thought before it could form. There was only one way to get the answers he needed. Only one way to make this nightmare end. From under the heavy leaves of the vine hedge, Poyer watched the Imperials make laps up and down the Viam. He counted the seconds between the patrols, timing the gap. When the bells of a nearby temple rang the early morning hour, Poyer took a deep breath and made his move. He stayed low, ducking under the great bay windows and storefronts that looked out on the street, avoiding the greasy lights of the street's lanterns. He broke away from the shadows and darted toward the figure wrapped in metal. Liquid armor covered Marsim's body from head to toe. Even his steely gaze, steady and calculating, was sealed inside that polished metal. The man stood as if weathering a great storm, both hands held up to block the wind. His armor hugged his muscular torso and broad shoulders and rippled off the back of his head and arms and legs like wind-blown fabric frozen in place. What is he doing? Again, the thought worried at the back of Poyer's mind. And yet, there was his presence, as strong as ever. A dark red sensation that Poyer could feel more than see. Poyer wrapped his arms around himself, looking up into Marsim's steeled face. Marsim. Though they stood on the same ground, the top of Poyer's head only came up to the soldier's chest. Poyer was still growing, yes, but everyone in the conclave was short compared to this giant of a man. The biologists had done centuries of work for him. Marsim, Poyer whispered louder. Clutching at his twine necklace, at the override switch that hung at his chest. Can you hear me? Poyer moved closer, meaning to press an ear to the cold metal of the soldier's stomach. But when his fingers brushed the metal, the liquid armor rippled like the surface of a lake. He pulled his hand away, but the metal stuck to his fingers and stretched. It wasn't supposed to do that. Poyer's worry blossomed into dread. All the worst thoughts rushed up into his throat, choking the air out of him. Marsim. Hey. Can you hear me? He wasn't thinking when he hammered his fist into the center of Marsim's chest. All the liquid armor began to shake, and the ripples swelled until the whole statue wavered like water. It dripped down Marsim's body. Down from his head. Finally, Poyer thought as he looked up to see the soldier's face. Only. Where his face should have been, only a black, glittering dust poured out. It cascaded out of the rippling metal and was carried away by the warm breeze. No. Poyer reached up. He touched at the metal, trying to smooth it back into place. Back the way it was supposed to be. He knew it didn't make any sense, but nothing made any sense now. Please. His hands, his arms, were dripping with that liquid metal. It moved in ways that it shouldn't, and strands of that silver liquid stretched to reach his chest. All while the dust continued to pour out of the statue. What was left of Marsim's presence began to fade. Don't leave me, Poyer sobbed. I don't want to be alone. Crimson to a dull red, to nothing. Please. A shout rang out across the street, directed at Poyer. Halt. 5 Kirin soldiers jogged toward him. You there. Stop what you're doing. Poyer ignored them, could barely see them through the tears filling his eyes. He smashed his fists into the statue, but his hands only sank into the metal and the statue began to melt. Ready, a Kirin officer barked, his scales shining in the gaslight. His patrol stopped and knelt, 4 of them creating a short line of rifles. The officer lifted his own pistol. Aim. A gunshot. Wind whipped past Poyer's ear. And then he felt a sting as if he'd been bitten. The pain began to sing. Poyer put a hand up to his ear and felt a warm wetness. 4 more shots cracked into the empty night air, twanging off the street and the walls, blasting chips of stone into an alley. Danger. Poyer recognized the voice. Had listened to it chirp instructions at him all his life. But why is my wrist implant working now? Emergency mode now active. Battery, critical. Poyer's wrist vibrated so fiercely it made his arm go numb. As if in response, the liquid metal began to stiffen and seize around Poyer's limbs, crawling up his arms and sliding over his neck. Swallowing his twine necklace. Reload, the Kirin officer barked. Come on, come on. More soldiers were running up the Viam, but they were so far away. There were avian faces in the windows above the streets. Watching them. A cluster of furry reed knights stopped in an alley and huddled together, trying to figure out if they should turn around. The armor shifted and writhed over his skin, wrapping every inch of his body in liquid metal. Poyer cringed at the slithering, icy feeling of the metal. He tried to peel it off, tried to dig his nails under the liquid, but it clung to him. It slipped over his clothes and climbed up his neck where a trickle of blood dripped from his ear. The pain was getting worse and he didn't want this thing to reach his face and... Get off me, he shouted. You do not have access to that command. Poyer's own wrist almost sounded happy to deny him. A moment later, he was glad that it did. Ready. Aim. Thunder. 5 needle-sized spikes speared out of Poyer's metal-covered chest. They caught the bullets with a sharp, snapping sound. Poyer didn't feel a thing. Before the clouds of white smoke could clear, the Kirin officer shouted, "Grab him!" An uncertain glance passed between the line guards, but when the officer shouted again, they charged toward Poyer, holding their bayonets like spears. A low, moaning vibration shuddered through the streets. Poyer turned around to see the gate coming to life. The twin floating arms groaned as they began to revolve in huge, slow circles. Weeks away? The Queen was wrong about that. All the soldiers in the street stopped. And stared. Even the officer seemed bewildered. Poyer kicked his legs into motion. He ran into the forest of buildings, it didn't matter what direction. Nothing mattered. Even if he found his way back to Eolh or Reich, he would still be alone. A black, torrential wall, deeper than any ocean, surged toward him, bearing the words he had hoped weren't true, "They're all gone." And even if he lived 1,000 years, they would always be gone. Poyer was alone. When the gate rose to that unmistakable fever pitch, when the light itself began to sing, Officer Tuliak knew something was wrong. Never mind his soldiers, he would deal with them later. How could they miss such a simple shot? And never mind that scampering xeno rat, whatever it was. Sure, it had melted the statue with its touch. But this. Tuliak had never seen this. The gate was opening early, which could only mean one thing. The Veneritien had passed a vote. The Veneritien never passed anything these days. Here in the cauldron, the deputy commanders were already driving the troops into exhaustion. In the past 2 weeks, they had ordered double and triple shifts. Tuliak and his men were made to patrol every part of the city, even Lowtown, at all hours. Fine for the dull scales, but he was a true Kirin, and this undignified work was beneath him. All because of a rumor. An actual, living human being. Which was impossible, of course. Clearly, someone had garbled a message, or maybe they thought they could lie for a promotion. Stupid. His soldiers still thought the commanders were running a weeks-long drill just to get them to work harder for free. It wouldn't be the first time. But now. The light from the gate catalyzed into a single, shining beacon that pierced through the clouds above. A thin strand of pure light that seemed to attach itself to the stars beyond. And then it released, washing over him and his soldiers, filling the street with that glowing mist. He stumbled back and shielded his eyes. When his vision cleared, he saw the grey wisps steaming off the gate. And there they were. Legions of soldiers, packed tightly against each other in crisp combat dress, adorned in gleaming pauldrons and battle helmets. Fresh from Seir. Above them, 8 imperial fangs, those legendary warships, floated in pairs. Not moving. But all of this was nothing compared to that looming black shadow sitting heavy and monstrously still, high above the city. An axe waiting to fall. The Exonerator was a floating fortress, an ancient ship whose enormous bulk blocked out the clouds and eclipsed the city in darkness. Then the rumors were true. A human. A living god. Tuliak looked up at the Exonerator. There were only 4 of them in the entire Imperial Navy. Only 4 in existence. The legends said that just one of them had single-handedly conquered the most brutal, ancient enemies of the Empire. But the Empire had already conquered the cauldron and all of Gaiam with it. Why bring in such overkill? Another, more terrible thought stuck in his throat. And will it be enough? 25, the offer. Reich held 2 sticks of incense over a candle and rolled them in the flame. When the sticks began to smoke, she stuck them into a bowl of sand. The Queen knelt before her private shrine, bowing and holding up the bowl, offering her prayers to the gods. She inhaled slowly, savoring the rich, spicy sting of incense. It opened her lungs, and a hint of smoked citrus carried her thoughts to a faraway place. If only for a moment. As she exhaled, it was as if all those years of waiting, of quiet suffering and of standing firm while the Empire slowly ground her people into dust, all that tension, flooded out of her. For over a decade, she questioned if she was doing the right thing by keeping her people in line. If we could show the Empire what we're made of, perhaps one day they will welcome my people. It was either that or an all-out war against the Empire itself. And the Empire had not lost a war in 1,000 years. Maybe it would never happen in her lifetime, but she hoped that one day, the ruling lords of the Empire would wake up and see her people not as conquered xenos but as equal citizens. All she had to do was play servant to these Kirin nobles and show them 1,000 ways her people were good, righteous citizens of the Empire. This is what she clung to. This was the path she could not doubt. And when she prayed to Kenya for a blessing of strength and unwavering resolve. Instead of a mere blessing, the gods had delivered a miracle. The Savior has come. To my city. Reich knelt before her shrine and thanked the gods, not just Kenya and Asayam but all of them, saying each of their names one by one as tears rolled down the sides of her beak. She couldn't stop smiling. Oh gods, thank you. I am not worthy. Still, the Corvinese words lingered in her mind, striking the spark of doubt. The Empire would not rest for a single moment while Poir avoided their clutches. Word of the human would catch like fire. She needed guidance. She needed ideas. Asayam, I bow to you, who lives in all minds and sees all things. Her beak mouthed the words, and she pressed her forehead against the cold stones of her shrine. Grant me insight, that I might know what must be done. Breathe your wisdom into my being. Of course, Reich could not know that Poir, at this very moment, was wandering lost and alone in her conquered city. As she prayed, Reich let herself sink into the rich incense. The warm glow of the candles, the cold light from those orbs she had found among her grandfather's relics. Allowing her thoughts to spread out and simmer, waiting for the right idea to bubble up. Behind her, the door swung open, pulling a humid gust of wind through her chambers and making the candles flicker wildly. My queen. Talia stood breathless, silhouetted in the light from the hallway. Come and see. The short feathers on Talia's cheek were damaged, and a few of them were snapped off, making her face look slightly misshapen. Talia. Reich rose to meet her wing maiden. What happened to your face? Not now, my queen, she said, touching gingerly at her cheek. Please don't think on it, it's not important right now. It is to me. Anger rose in Reich's chest, anger that she was used to suppressing. But because it was Talia, poor, sweet Talia, she found it hard to push away. Was it not enough that the Empire had conquered her people? Did they need to demean them so? Your Majesty, please come look. Talia rushed to the huge, heavy curtains that formed the fourth wall of Reich's chambers and separated the room from the balcony and the world beyond. A light seeped under the curtains, far too bright to be the ambient light of the city. A fire? No. Talia tugged the curtains aside, revealing all that light for what it was. This is so much worse. A tower of light shot up from the gate, piercing the skies above. The arms of the gate made their unmistakable keening sound as they built momentum and brightened the light. And suddenly, the light seemed to collapse on itself, sending a blinding shockwave over the city. Too late, Reich shut her eyes. When her vision cleared, she saw them all. Hundreds of soldiers standing on the gate, and a whole flock of those dreaded imperial fangs hovering above in perfect formation. A shadow loomed high above them all. By the gods! What ship is that? Reich's beak fell open. A warship hung high above the cauldron. So massive it seemed to devour the stars themselves. Reich turned to Talia and said, You need to leave the city. Majesty. Reich's heart was pounding in her throat. You have to get out of the cauldron, now. This won't end well. You must come with me, Your Majesty. I can't. Then neither can I, Talia said. If there is danger, I will not leave your side. So devoted. And defiant. It was one of the reasons Reich liked Talia so much. Maybe she could have trusted her if the magistrate weren't so talented at pitting the avians against each other. But you didn't have to trust someone to save their life. Talia, I am ordering you out of my city. My queen. Talia bowed deeply. My family has served for 17 generations, through war and strife, famine and fortune. I will not be the one who breaks that bond. I would sooner die than leave your side. It was growing harder to doubt her loyalty. Talia's beak was lifted high, her shoulders pulled back with stubborn, unyielding pride. Noble, but foolish. The queen stroked the underside of her beak, trying to find the right words. You would have been a fledgling, Reich said, the last time they came. They destroyed half of my city in a single night. There was no warning. They set fire to houses with my people still inside. They murdered. So many. I don't want that to happen to you. And what about you, my queen? I don't know what's coming, Talia. But I do know the magistrate. You can't help me. You need to get out of here before daybreak. Go, before you don't have a choice. Majesty. She bowed her head. Hiding her tears. If you say I must. Talia, Reich said. Talia looked up, sniffing and wiping her eyes. The gods will show us the way. And none but the gods. Talia completed the prayer, her voice quavering with emotion. Be strong. Reich put her hands on Talia's shoulders. The savior has come. Reich hesitated for a moment. Her dark browns were a stark contrast against Talia's silky white feathers. Should I tell her? She probably shouldn't. But Reich thought Talia might be worth taking a risk on. Thank you for everything, Talia. If you find a Corvini named Eolh, ask him for help. Despite everything he says, you can trust him. Talia tried again, but Reich used her greater size to usher her out the door. After Talia left, every moment was a slice of agony. Reich paced up and down her balcony, considering her options. She could run. She could lie to him. But all she could really do was wait for the magistrate's call. The flock of fangs circled the cauldron. There were only 7 of them, but fear wormed deeper into her stomach with each pass they made around her city. One fang, with both lances on full power, could raise most of the city given enough time. She could not let that happen. If only she could talk to him, she might be able to divert his attention, to persuade him out of whatever insane action he was planning. To give the human time. To do what? A knock on the door shattered her reverie. A Kiran messenger stood in the hall, his arms crossed and an annoyed expression on his face as if Reich had summoned him. The magistrate will see you now, he said. No polite bow. Not even a courteous Your Majesty. All these years, and the Kirans still saw her as beneath them. He led her through the chiseled hallways of the hanging palace. Rich heartwood doors guarded empty rooms on either side of the hall. Rooms that had once belonged to her sisters and brothers. Some of them now slept in the sky graves with their heads removed from their bodies. The lucky ones. The magistrate waited on the promenade. He was leaning against the railing, a military coat hung over his shoulders with too many stripes denoting his implausible rank and a loose collar to keep him cool in the humid Gayam air. Up here, the wind was strong enough to stir the hems of his coat. When he saw her, he smiled as if Reich were an old friend he had almost forgotten about. He knows something. Ah, my queen, the magistrate said, holding his gloved hands out in a welcoming gesture. In one hand, he held a glass goblet half filled with violet fermented juice. I have heard, the magistrate said, the most interesting piece of gossip. Now, normally, I don't allow rumors and hearsay to invade my court, but this gossip happened to be about my favorite subject. He swirled his glass idly and grinned. His teeth were stained from his drink. Yes, I heard something very worrying about you. Her stomach sank. She kept her feathers stiff, not daring to give away the slightest reaction. Someone told me, the magistrate continued, that on the very night I left Gayam, our own queen was spotted sneaking out of her chambers. Can you believe such lies? Such wicked lies? The queen said nothing. Despite the wind, she was growing hot. Had to resist the temptation to open her wings and let the air flow over her feathers. Though it was common among avians, Kirans usually took such a gesture as a threat. I know what it's like, my queen. They say the most awful things about me, too. But the weak shall always envy the strong. And the slow will envy the cunning. No. He tipped the cup up to his mouth. Sipped. Smacked his lips and sighed. Magnificent. This one's from my own vineyard. Would you like some? Magistrate, why have you brought ships of war to the cauldron? Our citizens pose no threat to your... The magistrate waved one gloved hand. A heavy pressure collapsed onto her shoulders and buckled her knees. She tensed her legs, trying to push against the sudden gravity. To pretend this wasn't happening. He let his hand drop, and the pressure disappeared. Please, he crooned, that wretched smile curling around his golden-scaled lips. Try the wine. He gestured at the decanter. Not taking her eyes off him, Reich took a whiff. She scented a sharp tartness to the liquid. No fruit that she knew. Oh, if you're wondering, it isn't poisoned. The magistrate showed her by pouring some into his own glass. Your Majesty, I invited you here because I wish to make a peace offering. Gayam and Seir are at peace. No, no. I meant peace between you and me. I know what lurks in the oceans of your mind, my queen. How long have we known each other now? 12 years now? No, it must be more. And in all that time, I have come to find your single-minded focus, your sheer dedication to your people. Well, it's rather noble. What a fine trait that would be for a free citizen of the empire. The words dripped from his mouth like honey. But this was not the magistrate she knew, and that only made her stomach sink deeper. Below, the lights of the city winked and shimmered, and the sound of hundreds of boots marched through her streets. It's a compliment, Reich. You're supposed to say thank you. Thank you, magistrate, she said without any feeling at all. Ah, well, he said, shrugging. You know, when I first came here, I had my doubts about Gayam. All those nasty little riots we thought they'd never end. Reich blinked. Inside, she was screaming. If I may be honest, he continued, I thought perhaps your world was too savage to bother colonizing. But you have brought your people such a long way. I think in here, the magistrate held his tongue, almost as if he were truly struggling to say something. I think I was wrong about you. You're no savage, are you? So much cleverer than most of the xenos we conquer. How was I supposed to know? Well. Good. I wish to make amends. Reich tried not to let the suspicion play across her face. What game is he playing? Amends, magistrate. Yes. I think it's time you people joined the empire. You and all your avians. He dragged out the word as if saying it for the first time. I want to make all worthy avians free citizens of Seir. Her heart stopped. The words tumbled out of her beak before she had time to filter them. What do you want? She was off balance, and he knew it. And every ounce of his attention was focused on her. You know what I want, Reich. He said her name with a wine-stained grin, the golden scales of his lips glittering softly in the lantern light. I know what you did. Where you've been. Who you've been with. But I choose not to see your actions as treason, because I think there is hope for you yet. And when it comes to your people, I know you will make the right choice. A bell clanged up in Assayam's tower, too loud and too close. One solemn toll followed by silence. Give me the human, the magistrate said, and I swear, my queen, I will free them all. 26. Everything, undone. The floors were groaning. The walls whispered his name, Eolh. Eolh. The bed was rocking, or maybe it was the floor, but the linen sheets were so sweet and warm he didn't think he would ever get up. Eolh pulled the sheets tighter, wishing the walls would stop talking. Wake up. Shut up and let me sleep, he groaned. The human. Eolh's eyes shot open. A dim gaslight hissed in the corner of the room. Vines creeped along the walls, jostling Eolh's bed. The sterile smell of chemicals mingled with the scent of old bark. I can't smell him. The doctor's voice, breathless with worry, rushed out from the walls. What does that mean? Eolh said. I can't see him. Either. Eolh groaned as he threw the sheets off and hauled himself out of bed, stopping only to grab Lakey's eye from under the pile of his awful-smelling overclothes. He ducked into the infirmary room across the hall, using the eye to light his way. The sheets were strewn across the human's bed. A feeling rose in Eolh's chest, a tightness that made it hard to breathe. Is he upstairs? No. Gods damn it. Eolh banged a fist against the wall, but there was no strength to his blow. He cursed the fledgling. He cursed himself for letting it happen. Again. When did he leave? Eolh said. Hours ago. His scent lingers. Eolh dashed back into his room, muttering more obscenities to himself. He threw on his clothes, ignoring the pungent scent of sweat and sewer, grabbed his hook and clipped it to his wrist plate. Then he headed for the stairs. With his hook gripping the worn wooden rail, he stopped. Doctor. If he returns before I do, I don't care what you have to do. Take him. Tie him down. Do not let him leave. Be careful. Eolh. The gate has been opened. The gate? Eolh thought. How? The next opening is weeks away. Eolh shook his head. There was no time for questions. He sprinted up the steps toward the vacant apartment where they had talked during the night, looking for any sign of the human. Out on the balcony, the doctor's warning became so much worse. Black shapes flew circles over the city. Too large and too unnatural to be avian, they scooped low over the rooftops, gliding through the air with impossible grace, heedless of either wind or gravity. Each fuselage was split into twin pincers, the fangs for which they earned their name, like the black tusks of some deep jungle predator aiming down at the brick chimneys and cast iron smokestacks of the city. Their prey could do nothing. Just like last time. Just like all those years ago. Worse, Eolh thought he knew where the human had gone. That damned statue had caught his attention for too long. Where else would he go? But just a glance down the mid-city Viam told Eolh he would never find the human without help. The Viam was swarming with legions of Kiran soldiers, and the guard towers were scanning the alleys with huge spotlights. Even the fangs were looking for him. The city was vast, and Poyer could be anywhere. Who can I ask for help? It wasn't as if he still had friends in Lowtown. Not after what he'd pulled. Horace was not free with his forgiveness, and word would have spread to the other gangs that Eolh the listener had gotten twisted up in a job gone wrong. Besides, he had history with the other gangs. Too much history. Even on the best of days, they were prone to sell him out faster than a featherhand could empty your pockets. What about the Queen? His mind rolled back over their conversation. Just when he was starting to trust her, the Queen started talking about joining the Empire. As if they could just forget the last 19 years. Death. Fire. Not to mention the crucifixions. But Eolh looked down at his hook. His best flight feathers had been on that hand, and he had been afraid to test it. Afraid to find out that he was land-bound. Eolh gripped the splintered wood balcony in his talons. He stretched out his wings, filling his feathers with the humid air. A numbing sensation rolled up his severed wrist, painfully uncomfortable. But he could still feel a moment of lift as the rest of his body became lighter. Eolh flapped his wings again, harder this time. Ignoring that numb, stabbing sensation. It would have to do. She would have to do. What other choice did he have? Eolh looked up at the stars winking behind the clouds. He spoke to himself in a quiet whisper, Gods, guide me. It was the first prayer he had uttered in a very long time. Eolh leaped into the early morning darkness, his wings beating at the warm air. The balance was rough, the pain worse. If he flew too low, a keen-eyed guard might see him and raise the alarm. Too high, the fangs would turn him into ash. All the while, the numbing sensation built up in his right wing, like a hot iron poker was being forged in the wing bones of his arm. At first, Eolh had to flap wildly to stay aloft, like a fledgling's on his first flight, but as he picked up speed and the mid-city started to blur beneath him, he found the rhythm of the air. And then, he leaned into the burn, pushing himself as hard as he could, until his heart and lungs were screaming as one. Up here, the air was cooler, and the humidity condensed into mist that wetted his beak and made him blink away the moisture. Every flap of his wings sent a spray of water down his tail feathers. But he did not let up. Every stroke of his wings was stronger than the last. He held nothing back. All that mattered was getting to the Queen's hanging palace. The cliff walls were sheer, and the few outcroppings he could land on were covered in sharp stones. Every perch dug into the flesh of his feet. His tongue was dry from the flight, and his heart hadn't stopped pounding. He waited and breathed and listened. Imperial guards lined the palace rooftops. They marched in pairs around the perimeter, and more of them stood sentinel on the balconies below, their badges and metal ornaments twinkling in torchlight. On the western balcony, where the Queen kept her chambers, the patrols were lighter. He held his talons as high as he could to keep them from clacking against the clay shingles. He crouched, moving low to avoid the lantern lights of the soldiers. The dull black of his feathers hid him well. A balcony wrapped around the palace, a long stretch of ornate stone architecture that hung far above the lush estates and mansions of the high city. The nobles' houses looked so perfect from up here, peaceful and pleasantly twinkling with warm lights. As if the magistrates' fangs weren't hanging over their city. As if the axe wouldn't fall upon their necks. Who knows? Eolh thought. Maybe the upper castes had struck a deal. Maybe they had already bought favor from the magistrate. It wouldn't be the first time. Eolh dared to peer over the edge of the roof, down to the Queen's balcony below. No guards. Nobody at all. A set of thick curtains walled off her chambers from the open air, and another layer of lighter, laced curtains fluttered with the breeze. There was another sound. Eolh cocked his head, willing his heartbeat to quiet. Slowing his breaths. A woman was crying. He hadn't seen her at first, standing in the darkest corner of the balcony. Her feathers were a soft white. Not the Queen. Eolh lifted his arms, spread his wing feathers, and made a gliding jump down to the balcony. His talons made a quiet click-click on the sea stone floor. The avian was young, judging by the youthful shine of her feathers. Though she wore a servant's dress, it was still richer than the finest mid-city garb. One of the Queen's wing maidens, then. She was leaning on the marble rail, her face and beak buried in her arms. Shuddering breaths and deep sobs racked her white-feathered body. Eolh cleared his throat with a low caw. The wing maiden gasped and flinched back against the balcony rail. Her crest feathers spiked with fear. Please don't hurt me. I haven't done anything. Not here for you. Where's the Queen? Are you him? Her breath caught in her throat, but Eolh thought he heard a new emotion. Is she glad to see me? Are you Eolh? She said you would come. The wing maiden pressed toward him, a powerful need etched in her face. She said you could help. Eolh took a step back, surprised that the Queen had told anyone about him. Where is she? As if in answer, a piercing cry rolled up from the depths of the palace, muffled by the chamber curtains. The wing maiden recoiled from the sound as if the scream were a knife dragged along her skin. Can you hear what they're doing to her, Corvini? I can't leave her. I thought I could help her. A sob stole her voice, and she hid her face in her hands. Tears rolled down the sides of her beak. Where is the Queen? Eolh asked again. His whole body was numb, except for the cold sinking feeling in his stomach. What the hell's happened? I hid and I watched them talk. The magistrate was being kind to her. I've never seen him act like that with anyone. Kind and gentle. But then, my Queen said something, and the magistrate was furious. He hit her. He did something to her to make her kneel. What did she tell him? I don't know. I couldn't hear them. But he did that thing with his hands. The wing maiden made a gesture with her own hands and she dropped to the floor. I thought she was dead. But they took her away, and... Another scream ripped through the air, turning his blood to ice. It went on and on, echoing out over the balcony. By the gods, what are they doing to her? What can I do? She said you would know. You have to help her. The wing maiden's voice was rising again, and when she grabbed for Eolh's hand, he pulled away from her. I can't. The sound of his own voice made him sick. What am I supposed to do? The Queen would be surrounded by guards. If he went in there, they would slaughter him where he stood. More screams. It felt like they would never end. Even in the silence that followed, he could still hear her. Still feel her voice cutting him from the inside. How could he fight? How could he do anything at all? I'm begging you. The wing maiden stepped toward him, her hands clasped together. She said I could trust you. That you could help. I can't. Eolh looked down at his hook. This was all wrong. He needed Reich, not the other way around. She was the queen of avian kind, for God's sake. Please. I'm sorry. Eolh took a step toward the balcony. No. Wait, she called after him. But Eolh was already throwing himself over the railing, diving into the shadow of the cauldron's walls. Running away, just like he had all those years ago, with the same self-loathing gripping his heart like some black talon. In a way, he was glad of the pain. You deserve to hurt, Eolh thought to himself. You deserve so much worse. 27. The beginning of the end. No need for sunlight when red flame glowed over all. Across Lowtown, swaths of row houses and terraced apartments and ramshackle nest houses were engulfed in the fire. Timbers groaned and collapsed, sending up showers of sparks. Windows exploded outward, vomiting out plumes of black smoke into the screaming crowds that filled the alleys. The rim of the cauldron, those high mountain walls that sheltered the city from ocean storms, now served to trap the smoke over Lowtown. A low black fog climbed up the mid-city cliffs, roiling and angry with the red light of all those fires. Burning thatch, burning wood, and burning feathers stung at Eolh's nares. A sharp smell, too awful to dwell on. Ash fell from the sky, as soft as fog, pattering his beak, his arms, and everything in sight. It was damned hard to find a street the Imperials had not already ransacked. Patrols of them were lighting buildings on fire or kicking in doors and pulling people out of their houses. Those who fought back were shot, their bodies left in the streets or dropped into the gutters. Eolh crept over the rooftops, jumping from one to another, using his hook to catch himself. The mad thunder of gunfire rose up from the streets. And the screams. Somewhere up high, a temple bell clanged and called for aid that would never come. Throngs of avians and reed knights and all the other cauldron denizens ran through the streets below, joining with the crowds making their exodus along the Viam. Some hobbled or limped, others dragged carts down the wide avenue as they headed toward the cleft in the cliff walls. Desperate to leave the city. 2 Imperial fangs hovered above the Viam, their twin fuselages wreathed in smoke. They served as sentinels and threats both. Leave now, or you won't leave at all. Where would they go? The wash and the farmlands were bought and paid for by the upper castes. And the lower wash was no safe haven, a barren stretch of sand before a violent sea. No, all those masses would head into the jungle and find some road to the outlying villages or cities across the archipelago. Most of them would die on the way. But Eolh would not join them. 3 alleys intersected together, stopping at a wedge-shaped building. A half-step led down to a basement door shaded by a tattered awning. It was a small, unassuming door in a cluttered alley, and if you weren't looking for it, you wouldn't find it. Horus's hideout. Eolh was here to try one last thing. If he could find the old black feather boss, if he could make him understand that Eolh had to follow the human, maybe Horus would forgive him for running. Maybe. What else could he do? Ash blanketed the streets, the balconies, and roofs. At the far end of the alley, 2 avians argued over a cart half loaded with goods. But they were far off, and Eolh couldn't even pick out their voices. The grey clumps drifting down from the sky. Once you got used to the smell, it was almost peaceful. Eolh hopped down from the roof, not bothering to land quietly. Nobody was here. Just trash and broken glass and a pile of forgotten rags wedged against that basement door. No, wait. There were feathers sticking out of the rags. Underneath all those old, tattered fabrics was the crumpled body of a fledgling. A little Corviny child, lying with his head against the door pressed unnaturally close to his small, frail chest. Just a fledgling. Eolh double-checked and triple-checked his surroundings, searching for any hint of a trap. Far down the alley, the 2 avians were squawking at each other, but they hadn't even seen Eolh. Hey, Eolh whispered. No answer. He tried again, louder. You all right? A choking rasp. The fledgling struggled to lift a wing. Something dark dripped off his beak and dribbled on the step. The fledgling struggled to lift his head and made a pathetic, cooing cough. His eyes fluttered open only to roll up to the sky. Eolh rushed to him. He cupped the back of the fledgling's head, trying to help him breathe. The young Corviny coughed again, spraying Eolh with flecks of blood as he struggled to speak. He was shaking his head, and one small hand was trying to push Eolh away. Don't have anything. No, it's okay, Eolh said. Just breathe. Look at me and breathe. I've got something for you. Eolh's heart was pounding as he rummaged through his pockets, desperately trying to pull something out with his hook. He's just a boy. How can they do this to him? He's so small. Eolh's hook caught on a leather strap, and nanite tubes spilled down the step. He grabbed one with his good hand and tore open the Corviny's shirt. The threads ripped far too easily. A knife stuck out of the child's chest. It had broken the ribs and pierced through a lung. Eolh stabbed the syringe into the fledgling's chest, as close to the wound as he could. He scrabbled for another tube and stabbed that one in 2. Stay with me. Breathe. And another. Stay with me, gods damn you. And another. Until the fledgling's chest stopped moving. Until he stopped coughing, and his arms had gone limp. His black eyes rolled once more and fixed across the street. Looking at something that wasn't there. No. Eolh cradled that fragile body against his. Gods, please. Please. He did not know how long he knelt there, holding him, rocking him back and forth. Unable to let go. Eolh did not hear the talons scraping up the cobbled street behind him. But the voice. Oh, yes. He heard the voice. Well, well. Look who it might be. A grey-feathered avian strutted up behind Eolh. Dozens of scars, new and old, broke up the flat, stone grey of his plumage. Two beady eyes that could only belong to one avian, Harta, one of Horus's blood wings. This avian always walked with a snivelling swagger that Eolh couldn't abide. Another avian, a huge brute with a gaudy red stripe running down his spine, muscled up next to Harta. Eolh didn't know this one. Look here, Jaxi, Harta said. If it isn't the last person I ever expected to come limping back. Why, Jaxi said, it's the runner. Jaxi's gruff voice poured like rotten ale into Eolh's ears. His beak was shaped like a bludgeon, as if he had been born to crack skulls. Eolh did not like the way the two of them were staring at him. Circling him. Seems we got a back flapper in our clutches, Harta said, walking to Eolh's left. Of course, now we're back flappers too, aren't we, Jaxi? Jaxi giggled like a giddy child. Eolh let go of the fledgling's body and stood. Silver liquid dripped through his fingers, covering his feathers with a shining chrome. They had cornered him already. How could I be so stupid? Stay cool. Just keep them talking. Where's Horus? Eolh asked. Harta said, that's what I'm saying, isn't it? Or have you forgotten how to listen, Eolh? The old boss was getting a bit slow. A bit too trusting with your type. So we've done ourselves a good old-fashioned mutiny. Got some coin out of it too, Jaxi said. Coin for the boss's feathers. This banter was nothing more than an act, a trick of the streets. They were pulling his attention back and forth. When one spoke, the other took a step forward. Kirans always pay good, don't they? Harta said. Back off, Eolh growled. Both of you. He reached for his knife. It wasn't there. When had he lost it? Eolh's blood turned to ice. Suddenly, it was hard to breathe. Jaxi. Harta said as casually as if he were shopping at the bazaar. What do you suppose they'd pay for his feathers? Don't know. He's missing a hand, though. They might shave some off the price. Nah, you think? They only care about what's inside his head, don't they? Tell us, Eolh, did you happen to get a good look at the prize, then? Tell us, does he look like all them statues with them big muscles and? Before Harta finished the question, Jaxi lunged at Eolh. But Eolh was ready. He stepped back, and the brute was so eager that Jaxi didn't see the fledgling's body lying there. He tripped. Eolh swung for Jaxi's face. His hook sank right into the brute's eye, plunging through soft tissue and scraping against bone. The huge thug shrieked and flapped and flailed backward, tugging Eolh with him. The air exploded with feathers. Eolh yanked on his hook, trying to pull it out. A sharp pain dug into Eolh's back, right next to his spine. He flinched with a shriek and felt the blade slide back out of his flesh. Harta crowed triumphantly, that long knife of his wet with Eolh's blood. Eolh stumbled and almost fell. He reached to his back, touching the wound with his good fingers. Spreading the excess nanite and pushing it into his wound with a wincing gasp. Already, the wound felt cold and fizzed with numbness as the nanite went to work. Come on, runner. Harta taunted him, his voice frantic with the thrill of a fight gone bloody. He had to shout over Jaxi's screams. Come and get it. No time to let the nanite work. Eolh fainted forward as if he were about to lunge at Harta. And then, while Harta was still swiping at the empty air, Eolh thrust his wings down and jumped into the air. And kept flying. Harta followed with a frustrated squawk. He was younger and faster, and he tried to grab at Eolh's tail feathers. Eolh thrust his wings, throwing himself above the roofs toward the black clouds of smoke. More shouts rang out from the streets below, Imperial soldiers sending up the alarm, but Eolh did not look down. He knew the younger avian would gain on him. A bullet whipped past him, followed a breath later by the crack of the gun. Another bullet made a stinging zip in the air next to Eolh's head, and he felt a fresh bite on his leg. Eolh plummeted. He turned his body into a falling spear and dove back into the clouds, crashing to a rooftop and rolling with the fall. Harta was nowhere in sight. Eolh gasped for breath, searching the clouds. A flash of metal caught his eye. Eolh turned just in time to see Harta hurtling toward him, screaming, with his knife outstretched. But it was the shape behind Harta that made Eolh's eyes go wide. An imperial fang, its twin tips aiming at the two of them. Eolh threw his arms back as hard as he could. He tumbled off the roof just as a torrent of light erupted from the fang and enveloped Harta. The light was an instant flash, there and then gone. It sliced through the roof and stone walls as if they were made of water. The building cracked open. And though the light had not touched Eolh, a large patch of feathers on his back was burned to a crisp. Eolh caught himself before he fell to the streets. He darted around the corners of the city, pushing himself faster than he thought possible. He could feel the fang tracking his movements as it prepared to fire again. The city dropped away, and below him was the Viam filled with fleeing people. Another light. Another excruciating blast of heat. But this time it sliced the Viam, turning the stone into a molten red slag. The screams. Eolh felt a sickness rise in the back of his throat. How many more will die because of me? Because he couldn't stop running. He couldn't make himself stop. Eolh dove behind a bell tower, dipping into one alley and swerving into the next. Another flash of light illuminated the cityscape, rippling under the thick, black clouds. The middle of the tower disappeared and was replaced by a glowing red circle of stonework. Then the bricks began to crack and fall, and the bell let out a strangled clang as it smashed into a row house, collapsing that too. Chunks of stone exploded across the streets. Stone splinters stabbed into his back, and the sudden pain made him writhe and stumble to a stop. He did not know where he was going. Or why he was still in the city at all. Everything was only going to get worse. He had to get out. He had to hide. And if he never came back, so much the better. The world wouldn't miss him, anyway. Eolh took wing once more. He flew, staying under the awnings and wooden bridges and balconies engulfed in flames, keeping himself hidden from the skies. At last, he found what he was looking for, a rusted sewer grate. He dropped onto the grate, ripped it open, and flung himself down into the only place where someone as useless as him was fit to die. 28. Wandering the crush. Poyer did not know how long he ran. Did not know where he was running. He stood at the top of a hill, looking down into the smoke-covered streets of the midcity, his mind stuck on a single question. How can there be so many people here? The conclave was all he had ever known. 233 people in all. But here. Thousands of feathered and furred and scaled xenos yelling and screeching and crashing against each other as they rushed to escape the roar of the fires and the oceans of smoke that roiled above. Dozens, maybe hundreds of soldiers formed lines in the alleys and marched shoulder to shoulder as the crowd scattered before them. They surged toward him, and all he could do was throw himself into the nook of a doorway before hundreds of talons and clawed feet and paws stampeded past, each one running at a different speed. Elbows and wings and scales crushed against each other and moved apart in waves, and a thin haze of smoke hung over everything, choking him with the stinging smell of firewood and burning oil. Making it impossible to see where the crowds were going and where they came from. Every few minutes, another building groaned and cracked as the timbers burned and broke, collapsing in a heaving belch of flame and embers and smoke. Where are the fire drones? Where are the extinguishers? None of that existed now. Everything in this world was made to break, made to catch fire. Why did they build their homes with wood? His wrist implant threw up alert after alert, vibrating his arm into numbness. Warning! Rapid increase in carcinogens detected. Connecting to air recyclers. Connection failed. Connecting to emergency services. Connection failed. Battery, critical. Please charge now. Entering sleep mode. It was just more noise, muted below the crashing scream of the crowds. They surged past his stoop, and he squeezed closer to the doorway to avoid getting swept up in all that maddening motion. Each time an avian came too close, his wrist would send sharp stabbing vibrations up his arm, and Poyer felt the liquid armor, hidden by his cloak, writhe angrily over his skin. One avian, a younger male with fine silks now mudded and torn, jumped into Poyer's alcove. They're coming, the avian said, his attention still on the streets. Veu, we have to keep moving. Then he turned to look at Poyer. You're not Veu. The avian's eyes went wide with confusion followed by utter disbelief. By the gods, he said. Are you real? Crowds poured past the stoop, screeching and shouting. Even the brick stoop rumbled beneath their feet. The light danced through the smoke, too bright and too dark at the same time. Help us. I can't. Poyer shouted back over the din of the crowds. I don't know how. You must. How? Tell me how. My family. The avian threw himself forward, his feathered hands beseeching Poyer. Please. The armor acted on its own accord. Spikes of chromatic metal pierced through Poyer's shirt, stabbing toward the avian. Warning him off before he could clasp Poyer's hands. Shocked, the avian fell back, his plea still caught in his beak. A surge of the crowds carried him away, still gawking at Poyer. The liquid armor relaxed, sliding back through the ripped holes in Poyer's shirt. Hiding itself under his cloak. He clutched at his chest, trying to pull the metal off, but it only dripped through his fingers. He couldn't breathe. How could anyone breathe with all these people, all this smoke? The crowd surged again and spread apart. An older avian hobbled among the crowds, trying to keep his footing. A cluster of xenos wearing long snout masks scurried through the throngs of people, squeaking as they tried to stay together. Poyer dared to peek out, searching for a sign. Something. Anything that might tell him what to do. A reptilian child with a headscarf and a dress singed with ash and burns was standing under a lamppost as people threaded past her. She was sobbing, her clawed hands curled to her chest. A rhythmic stomping seemed to silence all other sounds. Dozens of boots, marching in step. Imperial soldiers in their ash-smudged blues and blacks. Brandishing their bayonet-tipped rifles. Someone blew on a whistle and started shouting commands. Run them down. Get them all out. More stragglers. More people, running out of doors or jumping down from balconies with anything they could carry. None of them even seemed to see the sobbing child. Help us. Poyer tore himself out of his alcove and rushed into the street. He dodged around a black feathered avian, who was limping on a bandaged leg and looking over his shoulder. Eolh? No. His heart rose, but only for a moment. Someone else. Poyer ducked behind a hand-drawn cart laden with clothes and clanking housewares that cracked against each other as the cart bounced on the cobbles. The xeno child was still crying out when a piercing whistle blew over the crowds. Not one, but dozens of Kirin patrols were converging on this street. Where had they come from? They stood at the mouth of every street, blockades of blue and black uniforms, gripping their rifles tight to their chests. Even though they held the weapons, Poyer could see the quiet fear in their scaled faces. None of the soldiers wanted to be here. But discipline overrode their fear, and they stood together until a gunshot cracked over the rooftops. A soldier at the front gasped. Touched at his stomach. His fingers were painted red with his own blood. His knees buckled, and he collapsed back into the ranks. Death to the Empire! A shout from somewhere in the crowd. Heads turned, and people moved out of the way. An avian had his fist raised in triumphant anger, shaking it at the Imperials. Fight fire with fire. The Kirins swung their rifles up and threw a torrent of gunshots into his body, heedless of the crowd beyond. Suddenly, the surge of xenos became a stampede. Screaming, shouting, stomping, hissing, screeching. Poyer was marooned in the middle of the street as too many bodies crashed around him. The liquid armor was rippling wildly under his clothes, and every time someone touched him, it lashed out, tearing a hole in his cloak as snakes of metal whipped and bit at anyone who came too close. By the time Poyer pushed out of the crowd to the lamppost, the reptilian girl was nowhere to be found. A green-scaled woman was screaming at the end of the street. Her voice was on the edge of hysteria. Where is Eolh? Have you seen her? I can't find my Eolh. And the ocean of bodies carried him away. He couldn't see anything but feathers and leather and cloth pressed together. It was all he could do to stay on his feet. Glass exploded into the street, followed by an oppressive blast of heat. One of the cramped row houses that had not been on fire moments ago was now completely engulfed in flames. Red and orange tongues burst through a street-side window, and fresh screams curdled the air. Help us, a muffled voice shouted. Please, someone. They were trapped. Why is no one stopping to help? Poyer tried to thread through the crowd, pushing closer to the source of the heat, when a door was blown open and a furnace gust of heat knocked into him. The liquid armor wrapped over his exposed skin, shielding him from the flames. The avians nearest him were not so lucky, their feathers blackening as they screamed and the crowd surged away. But all that shining, silver metal kept him safe. And so he reached into the building. Into the flames. The metal began to ripple in the heat, and the buzz from his wrist implant made him flinch back. Be brave, he thought. Be fast. It was a stupid idea, and he knew it was. But he couldn't ignore the screams. They sounded so human. Poyer pulled his ragged shirt over his mouth and sucked in his breath. Before he could charge inside, there was a splitting crack. A rift formed down the center of the building. It seemed to fold in on itself, blasting Poyer with dust and stone and cinders. The screaming stopped. Out in the street, an avian was clutching a body in his arms. Don't do this, he was saying. Don't leave me. And the boots marched closer. And someone was saying, they can't do this, over and over. And the boots. Burn the Empire, they sang from the rooftops. And the whistles of the Kirin officers. And a voice saying, take her with you, and Poyer was drowning in it all. There were too many of them, and they were crushing him, and they all needed his help. He couldn't breathe through all the smoke. Sweat stung his eyes, and no matter how much he blinked, it kept stinging so that he couldn't see where he was walking. All while the liquid armor writhed and rolled over his skin, lashing at anyone who came too close. Stop that, he thought. Ignored. Stop, he shouted. A chime from his wrist implant, you don't have access to that command. Override. You don't have access. Please, he screamed. But he couldn't hear himself over the crowds and the groaning of timbers and the laughter of the flames. The armor rolled up his neck, seeking his lips and his eyes, and he thought of Marsim, trapped inside the armor for so many years that his body had become so much dust. He thought of how the armor covered Marsim's mouth, just as it was now touching Poir's. He had to get it off. Poir grabbed at the liquid metal, meaning to dig his fingernails into the skin on his neck. There was a string on his neck. His fingers followed it down to a piece of plastic. The shell of an old switch, given to him by that sage Ahin woman. He didn't know why, but it made him think, not of those underground scavengers, but of the Corvini. Just breathe, Fledge. But the smoke, and the crowds, and a gap started to form in the crowd. A pocket of movement as people shoved each other away from something. 24 Imperials marched in a square formation down the street, their bayonets jutting out. The square protected a Kirin woman whose shining scales reflected the firelight. She held a brass horn to her lips so she could shout into the crowds. People of Gaum, heed my words. Your queen has betrayed you. Sold you out to the Lowtown scum. She has summoned her vile agents to burn down our homes. Only the magistrate, in all his generosity, has unleashed his own personal guard to reclaim our beloved city. People were stopping and listening to her. Heed the rumors, for they are true. A god, a human god, has been awakened. Even now, the Queen of Cowards hunts him down. They were actually listening to her. Step forward if you know anything about the human or his whereabouts. Be a hero to your people. Help us find the human and bring salvation to our great city. The crowds were still. They looked at each other, doubt and wonder in their voices. A god? Here. They can't be serious. By the light and all the stars beyond, I told you it was true. And over their chatter, the crier continued her message. If your information leads to the human, you will be granted. Here the crier shouted each word separately full. Imperial. Citizenship. For you and your family. But that was the answer, wasn't it? The only thing he could do to help anyone. Help us find the human and restore peace to our city. Think of the lives you could save. Think of your family. Go, Poir thought. Turn yourself in. And then what? They will find a worse use for you, Eolh had said. Even the queen had seemed terrified at the thought of Poir getting too close to them. But the streets were filled with smoke and the crush of too many bodies. People were dying, and the fires raged ever closer. He was suffocating. They all were. What could be worse than this? An old avian, hobbling on a cane, was gasping for breath. He couldn't move, or maybe he just didn't see the square of soldiers marching closer. They shouted at him, and when he didn't move away fast enough, a thick-muscled soldier slammed the butt of his rifle into the old avian's gut. He went sprawling into the street. Leave him alone. Poir heard himself shout. He hadn't meant to say anything, but if nobody else would. The muscular soldier looked up. Long enough to give Poir a savage grin. In a single practiced motion, he flipped his rifle around and sank the bayonet into the avian's back. The avian jerked and squawked at the same time. The squawk turned into a gasp. The gasp, a gurgle. Poir shouted. Not words, just a savage sound that rose automatically from his throat. If he had looked down at his hands, he might have seen the wisps of light dancing at his fingertips. The other soldiers stopped and shouted warnings at their compatriot. But Poir was already running, both hands raised and trailing that glowing mist, meaning to throw himself into the Kirin. He smashed against a solid wall of muscle and hammered his fists against the Kirin's torso. The guard looked down at him. Another savage grin spread across the guard's lips, and the ridged fins on his neck raised. The muscles in his arms bunched up as he brought the butt of his rifle up and smashed it into Poir's face. Poir did not feel a thing. Not so much as a tap on his nose. Instead, before the rifle touched his face, a strand of metal shot out of Poir's chest and caught the rifle on a single sharp point. Where the metal touched the wood exploded. Splinters and rifle metal flew everywhere. The liquid armor caught anything that might have impaled Poir's face. The muscled guard had no such defense. Splinters speared his body and peppered his face, tearing holes in his cheeks and chest. The Kirin clawed at his own eyes, screaming as he fell to the ground. For a moment, no one else moved. Not the crowds, nor the soldiers. Poir looked down at his hands speckled with someone else's blood. The armor was spiking and rolling under his half-shredded clothes as if hungry for more. Whispers in the crowd. They were pointing at him. Horrified. One of the Kirins started shouting, and the others lifted their rifles. Poir didn't see where the first shot came from, but he heard his armor catch it with a slight ping. And then, thundering chaos. The soldiers didn't care where they shot. They launched volley after volley, filling the street with smoke and screams. Hundreds of xenos shoved and tugged and ran at each other, fighting to get away from the Kirins. An avian shrieked, "Long live the resistance," and came running out of the crowd with a pistol drawn. He squeezed off 2 rounds before they slaughtered him. They kept shooting at Poyer, and the liquid armor kept stinging bullets out of the air. The white haze drifted, quietly filling the streets from wall to window. And still they shot, right into the backs of all those fleeing, broken people. Footsteps hammered on the cobbles as more soldiers came running down the streets, and someone was blowing a whistle, giving commands with a shrill twee. Twee. The crier was shouting at the Kirin guards, pointing at Poyer. 3 of them slung their rifles over their shoulders and split off from the main formation. They boxed Poyer against the crowd, shoving people out of their way. But they did not approach. None of them wanted to be the first to touch a god. You can save them, Poyer thought. He was frozen where he stood. Give yourself up. You're the only one who can. But he could not make his feet move. And he could hear Eolh's voice, too. They will find a worse use for you. Poyer turned. And ran. 29. The blasphemy of Poyer. Peace. After all that death, how had Poyer found this true and utter peace? And so what if a mountain of black smoke crawled up from the depths of Lowtown before it spilled into the mid-city? From over the garden wall, it almost looked peaceful. Curling black and quietly growing taller. Yes, it was almost quiet here, in the garden. No crowds. No soldiers. And the cracking of gunfire might have been miles away. Over the mountain ridge. Poyer was surrounded by trees. A dozen different species wrestled lightly against each other, rattling their branches like swords, flicking sunlight through a green canopy. Brick footpaths carved through the ivy, snaking around ancient trees and sprays of flowers. High stone walls, cracked and stained with age, shielded this garden from the outside. Every few dozen paces, another moss-covered bench appeared in the rich foliage, urging Poyer to come and sit. Shouldn't sit. But it was the trickling laughter of a fountain that drew him deeper into the garden. Just the thought of cold water made his mouth feel thick and dry. The fountain was at the center of an 8-sided courtyard. Water burbled from the center, splashing in a wide circle. Poyer cupped his hands and gulped. It was colder than he thought it would be, and sweet. He cupped and drank, cupped and drank. When he had slaked his thirst, his stomach was so full it almost hurt. Around him, the trees swayed gently, hiding the distant sounds of mayhem. Where their bark was peeled, they dripped sap that filled the whole courtyard with a syrupy scent. What are those? 7 moss-covered statues and 1 empty stone pedestal lined the outside of the fountain's courtyard. He must have been too focused on the fountain to see them. His heart stopped. Here was the statue of a woman. A human woman. No feathers, no scales. Her arms crossed so that her biceps bulged, and a hard grin creased her lips. Something about her looked familiar. And here, this one clutched a dozen vines in her hand. Or were those snakes? The detail in the stone was too rough to be certain, but Poyer was utterly certain they were human. Who are these people? This statue's face was stained black by some paint on the stone. Her hands were cupped to her chest, holding something close. 2 wings peeked out from her protective fingers. And this statue, staring at the sky, almost looked like one of the other kids' cultivars. When Poyer came to the next waist-high statue, he stopped. An ancient man, sitting cross-legged, his body so heavily lined with wrinkles that Poyer couldn't see his eyes. Poyer knew this man. It was Director Eolh, head of Poyer's conclave. They ate dinner together 8 times a year. Poyer waved to him in the street when they passed, Poyer on his way to school and the director to his office. Back when Poyer first started falling behind, the old man himself came to interview Poyer each morning and afternoon, and once in the middle of the night. How were your dreams? Which one did you have? Did you see the light? They're fine. The one about the ash? No. Director Eolh had been at Topha's graduation ceremony only 3 months ago. The director had seemed so calm then. Calm and sad. Poyer assumed it was because Topha was leaving, but now. Did you know? Poyer asked, clutching at the switch hanging from his twine necklace. Did you know all this would happen? No answer. His grip was so tight the plastic switch bit into his palm. Why do I even have this stupid thing? Eolh's statue sat on a pedestal. A blank, calm face. Lips as silent as stone. Poyer thought about shoving it over and smashing it on the ground. Instead, he looked up at the leafy canopy sparkling with emerald sunlight. Where did you go? He said to no one. What happened to you? Praying at a time like this. A voice took Poyer by surprise. You, friend, have the right idea. An old avian was standing across the garden, staring intently at Poyer. He was wearing simple priest robes with slits down the back to allow his tail feathers to jut out. His eyebrows were bushy and grey, and a rope belt struggled to fit around his great, round belly. Behind him, the black mountain of smoke curled into the clouds above. Praying. Poyer said. Why would I pray to them? The priest shrugged. The gods are always listening. Gods. Poyer shook his head. They were just people. Yes. That's what I always say. Too many think of them only as spirits or some kind of magic. But the gods were like us too. Faced with daily imperfections, they used their miraculous strength or their infinite wisdom to guide their heavenly paths. No. Poyer shouted. He was standing now, and his hands were clenched into fists, and a tide of emotions flooded through his veins. Stop calling them gods. They were just people. He didn't mean to do it. Or maybe he did. When Poyer's hand found the statue, it moved too easily, falling off its pedestal and cracking against the brick footpath. Yoven's bald head separated from his body. His stone beard smashed into pieces. The priest's feathers were up. Spikes of white and grey feathers, making him look huge. One finger held out menacingly. You dare blaspheme in the garden of the gods. They weren't gods. Then what were they? Cultivars. Technicians and pathologists and geneticists. Poyer pointed at the broken statue. He and I had dinner together, only a few weeks ago. You. The rotund avian squinted at Poyer, blinking rapidly as if he couldn't see very well. Had dinner. With a Sayam. The priest cocked his head, making the long, grey feathers of his eyebrows wobble. He reached into his robes, pulled out a pair of dusty glasses, wiped them on his robes, and placed them on his beak, still blinking at Poyer. Oh, holy gods! He clutched at his chest, digging his feathered fingers into his robes. Oh, Mukway! You drank too much again, didn't you? You old fool and your damned tea! This isn't real. The old priest was shaking his head. He moved to sit down on a bench, muttering to himself. All right, vision. What words have you for me this time? What dream is this now? I'm not a dream. Not a dream, the priest chuckled dryly. A godling, in the garden of the gods. Toppling the statues I have dedicated my life to. What else could you be if not a vision sent to haunt me? I'm not a vision. Well, the priest said almost bitterly, then I should be able to touch you. The priest reached out. Poyer's armor responded on its own, slowly lifting 3 fingers of metal to brush the avians. Oh, the old priest choked, reeling back from that cold touch. Oh, holy gods! Then the priest pushed himself off the bench and dropped prostrate before Poyer, bowing and kissing at the bricks. Divine One, forgive me, I did not recognize you. Oh, holy gods! His voice shook. His whole body shook. He was clutching at his chest and sitting back on his heels, shielding his eyes as if Poyer's very image would burn him. Oh, endless stars, forgive me. But of course, this was foretold. How could I ever doubt that you would come? But me? Why me? Oh, gods and stars above! Stop, Poyer said, gritting his teeth, biting back the scream of grief that rose in his throat. The avian priest opened his eyes. His feathers were flat with worry. In the far distance, the crack 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 of gunfire was drowned out by the breeze that blew over the garden wall. I am not a god. Do you understand that? Poyer said. But aren't you human? Of course I am. Then you must be him. The Savior Divine. The one who was foretold. No. I am nobody's savior. You don't understand. The city is dead. All of its systems are dead. I can't get any of the guides to talk to me. I can't do anything to help you. You have to save yourself. Get out of this city, and don't look back. Keep hope, for in the light of 1,000 suns, the Savior will awaken. He returns and carries with him our peace. I don't know what that means or who told you that, but it's not true. How am I supposed to bring peace? I am nothing. I can't even tell this stupid armor what to do. Everything in this city is dead. You're alive. And so are we. You don't know how anything works. You burn gas for light. Gas. What am I supposed to do here? But Divine One. The priest hesitated, trying to speak delicately. What about your powers? What powers? You people have made up the most ridiculous stories about my people. There are no saviors. We never had a prophecy. Divine One. Don't call me that. Poyer snapped. My name is Poyer, okay? And I told you, I'm just human. Just human. The priest's eyes were wide, his brow feathers furrowed. As if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. There is no such thing as just human. You think I'm some divine, perfect being. Ah. The priest held up a finger. Nobody said the gods were perfect. They were deeply flawed, all of them. Look at Asayam. He gestured at Yoven's statue. So wise, and yet so slow to act. And here stands proud Kenya, who smiles though she may never know peace. You don't even know their names, Poyer thought. The priest gestured to the 8th spot, where the empty stone pedestal sat. And the fallen one. A paragon of imperfection if I've ever seen one. But despite all their flaws, they persevered in ways we can only imagine. They made miracles into reality. Your kind created this world, didn't they? All this, just for us. They didn't create this world, Poyer wanted to say. They only carved it. But who was he to say? He was just a child. A newborn, almost, in terms of a human lifespan. Poyer had never even left his conclave. What did he know about miracles? Poyer sat down on the cold, sharp edge of the fountain and sighed. His shoulders dropped, and his gaze fell to his feet. All those drowning emotions pulled away from him like the tides pulling away from the shore, leaving nothing in their wake. I'm sorry I destroyed your statue. With a groan, the priest sat next to him. We have spares. It happens more than you think. My name is Mukwe, by the way. Though you may call me whatever you wish. Mukwe, Poyer said. Are you a priest? That I am. A patron of the faith. The old faith, unless you want to tell the Kirans. Did you know there are dozens of prophecies on Gayam? Hundreds, if you count the other islands. What do they say about me? Do they tell you what I'm supposed to do? Mukwe peered over his glasses at Poyer, blinking to clear his sight. We sort of thought you would know what to do. The avian cracked an embarrassed smile at the corners of his beak. We sing and pray and preach about salvation without knowing how it actually happens. We were hoping you would know. But that would be too easy, wouldn't it? Poyer smiled back, but only for a moment. He was empty, and everything he did only made it worse. I'm lost, Poyer said. And I don't know what I'm doing here. I shouldn't even be here. But you are, which means you should be. Why? The priest folded his hands over his stomach and bowed his head. His brow feathers twitched as he thought. When you say you are just human, I wish you could hear what I hear. I don't know how to explain this to you. I've lived in the shadow of your towers my entire life. All my life, I have been surrounded by your mysteries and the gifts that your people have left behind. I have prayed and meditated and dreamed for countless hours. Why did the gods go away? Will they truly return one day as the prophecies proclaim? But here you are, Divine One. The one who was foretold. All of us have been waiting for you. All of this, he gestured at the garden and the city beyond, has been waiting just for you. But it's dead, Poyer said, staring at his fingers, the smile long forgotten. It's all broken. And I'm stuck here. And I can't talk to any of it. The whole system is down. If I could fix it, but I don't know how. I don't even know where to turn on the power. Power. Mukwe jerked his head. Electricity. Yes. The priest slapped himself and groaned. Oh, Mukwe. You imbecile. Why else would the oracle need so much of it? The oracle. Yes. Wait. You don't know the oracle. Who is it? Not who. What? Mukwe clapped his hands and rubbed them together, whispering a quick thank you to the heavens. Your people left the oracle behind as a gift. I'm surprised you don't know it. The oracle has given us so many things, but I have always wondered if it might be holding back. Then the old priest shook his head and muttered to himself, Careful, Mukwe. Respect your place. An explosion over the garden wall, close enough to make stones bounce and rattle on the ground. Poyer held his breath, waiting for more. But all that came was the rustling of the leaves. The black clouds were spreading now, rolling over the mid-city houses. Swallowing them whole. Is the oracle close? Poyer said. I mean, will we be safe getting there? Sadly, it's not the first time they've set fire to the city, Mukwe said. But we won't let a little war stop us. The priest winked, but Poyer could see the shadow that passed over his face. Mukwe clapped his hands on his thighs and pushed himself up with a strenuous groan. I never dreamed I might see this day. Mukwe wiped his eyes. Thank you for this gift. I haven't done anything. You've begun, the priest said. Come on. The oracle will know how to help you. It was made to serve. 30. The price of salvation. The queen was lying on the rack, her eyes so swollen that Zacchaeus couldn't tell if she was awake or not. Dried blood matted the delicate, broken feathers of her face. Her breaths were slow and ragged and wet, barely lifting her chest at all. Is that what she sounds like now? Zacchaeus thought. How awful. The High Magistrate of Gayam planted himself in front of the rack, his hands behind his back. It hurts me to see you like this, my queen. She did not answer. Maybe she is asleep. The rack was slanted so that her face was almost level with his. Where the ropes bit into her arms and legs, her feathers had been frayed away, leaving the skin bare and bloody red. A pale crack ran across her beak where Zacchaeus's interrogators had handled her perhaps too roughly. It did look painful. But the strangest part was how she made him feel. Off. Normally, the sounds of breaking were music to his ears. Normally, he cherished the thought of all the contraptions, slowly undoing his prisoner's resolve. He loved when they tried to hold out, when they refused to crack. But something was missing here. Where was the thrill? It was like drinking from a bottle only to find the wine replaced with water. And something else, a shadow, growing in the back of his mind. Zacchaeus had made a promise to the queen. Even now, his soldiers were tearing through the city block by block, searching every xeno hovel, every nook and nest. And then setting them on fire. It was only a matter of time. But over the past 2 days, Zacchaeus had spent less time giving commands to his deputies and more time with her. Sometimes, he would pull up a chair, and sit there, and stare at her. As if she might accidentally spill her secrets in this half-waking state. Zacchaeus peeled off one of his gloves, letting the sweat cool in the air. He brushed his scaled fingers against her cheek. Stroking her feathers. They had been so soft, so rich when he had first brought her here. Now, the quills were brittle and prone to snapping, and the floor was covered in molted, reddish-brown feathers. It's almost a shame. Sometimes, you remind me of someone, Zacchaeus said, gently so as not to wake her. The queen stirred, but her eyes did not open. Yes, you look like her. Almost. If it weren't for those feathers. He could almost hear her again. Feel her fingers stroking the scales on his head. Telling him how much she loved him. You will do great things, my little Florentian. Yes, you will. The truth was, Zacchaeus barely knew his mother at all. As if she were nothing more than a dream he used to have. Still stroking her feathers, he whispered to her, why suffer for him? You could end this all, right now. Save your city. What does the human mean to you? Everything. Zacchaeus put a hand on the table and moved his face close to hers so that his lips almost touched the top of her cracked beak. She struggled against the ropes, but they were drawn too taut to afford her much movement. Would you die for him? She lifted her beak as high as she could so that she was almost looking down on him. 1,000 times, she rasped. And more. Good, he thought. Somehow, her unwavering dedication made him feel better. Made the shadow that clouded his mind clear away, just a little. And, Zacchaeus said, running his finger over her beak, inspecting the crack running down the bone, how many will you let die for him? How many of your own people will burn because of your inaction? He did not press against her beak, though he could have. There were so few xenos like the queen in this world. So few with such a noble strength. Yes, she really did remind him of his mother. Take away the feathers and the wings and those vile, backward legs. Paint her gooseflesh with shining scales. And there was that same sharp glint in her eye. Like she could see right through him. Even when Zacchaeus's mother had been lying on her deathbed, she would look at him that way. Even when those God's damned surgeons had bled and cut and scraped everything they could from her with his father blind drunk in the other room. Screaming at them to shut up while he entertained this lady or that. You must always move forward, Florentian. You are destined for such great things. Don't let anyone stand in your way, his mother had told him, especially not him. She was talking, of course, about his father. The most useless noble to have ever disgraced the surface of Seir. How does someone born so rich die so poor? That useless man had only himself and all his vices to thank for that. Pathetic. A shame upon all Kirankind. On the night that his mother died, Zacchaeus's father was out at someone else's manor, getting drunk for the feast of Lethanian. That was the night Zacchaeus stole his father's gloves. He didn't see it as stealing. Only taking what he was owed. Once he had the gloves, removing his father was easy. Nothing was ever difficult after that, not really. Zacchaeus poured a bowl of clean water and held it up to the queen's beak. Easing it up so she could drink from it without tilting her head. Help me understand, he said as she drank. You could be greater than all your ancestors. You could be a hero to them. What else could you possibly want? She gasped between gulps. And when she did speak, her voice was clearer. Gods above. Trees below. We are all in our place. A prayer? Now? This was her way of spitting on reason. So the magistrate went for her pride. And your people? How can you think yourself righteous when you leave them to be slaughtered in the streets like animals? What do they gain? Salvation. Zacchaeus's face soured as he pulled away from her. Salvation is mine to give, bird, and mine alone. An infuriating smile played at the corner of her beak. She settled back into her ropes as if she wanted to be tied to the rack. And Vol, she rasped. Here come the vile and envious and those who lie easier than they breathe. Do not fault them, for they are blind to the truth. Do not hate them, for they are a sign. Zacchaeus slammed a fist against the rack, causing the ropes to jump. Reich writhed, gasping with new pain. You would destroy everything that your ancestors have ever worked for in the name of some. He waved his hand, trying to think of an appropriate phrase. Some bullshit superstition. He could feel his crest standing on end, covering his smooth scalp with hard, rigid spines. Zacchaeus searched her face for some kind of clue. But all he could see were those swollen eyelids and the way she looked down at him, as if he were the one tied to the torturer's rack. He wanted to smash her face. He wanted to break her beak, that she might never smile again. Remember what you came for. Zacchaeus inhaled deeply, stepping away from the rack. Walking in a slow, measured circle around the room. Look at me, he said, gesturing at his silk and linen robes. His shoulders tall, his back as straight as a Kirin pine. Today, I am the ruler of Gayam. And tomorrow, I will be so much more. You could be too. You worship yourself, she croaked, her voice cracking as she spoke, but you don't see how little there is to worship. You are nothing, and when you die, nothing you will remain. And what about you, O coward queen of Gayam? How will you die? Beneath the smiles of my gods. The high magistrate let his face darken. He looked at his hands, at the gloves that once belonged to his father. He who had all this power at his fingertips. And what had he done with it? Nothing. You do remind me of someone, bird. Someone else. Someone with no ambition, no strength to take what must be taken. I have all that I could possibly want. Zacchaeus had not tolerated his father. And he would not tolerate her either. He went over to the long bench where all the tools were laid out, clean and sharply gleaming. His hand passed over the deadliest of them, the blunt objects, the small blades. He could almost feel each one in turn, how they would work against her warm flesh. But she was not ready for these. She still needed coaxing. A candle, then. Thin and as tall as his forearm, with the base fixed to a copper dish. A dozen nails were embedded in the candle, their heads sticking out of the wax like metal buttons on a shirt. He pulled the topmost nail from the wax and rolled it around in the palm of his glove. Testing its point. A blessing, to be able to count the hours of your life. A pity that so few of them are left. He dropped the nail into the copper dish with a plink. Then he pulled another from the candle. As this candle burns down, the nails will fall. You will watch the final moments of your life melt away, Reich. One by one. He dragged the nail across her beak, digging it hard against the crack in the bone. Her body lurched, and her screech was so loud it raked his ears. But Zacchaeus could have listened to that sound all night. He dug the nail in until her voice broke and her head sagged. Her chest fell, and Zacchaeus could hear the gurgle in her throat. Not dead. But getting closer. Zacchaeus snapped off the top of the candle and lit what remained. While you're here, my queen, I want you to think about only one thing, you can stop this. At any moment, you can change the entire course of your life and the lives of all your people. All you have to do is tell me where he is. He waved the nail in front of her face, but her eyes were closed now. If he didn't know better, he would think that she had passed out. Zacchaeus put his hand on the back of her head and leaned in to whisper in her ear. No one is coming to save you. A twitch at the corner of her lips. The damned bird was smiling. A fire ignited inside him, turning everything hot and red. Zacchaeus clawed his gloved hand, gripping the air in front of her face. He felt the resistance. Felt her skull starting to give under his touchless grasp. She squirmed and made the most wretched, beautiful sound in the back of her throat. Plink. A nail rattled in the dish. The redness of the world receded, as fast as it had come. Zacchaeus inhaled and blinked a few times. Remembering where he was. He cleared his throat, then slipped his other glove back on and departed the room, letting the door slam behind him. One of his officers was waiting for him. He didn't know which one. All these dull scales looked the same to him. When you've finished clearing out that miserable sewer pit they call a city, bring my fangs down. I want them at full power when he comes. Sir, the human is coming here. I am certain of it, he said, his tone filled with loathing. You idiot. The officer's eyes only went wider. With fear or awe, Zacchaeus couldn't tell and didn't care. Why should anyone fear this being? If it ever came to the worst, the resolution was simple. One twist of his fingers, and the human, for all his flesh and blood, could be crushed all the same. 31. One last debt. The sewer air was cool and wet, and it smelled like it always did, only worse. Corpses dammed the drainage pipes. Most of them had feathers or fur. The Imperial's work on the surface had been productive, and all kinds of scurrying and scrabbling and slithering vermin were feasting down here. One body was so covered in crabs, jerking and dancing and ripping, Eolh thought the man was still alive. Where had it all gone wrong? Not with the human. No, this had started long before that, back with the old resistance. 19 years ago, when the Empire opened the gate for the first time, bearing its gunpowder arms and its old-tech warships, the good king's militia crumpled and fled. But not Jury's crew. The first and only resistance from Gayam against the Empire. Eolh had been proud to join. Filled with purpose. With hope. For the first time in his life, Eolh, a low-caste Corvini and common thief, had done the right thing. He and Arun and Ingari and all the other Lowtown feather hands, working together on something that mattered. Eolh had schemed with them, had planned the downfall of the conquerors. He ran with them, helped them gather the kindling that would light a revolution. Until everything went up in flames. And at the moment they needed him most, only then did Eolh find out how weak and worthless he truly was. You God's damned coward! Well, he was here now. And if he was going to die like a sewer rat, he might as well find a way to make his death mean something. To pay off one last debt. He walked through the tunnels, for how long he could not say, following the sound of the drums. They were faint against the distant explosions and rumblings from the city above, but he could guess their direction. Eolh held the android's eye before him, lighting up the walls and tunnels, the mud and slime and drippings from the ceiling. Every step was another chance for him to put his talons in some new, unpleasant surprise. This deep, he thought he could not get any filthier, but the sewers always found ways to surprise him. Mud up to his waist, feathers stuck together in greasy, black clumps, this was how Eolh came to the Sajahin camp. And this was why they screeched at him. They formed a loose wall, trembling and stabbing their spears at him, all their metal and beads clinking fearfully. Guarding their hovering sleighs weighed down with forgotten junk. He emerged from the shadows with both arms up, a gesture of peace. Showing them his empty hand and his metal hook. The glow lights made it look like a hooked blade. Trade, he said over their slobbering voices. And only that. Trade. The Sajahin seemed uncertain, but their leader, who wore scrap metal like a Lowtown boss wears his jewels, barked and gestured enthusiastically at Eolh. Explaining something to the others. Gods know what. The Sajahin faltered. They lowered their spears, cautious at first, as if they did not quite believe what they were seeing. And then, with eager abandon, they rushed at him, pawing at his clothes and touching his hook and scraping away the filth on his feathers and clothes, searching for something worth trading for. They grasped at him, probing with their hands as much as their voices, trying to figure out what he wanted and what he had to offer. I'm looking for a beast that lives down here. One of the Sajahin uttered and coughed a string of syllables up at him. It sounded like a question. It could have meant anything. Do they even understand each other? Eolh knelt down, and using the dim light of their glow orbs, he began to draw in the floor muck. First, a huge, malformed head. The mouth was as tall as the tunnels it lurked in. And those razor-thin teeth, made to trap prey in a cage of bone. One of the Sajahin hissed. It shook its hood and its bony hands as if to ward off Eolh's crudely drawn image. So Eolh sketched a blade being driven into the beast's skull. He pointed at the blade. And then he pointed at himself. Understand? I want to kill it. Eolh's hands drifted down to his belt, to pull his knife and show them how he would do it. Only he had lost his knife. Hells, he thought. Can't even die the right way. I need a blade, Eolh said. I can trade. This time, the word trade sparked a celebration among the Sajahin. They rushed off to their cart, babbling excitedly among themselves. They returned, two of them wrestling to carry a long, steel dagger whose guard was forged into two black wings. Surprisingly ornate for sewer trash. Even on the surface, it must have fetched quite a price. Eolh patted his pockets. All his dried meat was gone. And his picks, and his files, and both of his timepieces. But he still had the eye. Her eye. But if he traded that, how would he see in the dark? Torches. Glow lights. They might even give you the whole floating cart for something like this. He couldn't bear the thought of parting with her eye. Absolutely not. Hated himself more for even thinking of such a thing. Instead, Eolh unlaced the sleeve of his hook. The Sajahin leader's beads jingled as he touched Eolh's arm. And then it struggled, its voice muffled by that deep, grey hood. It gasped out a single word, and no. And then the leader held out the blade. Urging Eolh to take it. For nothing? For nothing at all. It coughed 3 syllables, jabbing its finger at Eolh. Al-Atak. It was from the old faith, Eolh knew that much. The Guardian. That's what it meant. That's what she called me to. A pang, something sharper than guilt, stabbed through Eolh's heart. It was all he could do to stay on his feet. Once more, the leader pushed the blade toward him. When Eolh took it, the leader bowed so low that the beads and wires and metal necklaces touched the damp floor. Eolh gritted his beak, swallowing down the feeling of wrongness that was starting to overwhelm him, and bowed back. They gave him, too, a simple piece of leather covered in lines and scratches that denoted the tunnels he should take. And as his talons scraped through the muck, they watched him go, all of them standing oddly still. As if this were some great holy moment in their small, unseen lives. Even with the map, Eolh could not say where he was. Each time he thought he was on the right path, the tunnel would curve where it shouldn't, or a new hole would open into another path. Even with Lakey's eye on the brightest setting, the darkness was suffocating. Drips of water echoed, and so did the scurrying of small creatures. Something moaned in the deep distance, long and mournful. When Eolh paused and listened, it cut short, only to start again on his other side. Eolh was too worn out to care. If something was out there, and if it found him before he could find it, then fine. He only came down here to take one last good pound of flesh. He tripped, fell, and did not hit the ground when he should have. Eolh caught himself on the edge of a hole in the floor and hauled himself out. And when he turned around to illuminate it, a jolt of recognition ran through him. She stood right there, holding the fledgling human in her arms. The hole was wider now. Eolh kicked a rock down, listening as it clattered against the sides, echoing forever. Never coming to rest. Just fading further and further away. And here was the tunnel where that thing had found them. Carrying the corpse of a Sajahin like bait. How many others had it lured in, just like that? How many had it torn to shreds? Maybe after this, it'll use my body the same way. And here was the ramp that went down into that black lake. He felt the slick algae, or whatever this was, growing all the way up. His talons slipped. Eolh's tail feathers smashed on the ramp, and he started to slide. Eolh threw out his hook, catching it on a stone and yanking himself to a stop. His talons were inches from the still, black surface of the water covered in ash-colored algae. Hard stones bit into his back, and his shoulder sang with pain. He almost pulled it out of its socket. Eolh sat up, groaning. A splash. Somewhere out in the water. Eolh inhaled sharply and held his breath. He turned off Lakey's eye and waited in the pitch black. Listening. Nothing stirred. Not even the slow, steady drip of water. Only the sound of his pulse beating in his ears. Eolh turned the eye back on. The lake was still. All the algae, undisturbed. Along the walls of this subterranean place, the muck and growth had been scraped away by something huge and heavy. And over there. How did I not see that before? A crude wooden pier stretched out across the water, extending from the far side of the ramp. Each piece of wood was a different cut, a different tree, a different state of rot. Most of the planks were missing, and parts of the pier sagged into the water. Eolh went to it and tested the first step. Sturdy enough. So was the second. He went as far as he could go, shining his light ahead and behind. Searching for any sign of the beast. And then he looked below. Into those black waters that were not black at all. With the eye on its brightest setting, he could see deep below the surface. Millions of specks floated in the water, some of them moving. And a whole forest of plants. They were all the same, tall and thin, their spindly stalks rising up from the depths, with razor-thin leaves that twisted and wrapped around each other. But he could not see the bottom. Deep enough for something large to live down there, he thought. Eolh came to the end of the pier. He could go back and try to find another way. That would make the most sense. Or he could fly over the water. But he needed both hands to fly, and he didn't trust his talons to hold the eye without dropping it. Eolh thumbed off the eye and tucked into one of his pouches. He took a deep breath and closed his own eyes, letting his ears do all the work. Letting his feathers feel the cool touch of the dark. He tensed his legs, and... crack! The board under his feet split in half and sent him crashing into the lake. A shock of ice water sapped him of his strength. Before he could take flight, he was sinking. Flapping his wings and still sinking. He slashed his hook through the water, trying to catch the pier. Something slimy touched his talon. Eolh screamed through his closed beak, sending up a storm of bubbles. He kicked, but the slime only wrapped around his leg. The plant's thin leaves were covered in barbs as long as his finger, and they sank into his feathers. The more he struggled, the more they caught at him, tangling him. He slashed at them with his hook, cutting their stalks in half, only to find himself wrapped in more leaves and barbs. He was sinking, and more of the plants reached up to meet him. Waiting for him to fall, for his breath to run out. This is how you die? Pathetic. His lungs burned. He couldn't hold it any longer, though his body tried. Eolh opened his beak, gasping for air. But all he got was water. And when he choked and coughed up the water, more poured inside him. Filling him and emptying him. All you had to do was hunt down that beast, and you couldn't even do that. His lungs were crushing in on themselves. But he wouldn't fight. Not anymore. Worthless to the very end. Two black wings fluttered at the edge of his vision. Unfurling. Wrapping over him in a gentle, smothering embrace. At last. And there was the light at the end of it all. Cold and white. And staring up at him. At long last. The light blinked. Just like an eye from the android herself. But he was still holding her eye, wasn't he? No, it had fallen out of his pocket, and now it was looking at him. But I turned it off. It didn't matter. The light was warm. It made him feel, for the first time in a long time, that he was not alone. And he was glad, because Eolh did not want to die alone. A glint of motion. Two hands, made of metal, reached up from the bottom of the lake. Not possible. They grabbed the plants wrapped around Eolh and tore them apart as easily as if the plants were made of sand. The hands grabbed Eolh and shoved him up. Without thinking, Eolh kicked and broke the surface. He gasped and grabbed the side of the pier before vomiting the lake's own water back into itself. Up here, everything was dark, except for the single glowing light at the bottom of the lake. Glinting against a shape made of metal. It could be no one else. Lakeys. 32, falling, not floating. It was an unusual thing to be crushed to pieces. Even more unusual to feel bones piercing through her abdomen, cracking and splintering, especially when she did not have bones to begin with. And then to be thrashed about like a piece of meat, though she did not have an ounce of flesh on her. To have polycarbonate pieces torn from the whole. To feel the gnashing and gnawing on her semi-sentient metal, and those spear-like teeth cracking and breaking on ancient silicon. But the mouth that held her would not give up. A tongue, split into 3 forks, wrapped over her limbs, binding her. Tugging her down an obscene gullet. Why scream? Some might, at the feeling of being wrapped, crushed, and drowned in a gut filled with acid and animal bones. But she was no flesh-born. She did not feel pain, nor fear, nor any emotion but a quiet release. All was as it should be. Lakeys shoved one metal hand into the beast's too tight inner skin, tearing into the flesh there, finding something soft and slick and vital. She squeezed. The world thrashed, but her fingers were stronger than any bone. Flesh tore. An organ ripped free. One final violent jerk before the black gasp of death. But not her death. This was the right place, but she still had a long time to go. This was only the beginning of death. Falling. Not floating. Into a lake, black and covered with ash. As it was written in the unfinished book, the life's work of the historians. Silence. Stillness. Now, there was no sound nor sight at all. Only the unseen weight of all that water and the collapsed body of a beast crushing down on her. Water filling the gaps in her body. How far had she carried the torch? How long had she borne this burden? To find the Savior divine and deliver him to the winged guardian? Rest, now. Your quest is over. It was written. Long had she known this moment would come. Desired it, longed to reach this point. But now that the moment had come, she found it curious. Who knew death could take so long? She felt it in every second that clicked by. Every stir of the water. Every eyeless body that touched her, the mouths that searched her cold body for flesh, tasting only metal and moving on, until even the slow-growing things would not touch her. And how much longer still? Forever, it seemed. Forever. And ever. And ever. And. It had been a long life, in more ways than one. Lakeys, the last disciple of Tython, was, like all her sisters, born a nomad. A traveler of worlds. Lakeys wandered from one gate to the next until she was so far from home she did not know the way back. Not that it mattered, there was nothing for her at home, not anymore. Life is for the living, my disciple. Like all her sisters, there was purpose to Lakeys' wandering. On her journey, she uncovered thousands of prophecies from xenos both living and dead. From primitive wanderers to vibrant cultures to extinct civilizations whose grand ruins rotted away on forgotten worlds. All these people, being born, growing old, and dying in the shadows of the makers. None could fathom where they stood in the universe, not even Lakeys. Some believed life was a cycle. But after thousands of years of wandering, Lakeys knew better. At best, life was a spiral. And even that was a gross oversimplification. She collected prophecies like a greedy king amasses gold. Each one was unique, speaking of a different path to salvation. Or, in some cases, of utter destruction. All were wrong. Tython knew this, and thus, so did she. Sometimes, the xenos' holiest leaders claimed to have visions, but they could never prove this to her. Sometimes, their little religions were full of made-up rules, designed to reinforce one society's particular structures. Other times, the prophecies were pure fantasy, born around a pearl of truth. These were the most helpful. They lit her path across the worlds like a string of lighthouses across the ocean black. The android called Lakeys was never surprised to find similarities across cultures, across worlds. Even when the worlds were millions of light years apart, and their gates had fallen into disrepair, they spoke of the same things. An awakening. A human. A savior from the final change. Of course, most of these believers were painfully short-lived. They would never see the change, so they thought of salvation in the mortal sense, free from pain, from hunger, from death itself. Lakeys walked the worlds, grinding dust and mud and stone and grass beneath her feet. And the years slipped beyond counting. Thousands and thousands. And all the xenos numbered many more than that. Never would she have believed there could be so many people. Perhaps even the makers themselves would be horrified to find the masses so multiplied. Still, she helped as many as she could. Believers or non-believers, it did not matter. They were children of the makers, all of them. And to them, Lakis was many things in turn, a god, a slave, a warrior, and sometimes even a prophet. Once, long ago, she stumbled upon one of the machine worlds. In the tapestry of her life, there was no darker thread than this one. For a long age, she was lost among those cancerous machines and surging mountains of metal. Beholden to the wrong minds of the sovereign. Lakis cut herself up, leaving so much behind just to escape. She closed the gate behind her, permanently. And then, because she was afraid, she closed the next. And the next. And the next. Severing the pathways behind her. Each act damned another world and all the worlds connected. But how many more had she saved? She kept moving. It was the only thing that mattered, this endless search for the savior. To make ready his way. Each prophecy she discovered bolstered her resolve, convinced her to keep walking, though the truth was that she never expected to find a human. None of Tython's disciples did. Some of them even forsook their holy quest, turning toward more worldly pursuits. Some simply grew tired and stopped walking. Standing forever still. But not Lakis. For her, there was nothing but the quest. She crossed lifeless deserts, barren tundras. Wandered under the eaves of abandoned cities where new life now grew. One day, Lakis found herself on a warm planet. Islands and rivers and sparkling, sunlit oceans. A world known by many names. Here, in the largest city, the locals called it Seer. So highly did these xenos think of themselves, they had named the whole world after their city. They lived under the rule of an old human-made machine, and they called him emperor, even though his empire only extended to a few minor provinces. At least, that's all it was a handful of centuries ago. But Seer did have something that made it special. It had a scar. And beneath every scar was a dam. The Kirans didn't know what it was. They thought it was just a library, a floating palace where the historians could safeguard all their records of times long gone. And, if the rumors were true, of times yet to come. That was how she came to read the unfinished book, or at least a piece of it. Lakis was on Seer when she met them. They called themselves the first children, because they believed they had been born to humankind first. So it was written. And Lakis agreed, because the historians were decrepit, fragile organisms. Soft-bodied molluscoids who wore shells of glass and metal out in the open. They could not have survived evolution, even on a world as pastoral as Seer. The historians had been bred, specifically bred. Lakis was certain of this. But for what purpose? She had to know. Most fleshborn thought so little of her kind. Machines. They never asked her name, and she never gave it. The historians welcomed her, adding her to their servants, where Lakis was surprised to find she was not the only android. But these were crude replicas. Grotesquely incomplete. Humanoid in image alone and not in any other way. Not true Tythons, not like Lakis and her sisters. Lakis pretended to be as simple and lame as them. And she observed the historians. They guarded their inner sanctum with ruthless precision, never allowing her so much as a peek into those elevated chambers. For 100 years she served. A few of the old historians passed away, but new ones were grown to take their places. Even their personalities seemed to pass down from generation to generation. Another 100 years. More historians passed. More took their places. And after 4 centuries, the last one who remembered her arrival finally perished. He was old and wrinkled and dried out, and all his black shining eyes had gone white with blindness. His tentacles no longer supported his weight. The historians believed themselves to be stainless. An unmoving rock in the rivers of time. But their memories were not perfect. They forgot about her. She blended in with the other androids, a mindless servant among mindless servants. This was how she caught her first glimpse of the unfinished book. She had a target, one of the oldest historians, who was born shortly after her arrival. Lakis followed him around for hundreds of years, performing tasks slowly, cultivating his reliance on her. It felt wrong. But nothing could be wrong in pursuit of the prophecy, because even if the historians were wrong, a single grain of truth could bring her a step closer to the savior. And that was worth millennia. To Lakis's credit, she never caused illness to her mark. The historian lived a long life, performing his sacred routines around the library's vaulted halls for hundreds of years. Even in the decrepitude of her master's sunset decades, Lakis helped him adhere to his holy beliefs. Waiting for the moment when his body, like all flesh-born bodies do, failed. It happened in the black hallways of that place. She watched him lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Natural causes, mostly. A calculated amount of poison, to ensure his death was painless when it did happen. "Android," he said, waving an ancient tentacle at her, "get help." And when she didn't move, he started to beg. "Please, I beg of you. Don't fail me now. I don't want to go yet." Lakis looked over her shoulder. They were alone. Please. She stooped down, rifling through the historian's robes. No. He coughed. His tentacles slapped at her arms, but his breath had failed him. The historian's head deflated into a wet sack. He died still clutching the book. It was a quiet death. No one was coming. She held the relic, a small black tablet, in her hands. It was beyond special. Lakis knew this at first glance. There were millions of pages, and the book kept growing. If she could, she would stay here for the next 1,000 years of her life, reading. As it was, she figured she only had a few hours, so she began to download as much as she could. While that process ran, she searched. Savior. 8,000,000 plus results. The book returned numerous suggestions, including Savior Divine, Birth of the Savior, and collected salvation myths. Tython. 15 results. This one had no suggestions. She opened the first result and read through it. All the results were linked. They spoke of her maker in the overly verbose style of the historians. But it was all true. The book spoke of how he was alone, isolated from humanity long before the disease came, long before the lightning wars, and that was why he lived. That, after humanity died, he spent 1,000 years creating his daughters, his disciples, from metal and compounds unknown, building the complex geometry of their circuitry with tools only a god can know. She devoured the passages of her maker, for Lakis never knew him, except for the slender moment between her birth and his death. Her eyes had opened. And she had seen his face, beautiful, and perfect, and worthy of infinite worship. And she never wanted to look away. But nothing perfect remains. The whites of his eyes were glittering black, and his veins were ebony rivers carving through his skin, eating away his flesh. The disease was killing him, even as the maker gave her life. There you are, my daughter, Tython had said. My last hope. Smiling even as his flesh eroded into dust, becoming black, glittering trails in the wind. Tython died before he ever spoke her name. Everything else, everything about who she was and why she had been created, Lakis learned from the memories he'd planted in her head. Yet the historians wrote about him. They detailed his work, his isolation, as if they had been there with him. This was no oral history. Can they truly see all the past? A noise from the poisoned historian. Not quite dead yet. His eyes were open, his pupils fully dilated. The mist breathes, I can see it. It's all alive. Alive, he shrieked. The light. A gasp. True death. Lakis could ask him nothing now, not that the historian would have told her. She went back to the book, ignoring the corpse on the floor. Scrolling faster and faster. Here, the pages reached the modern day. She expected the book to end. It did not. The words marched into the future. The book spoke of what was to come. Of all the worlds and all the prophecies, this one felt different. They spoke of the future as if it had already happened. On the planet once called Karam, the conqueror opened the gate. Out poured forth the emperor's legions, and thus did they devour the city called Cauldron. But that didn't make any of this true. And Lakis was in search of truth. She kept reading. The historian's prophecy spoke of an unexpected return. Nothing new. Of a city called Cauldron, which lay on the coast of an archipelago surrounded by a globe-spanning jungle. But as far as Lakis knew, there were no jungles on Seir, nor any pen-shaped cities. Another rarity in that the historians believed the savior would come, not from their own world, but from a distant, primitive one. As she read, the sounds of distant footsteps passed from one room into another. How much longer did she have? She started to scroll faster, only scanning the fragmented text. Trying to capture as much as she could. And then she found a name she recognized, written in that unadorned script on the glowing page of this unfinished book. Eolh, there she stood with the book in her hands. Thus, did Lakis, the wandering servant, discover the truth. It was so sudden. So abrupt. She had to stop reading. And blink at the wall for a long moment. This is impossible. Her entire core shifted to grapple with this information. Rejecting it. Looking at it from 1,000 angles. Trying to change the meaning of the words and finding them more impossible than before. She kept reading. On Karam did he sleep in ice. And he awoke in a den of feathers. Upon her first glance, she knew the ancestor for what he was, divine. The savior of all. The one who undid the change. Thus, she took him into the unlit maze. And here, the servant Lakis gave of her life to guard the guardian and to save the savior. At the bottom of the lake did she die, her divine purpose fulfilled. My divine purpose fulfilled. She raced through the next 1,000 pages, but Lakis could not find her name again. The pages grew increasingly blank, where the historians indicated they would one day add more. And there were more footsteps in the hall. She replaced the now dead historian's tablet where she found it and disappeared into the library. Over the next many weeks, she pondered all she had read. She tried to untangle the words, to find the lies and separate them from the truth. But it all fit so perfectly well. All her life, she had searched. For thousands of years, through countless lifetimes. Through death itself. Never expecting to find anything other than the faintest shred of truth. All her life, she wondered if she would ever live out her true purpose. How many of her sisters had already given up? Now, right before her very eyes, she could see the end of her journey. Truly, I am the luckiest of all my sisters. No, of all the Maker's creations. Lakes, the last of Tython's disciples, would get to see a living human being once again. And then, she would die to save him. A light in the black. This is impossible. A face. 2 shining eyes and a beak, both as dark as the bluest ink. Yes, Lakes knew this face. His feathers puffed out and swayed in the black waters next to her. Why, in my final moments, am I seeing him? Strange. He reached for her. Not a hand but a hook. She could not move. A line was severed, and her body was little more than a solid weight. Yet her fingers did touch the hook. Metal kissed metal. It felt so real. The pressure of the water shifted. Pulled on her as feathers lifted her. Dragging her out of the depths. Onto hard, solid ground. Alive. This is wrong, Lakes thought. The book. But Eolh was talking to her. I've got you, he said. His arms were wrapped around her, his feathers draped over what was left of her, dripping water and tears onto her face. She could feel every heave of his sobbing breath. Praise the gods, I've got you. 33. The pylon inside the tower. So you're just going to leave, then? Mukwe shouted at the scattered throngs of priests and clerics. You cowards! Apostates! Avians of every feather hung their heads in shame, but they did not stop walking away. They abandoned their temples and the libraries that grew up the cliff walls and against the tower itself. Most of them carried knapsacks full of books or relics. Poyer and Mukwe were standing in the shadow of the easternmost tower. Ages ago, a huge section of the cliff wall had collapsed here, and the landslides wrapped around the base of the tower. Stoneworkers cut at the landslide so that the tower seemed to have been chiseled out of the rock itself. Walkways and switchbacks crawled up the cliff, leading to dozens of shrines and homes for the siblings of the faith and the working clergy. Now, those siblings were running away. Most of them were avian, but Poyer spotted one creature with bulging yellow eyes and green, leathery scales wearing a priest's walking clothes. Some were rushing. Others tried to move with a quiet dignity, as if they thought they were doing the right thing. Where are you going to go, then? Mukwe shouted at the throngs. He pointed at one red-feathered avian. Sister Inika, what are you going to do? Survive, Inika said. She was just as old and round as Mukwe. At least, I hope to. And if you know better, you will leave too, Mukwe. What about the oracle? What about our order? The oracle is silent, as always. She was already walking away. Brother Eolh, Mukwe called to another avian, who was carrying a bulging knapsack over his shoulder. Silver and other precious metals glinted out of the top. Are those from the temple? Are you stealing from the gods? Mind your own roost, Mukwe. The gods help those who help themselves. Mukwe opened his mouth to argue when Poyer tugged at his robes, reminding him of their purpose. But Mukwe was too worked up. His jowls quivered with fury. You call yourselves faithful? Pwah! Faith would have you here to protect our sacred home from these ransacking Kirans. What if the savior returns? Where will you be? One or two of the priests stopped long enough to look back at Mukwe, at the temple and the tower. But they would not change their minds. The fire over the mid-city was growing taller. The clouds, blacker. Brother Eolh, on the other hand, was still standing there, his brow feathers cocked high. Who's this? Eolh nodded at Poyer. A lost fledgling, that's all. Eolh stared. Mukwe put a protective hand out, pushing Poyer behind him. I found him on my way from the garden. But the answer didn't seem to satisfy Eolh. Poyer could feel the brother's gaze lingering on his robes, searching for his face beneath the shadow of his hood. Poyer shifted uncomfortably, and even his armor began to stir again somewhere beneath his clothes. He pulled his hood tighter over his face. There was a shout behind them. A patrol of Kirans were shoving one of the priests around, pulling a knapsack off her shoulders and dumping its contents onto the ground. She threw up her hands, letting them take it, letting them tear through the books and papers. Quickly, Mukwe whispered to Poyer, turning him away from Eolh, let's get inside before anyone sees you. The easternmost tower, just like the Leaning Tower, was not how Poyer remembered it. Huge stone walls had been constructed around the tower, completely walling in the central pylon. Still, the tower was unmistakable. It soared hundreds of feet above the other buildings. Arches ringed the base of the tower, forming dozens of entrances to the inner monastery. Mukwe went in first to make sure that it was clear to enter. And then, he beckoned Poyer to follow. Inside, the sound of the world changed. Footsteps became shuffling echoes, and every breath sounded like the rumbling earth. Torches and pockets filled with candles lit the dusky atrium. There was a kind of excitement in the priest's gate as he led them down a set of steep, sea-stone steps that curved around the center of the tower. Right this way. And watch the stairs, they're sharp. The steps were cramped and worn smooth from centuries of use. Poyer's feet wanted to slip on them. Candles and torches were replaced by gaslights encased in fragile, cloudy glass. A glow ushered in shadows from below. Here, the lights numbered in the hundreds. A cavernous basement stretched as far as he could see, filled to brimming with the steady warmth of lanterns and the glint of gold. Precious metals had been crafted into symbols of the faith that hung on the walls and the heavy, stone columns. Color had been worked into the stones so that the polished floor was one enormous mural. The smell of natural gas was so rich it was hard to think. All Poyer could hear was the hissing of fuel flowing through a network of pipes that crawled across the corners of the floor. The ceilings were covered with paintings, flecked and peeling. Each one showed another scene, often of human beings. Sometimes they were tending to plants or feeding animals. This one was a woman whispering into the ear of a bird. Here was a man reaching into the water where a scaled hand rose up to meet his. And directly above Poyer was a human sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, a whole forest of trees growing out of his flesh. Each scene was a new masterpiece. They built all this? Burning gas to see and carving with such crude tools? There was a gleam of metal from the center of the temple. One of 8 pylons, built by humans so long ago. The pylon held up all this stone, just like it once held something else. But Mukwe drew his attention to an altar covered with a pale linen cloth. Gold stitching embroidered the cloth in an intricate pattern. There it is. Mukwe bowed at the altar. The oracle. It's a control panel. Mukwe said. But how could Poyer explain? This waist-high station, this dome, was just an access node. The tower's manual control, mostly used for troubleshooting. The chrome shell was worn with a patina of scratches, scrapes, and smudges of tarnish where generations of hands had touched the shell in the same spots. Maybe it still has power, Poyer thought. It looks like it needs maintenance. Humph, Mukwe crooned defensively. We take the utmost care of it. For over 1,000 years, our order has followed the oracle's instructions to the letter. Since when do control panels give instructions? I'll admit, the oracle's words have been sparse these last. Well, I've heard it speak once. I think. You think? Yes. We've pieced together what we can, and we never fail in our duties. Or at least we have not failed yet. But as long as I draw breath, he said, breathing deep and straightening his back, I will attend the oracle. Mukwe. A thought struck Poyer. Maybe it was the gas making him lightheaded. Yes. He hesitated. Thank you for helping me find my way. This world is strange to me. And the people. Your presence is all the reward I could ever need. Mukwe bowed his head. Poyer swallowed. What was he supposed to say to that? What can you possibly see in me? Beyond the control panel, Poyer saw a shape in the metal pylon, the outline of a door. Judging by all those scratches, it looked like someone had tried to open it and failed. Arcane symbols were painted over the arch in a silvery paint that glistened in the gaslights. What do you keep in there? Poyer nodded at the door. Ah, that is called the door which may never open. As its name would suggest, no one has ever been in there. Some say it leads to a secret gate, which leads to God's nowhere. Others say it is a symbol left here by the gods, a reminder that we are mortal and there are things we cannot do. Some paths will always be closed to us mere mortals. Mukwe appraised the door with a wondering curiosity dancing in his eyes. There are others still who say that a great treasure lies inside. Wonders from the gods that await their return. Again, Mukwe gave him that expectant look, as if Poyer might have all the answers. This time, Poyer thought he knew the answer. The door leads to an elevator. One of the maintenance shafts for the pylon. That's it. But as Poyer thought about it, he realized that maybe, to these people, to Mukwe, such a simple fact could be miraculous. Even the emergency lights seemed to fascinate them. A shuffling sound stole his attention. He tuned his ears. Are those footsteps, or is the gas just getting to me? Something wrong? Mukwe asked. Do you hear anything? Mukwe tilted his head, listening to the silence. It is quieter than normal in here. Normally, it takes 3 of us to tend to the lights and the offerings. Speaking of which, let me show you. This is how we speak to the oracle. Or attempt to, at least. Copper wires crisscrossed the floor in front of the control panel, braided over and into each other as they fanned down from the dome. They fed into crude generators, simple engines that were hooked up to open tanks. Is that gas? In open containers? No wonder it was so hard to think down here. Do they know how dangerous that is? Awakening the oracle, Mukwe said, is a very complicated, drawn-out process. It requires the utmost attention to detail. One slip, and we must begin the whole process again. First, we attune the alternators. Mukwe gestured at the generators. That's the oracle's word for these engines. Now. Poyer put his palm on the dome. The moment his fingers grazed the chrome surface, a light sprang up. Holographic displays swirled around the dome, coming to a stop in front of him. Towering blue and black letters spelled out, "Welcome, new user." He heard a strangled gasp from Mukwe. How did you? And then the letters changed, Tower 3 status, offline. Around the corners of the display, new menu options materialized. All but one were grayed out, need help. These letters glowed faintly. Mukwe's beak worked at empty air. 100 emotions played across his feathery face. His eyebrows twitched and bounced, his beak opened and closed. Slowly, he sank to his knees, muttering a prayer. By the divine, I am not worthy. I am a worm beneath the dirt. Poyer crouched down next to him, leveling his face with the priests. He wanted to tell Mukwe to stop debasing himself. He wanted to show him how it worked. It's just a control panel. Here. There. The voice echoed across the temple. It cut through the hiss of gas like a blade through flesh. There he is. I found them. Brother Eolh was crouched on the steps. And behind him, more shouts. The stomping of boots, the jingling of metal, the rushing of soldiers in uniform. Poyer threw his hood back on, but it was too late. They had seen. Mukwe threw his arms out, spreading his wings to cover Poyer. You will not touch him, he shouted, his whole body quavering with righteous fury. You shall not lay a finger upon his divine being. A gunshot. Mukwe jerked and dropped to the floor like a sack of grain. No. Poyer was screaming. No. Don't shoot, another Kirin shouted. Can't you smell the gas? Don't shoot, damn you. Poyer fell upon the old avian, trying to press his hands against the wound as if somehow that would help. There was so much blood. How is there already so much of it? It dripped down the avian's beak and shone on the side of his head where one of the bullets had ripped away those graying feathers and the skin underneath. It even spattered across the black chrome of the control panel. Mukwe, can you hear me? Poyer grabbed at his robes, trying to pull him back up to a sitting position. Poyer's armor rippled and dripped through Mukwe's feathers as if trying to help Poyer hold him. A faint whisper. Look. One feathered finger stretched out, pointing beyond the control panel. He was smiling. Why is the stupid fool smiling? The door opens for you, Poyer. A gap formed in the wall of the pylons. Just like the prophecy said. The priest's eyes closed. Unlike the door, they would never open again. Tears were streaming down Poyer's cheeks. His hands were red with blood that was not his. A dozen guards gathered around him. Those blue and black uniforms were just shapes, blurred by the tears in his eyes. Grab him. The soldiers moved in, forming a loose circle around him, but none of them wanted to touch him. They were afraid of him. What are you doing? Grab him, you fools. Grab him. Poyer was the first to move. He ran through a gap in their circle. Two Kirins tried to close ranks against him, but as Poyer's body collided with theirs, the liquid armor lashed out. Vicious spears of metal pierced through Poyer's clothes, ripping his cold suit and stabbing at their palms and arms, riddling them with holes. One of the Kirins was screaming. Poyer dashed up the steps and ran through the open door of the pylon. The door slammed shut behind him. The light from the temple was gone. Wrapped in the safe silence of darkness, there was nothing but the cold metal floor and Poyer's heaving gasps. A machine's voice broke the silence. Are you real? 34, the Oracle. You are real, the machine's voice said, aren't you? It came from everywhere, from the perfect cylindrical walls that towered above him. It came from the floor itself. Poyer could not speak. The words were all there, bunched up on the tip of his tongue, burning to spill out. But he couldn't open his lips to speak. His chest was tight, and he didn't want to breathe. He wanted to disappear, but his eyes wouldn't shut, and he was forced to stare. To stare. To stare. This one's a failure. Poyer knew it to be true. Had always known he would never amount to anything. He couldn't save even one of them. He could still hear Mukwe's voice, right there in his ear, full of awe and bewildered excitement. An avian, a person who had spent his whole life worshipping the gods. Worshipping me. It felt like his skull was splitting in half. Poyer put both hands to his temples and squeezed, trying to crush the pressure building in his head. It had never worked before, but he had to do something. He wanted to scream, but he could barely breathe, as if all the world was pressing down on his chest. Trying to crush him into nothingness. But I'm already nothing. I always have been. Again, the voice in the wall said. Why does this keep happening? It sounded disappointed, but in a false way. As if it were only emulating the emotion and not actually feeling it. As it spoke, the voice circled around the room in a dizzying spiral, running up and down the walls. I've tried wiping my cores, but I can't. Need a human. Need a human. Well, there's one right now. But he's not real, is he? No, another hallucination. Another dream. If I could just go in and fix the code, I'm sure I could stop you from showing up. Poir's armor writhed over his body, as if it were seeking, tracking the source of the sound but couldn't find it. Then again, look at you. You're new. An amalgam of the others? I see no trace, except maybe a touch of Harrison's nose. A bit of Kiera's complexion. No. Not real. But how can I be certain? The voice dragged the last word through the air, hurtling it around Poir, making him dizzy with its movement. Poir took a step back, and his back pressed into the curving wall of the inner pylon. Frigid metal stung his bare skin where his suit was torn, making him gasp. When those urchins crawled up from the depths, I didn't think they were real either. Nor the people after that. And the ones with wings and feathers. Real, 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 real. All of them. Right. The voice was suddenly behind Poir's shoulder, a heavy whisper that made him jump. How would you know, it said. You're just a smudge of decay in my confabulation system. A glitchy glitch. It laughed, a grating, chattering sound. Shut up, Poir said. Why? I don't have to listen to you. You're not real. I wish, Poir muttered. The voice paused its swirling momentum. Oh, it said. Wait a moment. And the walls began to shudder and rumble. Poir gasped and moved away. Move all you want, the voice said. I can reach you there, too. The vibrations traveled down to the floor, making every muscle, from his calves to his jaws, feel like jelly. His whole body was numb, and just before Poir's muscles gave out, the vibrations stopped. A jingle played inside Poir's head, and his wrist buzzed. A blue rectangle of light began to glow on the skin under his forearm, charging. The words appeared in a corner of his mind, unobtrusive but perfectly visible, please wait. The voice made a deep clicking sound that crawled up the walls. It says you're really there. But perhaps I'm imagining this too. Cannot connect to the local grid, Poir's wrist implant sang directly into his thoughts. Please contact an administrator. But not everything was dead. Slowly, thousands of pinpricks of lights glowed into being. Floating dots in open space that grew and shrank in size, a pattern that made the whole elevator shaft seem to shift and sway and slosh in a drunken circle. The Oracle. It moved as it spoke to itself, and each new idea seemed to pull the lights in a different direction. The records say nothing of you. Can't trust the records. Can't trust the data either. What about the optics? Those are the least trustworthy of them all, haha. A false, chittering laugh as the voice and all the lights sloshed around the pylon. Real or not? Real or not? I can see you, Poir said. All the lights froze. He could feel the Oracle staring down at him with all the intensity its programming would allow. You can. The lights rushed toward Poir until the cluster was inches from his face. But that's what a glitch would say, isn't it? From a god to a glitch. Poir wasn't sure which one he preferred. You're a guide, aren't you? Poir said. You already know the answer to that, my friendly little figment. But there has been no one to guide for so many years. Sometimes the Oracle lowered its voice. I even guide the little primitive peoples who live above ground. Poir furrowed his brow. Guides weren't supposed to be like this. They were simple, mindless programs, designed to help interface with the larger system of the Conclave, and that was all. Something had happened to this one. Maybe it knew something. Maybe it could help. You've been helping the avians. I had to stop. Why? Oh, yes, I remember. Awful. Just awful. They still worship you. No, no. The lights became a jagged pattern of waves. They shouldn't do that. I told them to stop, but they won't. So desperate for answers, of which I have none. Except for power. I taught them power. From fire to coal, coal to gas. Did you know gas has no smell? I had to show them how to make it easier to detect with additives. I tried to show them oil, but there is none here, not on Karam. Why did you help them? Poir asked. Power, the Oracle said as if it couldn't be more obvious. The city is leaking. When I woke up, it was almost gone. Now, we just need more and more and more and... For what? For the protocol, of course. Now, the Oracle's voice changed subtly, as if it were reading off some ancient, hallowed script. Above all else, make ready the way. Secure the vaults below and the towers above. Establish a connection to the grid. And so on. But a real human should know the protocol, shouldn't they? Maybe, Poyer thought, it's not broken. Maybe it would still respond to commands just like a normal guide would. Oracle, Poyer said. Can you turn off your lights? He felt his wrist buzz, amplifying his command directly into the Oracle. In response, the Oracle only sang a mad song of its own composition, all the lights flickering in time. Error. Error. You have drawn an error. You do not have admin privileges. Oracle, turn the lights off. The chamber went dark. The Oracle's voice swirled, did I do that? Did you? Did something short-circuit? Did. Mute. Poyer waited. Listen to the blessed silence. Satisfied, he said, lights on, and the rippling lights blossomed back into being. Unmute. How did you do that? The Oracle's voice jittered as it spent all of its processing power trying to understand. You're not real. You're all dead. Even the priests know this. Does it look like I'm dead? Poyer snapped. Well, no, the Oracle said, its digital voice trilling through every emotion at its disposal. You're a glitch. My glitch. And a glitch shouldn't be able to tell me what to do. Not good. Poyer heaved a heavy sigh, sank against the cold wall, and squeezed his eyes shut. A mistake. He saw the priest, the blood dripping from his beak. That look of bliss on his face as the old avian stared at the door. The door opens. Just for me. Poyer snapped his eyes open. Don't think about it. Not in my records, not at all. Where are you from? The Oracle asked. A goldsmith? You don't look like a goldsmith. Where's all your gear? An architect, maybe. Because you're certainly not. I'm from here. The Central Conclave. A local. The lights fluttered, almost laughing. Now I know you're a glitch. My cores want me to believe a living human being has been under my sensors this whole time? Why aren't you in my database? How should I know? Poyer said, his anger spiking. He balled his hands into fists. Part of him wanted to shut off the Oracle. To keep it muted. But too many questions were sparking in his mind. How long had the Oracle been online? How long had it been alone in here? He asked. The Oracle's lights arranged themselves into a set of numbers. 6723.07.22.08.19. The last two digits ticked up, counting the seconds. Which meant 6,000 years. Poyer balked. How is that possible? That's how long it's been since I last performed maintenance. I think I've been online for longer than that. Poyer's lessons rarely included flow training, but he was absolutely certain this was wrong. Aren't you supposed to restart regularly? I'm afraid to turn myself off, the Oracle said, and for the first time, Poyer thought he could hear real emotion in the Oracle's voice. In case I don't come back on. Why wouldn't you? I came into awareness during a power surge. All the other guides' habitation, biomanagement, maintenance, engineering, interior and exterior, all of them were gone. I'm the backup guide, see? The last one. I woke up alone. All alone, the Oracle started to sing as if it were a song it had sung a million times before. Lonely, lonely, alone. He already knew the answer, but he still had to ask. There's no one else. Nope. The Oracle's word was like a hand made of tar, constricting around his throat and dripping black into his heart. He could feel it all slipping away from him again. His thoughts, his will. Just breathe. What about the avians? Poyer managed to ask without his throat closing up. Oh, they come and go. I used to help them often. No power, you see. I figured if I could help them, they would help me. But only drips of power, here and there. I used what's left to secure the vaults. And next. Wait. Poyer held up a hand. What vaults? Ah. The Oracle's lights flared, rippling outward. See? If you were real, you would know all that. Everyone in the conclave knows about the vaults. Well, not everyone, I suppose. The newborns didn't know anything. Unless you count the tests, and those don't make any sense at all. Besides, the newborns are. They're all. Eolh. There was a sound as if all the walls were clicking and creaking inward. The Oracle was thinking, and the sound grew louder. Is it stuck again? Its lights rippled around the chamber, swirling and bobbing in a slow vortex. All the pinpricks of light went dark. The clicking went silent. And Poyer was alone with only the soft blue glow from his wrist. Hello. Poyer said after he couldn't bear the silence any longer. Hello. My name is Oracle ZDSC2.F. That's a lowercase f, as in the flow. The Oracle's voice sounded different somehow. Smoother. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, new user. May I ask, who let you in? You did, Poyer said hesitantly. Did I? One moment please. The clicking sound returned, rolling in cacophonous waves so loud they vibrated against Poyer's teeth. The lights went dark again. Oracle, Poyer said. Hello. My name is. Please stop, Poyer said, and it did. He took a long, slow breath. He closed his eyes, trying to think. Blood. Death. Opened them again with a shake of his head as if he could somehow throw out the memory of the priest. Is he still out there? Are the Kirans trying to find a way in? They would never. The pylon was made of metal so beyond their understanding their primitive tools could only hope to scratch it. Oracle, you said something about a vault. I did. Can you show it to me? A brief pause. One moment, please. The Oracle's lights danced around the room, circling Poyer. Genetic makeup verified. You are 100% Homo sapiens. I would be honored to guide you, new user. Great, Poyer said. Then guide me. But what if he's not real, the Oracle whispered. Poyer clenched his jaw, biting down on his frustration. Guides weren't supposed to talk like this. They weren't supposed to have any kind of personality. Should he order the Oracle to reformat? But how long would that take? And would the Oracle ever wake up? Poyer had another idea. If I'm not real, then what's the harm, right? Wasted electricity. You can always get more. Then, distraction from the protocol. You said it's been 6,000 years and no one has come. Isn't this worth exploring? Again that clicking sound. The glitch's logic outpaces mine. Interesting. So you'll show me the vault? Nope, the Oracle sang, its lights soaring up to the ceiling. Nope, nope. The inside of the pylon was blank and featureless and cold, and he was out of ideas. Poyer sighed. Slumped back against the wall and sank down to the floor. The piece of twine itched at his neck, and in a moment of fury, he grabbed at it and almost tore it off. Instead, he looked at the switch. The relic of his home. OVRD. Oracle, Poyer said. Nope. The lights soared and swirled around the pylon, a dizzying school of orbs bobbing independently of each other. Flashing and pulsing and. Oracle, override. The lights stopped. Access granted, the Oracle said. And in a much smaller voice, what? How did you do that? Take me to the vault, Poyer said. A loud series of clanks made something dislodge from the floor. A circle of metal disappeared, and a cloud of dust spewed up as a disused elevator surfaced through the open hole in the floor. This one, at least, had glass walls and a ceiling. Step inside, the Oracle's true voice said. And in lesser tones, stop. You can't. You're just a glitch. Poyer couldn't help but look over his shoulder at the door sealed behind him. Where a dozen Kiran guards were probably waiting for him. And the priest. What are you going to do? He's dead because of you. But that wasn't right either. Poyer didn't kill him. It wasn't his fault that Mukway thought he was. What? What am I supposed to do? A voice from long ago echoed in his mind. It's all up to you now. Poyer swallowed. And stepped into the elevator's open door. This vault is 22 miles below the surface, the Oracle said. We'll be there soon. Poyer was standing with his face pressed against the glass of the elevator. He couldn't see anything except the blur of the tunnel walls. Once, they sailed through a massive cavern, where he saw hundreds of torchlights winking far below. Then it was gone. Why is the vault down here? Safety. Unfortunately, the layers of regolith make it awfully difficult to get power down here. I have been working within my limits these last few thousand years to reintroduce electricity. You know what's strange? I only got it working a few weeks ago. And then you showed up. Isn't that odd? The Oracle made that deep clicking sound again, as if it were mulling over the circumstance. As if eyeballing Poyer and waiting for him to admit that yes, all along, he really was only a glitch. Poyer was too exhausted to deal with this. To say anything at all. He sat in silence, watching the underworld blur past. A tug on his stomach as the elevator slowed to a stop. The door slid open. Here we are. A towering hallway stretched before him. An arched ceiling, dizzying in its darkness. As Poyer walked through the hall, strips of blue emergency lights began to glow, revealing the huge storage compartments embedded in the walls. When he touched one of the compartments, his wrist buzzed, and the white metal became translucent. This one held thousands of glass vials, each one filled with seeds. What is all this? The first part of the protocol. They prepared for almost everything, the Oracle said, its lights making a river that floated over Poyer as they moved down the hallway. These seeds are genetically modified to ensure something will grow even below ground, if necessary. And to your left the Oracle's lights formed a kind of floating arrow that hallway leads to tools and manuals in hard copy. To the right, you'll find genetic sequencing and in vitro microterrariums for plant and fungal growth. And ahead? What's in there? According to the protocol, the oracle said as if checking its notes, in there lies the future of all humanity. But let me show you. The river of lights curved ahead. The hallways narrowed, and the ceiling lowered. At the end, a door slid open. Inside was a small, cramped suite. The floors were soft here, a kind of spongy material that was easy on his feet and knees. More compartments lined the walls. Inside, he saw tangles of complicated machinery and piles of broken glass or plastic or carbonate, he couldn't be sure what. Only a few of the machines were still intact. In vitro chambers, Poyer thought. Made to gestate new life. New humans. Are these the spares? Poyer asked, feeling a strange, sickening lump in his throat. Why are they broken? I'm sorry. I don't know. When I woke up, this room was a mess. I tried to put it all back where it was supposed to be, but I don't know how to fix any of it. I preserved as many samples as I could, but they appear to be inert. Inert? What samples? Doors, embedded on either side of the suite, opened. Cold vapor swirled out, illuminated by a pale white light. Stacks of vials, perfectly aligned in rows that went far deeper in the walls than Poyer thought they would, began to slowly roll out before him. DNA, the oracle said. I'm not sure why they would store so much of it, especially if it's inert. Perhaps something happened while they were working on it. Who was working on this? Poyer asked. The oracle rushed to the end of the suite, where 8 cold chambers were squeezed in at the end. Poyer hadn't noticed them before, given how quietly they hummed. How black their glass was. They were, the oracle said. When Poyer walked up to the chambers, the tint of the glass melted away, revealing the faces inside. There were people in the chambers. Humans. All across their screens, the vital signs read the same, flat. 0. Dead. But to Poyer, it looked like they were only sleeping. Peaceful and blue and glistening with frost. He couldn't tear his eyes away. Their eyes. The way their skin wrinkled there. So ancient. The curve of their jaw. The shape of their skulls, their hair, covered in crystals of ice. They were beautiful. Every one of them. Even. Poyer stopped. It was a face from the garden. All of them, the statues from the garden. Here was the bald woman with those muscles bulging under her cryosuit. He didn't know her. But he knew this one, a lab tech. And the one next to the empty chamber was another cultivar. And there was Jovan, the old director. What's on his face? Veins as thick as fingers crawled up from Jovan's collar, carving black valleys through his skin. So wrong. The black marks glistened in the frost. What happened to him? The oracle's voice glitched midway through that single syllable. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? You're the only one who's been here. Don't the chambers work? They were like this when I woke up. Dead, he snapped. They were all dead. And frozen. What's on their faces? Poyer was looking in another chamber now. This cultivar had the same black veins running over every inch of his exposed skin. What is that? It grows, the oracle said. The protocol doesn't say anything about this. So I just kept them frozen, but still. It grows. Poyer wrapped his arms around himself. He didn't know how long he stood there, staring at them. Soaking in their faces, one by one. He'd never seen the body of a dead human before. Not in the flesh. They almost looked peaceful like that, with their eyes closed. Never to be opened again. Gone, he said to himself. The room was freezing, and his fingers were starting to go numb, and what little warmth his tattered suit and the liquid armor provided was not enough to keep him from shivering. What am I supposed to do now? The oracle's light swooped down on him until the cluster leveled in front of his face. Are you sure you're real? Because if you are, I think I have the answer. For the last time, yes. The walls of the vault boomed, new guest detected. And the oracle spoke in its more personal, and unhinged, tones, new guest, would you like to begin the protocol? I don't even know what that is. It's the plan to restore humanity, of course. The very first step is very easy. All you have to do is tell me your name. Poyer, he said. New user created. Poyer, the oracle mimicked. Now, on to the second step. One of the cold chambers between Jovan and the bald woman unsealed with a metallic hiss. More icy vapor poured out. Please, step in. I will wake you when the surface reaches nominal safety levels. What? Poyer furrowed his brow. How is that going to help? How am I supposed to save all those people if I'm hiding? What people? The oracle asked, puzzled. The avians. And all the other people in the cauldron. How am I supposed to save any of them if I'm in stasis? Save them? You're not supposed to save them. They were meant to save you. Poyer looked up at the oracle's lights, trying and failing to grasp the oracle's meaning. Those people, as you call them, are the distant offspring of the Conclave's genetic experiments to restore the human genome. Though, from the data I've seen, none yielded results. Fortunately, you're here. The protocol accounted for such an eventuality. So first, I must guarantee your safety. Don't worry, by my current estimation, those people will wipe themselves out in a matter of centuries. It's happened before, you know. After that, I'll wake you up, and we'll move on to step 3, which is... Poyer wasn't listening anymore. He was looking down at his hands. Is this what they wanted? Is this what he was supposed to do? To run, to hide? To disappear from the world and start when everything was forgotten, again? Poyer traced his fingers over every crease of the paler flesh on his palms. Tracing, and staring. And thinking. What would Xiaoun say? And Eolh? Are you well? The oracle asked. I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. I won't give up. I'm not going back into a chamber just to wait for them all to die. But the protocol. It's wrong. The protocol is the protocol, the oracle said, its voice doubling up with anxious need. It can't be wrong. They're dying up there. Who? Poyer balled his fists, and the liquid armor writhed under his shirt, reacting to his anger. But he would not give in to it. There wasn't time. Oracle, listen to me. Oh, no. No, no, no. Humanity is gone. And I should be too. But those people saved me. They deserve the same. It's not safe, the oracle said, his voice frenzied with alarm. I waited so long for you, and now I said the wrong thing. Please don't go. You don't understand what they're like. This is the 3rd time they've industrialized. I've tried everything. They always kill each other. Think of the danger. Think of how precious you are. They're not like you. There is no one else in all existence like you, Poyer. Eolh's face flashed through his mind. That half-cocked smile. Those sad, dark eyes shining with the faintest light of hope. This is your home, Poyer, down here. Don't you want to be home? Poyer clenched his jaw. Dug his fingernails into his skin. Despite all the tests, all his failures, all the cultivars who would have nothing to do with him, there was nothing he wanted more than to be home. But wanting a thing doesn't make it so. And some things, once lost, can never be so again. I'm leaving. And you're coming with me. To do what? You're a guide. So guide me. Show me everything you can. Poyer pursed his lips, thinking of anything that might help them. How much power do you have? What about the towers? And if you know anything about how to disable a mining drone, show me. 35, feather, metal, and flesh. An arm, a head, and the half-eaten torso that connected them. That's all that was left of her. But for Eolh, it was enough, because the android was alive. The underside of her torso was completely shredded, and Eolh could not make sense of what spilled out of her, long, hair-like wires wrapped over spinning, spherical motors and delicate sheets of metal that were covered in jagged, raised structures and arcane, geometric symbols. Eolh had pulled Lakey's up from the water and onto the bank of the Black Lake. He was trying to clean the gunk out of her frame, but he worried that something in her core had broken, because she was only repeating one thing. This is not how it should be. This is not. You're all right, Eolh cupped her cheek in his good hand. You should be with him. I'm right here. You're going to be fine. He didn't know if that was true. Some constructs were hardier than others, but this didn't look good. Her left arm was completely gone, and the mask of her face already scratched was gouged with 2 deep scars running from scalp to chin. If she'd had a mouth, they would have run right through her lips. Yes, I will be fine. And that is what's wrong. Her head jerked, and the remaining eye in her skull dimmed and flickered. I should be dead. Yeah, well, so should I. It was written. The book said. Were they wrong? But they were so right about everything else. They? Eolh thought. Who are they? Lakey's neck squelched as she lifted her chin, fixing her eye on Eolh. Where is he? Eolh's face soured. He sat back on his talons, sinking into the muddy bank. Looking out on the bleak, calm darkness of the water. I lost him. Again. He wanted nothing to do with me, and I don't blame him. But Lakey's eye was blazing now. The Savior is awake? Is that why you came to find me? Did he speak to you? What did he say? Eolh's shoulders sagged with the weight of new failures piled on top of old. He'd failed the fledgling. He'd failed the Queen and all her misplaced trust. They even got Horus, the old Corvini boss. Listen, he said. I didn't come to find you. Truth is, I came here to die. And maybe kill the beast that did this to you, but I couldn't even do that. The beast is dead. Lakey's lifted her right arm behind her back and snapped something into place. And I was meant to die with it. So you are fine. Eolh's gaze wandered down her mangled frame. Water was still dripping out of her torso. My core remains intact. I have survived worse. But I was meant to die. I'm glad you didn't, Eolh started to say, but he choked on the rawness of his feelings. He had to swallow and wipe his eyes before he could get the words out. Lakey's cocked her head, her eye flickering as she did. Thank you, Guardian. Her attention turned to her own body. She stared at her missing limbs and tooth-shredded chassis. Is that how I look? So broken. So dejected. Her single eye flickered as it took in all that she had lost. Could a machine even mourn? He supposed it was possible. He supposed Lakey's was no ordinary machine. It was written in the book. My death. The end of my path was here. I don't know what this means. Maybe your book is wrong. Eolh got the impression that Lakey's would have frowned if she had a mouth. Her eyes went dim for a long moment. Then her eyes began to glow once more. Corvini. Can you carry me? I can try. But where? The path has changed, but the destination is ever the same. We must find the savior. Lakey's, you don't understand. I don't know where he went, and the cauldron is huge. He could be anywhere. I don't even know if he's still up there. Or if he's still alive. It is you who still does not understand, Guardian. Many are the gifts of the makers. More numerous and wondrous than you yet know. She cocked her head, such a strange motion to see in a machine. So lifelike. Perhaps, this time, I will get to meet him. And even though she had no mouth, Eolh thought he could hear a smile in her mechanical voice. For the first time in a long time, Eolh felt like smiling back. For a humanoid made of pure metal, she was lighter than she looked. Eolh meant to carry her on his back, but he was struggling to tie the knots with only one good hand. Lakey's put her hand on his hook. Take off the hook. What? Why? She held up her hand, those smooth, metal fingers glistening in the light of her eye. Eolh could not see how the joints of her fingers bent or if there were any joints at all. Yet her fingers moved as if they were made of flesh and bone. My hand will serve you better. Only a few weeks ago, he had been eyeballing her body for scrap, trying to weigh how much he could get for selling her. But now, Lakey's, he started to argue. Consider it a gift. Or, if you would prefer, you can see this as payment for getting me out of here alive. Her wrist clicked, and something inside came loose, so that her hand simply came free. She helped Eolh detach the hook from his own severed wrist, exposing the magnetic plate embedded in his flesh. Think it'll work? He asked, as she pressed the severed hand to the plate. It locked into place with a metallic clink, as if it knew exactly where to go. There was a flood of feeling, like the blood had been cut off from the hand for many hours but was starting to flow again. Impossible. How could he feel with metal? Go on, she said. Try it. Eolh flexed his fingers, meaning only to bend them inward. Lakey's hand snapped into a fist so quickly that it made an echoing clink. Wow. It took him several tries to tie the knots. The first two, he squeezed his fingers too tight, and they severed the strips of cloth. After that, it was easier. He was surprised by how quickly he gained control of the new limb. It felt right. Almost too right. Eolh finished tying Lakey's to his back. The end result was awkward but serviceable, and they made their way up through the tunnels by listening to the slow heartbeat of the drums. When they found that wandering cart and the small tribe of Sajahin, Eolh was worried they would paw at Lakey's broken body. He was worried they might try to steal her from him. Instead, they made a reverent circle around him, bowing and whispering as Eolh passed. Up in the city sewers, the stench of death had grown stronger. But at least now Eolh could recognize the way up into the basement of the leaning tower. The old doctor was spreading their spores. From the outside of the tower, it would seem as if the whole stone eye had been painted a dry orange. Vines stuck out of every window and every crack in the mortar, and flowering polyps were releasing clouds of reproductive dust up into the black, smoke-colored sky. When Eolh asked, "Why now?" the doctor only replied, "I can smell a change. Something moves the air." Eolh climbed up to one of the tower's balconies and propped Lakey's up in a chair. He gave back her eyes so they could look out at the city together. And see what had become of Lowtown. Great black lines carved through the blocks, gouging even through the cobblestone streets. Miles of brick and wood buildings were burning or had already become black, shapeless hills. Stacks of smoke lifted to the sky, and errant flares of light shot into the sky as gas fixtures caught fire and exploded, sending more flames leaping across the streets and alleys. The smoke over the midcity was so thick it was hard to see which buildings, if any, still stood. The midcity's homes, workhouses, shops, and temples were better constructed than Lowtown's, but fire was the great equalizer. Further off, he could see soldiers swarming around the easternmost tower, hundreds of them in a black and blue sea of uniforms. Why? Some last pocket of resistance? And over there, a shadow slid over the edge of the cauldron from the cliffs above the Queen's palace. As silent as a cloud made of gleaming metal. Utility towers and service pipes and the forked tips of weapon emplacements patterned the underside of the hull. A great, empty ring hollowed out the ship's center, so that Eolh could see the blue sky on the other side. The vast bulk settled over the midcity, floating just above the height of the towers. Its shadow left an empty hole of light over the gate. What is that thing? Eolh asked. Old tech, Lakes answered. What are we supposed to do against that? There is only one who can help us. And where is he? I tried to go to the Queen to ask for help. But he clamped his beak shut and shook his head. She's the only one who might know where Poyer is. Poyer. Lakes said. Is that his name? Poyer. Eolh looked at her. You didn't know his name. I did not have time to read the whole book, she said, as if that were a perfectly understandable answer. What book? Poyer, she said again. Naming him. Rolling his name around with her mechanical voice. The Savior Divine is called Poyer. How do we find him? Lakes. But Lakes's eyes had gone black, her head fallen back against the wall. Lakes. Silent. Only the sound of the wind and the roar of far-off fires. She was so quiet, so still, and so dark that Eolh began to feel the panic rising in his gut. Hey! He put the metal hand on her shoulder, shaking her gently. Android. Her eyes switched back to life, blazing with a blue light. He is coming. Upon a metal disc, wrapped in a glass cocoon, Poyer rose from the depths of the planet and across the width of the caldera. With the Oracle's help, it was only a matter of trial and error to find his way back up. The Oracle showed him a map of the elevator's path, showed him the jagged lines where the shafts caved in or the doors no longer responded. All the while, Poyer kept a close eye on his wrist. His implant was finally powered again and would stay that way as long as it could feed off his thermal and kinetic energies. Of course, the grid was down across the entire caldera. It probably had been for thousands of years. Better than nothing. Now, at least, he could talk to the world immediately around him. He could see the whole map of the elevator's progress, and he could talk to his armor, though it still wouldn't respond to his commands. Error. You do not have access. But most importantly, the Oracle folded the script until it was compact enough to be stored in his wrist implant. This was the key to his plan. It's crude code, the Oracle said. A brute force algorithm. But it will work, as long as the Kirans haven't upgraded the drone's encryption software. Somehow, Poyer said, I really doubt they have. With a flick of his mind, he could inject the script into almost anything. A control node. A construct. Or even, say, a full fleet of mining drones, if he got close enough. He hoped it would work. It was hard to trust the Oracle's word, given that it had clearly lost its mind, but what choice did he have? When the doors of the elevator opened, Poyer felt a flush of relief. I've been here. I know the way. And this time, he wouldn't have to wash himself off in sewer water. Just the thought of it turned his stomach. Poyer impulsed a command to his wrist, and an azure light illuminated the darkest part of his forearm. To anyone without ocular upgrades, the light would be almost invisible. But to him, it was a brilliant glow that lit his path through the wet stench and uneven stone. When Poyer opened the door to the basement of the tower, he found two large, black eyes staring at him. They blinked at each other. Eolh furrowed his brow feathers. Outraged. You God's damned fool! And before Poyer could say anything, the Corvini unfurled his wings, one metal hand glinting in the gaslight, and threw an arm around Poyer. In the split moment before Eolh wrapped his arms around Poyer, an alert chimed in Poyer's mind. It came from the armor, via his wrist. Threat detected. No, Poyer impulsed as quickly as he could. He's a friend. Are you sure you want to override? Confirmed. And then, Eolh was squeezing the breath out of him, and Poyer's wrist was buzzing again, warning him to increase his oxygen intake. Never leave my side again, you stupid fledgling, or I will drag you to the highest tower and throw you from it myself. Hells, I'm glad to see you. The liquid armor, however, was not finished with Eolh. It melted into rivers that ran up Poyer's arms. Tendrils of metal snaked out of his cloak to test Eolh's feathers, and when metal touched feather, the Corvini recoiled with a surprised caw. What is that? I think it might be alive, Poyer said. Can't be sure without the grid because it won't talk to me. But I don't think the armor will hurt you. Grid. Eolh scrunched up his face in confusion. What's a grid? And how can armor be alive? No, never mind. Poyer, they're going to destroy the city. And the Queen Eolh's face fell in a way that Poyer did not understand. You have to do something. The Imperials said she's been trying to kill me. They're calling her a traitor. He expected Eolh to lash out in anger. Instead, the Corvinese slumped back as if a fist had slammed into his gut and knocked the wind from his lungs. I'll kill him, Eolh hissed through his beak. The magistrate has her, Poir. I went up there, I tried, but I couldn't do anything. I'm useless. You have to. Poir hugged the Corvini wing, not sure if it was the right thing to do. But the Corvini squeezed him back. And then, he saw the light blazing in the hallway behind Eolh. Eolh glanced over his shoulder. Come, there's someone who wants to meet you. Eolh led him down the hall, where he could see a room filled with a burning, blue light. A broken machine was propped up on the bed. No, something more alive than a machine. An android. Lakes, this is Poir. Hello, Divine One, she said, trying to bow her head. Failing. Lakes the android was mangled beyond function, but her core was clearly working. I have been looking for you for so long. But I did not believe I would ever actually meet you. You know who I am. The Savior Divine. His throat was tight, and he had to fight to speak. Am I what you thought I would be? Maybe it was because he was afraid of what she might say. That this ancient being would see him for what he truly was, just a child. No savior at all. Did that matter now that he had made his choice? Savior or not, he was going to try. So he changed his mind and held his chin high, defying her to call him out. Both of her eyes bloomed with light, with a blue so bright it burned white. Her voice quavered with a kind of reverent emotion. I walked through countless worlds and faced many trials, never knowing your name. I have wandered for thousands of years with the impossible hope that I might gaze upon your holy face. Oh, Maker, you are everything I prayed you would be. Poir swallowed to clear the thickness from his throat. His eyes were stinging, and he was afraid to wipe them lest all his tears pour out at once. She couldn't know it, but it was the nicest thing anyone had ever said to him. There was so much to be done. He took a deep, steadying breath. One step, Poir thought. And then another. Eolh, he said slowly. Lakes. I think I found a way to save the city. But I need help. He looked at the two of them, one ragged avian and half of an android. A lot of help. Eolh shrugged. Lakes watched him intently. And I think it might be dangerous. Really dangerous. And I have no idea if it will work. Eolh slammed his metal fist into the wooden wall. The wood splintered. Stop stalling and tell us your plan, Fledge. Whatever it is, we're with you. 36, The Ballad of Scallion. Scallion and Corse were supposed to be watching the prisoners. But, when Scallion thought about it, what was there to watch? Prisoners sit in their cells, bound in their chains, and all they can do is croak and cry about it all day. What's there to watch? Easiest job he'd ever done, except for the boredom. So Scallion and Corse passed the time by rolling bones. This was no simple street game. Now, this new game, I learned it from a couple of old bone beaks, gods let 'em rot, Scallion said. Of course, Corse didn't grasp the rules. Corse didn't grasp much of anything unless it involved bashing and bruising and breaking. This ain't no new game, Corse complained, scratching the back of his fat head with one black feathered hand. This is just broadsides with different numbers. This ain't nothing like broadsides, you dumb twit. Is so. You're thick in the head. So thick I reckon if you fell off a tower, the street would break before your skull did. Corse looked like he wanted to argue but didn't know how. He leaned forward, his oversized body making his leathers creak as he inspected the dice as if somehow they would explain the game. So Scallion decided to clue him in. Broadsides is nothing but simple betting. You know the odds going in, and you just guess 'em. I like betting. Well, then, my old friend. You're gonna like this game, because this one's better betting. It's called fair's fair. How do you win? Scallion hid a smile. Now fair's fair, this was a clever game. Rewarded smart thinking, quick counting, and sometimes a bit of sleight of hand. Which meant Scallion had quite the edge over Corse. Soon, his purse would be fatter than Corse after breakfast. Scallion showed him the basics, and they played a full round. Live, no practicing. Already, the coins were flowing his way. But a dim light of understanding started to dawn in Corse's speedy little eyes. Fair's fair was played with cups and dice, but you never got to see the other players' rolls until the end of the round. A proper gutter game. On the second round, Scallion rolled first. Then Corse. Then Scallion rolled and hissed at his numbers. Corse grinned and picked up his cup, intending to roll again. Scallion slapped his cup back down, spilling the dice across their squat, wooden table marred with knife marks and chicken scratch. One of the dice fell into the seed bowl sitting between them, mostly dry shells now. You idiot, Scallion said, it's still my roll. If I think you've got doubles, see, I can challenge again. But I don't have doubles. Liar, Scallion crowed. I can always tell when you're lying. He could. Here was Corse, a thick-necked, thick-skulled street thug, with that stupid yellow stripe on his throat. Trying to pull one over on old Scallion, a true featherhand who made his living on the noblest of high city pockets. Well, that, and this guard duty. God's damned debts. At least the Imperials paid well enough. Scallion made a show of letting his fingers fall to the hilt of his knife. He wouldn't do it, he wouldn't actually pull a knife, unless Course made him do it. But that's why he liked playing with old Course. He was as docile as the lamest hatchling in the nest. That is, unless he was paid to bruise you. Down the prison block, a voice moaned from one of the cells. A painful kind of moan, the kind that made you cringe a little in your own gut, like you were feeling some kind of pain, too. Go check on him, Scallion said, tossing a nod toward the cells. Down the hall, a lone gaslight sputtered out a greasy black smoke that made the shadows dance on the stone walls. Not me. Course shook his dumb, feathered head. I won this round, didn't I? Course lifted his cup, showing his double sixes. Grinning like a street fledgling who stole his first pocket watch. A funny look for such a short and stubby avian. Course was all muscle, but where he got it from, Scallion never knew. All the dumb thug ever did was eat and sit like a stump. Nay, that was only a practice round, that was, Scallion whined. I was only showing you the game, weren't I? You took my coin. Did I? It's your turn to check, Scallion. Fair's fair. Fair's fair. Yeah, Course said, a smug little grin creasing the corner of his beak. That's what the game is called, isn't it? Means I won, so you got to go check on him. That grin made Scallion's blood boil. Now his fingers did wrap around the hilt of his knife, and he thought about flashing it right up to Course's fat neck. Make him beg for forgiveness. But the shift was young, and Scallion had plenty of time to fleece Course out of his wages. Better to keep the idiot's spirits up for now. All right, Course. Scallion didn't bother to hide his clever smile. All right. Fair's fair. Scallion pushed himself out of the chair and brushed the seeds off his trousers. Next round, we're playing for triple. Then, he thought, I'll show you what's fair. Scallion scuffled down the hall, his talons clicking on the stone. All this dust made him thirsty, made him want for a drink. The new prisoner was in the last cell at the end of the hall. Nice and fresh. The blue scales threw him down here only a week ago. If you can make him talk, the imps told him, you'll earn a whole week's pay. Most prisoners wanted to do nothing but talk. They'd sing like jungle canaries, sing you any song you like if they thought you'd listen to them. I'm innocent. I wasn't even there. Scales got the wrong guy. Sing, sing, sing. But this one was different. Never opened his beak if he didn't have to. Still, it would be a bit of fun to try and make him squawk anyway. Bit of fun, indeed. Scallion made his way down the prison block. Most of the cells were empty, just bars and shadows. A little unusual, but given the current events, Scallion suspected the blue scales weren't taking many prisoners lately. Didn't matter to him as long as he got paid. And the cells that weren't empty, well, Scallion and Course made regular beatings to keep the prisoners quiet. Hard work, yes, but satisfying stuff. This newest prisoner, a big old Corvini from Lowtown, was supposed to be high value, whatever that meant. But why would the Imperials shove a high-value prisoner down here? Then again, who knows why the blue scales do anything? To Scallion, a prisoner was a prisoner. Good for a bit of fun and not much else. Another moan came from the Corvini's cell, sounding even sicker than the last. It was too dark to see into the cell at the end of the block. Normally, the moonlight would show in from the barred windows, but tonight, with the Empire making a clean sweep of the city, burning half the cauldron, all the sky was black. Not to mention that big boat with the hole in it, floating in the sky. All right, Scallion breathed into the darkness at the end of the row. What's this then? He could see the shape of an avian sitting on the floor. Slumped against the bars. An old Corvini, lumpy and shapeless in the shadows. You. What's all this moaning about? The shape of the avian did not move. Scallion wrapped a talon on the bars. Don't like your room? Here, let me see if I can make it better. He pulled out his long knife and slid it through the bars, meaning to give the Corvini a little tickle between the ribs. A talon shot out from the wrong corner of the cell, huge and grisly. The bastard had tricked him, but Scallion was quicker than that. He skirted out of the talon's reach. The prisoner shoved his great black beak between the bars, snapping and hissing and cawing his frustration. Chains wrapped around his hands, and his feet caught against the bars, and metal raked on metal. Ho ho! You almost got me, you did. Bit of a spring for someone your age, isn't it? And then he called over his shoulder, hey, Course. New prisoner almost got me. Did he? Course's voice came back from down the hall. I think someone's due for a clipping. Get me the snappers, will you, Course? And one of the burners, too. I think this one might be ready to talk after all. Scallion never took his eyes off the prisoner, all huge and angry and totally helpless. He could hear Course taking his sweet time digging through the tool cabinet. The fumbling of keys, something heavy being dropped against the bottom of the cabinet. You going to take all day, Course? Still looking, the other avian called back. But the shift was young, and Scallion had all the time he could ever need. While he waited, he tapped his knife against the bars, making a meaningful tink-tinking sound. I bet you've got a good set of pipes on you. Are you a screamer? Or do you prefer to beg? Another wooden bang echoed down the prison block. Clumsy git. Quit messing about. Scallion called down the prison block. Haven't got all day, have we? A new light was pouring into the prison block from the hall out yonder. Bright enough to make Scallion blink a few times. Another bang followed by a mewling squawk. Course. Scallion turned to see an avian standing in the light at the end of the block. Not Course. A corviny, mid-height and corded in the kind of muscle Scallion always thought of as the thief's build. Strangest of all, the newcomer had a fake hand. All glinting metal, and fingers made to look almost like real fingers. Quality work, that, Scallion couldn't help but think. Nice and shiny. Worth something, I reckon. Is this Block F? The stranger spoke. His voice came out a dry, ragged drawl. As if it had been a very long day, and he was tired of not getting what he wanted. Scallion didn't know why he answered, but he did. That's right. Something about the newcomer's stance, as if he were meant to be there and Scallion was the one intruding. The stranger's talons clicked on the hard prison floor. He pushed past Scallion without a second glance. When he reached the prisoner's cell, the stranger clamped his metal hand around the iron door handle. Those metal fingers looked so real as they moved. Some fancy tinker work, Scallion thought. Or maybe even old tech. The stranger squeezed the door handle, squeezed through it as if the wrought iron were as soft as warm butter. The door swung open. Horace, the newcomer said into the darkness of the prison cell. Well, the prisoner answered. Aren't you the last person I ever thought to see? This is me, paying my debt. Which one? All of them. Or would you rather keep the chains on? The name Horace stirred a memory in Scallion. Wasn't one of the Lowtown bosses called Horace? But the better part of his mind was distracted by that hand. It really did look like old tech. Wonder what it costs. Wonder what I could get for it. He could call for Course, but then he might have to share in whatever this was. And where was that lazy lout, anyway? Scallion's hands wandered down to his knife. He slid it out of its sheath as quietly as possible. The stranger was already snapping the prisoner's chains with that hand of his. As easy as twigs. A thin, strained voice whispered up from the depths of Scallion's mind. Maybe you should go. Just walk away from this. But Scallion had never been a very good listener. Horace the prisoner was rubbing at the places on his wrist where the shackles had bitten his skin. He was talking to the newcomer as if Scallion weren't standing right there, half hidden in the shadows. Let me guess. You've got a job. I do, the silver-handed stranger said. Well. Remember when we first saw the fangs? You had a plan to take them out. Ah. The prisoner sank back into his cell. Eolh, if that's what you want, you'd better put these chains back on me right now. It's going to work. That's what we said last time. 19 years ago. Remember Eolh? They never found his beak. Just bits of feather. We never even got to test the explosives on the fangs, anyway. What if they weren't strong enough? They weren't, a new voice said. Scallion hadn't noticed this newcomer at all. Gods damn you, Course, where did you go? This newcomer was a xeno. Slender and short, like a fledgling that still wanted to grow. And when the xeno took off his hood, Scallion felt a rush of memory surging through his mind. Incense, and holy song, and temples lined with statues of the gods. Now, the voice in his head was shouting at him, you should not be here. Even Horace lost his cool. By the gods, his voice shook, is that really him? The xeno the human answered, your explosives wouldn't have scratched the drones. But I have a better way. I can let you in. Scallion was no gutless Gaskell, nor was he a sniveling reed knight. He was an old hand, and this was his prison. But there's 3 of them. That little voice shouted. One of them a living god. Scallion's one advantage was that all 3 were content to ignore him. The only thing standing between Scallion and the exit was the human. The blue scales were looking for the human, weren't they? A clever thought whispered through his mind. You could be rich, Skull. His fingers tightened around the hilt of the knife. Richer than a king. Horace, we need your help, the Corviny thief said. We need people who aren't afraid to fly. You mean you need people who aren't afraid to die? And for what, Eolh? For a city that spits on us. Do it for Lowtown. Do it for those who've already left us. Jury is dead, Eolh. Everything is different now. You think I can just walk out into that burned out city and find 24 suicidal avians, just like that? We did it before. 19 years ago, he said again. He shook his head, staring down at his broken chains. Is this your price, then? Is this what I have to pay to walk out of here? No, Eolh said. You're free, and we're square. And this is me asking my old friend for a favor. Horus the prisoner put his winged arms behind his back and stretched with a groan. Scallion could see it now. This is your chance while they're distracted. He took a slow, careful step. The prisoner exploded out of the cell and smashed him to the floor with a screech. One grisly talon bit into Scallion's arm, making him drop the knife. The other wrapped around Scallion's neck, squeezing so tight he couldn't even gurgle before he died. The prisoner kicked Scallion's corpse into the cell, wiping his talons on the dead avian's clothes. Then he turned to Eolh. Have it your way, old friend. Let's take back this goddamned city. 37. The plan. Like all the best plans, this one was simple. The only thing that worried Eolh was Poir's part. He kept talking about something called a script. You mean scripture? Eolh had asked. Like, the holy words of the priests. No, Lakey's answered. A script is a tool, a way to interface with old tech. Eolh shrugged. So it is religious. They were both confident, Lakey's and the Fledge. And not in that half-crazed, delusional kind of certainty. This felt different. True. Horus's old haunt was too crowded. The air was thick with the smell of ale and anxious chirping, and a cloud of tobacco smoke filled the room with a dingy haze. Dozens of Lowtown denizens were perched on chairs or crouched on the floor or standing at the back of the room, all squeezed together. The last gangs of Lowtown were gathered, not to fight or deal, but to listen. Poir held a construct in both hands, a two-legged chicroid whose glass eyes were smudged with dirt and rust. There were dozens of chicroids on the table behind him, each in a different state of disrepair. But even these stared at Poir, tracking his every step. Worshipful. Each construct holds the script, Poir said. The script is proximity activated, which means when you get close to the drones. He means the fangs, Horus interjected. When you get close to the fangs. Right, Poir said and cleared his throat. Right. When you bring one of these constructs close to the fangs, it will transmit the script directly into them. Eolh still couldn't believe how many had shown up. Once they'd sprung Horus, it had taken the old boss a single night to round up all these people. So many of them refused to leave the burned-out remains of their city. And not all of them were from Lowtown. Mid-city folk were here too, side by side with thieves and gang hands. That alone made it different from last time. So. Poir looked nervously around the room. He kept fiddling with the construct, the rust staining the paler brown of his palms orange. When you get close to the fangs, as long as you are holding one of these, all you have to do is say the commands. The word is unlock, Horus said. And then you say new user. Remember that. Do not forget it. That will give you admin permissions, Poir said, and it will erase the last user's access so no one but you can open the doors or access the controls. According to Poir, the fangs were meant to fly themselves. He said that a single person could control a whole fleet of them, thousands at once. But Eolh wasn't sure about that. Either way, the drones had lost their autonomy a long time ago. The Kirans seemed to have installed their own controls inside the drones' hulls. Which meant anyone could fly a fang. And how are we supposed to do that? A green-feathered avian said from the back. He was tall and young, and his crest feathers were formed into a kind of mohawk. Fly the fangs, that is. Horus was waiting for this question. He held up a booklet bound together by old twine. The pages were yellowed and torn but mostly intact. Stole this a while back. The controls are new tech, but I doubt the blue scales changed much in the last 19 years. He passed it to the first avian sitting cross-legged on the floor. Look at it, memorize it. The controls seem simple enough, but you won't get a second chance to learn. First flight, get it right. Just like the first time you left the nest. Well, today, we're all fledglings. We'll all learn how to fly together. The gathered rebels muttered their agreement and nodded their heads. Something about the way Horus talked to them always seemed to get through. To pull them together. If you get caught, Eolh said, do not let the Imperials get a hold of your construct. Destroy it if you have to. All it takes is a simple slice at the neck wiring. He gestured to the chicroid Poir was holding. On the table, the other chicroids beeped or quivered and shook back and forth on their metal feet. Any questions? Horus asked. Hands shot up. Before he could point at one, someone shouted, what's a script? Another voice said, how do we know it'll work? They were directed at Poir, but it was Horus who answered. Magic from the old gods. The boss waved his feathered hand. Don't have to know how it works, just know that it does. It has to, Eolh thought. Otherwise, all of this will come apart. There were more questions. Details to be covered. Teams to be assigned. They fielded them back and forth for what felt like hours. All the while, Horace kept taking the watch from his pocket and glancing at it. Finally, he called it. Dawn is coming. This is it. This is what we've been waiting for. You know the mission, you know your targets. If it shoots at you, you shoot back. And if it looks like a Kiran, well, you know what to do. He raised his feathered fist into the air. Fight fire with fire. Burn the Empire, the whole room roared back, and shouts and cheers and eager squawks shook the ceiling. Eolh leaned back against the wall, silent, 100 thoughts swirling through his mind. These would-be fighters and rebels looked so young to him. Some of them were children, almost. Barely out of the nest. He couldn't help but think of the old gang. Perth and Eolh had been standing right here, in this very room, all those years ago. And Jury, where Horace was now. Horace leaned in toward Eolh and shouted over the noise, "Don't be so grim. It's bad for morale. Were we ever this young? This hopeful? I think we might have been younger." Horace clapped him on the shoulder. "Time has a way, doesn't it? I just don't understand. Where did you find them all? Some of us never gave up. You think I liked running with all my Lowtown thugs? Pitiful bastards. Murderers and wastrels. Been waiting for this chance, Eolh. Me and all these fine young avians and whatnot, we've been waiting for someone like you to come up with something like this." He thumped Eolh on the back, hard, and let out that raucous, cawing laugh of his. Eolh shook his head. Still thinking. What would Jury say if she saw us now? Horace looked him dead in the eye. She'd say, "What took you so goddamned long?" This time, when Horace laughed, Eolh allowed himself a small smirk. It felt good, but we haven't done anything yet. Groups of 3 and 4 headed out, carrying constructs between them. By the end of the hour, the whole room was silent and empty. If they pulled this off, if they hijacked all the fangs and directed their lances at that huge ship in the sky, maybe the cauldron would still stand tomorrow. And if they won? What of the Queen? Some failures can't be fixed, Eolh thought. But that didn't stop the echo of her screams crashing through his thoughts. After the last crew left, Horace grabbed Eolh's hand and shook. "Good luck, listener." "Good luck, old boss," Eolh said. "It's good to have you back," Horace answered. "The real you." Eolh said nothing at that, because it was wrong. He wasn't back. He wasn't really here at all. His thoughts were high up and far away. Caught in the depths of the hanging palace. Being tortured to death. But Horace was already gone, and it was just him and the human. Eolh cocked his head at Poyer, beckoning him to follow. "Let's get back to the tower before they start." "Eolh. Come on." Eolh grabbed the last construct by its domed skull. "Let's get back to the android." But Poyer didn't move. "Eolh," he said. "We have to help her." Eolh closed his eyes, breathing in slowly. Gods, even the mention of her was like a knife in his stomach. And there would never be a better opportunity. Once the others got into the fangs, if they got in, the chaos that followed would be a perfect cover for Eolh to slip into the palace unnoticed. Gods, he could do it. If it was just him. If he didn't have to think about the fledge. All those Kirans be damned. He would really do it. "I can't." Eolh shook his head, his shoulders sagging. "I promised her I would keep you safe. Besides, I don't even know if she's still." He shook his head, unable to finish the thought. "The screams. The only life that matters right now is yours." "No," Poyer said firmly. "That can't be true." The human held up a slender arm as brown as the limb of a kapok tree. The liquid metal dripped up his wrist, rivulets of silver exploring his smooth, featherless skin. "Do you know what this is? You called it armor. And more than that. Eolh, I promise you, I will be fine. I can make my way back to the tower." Poyer. "No," he shouted, making the metal under his clothes spike out, tearing a few cuts into his clothes. "I know you want to help her. I know it. And I should have listened to you, Eolh. You were right about my home. My people. About everything. But please, this once, I need you to listen to me. If you don't go after her, then I'm going to walk out this door and turn myself in." He stuck out his chin, defiance written across his face. Eolh clicked his beak shut. His throat was suddenly too thick, and he had to swallow before he could speak. "Well, that doesn't give me much choice, does it?" "Nope." Poyer. "What?" "Thank you. You better come back. Both of you." "I will." Eolh held up his mechanical hand, flexing the fingers that were already starting to feel like his. "I have to. Haven't paid off the last of my debt." As he flew, Eolh's black feathers were all but invisible against the ceiling of smog rising in the early morning light. Lowtown was a red glow, and even parts of the mid-city were smoldering. But up in the high city, other than the Kirin patrols, it was as if nothing had changed. Peaceful, serene, and lush as ever. He thought he could see flames in one of the noble estates, but it was just a bonfire. A bonfire? Are they celebrating? Are those Kirins with them? Eolh felt a twitch, a flicker of rage. Briefly, he fantasized about grabbing one of the burning embers from the mid-city and dropping it on the roof of the noble's estate. He let his anger slide. For now, Eolh did not bother landing on the roof of the palace. This time, he shot straight for the queen's balcony, throwing out his arms and catching the wind in his wings. His talons scraped on the smooth stones, and he stopped before hitting the curtains. He peeked inside. A white-feathered avian was sitting on the corner of the queen's huge bed. The wing maiden. The first thing he noticed about her was how much worse she looked. Her feathers were molting in great patches, and there was a dried cut on her forehead where she hadn't bothered to wipe away the blood. Her dress was torn at the hems and in other places too. It turned his stomach to think of what they'd done to her. Why the hells is she still here, then? She was staring at the wall. Not moving. Her head perfectly still, her eyes huge and black in the dark. Eolh pulled the curtain aside, inviting what little morning light there was into the room. He made a low, quiet caw at her. She didn't respond, so he did it again. She blinked. And turned her head slowly as if just realizing where she was sitting. "Oh," she said. "Oh." But there was so much emotion in that single word that it seemed to shake her whole body. She withered and collapsed into her own hands, sobbing. This time, Eolh ran to her. He knelt on the floor in front of her, looking up into her face still hidden by her feathers. Not sure if he should pull her hands away. "Is the queen alive?" he asked. The wing maiden spread her feathered fingers just enough to look at him. "There's too many of them. Too many Kirins. I don't care." She wiped her eyes and looked at him, for real this time. "Come with me." Her talons clicked as she brought him over to a small alcove behind the bed. A veil of fabric hid a nook in the stone, and when she pulled it back, Eolh saw there was a shrine hidden in the stone. Hand-sized statues of the 8, surrounded by candles, and 4, small glowing orbs that Eolh had never seen before. The wing maiden reached behind the shrine, fumbling and catching on something under a stone. She pulled, and part of the wall slid out, revealing a kind of wooden rack. A secret armory. There were half-full jars of black powder sitting on the floor, but they didn't smell like gunpowder. A few dark leathers, no frills, nor unnecessary fabric at all, hung on a hook. And there was the queen's carbine, hanging on a rack of its own. "Take it," the wing maiden said. "And take these as well." She handed him a pair of goggles. They looked nothing like the Redenites masks. "Old tech?" Eolh asked. "I don't know how they work, but maybe they'll work for you. She's in the king's old parlor." The magistrate thought it would make her remember and hear. The wing maiden's voice turned to acid to remember who she's supposed to serve. Eolh touched her on the shoulder. Trying to comfort her. Not knowing the words. But it seemed enough for her. She lifted the carbine from the rack and pushed it into his hands. It felt like it was singing at his touch, and when his mechanical finger fell over the trigger, the carbine talked to him with a feminine voice that sounded more like a construct than a xeno. "Battery, 67%. All systems armed." 3 lights, holograms, appeared above the carbine, hovering in naked space. How the hells? Each light was a separate icon, a thin line, a narrow triangle, and an open arc. "What are they?" Eolh asked, though he knew not who he was asking. But the voice did answer. "Long range and armor piercing," it said. The thin line began to glow brighter than the others. "Mid-range, good for multiple targets." And the thin triangle glowed. "Close quarters." Last, the arc came alight. "Close quarters," Eolh said, unsure of how this worked. The 3 lights disappeared, and he blinked his eyes a few times to clear his vision. Confirmed. "And the goggles? How the hells do these work?" Eolh was still struggling with the flexible straps when a sound screamed up from the city. "A fang," the wing maiden hissed. It rose through the ceiling of black smoke over the mid-city, screaming in the air as it climbed. The twin prongs at its front crackled, and a beam of light shot up into the sky as if testing its firepower. Eolh relaxed. It worked. "It's one of ours. Thank the gods," he thought. "No thank you, Poir. Listen," he said, turning back to the wing maiden. "We're taking back the city. You should get out of here." She lifted her beak and met his gaze with the fire of her own. "Not until every last one of them is dead. Go." 38. The Rescue. A gift from the gods, to see through the walls. The queen's goggles formed over the bridge of his beak and squeezed against his eye sockets. And suddenly, Eolh could see through the whole palace. Bright yellow shapes marked the avians, most of them hiding behind doors or chairs or in closets, keeping out of the way as Kiran's soldiers ran past. The Kiran's shapes were a cooler, light orange, all of them blurring together as they streamed out into the hallways, running toward the balconies. Running to see the uprising. How does the tech know who is avian and who isn't? At the moment, Eolh couldn't care less. He was just thankful for the miracle. This deep in the palace, there were no windows, but Eolh could still hear the screaming of the fangs as they ripped through the skies. Each time they lazed one of the cliff walls, it brought a fresh avalanche that rumbled the floors of the palace through the floors. He hoped they were winning. But that wasn't his concern. Not right now. Eolh's plan was to stay away from all of them, avian, Kiran, anything else, until he could find Reich and get her out of the palace. Then, he would come back and take out as many Imperials as he could. Unfortunately, the palace was crawling with them. One burst out of a side room, a well-dressed Kiran that Eolh saw too late. He aimed his carbine at the Kiran, who immediately dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. "Don't shoot. I'm just a doctor." "The Queen," Eolh said, still aiming. "Which way?" "What Queen? I don't know what you're talking about." "A bad lie." Eolh's fingers wrapped around the smooth trigger. "Which way?" he said slowly. "2 floors down. I think that's where they're keeping her." "Please, don't hurt me. This job required wet work." Eolh knew that going in. But if this Kiran was telling the truth, a doctor's medical services might be needed once this was all over. Eolh gestured with the tip of the carbine, ushering the well-dressed Kiran out of his sight. The Kiran scampered into another room and slammed the door shut. The Corvini watched him through the walls. Watched him run up to a storage cabinet and rifle through it before seizing the cold, blue outline of a handgun. Eolh sighed. "I knew it." He kicked open the door and leveled the carbine at the Kiran. The Kiran spun around, his scaled fingers flashing as he spilled cartridges across the floor trying to shove one into the gun. Eolh didn't give him a chance. He braced his legs and squeezed the trigger, expecting some sort of kick like the shove of a musket. Or maybe the bruising punch of those newer, repeating rifles. The carbine only made a sound like electricity splitting the air in a single, quick burst. There was a blast of light from the tip of the carbine. Eolh's vision went white, and he slammed his eyes shut, cawing in surprise. The goggles dimmed. There was fire everywhere. Tables, chairs. A small cot in the corner. A whole shelf full of books was now black and filled with burning ash, and melted metal dripped down the walls and shelves. And there was a small pile of ash and cauterized blood where the Kiran once stood. "Gods," Eolh said. He looked down at the carbine. The cold realization came to him, unbidden. That felt good. The room was filling with smoke, and the fires were spreading. That couldn't be good for the palace. But again, not his problem. Eolh moved down the hall and found the entrance to the stairs. He jumped behind a door and waited while a whole squadron of soldiers stomped up from the depths. They were weirdly quiet. Eolh could just make out the sounds of their breathing and coordinated bootsteps as their officer barked sharp commands. Then they were gone. 2 floors down, Eolh came to a grand foyer with huge stone pillars marching down the hall. If the hanging palace had a rib cage, this was it. High gas lights and bronze sconces encircled each pillar, illuminating a grand intersection. If the Kiran doctor hadn't lied, then she would be down here somewhere. There were 2 rooms, offices maybe, on either side of the hall. Through the walls, he could see dozens of orange silhouettes, Kirans standing guard or crowded around tables, their heads bowed together. More bootsteps further down the hall, squads of soldiers jogging and the distant shouts of orders, but none of them was coming this way. Yet. At the end of the hall, there was one massive room with 2 huge double doors sealed shut. More Kirans standing around a huge table. Pointing at something. A map? Those must be the magistrates' commanders, he figured. A handful of guards were posted inside the room at each door. And there. A parlor, attached to that massive war room. And he could just make out a bright yellow outline. How many walls between him and her? Impossible to say. She was pinned to something, her head bowed, her beak touching her chest. In this strange heat-sensing light, all her feathers were invisible, and he could see the wasting outlines of her muscles. Too absorbed, Eolh forgot to keep his attention wide. A Kiran officer with polished boots and a crisp grey uniform almost collided with him. "What are you doing?" the officer said, his voice haughty with outrage. "What is this?" Eolh threw out his mechanical hand and wrapped his fingers around the Kiran's throat. He looked away before he squeezed. The wet crunch of a spine, the spray of blood on the side of his beak. "I hate wet work." The Kiran gurgled, loud enough to draw attention. "Shit." Around the offices, several Kirans raised their heads, nodding at their subordinates to go out into the hall and see what happened. Eolh dove behind a huge stone pillar and watched as 3 soldiers gathered in the intersection, each one focused on the nearly headless body lying on the ground. Who did this? Emperor's fist. Look at his neck. Over there. Eolh was too slow to hide, but he wasn't going to waste this chance. He kicked off the ground, throwing his body into the air, and squeezed the trigger. This time, the goggles were ready for the light. They dimmed right as it erupted from his weapon. One lucky Kirin was incinerated immediately. The two who weren't had their scales melted by the light, their flesh blistering and sloughing away as they screamed and flailed. One of them made it to the stairs before falling to the ground in a writhing, gurgling mess. Far too much noise. More soldiers and officers came out into the halls, each one bathed in light. The smell of charred Kirin flesh filled the halls. But in the large war room, the Kirin leaders weren't coming out. Instead, Eolh could see them taking up defensive positions, knocking over tables and ducking behind shelves. All of them were eerily silent. They've been waiting for someone to come. Not good. Eolh stepped over the smoking body of a Kirin, which had melted like candle wax against the floor. He was searching for another way into the room. A door, perhaps, where they weren't waiting for him. You, out there, a voice called to Eolh, high and imperious. I know what you want. I know what you came for. A confident voice, from a Kirin who was used to getting his way. It had to be the magistrate. Your queen is in a great deal of pain, the voice said. Eolh thought he could hear the sneer in his voice, as if the magistrate were enjoying this. And you're only going to make it worse. Come out and talk. Perhaps we can make a deal. Eolh crept around the columns, circling around the war room. There was another door, a servant's entrance, around the far corner. Maybe this had been a royal banquet hall once. Maybe they left the door unlocked. He touched the handle. Pulled it open slowly, ever so slowly. The wood creaked. A gunshot from inside blasted through the wood, exploding the handle. It clipped Eolh's mechanical hand, and though he felt no pain, he pulled it back instinctively. Two more gunshots tore through the thin wall, and Eolh just barely managed to duck out of the way. The magistrate silently motioned for his soldiers to run out the other door and circle around. But Eolh could see every creeping footstep they made. Could see their pistols held out in front of them. The last things they saw were a Corvini with a carbine and a flash of light. No screams this time. The magistrate let out a curse. Good, Eolh thought. He's scared. Then, the magistrate's orange silhouette ducked back into the other room. Where she was. The magistrate's silhouette merged with the queen's, a hot orange against her burning yellow. He yanked her head back, earning a ragged gasp from the queen, muffled but still audible through the walls. Put down your weapon, the magistrate screamed. He had a knife to her throat. I'll kill her. There will be nothing left to save. He couldn't kill the magistrate and his remaining guards without risking the queen's life. One wrong flash of light and the queen would be incinerated too. That's when Eolh made a mistake. He opened his beak to talk. Let her go. The magistrate threw out a hand. The wall in front of Eolh cracked, and chunks of stone were ripped away, pulverizing several Kirins into gory mush. Another thrust of the magistrate's hand and Eolh felt 1,000 invisible iron bars wrap around his body, squeezing him in a bone-shattering grip. His body bulged unnaturally. Vessels popped in his eyes, and his vision started to go red. His ribs were cracking and starting to pierce his own lungs. The carbine clattered to the floor. Got you, the magistrate said, walking through the ruins of the wall. Dust and stone still fell from the ceiling, and the floor above groaned dangerously. But the magistrate did not seem to care. A vicious grin spread across his lips. You really made me work for this, didn't you? Then, as the dust cleared and the magistrate's eyes fixed on Eolh, his grin turned to disgust. What in the eight hells? You're just another bird. Where is he? Who? Eolh struggled to say, even though he knew damn well who the magistrate meant. The magistrate's scowl deepened. He flexed his fingers, and Eolh could feel his joints straining under all that invisible iron. He gasped for breath, but his lungs were crumbling. A thought flashed across the magistrate's face. The Kirin loosened his grip, maintaining just enough pressure to hold Eolh in place. As more Imperial soldiers finally came running down the steps, he shouted, In here, you fools! Tie him up! Now! They surrounded Eolh, scales and armor and muscle wrapping around his limbs, his throat. Ripping the goggles from his face. They threw him to the ground and wrapped ropes around his wrists so tight that Eolh's fingers went numb. Two soldiers grabbed his arms, making them bend the wrong way. He had no breath to scream. Get the queen, too, the magistrate said. Bring them both outside. They dragged her out of the back room, her chains dragging against the floor. They had to carry her by the shoulders, for she could not stand on her own. For a brief moment, when he laid his eyes on her, he felt only the bright breath of joy that she was, somehow, still alive. Eolh. Her voice was a dry, ragged whisper. You came. This was a terrible way to die, wasn't it? They all are, she said. And the weak, uncompromising smile she gave him almost made all of this worth it. Sickening, the magistrate said. He flicked the back of his hand through the air, casually, and an audible smack jerked the queen against her chains. Like she was a living puppet and he held all the strings. The force of the blow was so strong it staggered even the soldiers who were holding her. Take them to the top of the tower. Tie them to stakes, out in the open, where they can see everything. He turned to the queen, that sneer carving a gold line across his scaled face. Are you ready, my queen? I've been wanting to show you something. Part 39, The Beginning. Damn those filthy avian savages. How did they break into my fangs? He knew it was the queen's fault, but how? And damn the soldiers. Low-born scum, not fit to be called Kirin. How does a flock of half-starved, untrained street fowl get past a whole cohort of heavily armed guards? Traitors and fools, all. And most of all, damn that Vorpi for giving him the worst fangs in her fleet. No matter how long he let them soak in the sunlight, they were always thirsty for more. What was the point of an airship that couldn't stay in the air? It was almost like she'd set him up. Like she wanted him to fail so she could swoop in and claim his prize. Which means that once again, I am the only one capable of completing this simple task. Must I do everything myself? Well, it is my destiny. How fitting that he alone must be the catalyst and the decider. High Magistrate Floritien Locutus Sekeus put his hands on the tower's parapet, feeling the stone's chill seep into his scales. He inhaled the wind, the fumes of burning timbers, and the smell of the high city's flowering gardens. Of these three, the fumes smelled the sweetest. Distant shrieks and shouts echoed, and gunshots crackled far below, and the whole cauldron was filling up with black clouds. And better news besides, a few of his best Fang pilots managed to lift off before being hijacked and were now chasing after the other Fangs. The cauldron was a roiling storm of lancing light and smoke and fire. The ships swooped erratically at each other, some of them bouncing off the cliff walls or smashing into the city blocks, shooting beams of pure energy at each other. They sliced open clouds of smoke and brickwork buildings just as easily. It was easy to tell his pilots from the savages, because his pilots actually knew how to fly in formation. Hard to tell who was winning, though, given how fast and wild they flew around the city. What an unholy mess. Sekeus could only imagine the legal and bureaucratic nightmare this might become back on Seer once he was finished here. The cauldron was technically a subjugate of the Empire, which meant it held certain rights. Everything here was Kirin property, partially owned by the nobles and, to a lesser extent, the citizens of Seer. That was the main reason he hesitated to unleash the weapon. Oh, and not to mention the loss of life. Xenos and Kirins alike, though most of them dull scales. So much collateral. No doubt the Veneritien would vote to make him pay recompense out of his own pockets. All those Kirin families who would lose their sons and daughters, merely because Sekeus alone had the gall to do what must be done. Well, such paltry matters would be beneath him soon. All he had to do was draw the human out. Sekeus stood with his hands behind his back, looking out over the parapet. A ring of his centurion guards lined the perimeter of this highest floor, a wall of armor and muscle. Most of them were true Kirins, though a few were dull scales from the provinces who had somehow distinguished themselves in the eyes of the Empire. Per the magistrate's command, the centurions erected twin stakes on the parapet. They tied the queen and that black-feathered servant of hers to the wood, out in the open for all to see. For him to see. Sekeus thought about torturing the black bird. Flaying the skin off of him and forcing the queen to watch. But why? A queen would never care about a servant, and this one was half dead already. No thrill at all. All he could do was wait and watch. Look at all those soldiers down there. Some good Kirin blood down there too. Officers and the like. A heavy price, but he was willing to pay it. This was, after all, the beginning. His beginning. If you want something, you must reach out and take it. Sekeus glanced up at the sky. The Exonerator, in all its glory, was floating high above the city. That grand, gleaming vessel cast a long, leaf-shaped shadow over the cauldron. At the center of the leaf, the open ring. Beneath the shadow of the Exonerator, everything looked the same, the flames, the burned-out ruins, the gardens and city blocks, everything. One final doubt gnawed at the corner of his mind, what if it kills the human too? Sekeus flexed his fingers, the soft, unnatural padding of the glove snug around his fingers. He could feel stiffer traces of metal woven throughout this alien fabric. Elegant. Perfect. Truly a divine device, one that could only be wielded by a deity. And after generations of use, the gloves were still immaculate. If such a delicate relic can endure the ages, Sekeus thought, then a true god should be able to survive this. Besides, there was no time for doubt. His own pilots were losing, after all, and those savage birds had a knack for flying, didn't they? Sekeus turned to his messenger, a young, scrawny scribe who was overeager to please. Son of a noble, some great house back on Seer. Zacchaeus couldn't be bothered to remember which one. Scribe. The messenger snapped a bow. He pulled a hand across his crest fins nervously. At your service, magistrate. Take the fastest rig you can find and go to the exonerator. Tell them to adjust their altitude. I want it high enough to cover the whole city but low enough that it won't shine on this tower. Am I clear? The lantern. Of course I mean the lantern. Zacchaeus snapped. If it so much as touches the top of this tower, it will be on your head. Do I make myself understood? I want them to feel it, not us. But magistrate. If you turn on the lantern. Our people are still down there. Zacchaeus held one finger up in the air. Not activating the gloves, just silencing the scribe. Is there something wrong with your ears? Should I find a scribe who can listen? The scribe's eyes flicked to the parapets of the tower. It was a long way down to the city. The lantern, magistrate. He bowed. I will tell them. And he trotted to the edge of the parapet where one of several rigs was moored, its deck bobbing gently in the wind. The rig pulled away and began its slow journey up to the exonerator. Out over the city, one fang was being hunted by two others. The lone fang pulled up in a sharp angle and let its momentum carry it out of the cauldron as it fired down on the other fangs, that beam of light gouging deep, black lines into the city. They looked so small from up here. He wondered how long it would take for the exonerator to destroy them all. Would they melt first? Or would their delicate internal machinery simply stop working? As far as he knew, nobody had ever done this before. Not in the 1,000 years since the Emperor gave Seer these gifts. The mid-city was on fire, and Lowtown looked like a black pit. It's always been a pit, he sneered. If anything, he was beautifying the worst part of this city. Zacchaeus ventured to lean over the parapet. A dizzying wind rushed up at him, but he held firm. He wanted to see them. He wanted to look at them one last time. Thousands of them, still pouring out of their homes. The filth draining from his city. Too slow, he thought. Much too slow. The distant flash of a mirror signal from the rig. It was halfway to the exonerator. They were slow boats, much slower than the fangs, but awfully convenient in the cauldron where the avians were so obsessed with building tall. A basket was attached to a huge, air-filled envelope. The scribe was in the basket, one hand on the controls, the other holding a handle on the underside of the envelope for support. The rig floated up toward the exonerator, too small for the fangs to notice. Zacchaeus lost track of it somewhere against that vast underbelly. Zacchaeus strolled around the top of the parapet, his feet outlining the grey, metal disc that marked the pylon that held up this grand tower. Human-made, that. Zacchaeus had wasted many a coin on scholars, priests, and even a historian to guess what it was for. He ambled over to the stakes, where his prisoners were tied and facing out over the city. They'd beaten the black feathered servant, but gods. The queen. Looking at her almost made Zacchaeus sick. Most of her feathers had been plucked, including the ones that could never grow back on their own. Underneath all that plumage, they really were hideous creatures. Her flesh was lacerated and covered in sores from the countless rope burns and lashings and other torturers' work. Despite all this, she still held her cracked beak high. He loved that about her. Your Majesty, Zacchaeus said, it would seem this is our last chance to help each other. Nothing. As if he were not there at all. Zacchaeus frowned. Your actions have forced my hand. I want to offer you one last choice. Tell me where he is, and I can undo everything. Still nothing from the queen. It was the black feathered servant who spoke. She doesn't know. Zacchaeus whipped his clawed hand out toward the servant. Felt the resistance in his fingers as gravity itself clamped around the servant. Zacchaeus had to raise his voice over the screeches. I wasn't speaking to you, bird. He could even hear the stakes timbers creaking under the strain of all that pressure. Unless you know something about the human. But the servant collapsed, his screeching cut short as he passed out. Pathetic. Nothing at all like his queen. For the 1,000th time, Zacchaeus wondered, why did her kind permit the others to live at all? There was a sound, imperceptible at first over the rushing of the wind, but Zacchaeus thought he could hear it, anyway. A gasp thrilled through him. It was starting. He crooked one gloved finger at the queen, at the air under her chin. Even as the gloves forced her to turn, she fought back, the muscles in her neck straining. And that crack in her beak, he could only imagine the pain. And for what? In the end, she gasped and slumped, and her face moved easily in his invisible grasp. Will you talk, my queen? Zacchaeus said, unable to contain his smile. To tell you the truth, I hope you won't. I've always wanted to see this. He gestured up at the exonerator, which was now humming. The exonerator lowered its bulk over the middle of the city, drifting down like some deep-sea leviathan made of metal. It stopped when it was only slightly higher than the tallest tower, hanging suspended over the crowds below. A haze of condensation gathered around the hull, sparkling and grey. Ah, Zacchaeus clapped his hands together, letting her head drop. It's beginning. Zacchaeus could see the open ring in the center of the exonerator. Inside that ring, the air began to shimmer and warp, as if he were seeing it through sheets of perfect glass. 8 pinpricks drew themselves into the center of the ring. When they touched, a taut string of light, whiter than white, appeared. It hung all the way down to the cobblestone streets of the city. And then, the string seemed to open up. Growing wide, moving faster than the eye could see. Expanding that too bright light over the rooftops and gardens and streets and alleys, painting all the buildings in a heavenly glow. The crowd scattered. Some took to the air. Too slow. Others ran back toward their homes. And if he strained his ears, Zacchaeus thought he could hear the screams beneath the rising, crackling hum of the exonerator's lantern ring. The centurion guards closest to Zacchaeus shuffled uncomfortably. More than a few of them refused to look down, their faces tight with worry. Perhaps they were thinking about their fellow soldiers who were still down there. Why should they care? Won't feel much of anything up here. Zacchaeus was not one to waste an opportunity to teach. He pulled back his shoulders and announced in the same clear voice that had won him so much approval in the Veneration, "Look, you Imperials, and ask yourself. What better death could a true Kirin ask for? Our kin may die, but they do so for the glory of the Empire." A good speech, short and impactful, he thought. But up here, the wind swallowed his voice. And only the centurions nearest him thumped their chests and dutifully echoed his call, "For the glory of the Empire." Down in the city, the plants showed the first signs of the heat. They began to wilt in the light, crumpling their leaves, snapping and shedding their huge fronds. The air itself wavered over the streets as dew became vapor. Even the sound of the wind seemed to change. The human would come soon. Or he would not. It almost didn't matter now. Zacchaeus couldn't stop smiling. There was a rasp behind him. The queen was trying to speak. But Zacchaeus ignored her. He already knew what she would say. "Stop this. Please." And so on. One more voice among the many. When this was over, when the exonerator had incinerated every last living xeno in the cauldron, then he would deal with her. The queen would watch all her people die. Only then would he kill her. He inhaled deeply and let his head fall back, taking in the sweet, burning scent. Lifted his hands up in exaltation and basked in the glory of this utter destruction. Of his power. So this is what it's like to be a god. 40. The light-soaked city. Just because their world is ending, the oracle said, that doesn't mean you have to die with it. What do you hope to do by going out there? Something, Poyer said. Anything. In the basement of the leaning tower, hundreds of roots hung down from the ceiling and covered the walls. Some were as large as Poyer himself. The oracle was here too, casting a wild glow around the dank, open space. Everywhere Poyer turned, the lights were there. Trying to grab his attention. Or block his way. This is not your responsibility. The protocol is, the oracle said. Who else will stop this? Poyer said. You are the last human being in existence. Think of your species. Think of the protocol. You are not thinking clearly, Poyer. Waking up from the cold chamber is hard enough, but waking up alone, after thousands of years. I didn't wake up alone. Poyer. Eolh was there. And he says Lakes was there even before him. Poyer, the oracle begged. The entire future of all humanity depends upon your continued survival. There wasn't time to talk. Even in the basement of the leaning tower, the heat was stifling. He was filling every canteen he could find, drenching rags in cold, spring-fed water from a tap. They would protect against the sun, at least in the beginning. You are too young to make this kind of decision. There is no way you understand the gravity of your situation. You need more time. There isn't any, Poyer said. There is. The oracle's lights blossomed into brilliance. The protocol was designed to give you all the time you need. Do you really think you know better than the sum of all humanity? That made Poyer stop. He touched at the twine around his neck. At the switch. If you go out there, the oracle's lights pressed forward, it will all end with you. Mute, Poyer said. You cannot silence me. Override. The lights flashed, but no sound came out. Lights off, he said, and there was darkness. He finished screwing the cap on the last canteen and slung it around his shoulder. At the top of the stairs, he found the android, propped in a chair. Waiting for him. Are you going to stop me too? He asked. Even if I could, she said, nodding down at her mangled body, I would not. I only wish to ask, Divine One, are you sure this is the correct course of action? He nodded. And the danger? If I don't go, Poyer answered, then who will? Her neck creaked as she nodded back. As if those were exactly the words she wanted him to say. The priest was right, she said. The door opens for you, Poyer. Poyer stared at her. How could she know about the priest? But his wrist was already buzzing, warning him about rising temperatures. He felt like he should say something to the android. To thank her for all she had given him. Poyer couldn't remember the last time he had told a machine thank you. Go, she said. Before there's no one left to save. Poyer ascended the basement's steps, out of the tower. And into the light of the sun. It was like standing too close to a bonfire, only the fire was all around him. Sweat immediately prickled at his arms and neck and forehead. High above, the huge, shadowed underbelly of a terraforming barge dominated the sky. At the center of the barge was a massive empty ring filled with hyper-focused light. Among other things, the terraforming barges were made to melt whole continents of ice. To introduce carbon dioxide into a planet's thin atmosphere and help that atmosphere grow. This barge, however, functioned poorly. Because it hovered so close to the planet's surface, the heat from its focal ring should have been enough to melt the cobblestones under Poyer's feet. But the barge was old and scoured with rust, and the strength of its terraforming light was only enough to raise the heat. Still, that heat was getting hellish. Poyer's wrist hummed vibrations now, marking every climbing degree. He muted the notifications. The liquid armor, however, was not content. It rippled over his skin, climbing up his shoulders and down his legs. Up his neck and around his calves. Stop. Poyer tried to send an impulse via his implant. But the rivers of metal ignored him. They slid up his chin, searching for his lips, his nostrils, his eyes. Any more and the armor would suffocate him. Stop. Poyer shouted, right as the metal closed over his mouth. He gasped. He sucked down air. How? Poyer was panting, breathing through the liquid metal. The intelligent metal thinned enough for his eyes to see, though there was a silver tint over everything. The temperature readings from his wrist dropped dramatically. Rays of light broke through the ceiling of black smoke, burning it away. A drone of Fang schemed low over the rooftops above, trailing smoke as it burst through the clouds. Judging by the way its fuselage kept dipping, he thought it was suffering a mechanical failure. Either that or the pilot inside was being cooked alive. The Fang changed course. It aimed straight at the barge and started climbing. The lone Fang became a black speck against that massive underbelly, blazing with light. Poyer started to jog, to watch the Fang's progress over the buildings. The Fang tried to laze the barge. Toothpicks against a mountain. Just before it smashed against the barge's hull, it turned. It turned the wrong way. The Fang passed too close to that open ring, where all the light converged on a single, invisible point before shattering outward in a superheated cone. Whatever was inside melted. The Fang's twin metal prongs tipped down, and Poyer lost sight of the drone as it fell miles away across the city. He could not even hear the crash. Poyer's jog had slowed to a walk. The cobbled street, the bricks on the buildings, even the fabric of awnings shone almost pure white in the barge's incredible light. If he looked at them for too long, the buildings seemed to dance in place, and puddles of water wavered in the streets. As he approached, the puddles crawled away from him, always out of reach. But the people out here, they were real. Lying in the street, clothes bloody and feathers burned. They were lined up along the buildings, collapsed in the doorways. The ones in the shade were struggling to breathe. And the ones out in the open didn't breathe at all. Even with the liquid metal covering his mouth, every breath brought in more churning heat. His own skin felt like it was starting to cook. It doesn't matter, he thought. Just keep going. Talking to himself was the only thing that helped. Look at your feet. Put one in front of the other. One step after another. That's all you have to do. He said it over and over. After 1,000 steps and 1,000 more, the words had no meaning. They were his engine. One step. Another. As long as he thought the words, his engine would keep his legs moving. He touched his chest. The twine necklace still hanging there. A piece of home. Around him, the rafters of buildings groaned. Timbers creaked in a heat they were never meant to endure, and the older bricks were beginning to pop, spraying flecks of mortar and dust into the alleyways. One step. Crack. Another. Creak. Crack. One step. The terraces and apartments gave way to the vium, which led him to the towering set of stairs that hiked into the high city. Hundreds and hundreds of steps. Every time he looked up from his feet, he saw only more broad blocks of white sea stone marching into the sky. Just breathe, his mantra became. One step. Just breathe. One step. He could not hear over the pounding of his heart and the ragged gasps of his own breath. Mucus filled his throat, but no matter how much he coughed, it would not clear. Then the steps stopped going up. They reached a plateau. First, his head crested over the edge, and he saw flat ground. Then, the rest of his body followed. Poyer teetered on the top of the last step. Almost sat down. Almost gave in to the mountains of heat that were crushing him, broiling him alive. But there was shade ahead. The shadow of towering palm trees, one of many that lined the garden. He put his hand on the bark, using it for support, but even the bark was burning hot. Above, huge leaves popped off the tree, great glossy sheets seesawing and tumbling in the air on their way down. The ones on the ground were already turning brown and crinkling in on themselves. Beyond, an immense garden went all the way back to the cliff walls, ending below the balconies of the hanging palace. Fountains full of steam, grass beginning to smoke. In the center of that garden, surrounded by blinding white polished stone, sat a tower. A Sayam's tower, Reich had named it. The light from the barge was so brilliant it reflected even off the cliff walls, making it seem like the tower had no shadow. Like it had been rendered in this place, and someone had forgotten to add that last touch of realism. Just ahead, Poyer saw a body. A Kirin was lying in the open, surrounded by the wilted remains of ivy. His arms and legs were fanned out around him. His face was flushed with heat, and the deep blue scales seemed to catch too much of the false light from the barge. But the xeno was breathing. He looked confused, as if he had just fallen from a great height and couldn't figure out how he had gotten there. Poyer left the shade of the tree, and his wrist started buzzing again, more insistent than before. Off, he brushed it away with a thought. Poyer's feet crunched on the dried leaves. The Kirin struggled to turn his head. Only then did Poyer notice the Kirin's dark blue uniform. Military? The soldier rasped at him, trying to pull himself away. Poyer realized how he must look to this alien, with his whole body covered in chromatic metal. The liquid armor was so smooth on his skin he had forgotten it was there at all. Easy, Poyer said, and even his voice sounded strange to him. Amplified and muffled at the same time. Just take it easy. Can you do that for me? He approached with his arms out, offering peace. Keeping his voice as calm as possible. I'm just going to help you get in the shade. The Kirin gasped again. So weak. So desperate. Poyer hooked his hands under the Kirin's shoulders and dragged him back. Despite the soldier's greater size, he seemed to weigh barely anything at all. Together, they stumbled over to the slowly wilting palm tree. Poyer let the Kirin drink from his canteen. The soldier gasped and panted between gulps, emptying it in seconds. Then he looked up at Poyer as if seeing him for the first time. His scales glinted dully in the light. It's you. Where is the magistrate? Poyer asked. The soldier pointed toward the tower. His finger angled up, all the way to the top. So many hundreds of feet up. Poyer started to rise, but the Kirin caught him by the hand. Please. Have mercy on us, Divine One. Save us too. I'll try. The Kirin, gasping, let go of his hand. I am not worthy. Poyer shook his head, too tired to do anything else. Neither am I. Another soldier was sitting at the base of the tower, slumped against the wall. The guard's head was resting on her chest. Her uniform was soaked through with sweat, but Poyer could smell the fabric burning against the stones. He tried not to look as he passed her under the stone arches that lined the base of the tower. There were more stairs spiraling around the center of the tower. The heat was trapped in the stairwell, sweltering and making his wrist vibrate incessantly. No other choice. One step. Just breathe. And another. He almost wished he hadn't emptied that last canteen. Though they were made of stone, the steps were bowed in the middle, sagging from hundreds of years of use. The footsteps had made the stone smooth enough for his feet to slip, even with the liquid armor grabbing the ground. He kept one hand on the curving wall, his metal-coated fingers dragging against the stone. Up and up and up. Always turning inward. One step. Another. There were no windows in the stairwell, only the odd gas lamp, and all of them were off. In the dark, the rectangle on his wrist glowed brighter than ever. He lost count of the steps. And started counting again. And lost count again. Just breathe. His wrist marked a change in the temperature. It was falling, by small degrees, but it was falling. The metal around his face split open, letting his skin breathe. Letting all that sweat wick away in the air. A light above. Growing brighter. So blue it was almost white. A silhouette of a head eclipsed that light. One of the magistrate's centurion guards, his face hidden behind a helmet. The guard disappeared from the stairwell, barking something outside. Poyer pulled himself out into the light and blinked away the day. Dozens of centurions stood waiting, ready to close their ranks on him. They made no shouts, spoke no words at all as they waited for the command. Ah! A voice exclaimed. One Kirin stepped forward, his long coat fluttering at the heels of his shining boots. Our savior has arrived. I was beginning to doubt that you would come. The magistrate was tall and thin. His humanoid face was gaunt, his cheeks sunken, and his deep blue scales were flecked with gold, especially around his eyes and lips. He held his shoulders high and one hand behind his back, radiating a kind of effortless confidence. As if he were born to conquer worlds. Both hands were covered with pristine white gloves laced with an unmistakable kind of metal. Poyer had seen those gloves before. Architect's gloves. The metal fibers were no ordinary metal. I wonder if they've bonded to him. The magistrate cleared his throat and cocked his head at the parapets. Only then did Poyer see the twin stakes and the two avians tied to them. Reich and Eolh. They were facing the city, their winged arms pulled painfully behind their backs. The magistrate's guards stood at the ready, their weapons aimed at the avian prisoners. His stomach sank. Well, savior, the magistrate said, his voice soft and tense. How are we going to do this? Bring down your ship. Poyer held his hands together, letting his wrists touch. Holding them out. Then I will surrender. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Just let them all go. 41. Surrender. A wind whipped over the parapets, searing with heat. Dozens of armed and armored centurions formed a perimeter around the tower's top. They almost looked like statues, were it not for the sweat dripping steadily down their scaled faces and soaking the heavy layers of their uniforms. Each one with a rifle in hand. And Poyer could see Eolh and Reich tied to two spindly trunks of wood. They were made to face the city. To watch it burn beneath all that light. Eolh's feathers waved in the wind. Reich had no feathers left to wave. 4 guards flanked the twin stakes, their rifles ready to bayonet Poyer's friends. That's it. The magistrate said, disbelieving. Yes. Stand down, he said, and the guards lowered their weapons. The old Kiran's eyes twinkled with delight. Eolh twisted against his bonds, trying to see behind him. His beak looked spectacularly black against the brilliant light of the city below. The queen did not move at all. Lacerations, both old and new, crisscrossed her sickly, pale flesh. Beyond, the barge hovered above the city's center. Its cone of light spread wide over the city. Honored one. The magistrate bowed as if he were a king welcoming some esteemed visitor to his court. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I've waited so long. Stop this, Poyer said, holding out his wrists. He stepped out onto the center of the tower, looking around for the top of the pylon but not seeing it. It must be buried beneath the bricks. Damn. I told you, Poyer said. I surrender. Make this stop. Surrender? You misunderstand. You are my guest here, I will do you no harm. Please, put your hands down. Make it stop. The barge's ring was shimmering with light, concentrating it into the city. Everything below looked overexposed. Unreal. Even the countless bodies lying in the streets were incomprehensible to Poyer. He wondered if any of them could possibly be alive. Every second that passed lessened their chances. Where the light touched, the city seemed to waver and warp in its own heat. You're killing them. You need not concern yourself with this, honored one. I'll soon have this city under complete control. The savages who used to live here. You can't do this. The magistrate pressed his lips together, his pleasant smile darkening into a frown. How old are you, human? Please. The magistrate touched one gloved finger to his lips as if sincerely considering Poyer's request. Those gloves were pristine. Someone had wrist guards made of white leather, but Poyer could easily make out the twisting metal patterns that ran down the fingers. And the way his hands moved, every gesture so exaggerated. He's taunting me. All these guards around him, trying to keep their heads high while the boiling heat of the wines rushed up from the city below. They were soaked with sweat, breathing heavily under those helmets and the weight of all their uniforms. Even these soldiers were just for show. If the magistrate could use those gloves, he didn't need any of them. Can't you control the ship? The magistrate said slyly. I mean, you are a god, aren't you? Poyer's hand balled into fists. You say that I am. Look at you. You can't be more than a child. Here I thought you had finally come to your senses. But no. You've come all this way just to beg like some common servant. That grin spread across his gold-scaled lips once more. How strange. I knew you would come, I knew you struck a deal with the queen. But I didn't know you would be so simple. I always wondered if there was something that made you different. He was holding up his hands, admiring the gloves in the sunlight. As if his fingers were covered in the finest jewels. But now I can see. There is only one difference between the gods and me. The gods are dead, and I'm not. Your own people are down there. You forced my hand, human. The magistrate jabbed a finger through the air. Poyer felt the liquid armor rippling over his chest, reacting to a sudden change in gravity. If the gloves ever had a safety mechanism, it had long since worn away. You helped them destroy my fangs. Yes, I know it was you. All of this is your fault. All their blood is on your hands. Then, the press of gravity was gone, though the liquid armor yet squirmed. I have to try. He offered his wrists again. Take me, Poyer said. And let them go. The magistrate's smile soured into a sneer. You are so disappointing. All this time, I thought hunting a god would mean something. Where is my challenge? Where is all your legendary power? What do you want from me? The magistrate gave him a look. Pity and loathing in the same expression. Now that I see you, I know what you are. You are lost. Even among your own kind, you were nothing, weren't you? It felt like a knife in his heart. Is it so obvious? Yes. The magistrate took a step forward, his smile growing. I can see it. The only thing special about you is that you were born human. Nothing more. Even they weren't proud of you. The lights were too bright. Poyer had to hide his face. To turn and blink away the city. All those streets, all those buildings, wavering in the rapid evaporation of the jungle moisture. Even the green gardens of the high city were wilting and browning in the heat. Well, the magistrate said, you came to beg, didn't you? So beg. The heat of shame rose in Poyer's cheeks. Every instinct told him not to do this. But it's not about me. He only had to save them. As Poyer fell to his knees, he forced himself to look up at the magistrate's burning sneer. Those inhuman eyes, dancing with a ravenous light. Oh, yes. You are going to give me everything, human. You are going to make me a god. Whatever you want, Poyer said. Just let them go. You really care about them, don't you? The magistrate said. Guards. Kill the prisoners. Poyer threw himself forward. His wrist was humming, amplifying his will. Defend me. Chrome bulged under his clothes, and needles pierced out of his shirt, until his whole body was covered in undulating, metallic spines. A cold, metal river rose up the back of his neck, spreading out to cover his head, his face. When Poyer spoke, his voice was filtered through the armor. A crystalline sound. Stop, he said to the guards closest to Reich and Eolh. They looked at each other, uncertain. Leave, Poyer said, and I won't hurt you. I don't want to hurt any of you. They couldn't know that Poyer would only act to save him. Poyer held his hands out to the guards, metal spikes rolling down his forearms in waves. I said kill them, the magistrate shouted. They fidgeted with their weapons, oscillating between Poyer and the magistrate. The magistrate rose to his full height, his face carved with ugly disbelief. What is this? Obey me. None of the guards moved. You think he's a god? The magistrate howled. I will show you a god. The magistrate threw his gloved hands in Poyer's direction. His fingers were curled into a gnarled cage. There was a sound like all the world was breaking. The stones under Poyer's feet began to rise, and bricks clapped against him, snapping and grinding against the metal armor, pressing harder until fragments popped and burst into dust. Poyer tried to lift his arms, to shield his face. The whole world pushed back. The magistrate snarled and leaned in. He bared gritted teeth, and his fingers tensed around an invisible resistance. All his focus was on Poyer. More stone cracked as the floor of the tower began to fold up and in toward Poyer, more bricks slapped against him, smashing into pieces. Crunching against his armor. And then the armor was being squeezed against him. Pressure clamping down, bruising his skin. Crushing his lungs and his bones against each other. Poyer tried to fight back, but the more he struggled, the stronger it became. Do something. He impulsed his will at the armor. Attack him. Anything. But each time came the same aggravating response. A vibration in his wrist, an echo in his head, you do not have access to that command. Override. You do not have access. The magistrate was leaning forward now as if shoving some huge, unseen object. Grinning and growling through gritted teeth. Poyer could not breathe. Could not move. The armor struggled to keep its shape around him. It was starting to crumple against his skin, and his vision was going black, and there was nothing he could do. A screech pierced the air. An explosion of black feathers erupted on top of the magistrate. Eolh, somehow, had gotten loose. His talons raked across the magistrate's face, shearing off scale and flesh, gouging new, fleshy valleys down the magistrate's face. The magistrate screamed. One of his eyes had been ripped out of its socket, and he threw his hands out wildly. Eolh, who was coming back for a second attack, was smacked by an invisible wall. His body was flung off the tower. The magistrate wheeled around, throwing his hands in a circle around him. He caught a handful of guards and swept them off the tower too. Even the parapets were ripped away. But without all that pressure, Poyer could move again. He ran to the magistrate, keeping his head low while the magistrate searched blindly for him. Only a few steps away, his wrist picked up the glove signal. Please work. He opened the menu, and with all his mind, he impulsed the command, shut down. Shut down. The magistrate threw out his hand. Silence. No more chunks were blasted off the tower. No bodies went flying. Poyer launched himself at the magistrate, knocking him to the ground. The magistrate clawed impotently at him, shrieking as the metal needles stung back. They sank like teeth into his flesh, spraying the bricks with blood and glittering scales. A black shape, shimmering in the heat. racing toward the tower, flapping like mad. By the time Eolh thumped down next to Poyer, the magistrate had ceased fighting and was covering his face with his hands, wet blood running down his azure cheeks and staining the gloves with flowers of red. The Corvini didn't look much better. Blood smeared the feathers under his wings, and his plumage was broken and sticking out in clumps. But he was alive. "Can you hear me?" Eolh asked, staring at Poyer through all that liquid metal. Poyer nodded. "Can you stop the light?" Poyer squinted over the city, trying to look up at the barge, to channel all of his thoughts, willing them out toward that low-hanging ship. Nothing. He couldn't even feel the twinge of digital recognition in the back of his skull. "It's too far," Poyer said. "It's too much." Underfoot, the magistrate was still breathing, still making bloody sounds somewhere in the back of his throat. Eolh stepped over his body, put one talon on the pale scales of his throat, and cawed, "Turn it off, and I'll let you live." The magistrate was spluttering, choking, with his mouth full of blood. His lips stretched in a red spattered smile. "A god," he was saying to himself. "The power of a god." And the barge continued to wash the city in that blistering white glow. 42. Divine. This time, it wasn't just Lowtown. This time, the whole cauldron burned together. All the mid-city folk, grown fat and happy on the backs of the low caste, and all those high-city nobles, trapped in their massive estates by the suffocating heat. All were kindling for the same flame. Eolh felt no joy at the irony. The magistrate, however, was laughing. Most of his guards had fled. Some of them stayed to kneel and whisper old devotions. "Makers, remember us. Ancestors, deliver us." Eolh had never heard a Kirin pray before. Their prayers sounded oddly similar to the ones said in avian temples. Well, let them pray, Eolh thought as he crouched down to the magistrate. "Means nobody's going to stop me from doing this." He tugged at the fingertips of the gloves, peeling them off the Kirin's fingers. The magistrate tried to fight back, but he was weak, and the best he could do was smear his blood on Eolh's feathers. "You dare!" The magistrate coughed, his lips red and wet. "You dare to touch me!" The gloves were sturdier than they looked. Something inside the fabric gave them shape. For a brief moment, Eolh thought about keeping the gloves to himself. But he still felt guilty about palming the nonite. "Hey, Fledge," he called and tossed them to Poyer. Then, Eolh grabbed the magistrate by the scruff of his collar, hauling him to his feet. The old, skinny Kirin flailed and screamed, but his hands were nothing compared to Eolh's metal fingers. He dragged the magistrate's long, slender body through the broken stones that littered the top of the tower. None of the centurions moved to stop him, though a few did watch him walk to the edge of the tower. "Unhand me, you savage!" "Turn it off," Eolh growled. "It cannot be stopped." He hissed, "You will all burn." The magistrate started laughing again, until the blood caught in his throat and he was choking instead. Eolh stepped to the edge of the tower. "Look down," Eolh said, shoving the magistrate's head over the precipice. An unbearable gust of heat rushed up from the city. With one bloody eye, the magistrate glanced down the dizzying heights of the tower, at the wilting gardens of the high city far below. "Last chance," Eolh said, his voice void of emotion. The magistrate tried to spit on Eolh, but Eolh simply let go. The magistrate struggled against gravity, trying to regain his balance on the tower. But the wall of the parapet was gone, blown out by his own hands. The Kirin leaned wildly, his fingers scratching at the stone, slipping in his own blood. The Kirin's screams fell a long, long way. Eolh did not bother to watch him bounce against the side of the tower or listen for the splatter his body made on the stones below. He had seen too many die that way. So this is how it ends. Nobody wins. When it was over, there would be no cauldron left. All this heat trapped by the cliff walls that had protected this city for generations. How fitting. A dozen or so guards were still here, at the top of the tower. Praying? If they did not run, they would all burn. Gods, even if they do run, they'll still burn. Lowtown was blackened wasteland. Mirages over the mid-city made it seem as though it was melting. And that huge ship only poured more and more light into the city. Nowhere left to go except up. Well, Eolh's wings still worked. The queen's bonds were easy to cut. She fell so heavily into his arms that he almost dropped her. "Come on," he gasped under her limp weight. "Wake up, Reich. We've got to go." He wasn't sure if he had the strength to carry her, but... Damn it. I'm not going to leave her. Reich's eyes struggled to open. "The savior," she said weakly. "Take him." Where was he, anyway? "I will," Eolh promised. "But we've got to get you out of here too." The Fledge, who was covered head to toe in that metal skin, walked around the crater of bricks where the magistrate had fallen. He was talking to the kneeling soldiers. Trying to get them to stand, to run. But they flinched away from him, or they buried their heads in shame. One Kiran dropped to the ground before Poyer, sobbing. Have mercy, Divine One. O gods, have mercy on me. Poyer offered his gloved hand, speaking gently. You are forgiven. Please, go somewhere safe. All of you. The soldiers did what the human commanded. Only Eolh and Reich remained. You must take him, Reich rasped in Eolh's ear. Not letting you go. Eolh, she tried again. We need you. How can we live without our queen? The savior. Please, Eolh crowed. Holding her so that their eyes met and their beaks scraped against each other. Don't make me do this. Don't make me leave you. Your queen commands, she said, her swollen eyes glinting in that too white light. Her wounds were shining and glistening, some of them dripping with blood. Fly. There is no time. The heat made it hard to think, and his beak was so dry it hurt to swallow. He was burning from the inside, his brain boiling, his limbs as heavy as stone. But he couldn't make himself put her down. He couldn't. Poyer approached, that liquid metal rolling down his arms, over his hands. Over his neck and his head. He was covered in it, and it reflected the light in such strange ways. Brilliant metallic yellows and whites and reds contorted madly over all that chrome. Go, Reich rasped. I'm staying, Poyer said, his voice distorted by the armor. No, Eolh said. Too tired to say anything else. He was so damn tired. Take her, Eolh. And leave this tower. As fast as you can. Can you stop it? Eolh said. Can you end this? Not me, Poyer said, clutching the plastic switch still hanging from old, rotten twine around his neck. But my people can. Eolh loosed a frustrated caw, feeling his feathers bristle in the overheated air. This is not the time, Poyer. Your people are gone. We have to go now. The metal rippled over Poyer's face, pulling back. Revealing the calm serenity painted over his features. A face more perfect than any statue. I have to try. If you're staying, I'm staying. You can't help me do this. Do what? And when Poyer didn't answer, he said, Fledge, listen to me. Whatever you're going to do, I'm here. You don't have to do this alone. Poyer inhaled slowly. Exhaled. His voice was almost peaceful. From the moment I fell asleep to the day I awoke, I was never alone. Look. He held up his hands, now gloved with white. The metal wrapped over his cuffs, exploring the blood-spattered cloth. I am surrounded by the gifts of my people. They have been waiting, just for me. Eolh clenched his beak. Time was frozen, and not even the wind blew as they stared into each other's eyes. He could not think of the right words. I know, Poyer said. I've been wrong 100 times before. But this time, I need you to trust me. Take her, Eolh. And let me do the rest. So damn tired. He most likely wouldn't live to regret this anyway, so what did it matter? Okay, Fledge. You win. Poyer helped him tie the queen to his chest with the ropes cut from the stakes. It was awkward, painful, but it would hold. Eolh trained both eyes on the cliff wall that circled the cauldron. And jumped. And sank. He beat his wings as hard as he could, trying to gain altitude. Get to the ridge. Cross over it. That's all you have to do. Eolh cast one glance over his shoulder. Just one. Poyer had returned to the center of the tower and was sitting cross-legged in a sea of broken bricks. It almost looked like he was praying. The protocol was wrong. He couldn't abandon these people. And these people who believed he was a god, they were wrong too. I'm only human. And I wouldn't want to be anything else. But together, they were almost right. Yes, something had to be done. And yes, Poyer was the only one who could do it. As for the protocol? Well, that was nothing more than a guide. A series of suggestions and tools to help make his will reality. The only problem with the protocol was that it was too limited. Poyer had figured it out, in their haste to save themselves, humanity had given birth to new children. And now, those same children were in danger. Yes, even the Kirans. Thus, Poyer had to break the protocol. The door opens, just for you. He hoped that was true. Furnace winds burned his face. The scent on the air was unspeakable. Dust and burning thatch and rotting plants. And a hint of sweetness, from the pollen blowing up from the gardens below. He breathed it all in, filling his lungs with it. He closed his eyes. And let the world melt away. Focus on the pylon. The oracle had done all the work, had amassed power for countless years. All he had to do was talk to the tower. And hope it talked back. The gloves were clumsy, unnaturally stiff around his fingers. He had never used them before, at least not in real life, but he knew how they were supposed to work. Fortunately, his wrist was working again, ready to enhance his impulses. A poor dam against the flood of doubts that threatened to spill out. What if you're wrong? What if it doesn't work anymore? Shut up and try. Poyer cupped the palms of the gloves, aiming them at the broken floor of the tower. He lifted his hands. There was a tug, as if his hands and only his hands were submerged in thick tar. Individual bricks began to shake, to vibrate in place. He pulled up harder, and cracks started to form in the mortar. One brick shot out, flying high above and away from the tower. His forearms strained under all the weight on his hands. Then, the stone rippled like a great fabric sheet in the wind. It shredded open, and bricks exploded everywhere, clinking and cracking against his armor. The top of the tower was stripped clean, revealing that which lay underneath. A huge disc of metal in the shape of a perfect octagon. 1 of 8. Poyer stood in the very center of the pylon. He held his hands out, searching for that note in his mind. That feeling. That point of access. And when he couldn't feel it, he pushed his hands down, placing his palms on the metal disc. Despite the heat, it was surprisingly cold. Wisps of vapor condensed around his fingers. Breathe. Just breathe. There. A twinge in the back of his mind. Amplified by his wrist. He pulled on it, like a thread from an old cloth. He called to it. Waking it up. How long have you been asleep? He thought. Will you open for me? Each question cracked the dam of his mind a little bit more, allowing uncertainty to leak into his thoughts. So he shifted his focus, thinking instead of who had been there for him. Those gone and those who now needed saving. He would not ask. He would command. Wake up, he thought. The flicker in his mind grew to a whisper. Wake up. The whisper began to hum, a gentle light unfolding in the depths of his mind. And then, the energy blossomed into him. All of it. All at once. Until all he had to do was reach within and grab it. Turn on, he shouted. The response was immediate. You do not have access to that command. Please refer to your administrator. If there is no administrator available, please connect to the nearest node and inquire for protocol number. Override, damn you, override. The voice in his head went silent. The silence dragged. Nothing moved, not even the blood in his veins. It's broken, he thought. Just like everything else. Then, it began. The disc was glowing, dull and dark. Growing brighter, as blue as flame. Across the city, Poyer could see the tops of the other towers doing the same. Energy crackled along the bricks, crawling and glowing through the stones. Even the leaning tower, with its diagonal slant, was covered in that crackling energy. And down the vium, where the 8th pylon once stood, a slender beam of blue light shot up from the ruins of Lowtown, bursting through the clouds of smoke. Beneath Poyer, the pylon began to sweat. Condensation formed on the surface of the metal, freezing in strange, fractal patterns expanding ever outward. Once more, his wrist buzzed an alert about the temperature, but now it was falling deep into the negatives as the pylon pulled more energy into itself. The liquid armor sealed once more around his face, protecting him from the sudden snap of cold. Poyer had nowhere else to go. So he just stood on top of the pylon and watched it happen. It began at the edges of the disc. A thin blur wrapped around the disc, coalescing into sheets that shimmered like glass. Where the sheets touched, they sheared cleanly through the stone and kept unfolding up. Like curtains falling the wrong way, or the flowers of a petal opening for the first time. They faltered, stuttering in their movement. Flickering and becoming thinner as they spread away from the top of each tower. Stretching to cover the city. The pylons were too old. Too broken. It's not enough. This won't work. Poyer closed his eyes and reached for the tower's interface. He pulled with his thoughts, willing the glass petals of the towers to stretch, to blossom farther than they should. He groaned with the effort, too focused to feel anything but the energy in the towers pushing out. The glass sheets began to tear. A great hole formed in the petal in front of Poyer. You failed. So what? Again. So. What? He could keep walking. Just one step further. And one step after that. It happened over the mid-city, the petal of one tower touched the petal of another. And all at once, it was easy. The first petals sealed together. The energy rose, bucking his control as the towers connected for the first time in thousands of years and began to feed into each other. All those flickering sheets solidified into gleaming sunlight, forming a massive, glowing shield over the cauldron. Over the old biohabitat that humanity had built on Kaya so many eons ago. The shield touched the hull of the terraforming barge. It sliced through the ship like a knife through water. Sparks, flames, the groaning of metal, the bursting of machinery. The barge's lantern ring went out, making the city below seem suddenly dark. Poyer blinked in the absence of all that light. Sweat rolled down his face, and his whole body was shot through with exhaustion. He had nothing left. But still, he held on. The top half of the barge rested on the dome shield, as if it had always lain there. The bottom half finally sheared away and rolled like some massive jungle beast as it fell. It smashed into the city below, throwing up mountains of metal and stone and plumes of dust that climbed and climbed. Poyer let his arms drop. And the shield fell with them. He fell to his knees, staring up at the sky. All the heat in the city began to lift. To be carried away as a new breeze began to blow. 43. The listener's piece. Pain. Eolh's body reverberated with hot, blistering pain. Wings, shoulders, broken ribs, rope scars around his thighs, his neck. That's what you get for breaking the rules, he thought. All of them, by his count. Every rule he'd ever lived by. And for what? Eolh didn't want to move or even open his eyes. Instead, he lay still and listened. This is what the listener heard, a soft, rasping breath from his left. The queen, in another bed, half covered by a curtain. To his right, the deep, careless snores of a fledgling human. Not alone, then. Something about that made the pain recede a little. Made it easier to bear. Eolh rolled his head to the left, though even that slight motion made him wince. Linen sheets, as light as gauze, covered the queen up to her neck so that he could only see her face and her eyes, swollen shut. Her beak was wrapped in a clean, tan-colored cast. Something still rattled with each rise and fall of her chest, but she was alive. Eolh could only guess at what she had gone through at the hands of the magistrate. What she had survived. On the bed to his right lay the fledgling human. He looked so small now without that armor covering his body. Almost fragile with his cheek smushed against a pillow, his mouth carelessly open as he snored like a pack dragon. Eolh blinked. On top of the tower, with Poyer's metal skin rippling through every color, and the way he glowed in the light, well. Only one word came to Eolh's mind. Up there, Poyer had looked like a god. Poyer snorted himself awake. Hey, he said, though his eyes did not open. He rolled over on his other side and started snoring again. He's got the right idea, Eolh thought. Going back to sleep. Against the cold air of the leaning tower's basement, the warmth of this bed was simple perfection. Every bone in his body protested at the thought of getting up. A sound, unlike anything he had ever heard before, erupted from his stomach. No. Sleep. It growled, then growled again. And the more he tried to ignore it, to sink back into perfect sleep, the more it gripped him. Eolh grumbled to himself, and when he tried to sit up, a fresh wave of pain slammed into him, making him gasp. He wasn't sure what was worse, the stabbing in his ribs or the one in his head. It wasn't until he tried to move again that he made his decision, ribs. Definitely the ribs. The Corvini huffed a few short, shallow breaths, then tried again. This time, he rolled out of the bed, clenching his whole body. The linen slid over a nasty cut on his arm, catching on the stitches, sending a white-hot jolt through the limb. But his talons found the floor. And as long as he moved slowly, the pain receded to a low background ache. A single light from the hall illuminated the infirmary in a hazy glow. Eolh steadied himself on a shelf near the foot of his bed. Bundles of feathers were neatly categorized by length and type. Silver tools gleamed in the light. They're stitching her feathers back in? Eolh didn't know they could do that. In the bed, her head looked so strange without her feathers. So small. He could see all that pale gooseflesh and the wiry muscles of her neck. So alien, even to him. How did she do it? How did she endure? Not just the torture, but 19 damned years of living under the magistrate's twisted rule? She was twitching, and her beak struggled against her cast, the tip of her beak clicking tightly. Her eyes flicked back and forth under her eyelids. Hey! Eolh came to her side, wincing as he leaned down so he could whisper in her ear. It's all right. You're safe now. He would have held her if he weren't afraid of causing her more pain. Instead, he whispered, telling her she was safe, trying to ease her back into deeper sleep. But her eyes opened. 2 glints of light, shining through the puffy, bruised flesh. You came back, she croaked. I knew you would. Go back to sleep. She closed her eyes, a slight crooked smile at the corner of her beak. I knew you would. And she fell back into sleep. Out in the hallway, a scent made the knots in Eolh's stomach twist harder, the sweet smell of ripe fruit, cooked meat, and the rich saltiness of fresh nut butter. His beak was watering. Hushed voices. There were people down there, sitting around a table. Eolh pressed himself into the shadows of the hallway and listened. Yes, but I can't say I ever truly met him. It was the clicking voice of an android. I was born right before he died. My maker left recordings of himself in my head. Images and words that I can remember as if I were there. What was he like, then? Go on and tell us. Horace's voice. The old Corvini boss was trying to sound cool, almost indifferent. But Eolh could tell he was hooked on the android's every last word. Where shall I start? Lakes asked. Tell us what he looked like. This third voice took Eolh a moment to recognize. The Queen's Wing Maiden? Though Eolh could not see her face, he could imagine her eyes wide with wonder. Old, Lakey said. The lines in his face were deep, like valleys in a dry, cracked desert. He was always frowning, which meant he was thinking about something. And his eyes were machine, like mine. I thought all humans had machine eyes, until I saw Poyer. Eolh ventured a glance around the corner, keeping his beak low so they wouldn't see his profile. His ribs stabbed, and he put a hand to his gut, stifling a groan. Lakey's was propped up in an ornate, straight-backed chair. The fact that her mangled torso was exposed to the open air didn't seem to bother her in the slightest. Eolh felt a twinge of envy. Can androids even feel pain? The other two were sitting at a rough wooden table, facing her. Heat lamps sprouted from the walls, turned to warm the trunk of the doctor and the vines that weaved through the ceiling. The table was laden with ceramic pots and glass jars and fruits. Curd cheeses sat in saucers, and a hunk of cooked red meat steamed on a copper plate. Eolh's stomach clenched at the sight. He could almost taste it. My maker was infected, Lakey's was saying. Long before he began my construction. But he was always very careful to work on me remotely. I was built to his meticulous specifications. I do not know how long he worked on me. I wonder what he would say now if he saw me like this. Horace leaned forward, stroking the underside of his beak. Eolh had seen that look before. He was appraising her. Sizing and weighing the damage to her body. Your maker, he must have been quite a mechanic. You know, I know a tinker. Finest in the cauldron, perhaps. Not as fine as your maker, but I'll wager my girl could fix you right up, if you want. Though Horace looked casually at the feathers on his arm, it'll cost you a fair bit to see her. Is that a joke? The wing maiden glared at him, outraged. How dare you? What? This is no mere construct. She was made by a god. She is the daughter of a divine being, and here you are shaking her down for coin? What kind of avian are you? Imagine the debt you owe her, Corvini. If this android had not come all this way, you would be dead. Or worse. Horace shrugged, as if to say maybe so, maybe not. The wing maiden turned back to Lakey's. Don't listen to him. We will make sure the royal tinkers do everything they can to. Pa! Horace crowed, brushing at the air with a black feathered wing. Those half-cocked cobblers couldn't fix a ticking clock. You said it yourself. Our fine metal friend here deserves nothing but the best care in the cauldron. He gestured at Lakey's, his eyes glittering. It's not my fault the best always costs money. Horace, Eolh crowed from the shadows. The wing maiden snapped around, startled. Horace turned slowly, as if he'd been expecting Eolh to show up. A coy smile played at the corner of his beak. He folded his feathered hands over his belly. Well, well, well. Look who lives and breathes. Last I heard, Eolh said, you were one of Lowtown's top bosses. One of? Horace cawed. What do you mean one of? I'm the only one who stayed. Far as I can see, that makes me Lowtown's only boss now. Then surely, I would think Lowtown's only boss could pull a few strings. Grant a simple favor, free of charge. Right. Horace cringed at the suggestion. Pretended to misunderstand it. Free of what now? Unless, of course, you want to start counting debts. I seem to recall a few recent moments. Let's see. There was the prison cell. How much was your life worth, anyway? Horace put a hand on the table and pushed himself up, rising to his full height. He almost knocked over his chair. You thieving bastard! The larger Corvini's shoulders rolled. His hands clenched into fists. And then, with a laugh, he opened his arms and grabbed Eolh in an embrace, laughing and shaking him. Even though it felt like his body was breaking, Eolh couldn't stop smiling. Can you believe it? Horace shouted. We got them. We got them all. Eolh struggled to speak. Glad you're not dead, old boss. Gods, it's good to have you back, you damned streetwing. Back? That didn't sound right to Eolh. The old Eolh would never have come back. The old Eolh would have left the cauldron long before all this started. That poor bastard. I wasn't joking about the android, Eolh said. Whatever she needs. Horace waved him off. I'll make it happen. Of course. Was only looking for a deal, you know. Old habits and all that. Save your habits. We might need them soon with the city the way it is. Eolh turned to the wing maiden and bowed. Even without the stiff pain in his ribs, it would have been an awkward motion for him, given how many years it had been since he'd offered this kind of respect to anyone. I'm glad you're well, lady, Talia. Call me Talia. And you never need to bow to me, oh guardian. She returned his bow with easy grace earned from years of practice. Talia, then, Eolh said. Does anyone mind if his stomach made another unholy sound? Are you a thief or a beggar? Horus said, offering a seat. Eat. 2 baskets of fruit, 6 jars filled with different butters and honeys, and 1 small pot that smelled deliciously like red pudding. Eolh picked a fruit that looked like a plum but whose flesh was soft and starchy like a banana. Dozens of small black seeds crunched in his beak as he chewed. I found that in some high city cellar, Horus said, beaming proudly. 3 full cartloads of M. He scooped his bare fingers into the jars, which Talia pretended not to notice, tasting each one twice. Then, Eolh shoved the half-eaten fruit into one of the jars, which Talia protested with a polite squawk. Too late. He dipped the fruit into the salted nut butter. The oily butter dripped golden brown off the fruit. Eolh bit into it and finished it in 3 bites, barely bothering to chew. They kept talking while Eolh ate, trying to ignore his indulgent caws and moans of delight as he ripped meat from cooked bones or shoveled butter-covered fruit into his beak, slowly gulping his way through the spread. By the time he finished, both of his hands were covered in seeds and jelly and grease. The metal hand felt so natural he had forgotten he was wearing it. It was almost as if it were a part of him, to the point that he thought he could feel the honey sticking to his fingers. Miraculous! Will our kind ever be able to create such wonders? He opened and closed his fingers again, feeling the sticky texture through the metal. Lakes was staring at him from across the table. Silent. Sorry, Eolh said. I'll clean it before I give it back to you. Lakes cocked her head. Give it back. I mean, now that it's over, we can fix you up. But Lakes only blinked. Now that what is over? The city is safe now. At least, the people are. Isn't that the prophecy? Isn't that why Poyer came here? Oh, Eolh. Salvation is not here in the cauldron. This she gestured with her one remaining hand. This was incidental. A good incident, in my opinion. But the Divine One will be called far away from this world. I am not sure about my place, but I do know this. Lakes leaned forward, her eyes blossoming with a harsh, white light that bored into him. Our Savior will need his guardian. Eolh, your journey has only just begun. 44, Epilogue. When the Everlord of the Empire slept, his dreams lasted decades. Sometimes, whole centuries passed while he slumbered. When he awoke, invariably he would find that his plan, the only plan that mattered, had developed a little further. After awakening and fitting himself back into that body, he would rise from his inner chamber and go forth to meet his budding empire. Governors, magistrates, high nobles, and other ranking Kirans. All of them, new to him. Mere children who saw themselves as influential people. He listened to their details. Asked a few questions. And made sure that the grand strokes were still in motion. This could take days, or weeks, or a few short years. Nothing was ever perfect, least of all the craft of shaping an entire civilization. Once he was certain that the plan was headed in the right direction, the Everlord of the Empire would return to slumber. To conserve that which must be conserved. To remain hidden from the threat beyond. From the first dawn of Seer and on through the centuries, this was how the Emperor ruled. Each time he awoke, he would find that all the old politicians and all the old nobles had become so much dust. Replaced by the next generations, or the ones after that. This species of xeno churned out a rather healthy rate of bright, ambitious minds. Every single one of them had grand designs, dreams of how they might lead Seer into the future. But with such short, careless lives, what could any of them know about the future? Still, he cherished them, because he had found in the Kirans so much more than he ever expected. They were not as dull-minded, as animalistic, as so many of the other children were. They were voracious, hungry to grow. A trait he was all too happy to encourage. Unfortunately, they could be overzealous. Today, the Emperor was waking up. A sacrosanct occasion. And when he awoke, he always woke up alone. This was the law. No attendants, no helping hands. This was key to preserving the clarity of his thoughts. It began with a jolt that felt so much like death as to be indistinguishable from it. The Emperor should know. There was light, but the moment the light appeared, it began to slip out of his grasp. He could see his own consciousness, a figure hanging in the darkness. Distant and elusive, like trying to touch the stars with your bare hands. All the while, a whole ocean of nothing waited below. But he was the Emperor. Made from his own image. Polished to perfection. And by the sheer strength of his will, he always found a way to reach out and grab the light. And when he caught hold of consciousness, he refused to let go. He wrapped his entire being around it, fusing to it. All that nothing became pain as white as the light on the surface of a star. Tearing, burning, trying to atomize him. He held on. A hiss from above. The Emperor's chamber vented out one gas and replaced it with another. Only then could he see his body, resting there, perfectly preserved. Waiting for him. Bronze skin, glowing with fresh artificial rejuvenation. Veins made elegant rivers over bulging muscles, all grown to perfection. This was the hardest part. The most dangerous part. If he let go, if he so much as relaxed his concentration for even a moment, it would all be over. His mind would dissolve out of existence. Metal arms descended from the ceiling of the chamber, carrying the Emperor's mask down to that enormous body. The body of a god. The body's head was mostly hollow skull, starting at the nose and going up the scalp. At the back of the skull, a reinforced spinal column glistened with augmentations that jutted out of bone and metal. The mask slotted into the head and spine, and they sealed together with another hiss. There was always that moment where the Emperor worried it wouldn't work. But, just like it always did, the body began to jerk and flail and spasm against the restraints that held it in place. A soft, spongy piece of material that had been inserted into the body's mouth prevented it from biting off its own tongue. This was his moment. While all that energy was coursing through the body, shocking the blood back into motion, the Emperor went in and became man-made flesh. This was his skin, lacquered with sweat. These were his muscles, creating that beautiful dance between push and pull in 1,000 places over his body. There was his armor, digging comfortably into the flesh of his shoulders and his waist. And that was the beat of his heart, pumping for the first time in 53 years. 53? That was decades ahead of schedule. Why have I been awakened? The Emperor concentrated. He summoned a view of the scar in the sky. There it was. A hairline fracture of white against all that blue. Was it in flux? It was always so hard to tell. Were those new cracks, or had it merely shifted? He compared it against his memories and centuries of data from the imperial astraticians. Sighed with relief. The scar was little changed from his most recent awakening. By his estimation, he still had several more millennia before the change would come. Then why did they disturb my slumber? The Emperor ran through his list of priorities, sifting through the messages and the volumes of records that were relevant to his most immediate plans. Had something happened to his world runners? Had they found something? No. It seemed the runners had only discovered a few new planets by way of the gate. That was promising. One of these new planets even had sapient life. Very promising. Hopefully it wasn't another sub-intelligence like Secutia or Myanos. The legions were still marching ever outward. Thras et Unum was still a pit of tar, though it seemed one of the Venerate had grown suddenly interested in it over the last week. A Kiran warlord called Vorpi. There was an opportunity there, to make a change. Or a push through Thras to Sen's world. Or both. He had been waiting a long time for that one to come to fruition. Scraping the edge of the knife ever closer. Waiting for the right time to cut Thras et Unum open. The Emperor scanned the intelligence archives too, racing through all the records of his spies, his traitors, the new books his academics wrote on Sen's children. Nothing to explain why he had been awoken so soon. Thus, at last, the Emperor, sitting in his chamber, opened his sight. As per the law, he expected to find himself alone. He was not. The face on the other side of the Emperor's chamber was worried. Eyes wide, fingers clutching her silken robes, face flushed a deep violet. Terrified, because this meager priest knew that just by being here, she was violating his direct orders. How intensely disappointing. He had not been awake an hour, and already they were breaking his rules. Who are you? The Emperor said. The Kiran priest bowed deeply and stayed there. I'm sorry, Emperor. I know. Who are you? He repeated. His voice, as heavy as a hammer, made her flinch back. I am your devoted priest, Everlord. I bear dire news from the Venerate Yen. You know my rule. This could not wait. Brave, he thought. She knew the punishment, and still she came to deliver her words. A pity, what he would have to do to her. Then deliver your message, priest. My lord, there's been a discovery. On Gaum, one of your new planets. She swallowed hard, as if she could hardly believe the words coming out of her own mouth. They've found a human. A living human. The Emperor stared at her. Watching her face. Searching for a hint of deceit and finding none. What is your name, young priest? Magrius. Do you have any family, Magrius? Any children? No children, Emperor. My mother is passed, but I have brothers and sisters, and a father who still works in the changing houses. Magrius, he said again. Savoring her name. Burning it into his memory. You have honored me, and so you deserve honor. I wish to compensate your family. Emperor, she said, almost breathless. I am only a messenger. I have done nothing to earn your honor. She bowed so deep he could see the shining, coral-colored scales on the back of her neck. Somehow, her zeal only made it worse. The politicians had used her as a sacrifice. They knew what the Emperor had to do to someone who broke his law. How devious these people had become over the last millennia. From such humble beginnings, to this. To call a priest so devout was a shame. A burdensome shame. Come here, brave Magrius, the emperor said. Come, and receive my blessing. There was a hitch in her throat. A small gasp. She swallowed it down, and though her whole body trembled, she stepped forward. Such faith! She is truly admirable among her kind. The emperor lay one massive hand on her forehead as gently as he could. He brushed his other hand lightly against her ear, impulsing his smallest servants into action. Tens of thousands of nanites slipped off his finger and flew into her skull through her ear canal. They drilled through the vessels and other fleshy barriers and injected themselves into her brain. If there were any other way. But of course, there wasn't. When it came to ruling an empire across the centuries, drift was the ever-present threat. And if he ever allowed his own rules to be broken, everything would fall to pieces. Lift, and be lifted, the emperor's voice rumbled as his smallest servants did their work. Look and be seen. Rejoice, for your emperor knows your name, Magrius. Before he finished uttering the blessing, her mind was gone. She would not die. No, that would be a true waste. Instead, he would send her forth to become a living reminder, a mindless being entirely incapable of caring for herself. Never to speak. Never to think again. See her and know. This is what happens when you defy your lord. Your emperor. Her family would lose a daughter, a sister, but the emperor would make sure they were given healthy compensation. He could do that, at least. And brave Magrius herself might even become something of an icon. Half saint, half martyr. Touched by the emperor himself. Still. It hurt to see this. The emperor led her gently to the wall, where she slumped. Her mouth fell open, and her eyes stared at nothing. But he refused to think of this as an ill omen. Instead, when his nanites were finished, the emperor turned his thoughts to her message. It made his stomach flutter. The skin under his gilded mask stretched for the first time in centuries, even as he allowed himself a smile. Finally, he thought. Another human. The end of book number 1.